Chapter 207. Gratitude in the vibrant city of Sioux City. Towering skyscrapers constructed from composite materials reach towards the heavens, with landmark buildings seemingly poised to pierce the clouds. Their summits adorned with various spacecraft. Amidst the aerial ballet of small airships darting swiftly through the sky, suspended vehicles glide below in an orderly fashion. After a prolonged absence, returning to this metropolis, with its magnificent edifices, felt surreal, as if emerging from a primitive wilderness into a familiar realm, far removed from the brutal monsters of the past. The sensation of homecoming was profound. I am back, and I shall never depart again. Not long after disembarking from the spacecraft, Zhou Yun, overwhelmed with emotion, pressed his lips to the ground in a heartfelt kiss, vowing never to embark on another foreign adventure. Even if someone were to promise him that a visit to the wizarding world and a sip from the holy spring of magic would instantly elevate him to the status of a great wizard, he would not take the risk. His life was paramount. Amidst the crowd, some wept while others laughed. The fortunate survivors were few, as hundreds perished in the wilderness, including renowned explorers and key figures from wealthy dynasties. Sioux City, located in the central region of New Star, is a city of considerable size. Lao Chun decided to remain for the time being, exercising caution. He would not return to the old world unless significant individuals ventured there. Wang Xian declined the invitations from Zhou Yun and Zhong Cheng to visit, preferring to keep a low profile upon his return, as he had matters to attend to. He purchased a new mobile phone and exchanged contact information with Qin Cheng, Zhou Yun, and others. Sioux City is also the residence of Professor Lin. Since arriving in New Star, Wang Xian had longed for an opportunity to pay his respects to the professor, but his delay in the wilderness had hindered this. During their time in the Old World experimental class, Professor Lin had been exceptionally kind to him, even gifting him a precious bamboo manuscript of preaching sorcery before his return to New Star, which had been immensely helpful. To access the inner realm, one needed the scriptures of that caliber, and without them, even if Wang Xian activated his extrasensory perception, he would remain unable to unlock the inner domain, a turn of fate that significantly altered his destiny. In the past, Professor Lin had shown him great kindness, providing his contact details and insisting on facilitating his relocation to New Star. When Wang Xian had declined, he did not wish for the professor to humble himself to seek favors. This time, he intended to visit the venerable man to tend to his old wounds. In his youth, Professor Lin was a formidable adept, but during an expedition, he encountered an attack from an energy weapon while attempting to acquire that preaching bamboo manuscript, resulting in his body being pierced and a brutal punch that left a gaping hole in his chest. Surviving such an ordeal was nothing short of miraculous. However, his path in ancient arts had been irrevocably severed, and his health had deteriorated since, relegating him to theoretical research in a university setting. Beep, beep. Wang Xian dialed Professor Lin's number. The call connected swiftly, and a weary voice answered. Hello, who is this? Professor Lin, it is I, Wang Xian. I have arrived in Sioux City, New Star. Xiao Wang, you are already in New Star. Professor Lin exclaimed in surprise, inquiring about his location and expressing a desire to come and fetch him. No need, Professor Lin. You are at Kaiyuan University, correct? I shall make my way there myself. Wang Xian purchased some gifts and, after 40 minutes, arrived at Kaiyuan University, which boasts a high ranking and significant renown in New Star. In the campus, the silver moon trees stood in clusters, draped in a shroud of white, their blossoms as large as a fist swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a delicate fragrance that, while not overpowering, invigorated the spirit and brought a sense of tranquility to the heart. The environment at Kaiyuan University was exceptionally splendid, and Wang Xian observed numerous students reading on the grass beneath the silver moon trees, lost in contemplation of this serene lifestyle that seemed forever beyond his reach. Now, he faced the arduous path of cultivation, confronting the decay of myths. As he gazed at the passing students, memories of admiring beautiful girls on campus with Qin Cheng surfaced. Moments of pure appreciation spent seated on a roadside bench, comparing the attractiveness of girls from different departments and classes. Ultimately, they concluded that goddess Zhao reigned supreme, her allure seemingly unmatched. Wang Xian smiled, seated by the roadside, as he dialed Qin Cheng's number. Old Wang, you've worried me to death. Over 20 days without a word. I've been unable to reach you. Are you all right? Qin Cheng's voice crackled through the phone, overflowing with concern. He knew Wang Xian had ventured into the secret realm, but had not anticipated such an extended absence. fearing something might have gone awry. Wang Xin chuckled. I'm in Sioux City, preparing to visit Professor Lin. Where are you? Hurry over. I'm treating you to garlic mountain snail and peacock braised with golden mushrooms. On the other end of the line, Qin Chung paused, astonished. Was old Wang jesting, or did he truly intend to defy the heavens? He was acutely aware of the rarity of those dishes, which even the wealthiest could only savor in broth or wine due to their scarcity. He had merely made a light-hearted remark about them. Soon, he regained his composure, realizing that old Wang was likely joking. Please extend my regards to Professor Lin. As for those dishes, let's set them aside for now. I'm still at Crescent Moon. The old monk at Bema Temple insists on keeping me for a while to teach me martial arts and some Buddhist scriptures. I should have been able to transfer to New Star by now. Come down immediately to New Star. Some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. Wang Xian urged him to come. Qin Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Old Wang, you can't be serious. Have you been running rampant in the secret realm, playing the tyrant? Not much, just had my moment as Wang Invincible. Hurry up. Wang Xian indeed possessed many remarkable things. Hoping to restore Professor Lin's health and enhance his friend's physical prowess, facilitating a crucial step away from outdated techniques. All right, I'm booking a ticket right now and bidding farewell to my master. On the moon, Qin Chung was overwhelmed with excitement. Struggling to fathom what old Wang had accomplished in the secret realm to achieve greater gains than the wealthy elite. At Kaiyuan University, a myriad of new disciplines flourished, including the Institute of Human Potential Research, encompassing both ancient and modern techniques. A youthful and vibrant beauty clad in a white practice uniform, approximately 1.7 meters tall with an elegant figure, scoffed at Wang Xian. Wang Invincible? You really dare to speak so boldly. This is Kaiyuan University, one of the top 5 institutions for both ancient and modern techniques. You hardly seem like a student from our school. Such confidence, perhaps a tad excessive. Not too shabby. Wang Xian chuckled, unwilling to elaborate further. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly overpower anyone he encountered. Oh, you are indeed brimming with self-assurance. Young people ought not to be so arrogant. The individuals I know are all exceptionally formidable, possessing skills that verge on the profound. Yet they remain profoundly humble. None are quite like you. Would you care for an introduction to a couple of them for some sparring? This strikingly beautiful woman, somewhat disapproving of Wang Xian, appeared as if she sought someone to put him in his place. Not interested. I do not take advantage of those still in school. Wang Xian smiled. In truth, he wouldn't even bother with their ancestral masters if they were summoned. Just wait, I shall find someone. The beauty, clearly agitated, retorted. No, I concede. Wang Xian, merely bored, engaged in a verbal spar, as he had no desire to stir trouble. However, this woman was too perceptive. Upon noticing his dismissive demeanor, she became incensed, declaring, Wang Invincible, humph. At that moment, Professor Lin arrived, his face lighting up upon spotting Wang Xian. Ah, little Wang. I did not expect to see you here at Xingxing. I had recently arranged a spot for you. I wanted you to pursue your graduate studies at our academy. Although he did not require such assistance, Wang Xian was nonetheless grateful to Professor Lin and quickly approached to support him. Professor Lin, is this one of your former students? Quite the braggart, calling himself Wang Invincible, the female student interjected. Zhou Jia, do not take it to heart. Little Wang is simply fond of jesting, Professor Lin chuckled, aware of the girl's formidable connections and her knack for attracting powerful figures. He smiled and led Wang Xian away. Little Wang, come to my home. Professor Lin's residence was situated in a pleasant community not far from the campus, surrounded by lush bamboo groves and a small lake. Overall, the area around Xingxing is quite livable, with communities typically adorned with picturesque landscapes. Why have you brought so much? I truly lack for nothing here. Professor Lin shook his head, his salary sufficient to cover all his expenses. This is my token of appreciation. Besides, what I've brought for you this time is no ordinary gift. It will surely surprise you. Wang Xian replied with a smile. My wife recently joined a travel group. My son works in another city, and my daughter, the least reliable, claims she is off to procure some secret remedy, having ventured to the west, and has yet to return for half a month. Upon entering the house, it felt somewhat desolate, and Professor Lin provided a brief overview of his home life. Little Wang, why have you brought alcohol? I do not drink, Professor Lin inquired, taken aback. His internal organs had suffered due to past injuries, leaving him with lingering health issues over the years. Wang Xian's expression turned serious. This is not alcohol, Professor Lin. You must drink this quickly. I have come specifically to address your old ailments. It is also my heartfelt wish to repay your kindness." "What?" Professor Lin exclaimed, astonished and puzzled. "I recently visited a secret location. Do not ask for details, just drink up," Wang Xian urged. Professor Lin was taken aback. Little Wang had ventured into such a perilous place. While he was unaware of its exact location, he knew it was fraught with danger, with countless expedition teams meeting their demise there. He opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Under Wang Xian's urging, he tilted his head back and began to drink deeply from the earth immortal spring mixed with extraordinary royal jelly. The effects were immediate. Professor Lin's pores erupted with radiant light, and a fierce transformation occurred within him, significantly enhancing his metabolism. His eyes widened in astonishment, almost in disbelief, as he felt the long-standing symptoms of his chest discomfort rapidly dissipating. Simultaneously, a surge of rejuvenating energy coursed through him, a vibrant life force blossoming within. "There's nothing you need to do. By tomorrow at the latest, your body should be completely revitalized, leaving no lingering issues," Wang Xian assured him with absolute confidence. Having personally experienced the quick healing effects of the earth immortal spring after suffering severe injuries in the mystical lands, this spring could extend a person's life by 50 years. Such a vitality alone was enough to transform everything. Moreover, the addition of extraordinary royal jelly amplified the effects even further. Professor Lin was exhilarated, feeling that his old ailments would vanish entirely, and his physical state would return to its peak, perhaps even surpass it. His lips trembled as he naturally realized that this was an unimaginably miraculous remedy. Young Wang was truly thoughtful, granting him a chance at rebirth. "Professor Lin, you needn't say anything, no need for thanks. This is merely within my capabilities, nothing extraordinary," Wang Xian replied. An hour later, Qin Sheng contacted Wang Xian, informing him that he had arrived in Sioux City from New Moon and had disembarked from the spacecraft. Wang Xian was speechless. That was indeed swift. "Come over," he instructed, providing Qin Sheng with Professor Lin's address and suggesting he bring some garlic, mountain chicken, and other ingredients. Soon after, Wang Xian stepped out to greet him and was unexpectedly confronted by the beautiful student from outside the community. "Why are you following me?" he asked, astonished, clearly taken aback. She then laughed in exasperation. "I have my own place off campus, right here. To say I'm chasing you? Very well, Wang Invincible, just wait. I must find someone to spar with you." Wang Xian disregarded her and awaited Qin Sheng, leading him away. "Old Wang, you're truly remarkable. I'm about to showcase my culinary skills," Qin Sheng exclaimed excitedly during their journey. That evening, Qin Sheng's aspirations were realized as he busied himself in the kitchen, basking in an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Garlic mountain snail and swan stewed with golden mushrooms emanated a unique fragrance that opened one's pores, all crafted by his own hands. What financial magnate or top-tier exploration organization could compare to the gains from old Wang's trip to the mystical lands? "Dinner is served," Qin Sheng proclaimed. Professor Lin wore a beaming smile, thoroughly enjoying the joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, Wang Xian's phone rang, and his expression shifted. The caller ID was familiar. A number he had been told long ago. It was Ling Wei's phone number from New Star, a contact he had not reached out to in ages. And she called him at this moment, undoubtedly aware of his arrival in New Star. Who could have informed her? Likely, it was Zhou Yun's loose lips or Xiao Zhong's propensity for chatter. Wang Xian mused to himself. Chapter 208. Rapid Cultivation. This is a lengthy chapter. Wang Xian pondered how long it had been since they had last been in touch. This number was one she had insisted he memorized back in her sophomore year. By the conclusion of their junior year, the two had nearly ceased all communication. He was aware that if they were to meet again at the New Star, their paths would likely intertwine once more, as several familiar classmates resided there, making small gatherings unavoidable. However, he did not anticipate that Ling Wei would take the initiative to call him. As the phone rang 3 times, he found himself momentarily distracted. When he glanced down at the screen and did not swipe, the call abruptly disconnected. "Professor Lin, old Wang, it's time to eat. 2 types of ingredients. 6 different ways to prepare them. Come and taste the chef's artistry." Qin Sheng urged him to hurry. Wang Xian glanced at his phone, put it away, and quickly approached. Qin Sheng was rubbing his hands together, exuding an eager demeanor. Professor Lin, who abstained from alcohol, went off to fetch drinks for the two of them. Though the ingredients were limited, Qin Sheng had prepared an extravagant feast. "Come and smell this black chicken and golden mushroom soup. The aroma is so rich it could waft all the way to the new moon. I bet even my master can smell the meat." Qin Sheng exclaimed with a grin. The black chicken served merely as an embellishment. As he lifted the lid of the clay pot, a radiant golden mist burst forth, enveloping the air in ethereal steam. Most importantly, the enticing fragrance filled the room, compelling one to desire a bowl immediately. Professor Lin set down the millet-brewed liquor, visibly moved by the sight. The ingredients seemed to shimmer, and the aroma was so potent that merely gazing upon it stirred one's appetite. Surely, this could be deemed a feast of spiritual delicacies in ancient times. The swan stewed with golden mushrooms was crafted from the finest 6-year-old female goose, using a secret culinary technique passed down through the Qin family for 3 centuries. Simmered for 2 hours to create a dish that was not only a delight for the palate, but also steeped in the rich cultural heritage of 300 years. A true masterpiece of culinary craftsmanship. Qin Sheng presented a large porcelain basin, his face beaming with pride. The swan meat was already deboned, and the golden mushrooms bubbled with steam, enveloped in a hazy golden glow that was almost magical, while the enticing fragrance filled the air. I assure you, this swan is absolutely fresh. I personally fished it out of the lake near Kaiyuan University. It was quite the effort to catch. Upon hearing this, Professor Lin and Wang Xian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. What absurdity had this young man engaged in, stealing swans near the university? Just kidding. Do you think I would dare do such a thing at Kaiyuan University? I'd be chased by a horde of students. The goose was actually bought from the supermarket. Qin Sheng chuckled, then turned to Wang Xian, saying, "But we have done similar things before, haven't we? Remember in our sophomore year, when we caught that 7-kilogram soft-shelled turtle from the school lake and cleaned it in the woods before cooking it? That was a particularly satisfying meal, and I must say, it was truly delicious." Professor Lin fell silent. "You should cease speaking," Wang Xian quickly interjected, wanting to prevent any further unveiling of such embarrassing tales. Soon after, the sautéed peacock meat with golden mushrooms was brought forth from the kitchen. Unable to contain himself, Qin Sheng placed it on the table, immediately indulging in a glowing mushroom piece, which burned his mouth, causing him to grimace while golden light spewed forth from his lips. This scene startled him, prompting an exclamation, "A banquet fit for immortals." Today, we too are fortunate enough to partake in the culinary delights of the ancient cultivators. Let us begin. The dining table was already suffused with a rich aroma that made one's mouth water, complemented by the shimmering golden hues and scattered jade-like mist, creating an irresistible allure. Wang Xian remarked, "In truth, the most valuable delicacy here is the mountain snail, a dish once savored by earthly immortals, extending one's life by a decade with a single hearty meal." The garlic-infused mountain snail, surrounded by a hazy radiance and fragrant aroma, was evidently an extraordinary spirit delicacy. Earthly immortals fare. Qin Sheng was astonished, promptly swallowing a golden mushroom without even savoring its flavor, followed by a fist-sized mountain snail, which he brought to his nose. He inhaled a luminous mist, feeling his very pores expand in response. "Professor Lin, let us not delay any longer," Wang Xian urged. Professor Lin, equally mesmerized, found the golden mushroom merely impressive, yet the revelation that this was indeed a mythical ingredient left him astounded. The notion that such a treasure could be found by young Wang was astonishing. What level of mastery had he attained? Having encountered the elite, Professor Lin understood the wealthy's relentless pursuit of longevity, often scouring the cosmos for rare delicacies that would cause a sensation if revealed. However, compared to Wang Xian's offerings, those supposed rarities paled in comparison. He recalled hearing of a magnate who indulged in a small mountain snail the size of a lychee only once every fortnight, touted as an immortal treasure. At the time, he had been struck by the magnate's means, being able to consume celestial ingredients. In hindsight, he realized how frugally the elite dined. Before him lay a table abundant with glowing mountain snails, the very delicacies of earthly immortals, almost too plentiful to accommodate. "Let us feast." Professor Lin, now unrestrained, rolled up his sleeves and dug in, his mouth aglow with radiance. Never one to photograph food, he eventually succumbed to the urge to capture a few images, only to delete them swiftly, understanding the potential repercussions of sharing such a treasure. He decided to keep but a few snail shells for leisurely inspection. "My tongue is nearly dissolving. This is not merely delicious, it is time itself. I feel as though I have seized a decade from the heavens. I believe I am on the verge of transcending," Qin Sheng exclaimed, downing a hefty cup of Guitai wine and indulging heartily. the radiance beginning to emanate from his nostrils. Wang Xian remarked, "Do not overestimate its marvels. This is simply a side dish for earthly immortals, not a grand celestial feast. In time, we may yet gather true celestial ingredients." I find the garlic-infused version less delightful than the steamed. It preserves the original freshness, Professor Lin commented, feeling an invigorating warmth throughout his body, convinced that his old ailments had been vanquished. After consuming copious amounts of the celestial spring and now indulging in the nourishing delicacies, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his entire being, perspiring profusely while metabolizing various impurities and toxins. The delightful sweetness was best savored by slicing and dipping, as Wang Xian suggested. After sharing a few drinks with Qin Sheng, he set aside the liquor and retrieved the celestial spring to replace it. "What is this beverage?" "Old Wang. It has a fragrant aroma and hints of royal jelly, yet it pales in comparison to the taste of wine," Qin Sheng complained. "Drink up. In 3 years. This might be a rarity. A liter of this will ensure you live several decades longer," Wang Xian declared earnestly, fully believing in the transformative power of this elixir, capable of altering destinies and granting longevity. "I have no desire to ever drink wine again. This celestial nectar is exquisite, and I intend to indulge." With the nourishing properties of the celestial spring, mountain conchs, and golden mushrooms, Professor Lin's complexion visibly brightened, his spirit revitalized, and the once dull gleam in his eyes began to shine. Once a renowned master in his youth, he felt a resurgence of strength as his ailments faded away. Patience is key. This is a gradual process. I estimate that in a month or 2, Professor Lin will regain his status as a master of ancient arts, Wang Xian reassured. As Professor Lin continued to eat, he grew increasingly warm, sweating profusely, expelling toxins from his body. "Why do I smell worse the more I eat?" Qin Sheng inquired, also experiencing this phenomenon. "You are enhancing your constitution and detoxifying. The impurities are exiting through your sweat," Wang Xian informed him. The celestial spring, extraordinary royal jelly, and mountain conchs could significantly enhance their vitality and unlock their potential, while the golden mushroom served as a miraculous herb to elevate one's capabilities. "I feel as if my strength is increasing, a mysterious power flowing within me. Am I on the verge of becoming a great master?" Qin Sheng pondered, both uncertain and astonished. "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly break through," Wang Xian replied confidently. With the assortment of miraculous herbs he had brought back, if they could not facilitate Qin Sheng's breakthrough, it would truly be inconceivable. It was merely a matter of overcoming barriers within the realm of mortals. "Will you become so powerful that I can scarcely imagine it, little Wang?" Professor Lin asked hesitantly. Sensing the unease in his expression, Wang Xian inquired about his concerns. Professor Lin did not conceal his worries. His past adversary was formidable, with several disciples, one of whom now taught at another university and had threatened to target Professor Lin's students during a confrontation of ancient arts in academia. "Is this the same adversary who struck you in the chest, leaving a hole?" Qin Sheng asked, recalling the incident that had led to Professor Lin's downfall. "Indeed," Professor Lin confirmed with a nod. "I will take care of them for you," Wang Xian offered. However, Professor Lin shook his head in refusal, stating, "No. The laws are stringent. Any trouble could lead to significant complications. Do not act recklessly. Besides, that battle is long past, and I have moved on." Wang Xian said, "Qin Sheng, you are here to report to Professor Lin as a graduate student, and you also qualify to come down from the new moon to pursue your studies at Kaiyuan University." Qin Sheng was taken aback. Was he really returning to campus for further studies? It sounded appealing, yet the ups and downs of life left him somewhat bewildered. The prowess of the other party was formidable. Professor Lin understood Wang Xian's intentions. He was suggesting that Qin Sheng teach a lesson to the other party's disciple. "No worries. Eat quickly, then take a shower. I shall assist you in refining the medicinal properties," Wang Xian urged, primarily because he found Qin Sheng's sweat-laden state quite unpleasant. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xian took matters into his own hands, utilizing extraordinary methods to help Qin Sheng stimulate the medicinal effects. With his remarkable secret power guiding him, Qin Sheng's entire being resonated, which was astonishing. In an instant, he radiated light. The secret force surged forth, his internal organs harmonized, unleashing his latent potential as he channeled the medicinal essence. Originally, Wang Xian intended for him to gradually enhance himself, allowing the medicinal properties to nurture his flesh and blood, ensuring he would eventually break through. However, He now felt it prudent to expedite the process, while simultaneously imparting some martial techniques and scriptures to help Qin gain an advantage over Professor Lin's rival. I have broken through and become stronger. I seem to be a super powerhouse now. Qin flesh glimmered with a crystalline sheen, trembling with excitement. Wang Xian shook his head and said, "You still have a long way to go. Take your time. Let us call it a day." "What is the background of the other party?" Wang Xian inquired. "Since modern times, they claim to be the orthodox practitioners of the old arts," Professor Lin informed him. "It is said that this family has produced true immortals among their ancestors, and not just one, but at least 3, who were renowned practitioners in ancient times. In modern times, as the old arts declined, those ancient families faded into obscurity, with only this one remaining active, preserving their lineage intact while claiming the mantle of orthodox practitioners of the old arts. In fact, since modern times, no other family has been able to compare with them. Even though the old arts have waned, their lineage has still seen the emergence of masters. The 4 elders of the old arts and Shun Yongjia's master could all be considered self-taught cultivators, although their personal strength is formidable. They cannot compare to this family's depth of heritage and the influence of past generations." Wang Xian felt a stirring in his heart and remarked, "Oh, I recall hearing about an ancient master of the new star who, in a bid to extend his life, excessively practiced a certain secret method to activate the internal organs, only to end up perishing in the process. He must have belonged to this family, right?" Professor Lin nodded, saying, "That elder was quite powerful. He was nearly a grand master, having 1 foot already in that realm, yet he still died from the decay of his internal organs during his practice." Wang Xian expressed his astonishment. In this era, achieving near Grand Master status is indeed remarkable. Such individuals are truly extraordinary. However, despite this family's fearsome legacy and their possession of secret methods of immortality, Wang Xian did not regard them with much concern. Though their ancient reputation was formidable, times have changed. Even the most illustrious families must eventually face their decline. Before extraordinary beings, they cannot stir up significant waves. This family has produced more than 1 true immortal in ancient times, which is indeed terrifying. Few families can boast such a lineage, and their scriptures are likely quite profound. The more Wang Xian contemplated, the more he felt that this family was indeed extraordinarily powerful in ancient times. Few families could continuously produce immortals. However, 3 years hence, it remains uncertain whether this family will witness the return of any true immortals. Qin, allow me to assist you in alleviating the potency of the medicine. Wang Xian believed that enhancing his strength in the short term would be beneficial, especially when facing an adversary trained by that renowned family. "Ah!" Qin cried out in agony. This time it was no pleasure. As Wang Xian struck him, the marrow within his bones resonated, quaking, while his organs trembled violently. The secret power surged within him, making him feel as though he might explode. However, with extraordinary beings observing his internal state, it was improbable that he would be torn apart. "I believe I have grown stronger," Qin proclaimed. "Professor Lin, I shall avenge you. I can take on 10 of them single-handedly. As for you, Lin, you'll be able to recover and seek retribution against your foes. If all else fails, there's always old Wang to back us up." Though Wang Xian did not disclose his own realm of power, both Professor Lin and Qin recognized that he was indeed formidable, surpassing their expectations. Wang Xian declined Professor Lin's invitation to stay overnight, opting instead to take Qin back, intending for old Chun to teach him some suitable martial arts and scriptures. "Professor Lin, I may reside in Sioux City for an extended period. We shall see each other often," Wang Xian remarked. Upon exiting the community, they encountered individuals practicing martial arts in the woodland outside Kaiyuan University. "Old Wang, look at the beauty. I won tea." Wang Xian turned away, unwilling to gaze upon her, as he was familiar with the stunning student. "Quite impressive," Qin commented, having recently broken through. He felt his perception had significantly heightened. "The martial arts are commendable," he added. Hearing this, Zhou Jia turned, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. "Shall we spar?" "Certainly," Qin nodded. "Be cautious, everyone. This person's friend claims to be Wang invincible. Make sure to teach them a lesson." Zhou Jia cautioned her companions. Bang! The match commenced, and Qin was swiftly kicked aside, awakening him. The strike was rather fierce, and despite his recent breakthrough, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I shall be serious now." Bang! 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 Ultimately, Qin Sheng sent the man sprawling from the woods onto the grass, finishing with a kick that sent him into the lake. Is there anyone else? Qin Sheng called out. I'll come. Another rushed in. Plop. In the end, four individuals found themselves propelled into the lake, and Qin Sheng flashed a grin at Zhou Jia, saying, shall we have a bout as well? Zhou Jia turned and fled, disappearing into Kaiyuan University, even losing a shoe in her haste, fearing that Qin Sheng might be unhinged and toss her into the lake as well. Oh, you thought to ambush me while I was inebriated and toss me into the lake. Now, you can swim with the turtles. Qin Sheng laughed as he stood by the lake, pushing down anyone attempting to climb ashore, before departing with Wang Xian. Old Shun, do you think my recent rapid progress and significant growth in power is normal? That evening, Wang Xian brought Qin Sheng to a hotel, allowing Old Shun to assess him and teach Qin Sheng some appropriate secret techniques, while also inquiring whether his cultivation speed was excessively swift. Old Shun genuinely wanted to give him a good thrashing, wondering if he was deliberately provoking the first of the old earth. My cultivation speed is indeed rapid. Yet, I do not feel my foundation is unstable. On the contrary, it feels remarkably solid, and my base is sufficiently robust. Upon hearing such words, Lao Shan felt a surge of blood racing through his veins, sensing a malicious intent directed at him. Was this merely a display of superiority? Isn't it too fast? Wang Xian inquired. Lao Shan regarded him with a grave expression, sighing deeply. He was tempted to strike him, yet feared that he might not prevail against this young man now. What is the rush? Haven't you heard of the ancient saying about 100 days to establish a foundation? This is merely the standard. Lao Chen retorted with irritation. Wang Xian exhaled, saying, well, now I can rest easy. It's just that I've made remarkable progress over the past couple of months. I believe I can push myself even further. Lao Chen pondered, asking him, are you serious? How much stronger do you wish to become? How much faster? What are you two discussing? Qin Sheng interjected, bewildered. How strong could old Wang possibly be? Even the countenance of the top figure from the old soil appeared somewhat unusual. Old Wang seemed rather formidable. Tomorrow night, there's a banquet. Some tycoons have invited me to dinner. You should join as well to familiarize yourselves with their circle, Lao Chen suggested, directing his gaze at Wang Xian. I'd rather not, Wang Xian replied, wishing to remain low-key, preferring to live comfortably in obscurity rather than under scrutiny and analysis from those individuals. Moreover, he was eager to return to Yuan City swiftly to rescue someone. Go. It will be beneficial. Some matters still require collaboration with them. Their technology is dazzling, and we cannot compete at this moment, Lao Chen lamented. Finally, he spoke in a hushed tone. Once you become acquainted with them, perhaps they will invite us to their homes, allowing us to peruse their studies and admire their collections. You must realize that proximity grants us the opportunity to access those sealed scriptures. That's a valid point. Wang Xian nodded earnestly. Lao Chen chuckled, and in that moment, Wang Xian found him rather unseemly. Yet, that smile was indeed endearing, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Both men felt invigorated in an instant. Isn't there a way to study Lao Zhong's study to see how we might approach it? Wang Xian queried. The difficulty is quite substantial. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Upon careful reflection, there must be a solution, Lao Chen replied. Although Qin Sheng did not fully comprehend, he sensed that the two of them were not quite up to any good. Go, practice your monk's fist. Lao Chen dismissed him to another room. The following evening, atop Yuan Chu Tower, the ambience was resplendent, with exotic crystals polished into chandeliers, casting a dreamlike glow. Several spirit herb trees adorned the hall, laden with blossoms, their fragrant aroma instilling tranquility in all guests. The atmosphere was delightful, with numerous attendees, including not only the scions of tycoons, but also renowned adventurers. Wang Xian spotted a few acquaintances, including Zhou Yun, who was boasting from afar, and Xiao Zhong, whose long legs were elegantly draped in formal attire. As he continued, he noticed someone passing by, causing him to look back in surprise. Old Ling. Wang Xian greeted promptly. Ling Qiming's countenance darkened instantly upon hearing this, as he glanced off into the distance. Soon, Wang Xian also noticed Ling Wei standing far away, in a corner of the banquet hall. Old Ling, another voice called out, as Lao Chen approached, placing a hand on Ling Qiming's shoulder. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed individuals, San Sheng Yuan, Xiao Chenjian, and Mu Yi Santian, for their unwavering support. Chapter 209. The banquet. Ling Qiming found himself in a tumult of emotions. In his youth, despite his fierce demeanor, Wang Xian had always respectfully addressed him as Uncle Ling, exhibiting a demeanor of humility and politeness. However, upon their recent reunion during the new moon, he had taken to calling him Old Ling directly, while Wang Xian had politely explained that this was merely to ease his mind. Ling Qiming could not help but feel a surge of mixed emotions, almost wishing to reprimand him. As he turned his gaze towards Old Chun, his unease only intensified. It was one thing for Wang Xian to address him as Old Ling, but it was quite another to witness Chen Yongjia, who had received numerous condolences for his supposed demise, appear so vibrantly youthful. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Had Old Chen truly defied the passage of time? At merely 30 years of age, he had transformed into a youthful figure with a buzz cut. The exuberance radiating from Old Chun, coupled with his cheerful address of Ling Qiming as Old Ling, left Ling Qiming feeling rather unsettled. The allure of extraordinary vitality was indeed captivating. Wasn't the pursuit of longevity the very aim of many affluent families? Yet here was Chen Yongjia, already traversing that path. Ling Qiming's thoughts swirled, rendering him restless. With a soft sigh, he raised his glass to Old Chun, saying, "Chen Yongjia, in our youthful days, we often navigated the old lands together, building a solid rapport. Who would have thought that 2 or 3 decades later, you would find yourself at this juncture? Chen Xiaofan, the rising star, standing tall against the ravages of time." Old Chun sighed in return, remarking, "In the blink of an eye, our generation has aged. As for your claim of being the foremost, I cannot accept such an accolade. The weight of expectation is immense. No one can maintain a life of unending triumph. Perhaps one day, the myth will decay, and I will merely be a fleeting ripple in this era, soon to be overshadowed by greater waves that may ultimately shatter me to pieces. Years from now, when we reflect upon ourselves, we will be but fallen leaves before the relentless passage of time, though some may linger a moment longer before their descent." 2 individuals in their 50s exchanged such profound words. Wang Xian, feeling it inappropriate to call him Old Ling, silently raised a toast to him and turned to depart. "Old Ling, I must tell you, you may have committed an error," Old Chen remarked, watching Wang Xian's retreating figure. "Do you have something to convey?" Ling Qiming inquired, glancing back at Wang Xian's silhouette. Old Chen nodded, stating, "Considering our shared past, excavating ancient tombs of preaching alchemists, and admiring the beauty of the finest maidens of that era, I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution." Ling Qiming, momentarily lost in reverie, recalled some of their youthful indiscretions, shaking his head as he turned his gaze back to Chen Yongjia. Old Chun, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Wang Xian's future accomplishments will be extraordinary. He will traverse the path of ancient arts far beyond our expectations. As an old friend, this is all I can impart." Ling Qiming's voice lowered. "It is said that he is already a master, surpassing even your prowess in your youth. In a few years, he may very well become Wang Xiaofan. In just a few years, he will exceed your wildest imaginations," Old Chun asserted solemnly, a rare expression of gravity adorning his countenance. Ling Qiming was taken aback, his pupils dilating. He was a perceptive individual, which was why he was considered one of the potential successors within their consortium. "Old Ling, our rapport is strong, and that is why I have shared these thoughts with you. In the future, should you find Wang Xian displeasing, it would suffice to ignore him. However, refrain from any hostile actions or attempts to thwart him. Otherwise, you shall first contend with me, Chen Xiaofan." With that, Old Chun turned and departed. Ling Qiming raised his head and drained his cup. Then, he noticed the young lady from the Zhong family, carrying a weathered tome, approaching Wang Xian, quietly delivering to him a secret scripture. Ling Qiming couldn't help but ponder. Zhong Yun was a formidable individual, and now he had cultivated an extraordinary technique. His body encased in a cicada shell. Once revived, he would likely be unparalleled. What did it signify that Zhong Yun's great-granddaughter presented Wang Xian with scripture? During their time in the secret realm, did Zhong Yun hold him in high regard and perhaps issue instructions? Look at that. His relationship with your father has softened. Having just toasted moments ago. But how did Zhong Qing manage to pass by? Zhou Yun, from a distant corner, spoke up, conversing with Ling Wei. He was unlike his usual self, appearing quite serious as he scrutinized Wang Xian and Zhong Qing, furrowing his brow. Zhou Yun turned to Ling Wei and said, "You two should have a word. I will go fetch Zhong Qing." In the grand hall, several spiritual herb trees radiated colors and exuded delightful fragrances. Exotic stones from distant lands were arranged as a picturesque display, gleaming with brilliance. Moreover, several monstrous specimens, imposing and awe-inspiring, drew crowds of onlookers. Zhongqing, adorned in high heels and a form-fitting evening gown that accentuated her beautiful legs, was indeed a sight to behold. She glided gracefully beneath the crystal chandelier, exuding purity and sweetness, frequently smiling and nodding at those who greeted her. 9 Calamities' profound body. Wang Xian marveled. The Zhong family certainly had their merits, being quite trustworthy. Whether it was Zhongqing's earlier promise to gift him the scripture or old Zhong's exchange of the 9 Calamities' profound body for the earth immortal spring with old Chen, they had ultimately fulfilled their commitments. During their time in the secret realm, old Zhong had been prudent, providing old Chen only half of the 9 Calamities' profound body. Undoubtedly having instructed Zhongqing that upon safely returning to New Star, she could present the complete version. Thank you. Wang Xian accepted it. The 9 Calamities' profound body and the 6-foot golden body would greatly assist him with his stone tablet scripture. Zhongqing remarked. I also privately exchanged scripture for the earth immortal spring with Zhao Zhao, providing her with the 5-color golden pill spirit technique in the secret realm. As per our agreement, upon returning to New Star, I shall give her a top-tier scripture. She suggested I directly offer you what you desire. What kind of secret technique do you seek for the next time? Wang Xian contemplated for a moment before responding. A premier scripture for refining the physical body. Or an exceptionally powerful spiritual method. All right. Zhongqing gazed at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she circled a few steps, seemingly scrutinizing him carefully, and finally whispered, Wang Xian, is Wang Xiao not the same person? She had long harbored suspicions, and today finally inquired. At this juncture, Wang Xian was indifferent. Both his true self and avatar exhibited mastery-level prowess, making the question of exposure inconsequential. However, Wang Xiao did evoke some resentment among those in the field of new techniques. Wang Xian smiled, but remained silent. Nearby, many were observing the scene. Zhongqing's long legs, her exquisite and delicate features, combined with her exceptional status, undoubtedly drew attention. Zhou Yun approached, intending to extend his greetings. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared. Though no longer youthful, he retained a handsome demeanor, now imbued with a mature charm. Uncle Zhao. Both Zhou Yun and Zhongqing greeted him, to which he nodded, indicating his desire to converse with Wang Xian. I am Qing Han's father. The middle-aged man introduced himself, his expression solemn and tinged with concern. Uncle Zhao, Wang Xian addressed him politely but maintained a respectful distance. Since his experience with Comrade Lao Ling, he had grown accustomed to conversing with such individuals. Although he felt a fondness for Zhao Qinghan, his initial impression of her father was positive. He understood that too much closeness could lead to overthinking on their part. It was best to adopt a calm demeanor. I have heard that you saved Qinghan multiple times in the abyss. I am deeply grateful, Zhao Zijuan began, his voice low and serious. Please tell me about Qinghan's current situation. I am quite worried. Wang Xian understood the parental concern. Who would not be anxious knowing their child was entangled in the dangers of the abyss teeming with monsters? He spoke slowly, assuring Zhao Zijuan that Zhao Qinghan appeared to be safe and perhaps even had significant opportunities ahead. Despite the strangeness of being taken by an old fox, it was not entirely incomprehensible, especially with the existence of celestial beings now confirmed. Wang Xian shared the details thoughtfully, omitting certain moments he had shared with Zhao Qinghan to prevent the handsome uncle from becoming a second Lao Ling, a protective father figure. It was best to wait for Zhao Qinghan's return before discussing everything further. In the distance, Ling Qiming observed Zhao Zijuan conversing quietly with Wang Xian, listening intently and occasionally asking serious questions, nodding in acknowledgement. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He had already gleaned a considerable amount of information from his nephew Zhou Yun. Wang Xian and Zhao Qinghan had grown close, enduring life and death trials together and entering the celestial city as companions. He glanced towards his daughter Ling Wei, only to find her turning away slowly, leaving behind just her silhouette. Wang Xian and Zhao Zijuan engaged in conversation for quite some time. Finally, Zhao Zijuan patted Wang Xian on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Wang. If you ever need anything or encounter trouble, do not hesitate to contact me." He handed Wang Xian a silver business card before turning to leave. 3 elderly men and 5 middle-aged individuals conversed animatedly with old Chun, congratulating him on his ascension to the extraordinary realm. Ostensibly, the banquet was organized to honor old Chun. Eventually, they broached a significant topic. Old Chun, as an extraordinary being with formidable strength, are you truly uninterested in the sacred dragon egg we just mentioned? It contains an immense reservoir of life energy that could propel you forward significantly. And the magical holy spring? Drinking from it could transform you into a grand sorcerer. It's a divine elixir. They discussed the planet currently being hunted by Westerners, a rumor that was indeed captivating. Presently, the Western tycoons were in a frenzy, dispatching fleets and sending skilled individuals to acquire the sacred dragon egg and miraculous potions to attain longevity. Upon receiving this news, the elders and influential figures among the Eastern factions could no longer remain idle. Preparations were underway to send their own expeditions. Could Old Chen possibly resist the allure? The presence of dragon eggs and the magical holy spring is indeed shrouded in mystery, igniting his desire to explore, yet he harbors a fear of being left behind. Unable to return. Little Wang, are you old Wang? Zhong Cheng inquired of Wang Xian, his gaze sharp and wide. Whispering, my sister mentioned it. Are you truly old Wang? You still owe me a scripture and half a volume of prose. Wang Xian felt it unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer, since they had surmised it. He might as well acknowledge it candidly. Zhong Cheng was taken aback. Come, allow me to introduce a new friend. His name is Qin Cheng. Quite a serendipitous coincidence with yours. Wang Xian approached Qin Cheng, who was engrossed in conversation with a beautiful woman. Little Wang, come here. Old Chen called out to him and proceeded to share the matters of the sacred dragon egg and the magical holy spring. The 3 elderly gentlemen and 5 middle-aged men displayed a notable reaction. It was clear that Chun Yongjia held this young man in high regard to confide such matters to him, including the 5 middle-aged men. Among them Ling Qiming and Zhao Zijuan. Old Chen spoke. Esteemed guests, Little Wang resembles my younger self, eager to delve into ancient arts. If any of your families possess unique scriptures, you may entrust them to him for practice. His insight is commendable, and I, Old Chen, promise that should he achieve notable progress, he will be generously rewarded. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian comprehended Old Chen's newfound confidence in the extraordinary realm, as he began to take an interest in the literary repositories of various families, marking the first step toward further avenues. Chapter 210. Adapting to the era of coexistence with celestials, could Wang Xian remain indifferent? His longing for the historical texts collected by the New Star Financial Consortium had lingered for ages, yet he had never found an opportunity to engage with them. Now, aboard a spaceship, they could capture exotic energy materials in outer space to assist the consortium leader in rejuvenating his body, thereby earning their trust. Seizing this opportunity, Old Chen subtly stirred the spiritual realm and communicated telepathically. Wang Xian couldn't help but sigh. Old Chen's boldness was evident as he discussed matters openly in front of several individuals. I find this feasible. It presents a commendable approach, Wang Xian concurred, recognizing that the consortium's pursuit was longevity. Both he and Old Chen possessed the means to achieve it. Certain extraordinary substances were conducive to health, such as the mysterious elements found in the inner realms. However, others were less benign. For instance, X substances could severely damage the physical form of those pursuing new techniques, leading to various ailments. Additionally, there was N substance, collected from an alien planet, which could counteract the effects of X substances and had previously been utilized on the new moon to combat the celestials. Thus far, the technological foundation of the new star could not isolate various energy elements. It could only extract and compress air from a particular planet en masse. All energy elements were formless and intangible, seemingly devoid of physical properties, yet practitioners were able to perceive them. I have come to understand that the methods employed in the new techniques for prolonging life are exceedingly brutal, deriving vitality from one individual to bestow upon another. Old Chen's expression turned grave. The methods of the new techniques were excessively cruel, as extending life meant that the higher echelons of the new techniques were siphoning the life force of others. Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Wang Xian's eyes. Their paths diverged sharply, and he found this approach to be insidiously ruthless, deeming it necessary to eradicate such practices. It is indeed troubling that innocent individuals are compelled to bear the consequences. If these individuals are not eradicated, there could be significant turmoil in the future. Wang Xian is also engaged in communication within the realm of the mind. Old Chen nodded, affirming that fortunately, only the high echelons of the new technique domain possess such esoteric knowledge, which remains a closely guarded secret, undisclosed to the public. This extraordinary technique is of paramount importance to those individuals. It is fundamentally what sustains their existence. They can extend the lifespans of financial conglomerates for several years, thus gaining prominence and favor from the heads of these major financial entities, thereby acquiring vast resources, leading to the rapid advancement of new techniques over the years. Wang Xian inquired about the celestial expanse where new techniques were discovered, eager to understand its circumstances, as his knowledge of new techniques was still quite limited. In contrast, Old Chun, after collaborating with relevant departments, had uncovered numerous astonishing secrets. In the other world, a celestial expanse connected by wormholes may possibly be a parallel universe or perhaps a corner of our vast universe yet to be explored. Old Chun revealed that the planet in question was quite extraordinary, shrouded in thick fog, and all new techniques were excavated from there. According to declassified documents from relevant departments, it resembled a failed experimental ground, leaving behind a plethora of new techniques. Old Chun harbored serious doubts, suspecting that an advanced civilization may have foreseen the impending cataclysm and was engaged in self-correction through experimentation with various new techniques, all for the sake of survival. Wang Xian gasped in astonishment. It was profoundly mysterious and terrifying that in a corner of the universe unknown to anyone, there were individuals conducting experiments, preparing, only to ultimately fail. He speculated, could it be the immortals? Through the veil, perhaps they communicated with a certain advanced civilization, providing some theories for their experimentation. Old Chin countered that it need not necessarily be the immortals. It could also pertain to divine beings within the Western paradigm or other enigmatic races in the universe. However, Old Chin also felt that those individuals possessed some understanding of the old techniques, with significant traces observable in the new techniques. Nonetheless, the documents from the relevant departments specifically noted that most of the skeletal remains discovered there appeared to belong to superspecies. Individuals within the new technique domain referred to that planet as the superstar or divine star, corresponding with their designation of new techniques as super techniques or divine techniques. A superstar universe, indeed, it would be an opportunity worth exploring, Wang Xian remarked. Old Chin's tone grew solemn as he advised against venturing there lightly. Believing that certain secrets remained undisclosed by the new technique domain, which was currently under the control of them and several financial conglomerates. Wang Xian was taken aback, questioning whether Olacia was truly the foremost authority in new techniques. Were there more formidable practitioners of new techniques on that superstar? Considering they had been operating for 2 to 3 decades? What if some powerful figures had been hiding there all along? Old Chun was visibly affected. In fact, he had harbored similar suspicions. Given that the location was conducive to the cultivation of new techniques, it was plausible that someone had been lurking in the other world for years, cleverly deceiving the collaborating financial conglomerates while remaining hidden on the superstar. Olacia might not be the only extraordinary being in the realm of new techniques. This implied that we must exercise caution, lest we fall victim to a treacherous plot and be abruptly annihilated. Old Chin's internal alarm was triggered, and he dared not be careless. He and Wang Xian had just been strategizing to carry out a decisive purge against the senior practitioners of the old arts, aiming to eradicate the brutal foreign techniques. However, caution was now imperative, as the two communicated discreetly within the mental realm. Old Chun engaged jovially in conversation with prominent figures from the financial elite. Secrets of longevity within the realm of ancient practices were gradually being unearthed. Indeed, Old Chin's words captivated the attention of the 3 elderly gentlemen, their eyes sparkling with interest. Their primary fascination lay in the pursuit of extended life. In this era, the ultimate aspiration of financial magnates was immortality. Old Chin remarked with a smile, I am better suited for combat. The ancient methods of health preservation were unearthed by young Wang, whose research on human longevity surpasses my own. An elderly gentleman kindly interjected, Young Wang, if you require anything, do not hesitate to speak up. Wang Xian humbly replied, I have perused numerous ancient texts and have merely begun to grasp some insights. There is still much to refine. Old Chin added, Young Wang has discovered certain ancient methods that, with the right investment, could likely extend one's life. While some displayed humility, others felt compelled to be more vocal. Otherwise, these individuals might mistakenly believe that the old arts merely offered trivial health techniques. The attendees were visibly moved. Even Ling Qiming's eyes sparkled as he regarded Wang Xian, yearning to extend his own years and perhaps reclaim his youth. At this level, health preservation was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would not have sought the exorbitant mountain conch in the moon's glorious palace. Younger Wang, I shall gift you some texts on health preservation for your reference. One elder suggested. Why not establish a health sanctuary? The three elders eagerly proposed, eager to personally experience the life-preserving techniques of the ancient arts. Wang Xian remained modest. It was naive to think he would simply extend their lives for free. Both Wang Xian and Old Chun maintained their composure, for confidence breeds calmness and garners respect. Subsequently, Wang Xian and Old Chun engaged in a private discussion within the mental realm. The new star not only has battleships looming above us, capable of annihilating Earth immortals and slaying extraordinary beings, but it may also harbor formidable figures from the realm of new techniques. We must remain vigilant, Old Chun reflected. Wang Xian's expression turned serious as he inquired, do you think it possible that celestial beings might have returned prematurely? He could not help but ponder deeply. Given the dire price the white peacock had paid, if it could return ahead of time, there might be a second or even third instance. A sense of foreboding washed over Old Chun. His body tensed as he contemplated the horrifying implications, sending shivers down his spine. We must stay alert, he sighed. Then he turned to Wang Xian, noting, this lad has yet to reveal his true potential. He is merely a master. Should celestial beings manifest in this world, they would likely first target extraordinary practitioners. Thus, Old Chun cautioned, you must remain discreet. Do not become complacent. Wang Xian pondered this. Even upon achieving extraordinary status, one must not let their guard down in the face of the new star. Should celestial beings integrate into the modern world, wielding advanced technological means, and perhaps even residing among the financial elite, it would be truly terrifying. Not only would female practitioners take this step, but it was likely that other true immortals were also blending into this era, striving to learn and assimilate everything around them. I cannot shake the feeling that the new star has transformed into a genuine theater of horror, and all of this may indeed be unfolding. Old Chun feels a chill creeping over him. Thus, we might have to gradually acclimate ourselves to an era where true immortals coexist alongside us. In the coming 3 years, it is conceivable that among us could be Zhang Daoling, Lu Dongbin, the goddess Chang'e, Chen Tuan, or the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden, though we may not recognize them at first glance. Upon uttering such words, even Wang Xian was taken aback, for there exists a significant probability that this could become reality. The most exceptional immortals should survive, a select few returning, and it is possible that some may already be clandestinely crossing over. The red-clad female demon is undoubtedly engaged in this very act, poised to reveal herself at any moment. What a terrifying age this is. Old Chun feels somewhat dazed. Upon deep reflection, the present world evokes a profound sense of dread, as legendary figures may be living among us. What manner of individuals are they? They are the most formidable characters throughout history, not only possessing immense power, but also unparalleled cunning, for otherwise, they would not have endured to this day. Any true immortal who descends into the mortal realm will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary, challenging to contend with. Has the era of learning to coexist with these immortal beings truly arrived? Old Chun murmurs, hoping that after 3 years, the world will rectify itself, relegating the immortals back to the realm of mortals. I find myself longing for the old world, he muses. Yet he also recalls that the old world likely harbors even more bizarre entities than the true immortals of the new star, as it is steeped in various myths and legends. Wang Xian remarks, there is no need to frighten ourselves. I suspect they would still prefer hidden realms or blessed lands. After all, these places are rich in extraordinary substances, and should they truly return to the new star and the old world, the depletion of these extraordinary materials could be detrimental. Upon risking their lives to return, without the timely replenishment of mystical elements, they may find themselves unable to endure. He and Old Chun analyzed together, positing that the returning immortals would experience a considerable decline in power, perhaps not capable of overpowering extraordinary beings such as themselves. The two engage in hushed discourse, contemplating various scenarios and how to respond. There is also no need to frighten ourselves. If they truly had the power to control everything, there would be no need for subterfuge. Old Chun steadies his nerves. Wang Xian inquires, do you remember the elegant and ethereal man I released from the inner realm? Indeed. Old Chun nods earnestly. At that time, Wang Xian had encountered the female sword immortal, released the white tiger, and brought forth the red-clad female demon. Additionally, there was a man who, upon the opening of the inner realm, raised a toast to Wang Xian and Old Chun, smiled gently, and then soared away. In retrospect, that smile was both carefree and profoundly significant. Wang Xian continues, as long as we remain grounded and do not assume that we are invincible in individual combat aside from the warships, the situation should not become overly dire. Old Chen nods, stating, yes, let us proceed with caution. One day we might encounter an individual who could very well be the true embodiment of Shakyamuni. Indeed, one day, the old Zhang I often speak of might move in next door to me. It is entirely possible that one day, the nine heavens' mysterious maiden might cross paths with us in this very city. Wang Xian ponders the potential scenarios, feeling both anticipation and dread. For those illustrious figures from history, the renowned immortals, remain enigmatic in their true nature. Whether they embody good or evil in the mortal realm is far from clear. The chapter tonight should not be too late. I must not succumb to the cycle of darkness once more. After dinner, I shall immediately commence my writing. Chapter 211, Out-of-Body Experience. The two engaged in extensive conversation, yet preparations must be made, and various contingency plans thoroughly contemplated. As for the conglomerate seeking to enlist Old Chun in the theft of dragon eggs, and the exploration of the wizarding universe, both Old Chun and Wang Xian believe that a decisive refusal at this stage is prudent. Their reckless pursuit may lead to peril, perhaps even the loss of their lives, without any guarantee of reward. Hence, it is unnecessary to court danger. The conglomerates are known for their ruthlessness, and their demands are difficult to fulfill. Any visible benefits will not be shared freely with others. Wang Xian proposed, should we consider preemptively triggering some danger points? There is an unsettling feeling that we are in the open while being observed from the shadows. If someone intends to target us, they have likely already devised a plan. Old Chen responded, contemplating the situation. If I were in their shoes, how would I proceed? Would it be a blitzkrieg, a decisive strike, or a long-term strategy? Lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike? He pondered deeply before turning his gaze towards Wang Xian. How about you serve as bait? Old Chen, your professional habits and old tendencies have resurfaced. Wang Xian shot him a disapproving look. Old Chun had a profound discussion with three elderly gentlemen, as the gathering was ostensibly held in his honor, celebrating his ascension to the extraordinary. Zhou Yun approached, gently swirling his wine glass, releasing a fragrant aroma, and clinked glasses with Wang Xian. Have you spoken with Ling Wei? I was preoccupied with inquiries earlier and missed my chance. She has already departed. Wang Xian took a sip of the amber liquid, his eyes deep and contemplative, gazing out at the cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The Magic Sky building stood tall, flanked by exotic flora from deep space, their leaves shimmering with vibrant colors in the night. Hovering vehicles flowed continuously, weaving a tapestry of light. Zhou Yun paused, surprised. I just stepped out to accompany a female companion. I did not anticipate that you two had not met or communicated. He promptly dialed Ling Wei's number, inquiring about her whereabouts. She is on the rooftop admiring the night view, perhaps gazing upon the same scene as you. Zhou Yun's demeanor shifted. His usual smile was replaced with an unusual seriousness. Let us go outside for some fresh air and take a look at the rooftop view. Zhou Yun stepped out, glancing back at Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and followed him away from the bustling crystal-lit hall. Zhou Yun led him to the rooftop, only to find it surprisingly empty save for a few small spacecraft. Ling Wei was nowhere in sight. They approached the railing, where the space felt more expansive. Zhou Yun furrowed his brow and dialed her number once more, stating, Wei Wei, where are you? He ended the call and gazed into the distance. Sioux City was beautiful. The night deepening. Not far off was a lake, adorned with a light show, where waves surged and mist parted like a curtain, revealing a fantastical scene illuminated by lights. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yun sighed softly. She was unwell and returned early. Wang Xian nodded, resting his hands on the railing, surveying the landscape beyond Sioux City. His eyes drifting towards the horizon, where the silhouettes of distant mountains could be faintly discerned. Old Wang, you have truly led me into a predicament. Zhongcheng arrived, exclaiming that he was a fraud, but upon seeing Zhou Yun, he quickly fell silent. I still need half of the scripture. Hurry and bring it to me. Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, then disregarded Zhongcheng, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the nightscape. Before long, he discerned something unusual. Even in the dark, he could clearly perceive the silhouettes of the mountains, majestic and shrouded in mist. What place is that? He mused, noting the dense fog. Hamu Mountain. Zhou Yun informed him, explaining that its high altitude and perpetual chill rendered it one of the more renowned attractions near Sioux City. Wang Xian felt a stirring within him, his spirit momentarily transcending the mundane. This was his first experience of such a phenomenon since entering the extraordinary realm. What is that? He marveled, crossing over the neon-lit cityscape while gazing towards the distant Hanwu Mountain. The dark mountain shadows writhed with white mist, an ephemeral green halo flickering, and he could faintly make out some figures moving. Suddenly, he spotted several enormous birds taking flight, their wings beating with such force that they obscured the moon above. His spirit instantly returned to his corporeal form, his heart racing, utterly captivated. Is this new star? Who claimed that nothing existed here, that ancient traces could not be found? Such assertions were undoubtedly deceitful, a deliberate attempt to mislead the public. Within his body, he summoned the most potent scripture, his spiritual domain materializing as beams of piercing light emanated from his eyes, once more fixing upon Hanwu Mountain. However, apart from the mist, everything appeared normal. There was nothing else to be seen. Only through an out-of-body experience could one perceive the truth. Wang Xian's expression grew grave. Could it be that only those with spiritual insight could witness all of this? In the realm of the departed, he had glimpsed the eerie spirits. But what were those just moments ago? Chun Tuan had recounted gruesome ghost stories in his scriptures. Could it be of that ilk? Regardless of what it was, New Star was undeniably extraordinary, possessing an extraordinary past. Wang Xian inhaled deeply, once again transcending his physical form. Though a sense of trepidation washed over him, he yearned to uncover the truth. What manner of situation lay there? The world around him was engulfed in darkness, with a verdant moon suspended in the sky, radiating a chilling, eerie glow. Then, it blinked, sending shivers down Wang Xian's spine. It was the eye of a colossal black bird, glancing in his direction. Moments later, a shadow as vast as a storm cloud swept past, the astonishing creature vanishing into Hanwu Mountain, and the moon reappeared above. On the mountain, thick fog billowed, and within the green halo, there seemed to be a settlement, with indistinct creatures moving about, and there were not a few. What in the world was that place? Upon returning to his senses, Wang Xian felt a slight stiffness in his body. He couldn't help but ponder the implications. The brilliance of New Star technology illuminated the depths of space, yet this land harbored such anomalies, as if a realm of spirits brushed against the fabric of reality, sending chills down his spine. This world was becoming increasingly enigmatic, instilling a sense of caution within him. The celestial beings would return, and on the fringes of the real world, something lurked. New Star was far from the pristine utopia he had envisioned, concealing immense secrets. Lost in thought, he noticed several figures surrounding him, all young individuals. Xiaozhong, pour me a glass of wine. As Wang Xian regained his composure, he discovered that Zhong Qing was not far away, gracefully stirring her glistening wine glass, prompting him to exclaim. Qin Sheng and the others had also arrived. Zhong Qing shot him a glare, astonished that he would address her so publicly. Old Wang, why is there sweat on your forehead? Qin Sheng quickly inquired, diverting the topic. What is going on? Zhou Yun asked. Nothing, Wang Xian replied, wary of losing his focus. The cold mist mountain was exceedingly peculiar, and even the entire New Star seemed to harbor anomalies. He accepted a glass of wine from Qin Sheng, and after sipping it, he felt a sense of calm wash over him and asked, has anything extraordinary ever been unearthed from the New Star? It shouldn't have. Zhou Yun shook his head. There are indeed remnants, but they are minimal, Zhong Qing interjected. Wang Xian probed further, but regrettably, Zhong Qing's knowledge was limited, as she had only heard a few things from old Zhong. He gazed at Cold Mist Mountain for an extended period before finally departing the rooftop and returning to the brilliantly illuminated hall. On this night, discussions of the extraordinary were also taking place elsewhere, with mentions of Old Chun and Wang Xian. Among the martial artists, someone has truly made a name for himself. Stepping into the realm of the extraordinary before our Qin family even ventured into that domain, remarked a middle-aged man, visibly displeased. Our family has developed the Moonlight Bodhisattva, and the Sun Bodhisattva has reached a critical juncture, yet we remain ensnared beneath the extraordinary. No matter how many experiments we conduct, they all fail. My son perished on the new moon, where numerous martial artists were present, yet none dared to enter the moon pit to retrieve him. What use is strength if it cannot be harnessed? Such unstable factors must be eradicated at once. The middle-aged man, Qin Hong, had previously stirred considerable turmoil on the new moon, bombarding the celestial immortals with battleships. Of course, deeper reasons lay behind this, not solely his decision. Certain conglomerates also harbored similar intentions, eager to probe the strength of the celestial immortals and ascertain their capacity for resistance. If only we could obtain Zhou Yun's extraordinary blood, delivering it to the laboratory for analysis would undoubtedly lead our Qin family's son Bodhisattva to fruition. Qin Hong paced restlessly, cursing, "These martial artists are less useful than a trained dog. Just throw a bone, and they wag their tails. Do they intend to elevate their practice? They resist control. What good are they? A bunch of old fools, too indecisive. They should strike directly without hesitation." He continued pacing. "We could find someone to eliminate him ourselves. Studying his remains would be perfect for refining the son Bodhisattva." One of his shadowy bodyguards spoke up. "What nonsense are you suggesting?" Qin Hong shot him a cold glance, retorting, "On the cusp of danger, you want me to handle it myself? Without the approval of the old men, my resources are limited. Even launching a battleship requires permission. If he becomes extraordinary, I must fear assassination from him. To confront him without unconventional weaponry likely wouldn't suffice." He glared fiercely at the shadowy bodyguard, asserting, "From now on, be more mindful and refrain from speaking indiscriminately." "Understood." The shadowy bodyguard bowed his head. "Today, someone should be reaching out to us regarding the purchase of microrobots, correct?" Qin Hong inquired. "We were contacted yesterday, and they have urged us twice today," the shadowy bodyguard informed him. "Ah, those individuals just returned from the hidden realm yesterday and couldn't contain their eagerness. I know who they are. Let us sell to them and enjoy the spectacle." Then, Qin Hong sneered, instructing the laboratory personnel to behave themselves and refrain from bothering Qin Yongjia, warning them not to stir up trouble. In due time, extraordinary blood would be acquired through underground channels. There would always be someone unable to resist making a move. The following day, Wang Xian set off for Yuan City. Most of the eastern populace resided in central continent. Su City lay in the central region, while Yuan City was the westernmost city. Wang Xian boarded a spacecraft and, in merely an hour, arrived in Yuan City. When he first arrived on the new star, he had lived in Yuan City, where he encountered a pitiable little girl afflicted with the 5 declines of heaven. Having met her several times, he found her heart-wrenching, despite her own impending demise. She consoled her mother, suggesting that after her passing, her mother should bear another child. Unbeknownst to her, her father had already passed away months prior. Listening to her innocent words had deeply moved Wang Xian. At that moment, he resolved that should he have the capacity to help, he would make the attempt. Through Zhao Qinghan, he learned that those suffering from this affliction currently had no remedy, with patients from the prominent financial families relying on palliation sourced from the secret realm. On this occasion, he had gathered some of this remedy, which was not a miraculous elixir, but could temporarily suppress the 5 declines of heaven. In the familiar neighborhood, he recalled some vague faces, yet he did not find Lele or her mother. Ringing the doorbell yielded no response. "Have you heard about Lele? That family is so unfortunate. She fell gravely ill half a month ago and was admitted to intensive care, likely having passed away. Her mother returned only once, utterly distraught and weeping inconsolably. And then she left, never to return. It was truly heart-wrenching. That family was deeply unfortunate." Wang Xian left the community and canceled his residence there. He sighed heavily, never anticipating such a conclusion. Had the little girl truly perished? He could not bear the sight of the weak suffering too greatly. He had ventured into the secret realm to gather some palliative medicine, intending to lend a hand, but alas, it was too late. Wang Xian shook his head. Life was often filled with dissatisfaction, yet he felt that family's plight was particularly tragic. He recalled the little girl sitting alone on a bench, cradling a snow-white kitten, speaking to herself. After her death, she wished to be buried by the banks of the Zhou River, for she had made a pact with her mother that every year, during the migration of the starlit fish, her parents would visit her. In truth, I long to see them every day. I do not wish to be separated from them. Yet, fearing their sorrow, I made a pact with my mother that they would visit me once a year during this time." When she spoke these words, tears adorned her cheeks, as she implored the kitten to remind her mother that even with a new sibling, she should not completely forget her, and that they should visit her once a year. Wang Xian remembered the glimmer of hope in her eyes as she chatted with him, wishing for him to visit Zhou River to see the starlit fish annually. That day, as he bid her farewell, he walked far away, but she remained, holding her kitten, gazing after him, reluctant to withdraw her gaze. "I will come to see you." Wang Xian arrived at the banks of the Zhou River outside Yuan City. Letting out one final sigh, he was not an immortal, powerless to effect any change. Half an hour later, within the woods by the banks of the Zhou River, several robots appeared and inquired, "Are you Mr. Wang? Our employer wishes to have a word with you." "I am not in the mood to meet," he replied curtly. "Nevertheless, it would be wise to comply. Our self-destruct mechanism can reduce this place to rubble. Even a grandmaster would find it exceedingly difficult to escape." One of the robots stated calmly, "Are you attempting to kidnap me?" Wang Xin queried. "You may interpret it that way." One robot nodded in affirmation. "Thank you, Red Umbrella, White Handle, for your support." It was not too late, yet neither was it as early as one might have hoped. Further adjustments would continue tomorrow. Chapter 212. The desire to hunt the extraordinary little Lele had succumbed to death. Her pitiful, tear-streaked visage seemed to flicker before Wang Xian's eyes, darkening his mood. Now, the audacity of others sought to abduct him. What faction is this, capable of obliterating a grandmaster? You have several robots. Perhaps you should keep your distance and allow one or two to self-destruct. Do you truly possess such formidable power? Emotionless, the robot replied in a chilling tone, "Human, you trample upon my dignity. I am an intelligent automaton, not an outdated relic from a century past. I will not permit you to insult my essence." It then displayed a three-dimensional projection, instantly enveloping the surrounding area in light, igniting the ground, which collapsed into molten rock. "Do you see? This is a simulated outcome. Even a grandmaster would meet their demise. Should you insist on opposing the great mechanical race, I shall enact the 8th protocol, eliminating all physical traces of your humanity." Wang Xian momentarily drifted into thought. Upon his arrival in New Star, he had encountered a short-haired, sprightly guide in Yuan City. Their conversation flowed naturally until he discovered she was Zhao's 1025. Now, reflecting on the intelligence of the robots in New Star, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he conceded, his mood soured by the news of the little girl's death, compounded by the audacity of those targeting him. He was determined to uncover who dared to extend their reach so far, prepared to retaliate. "We are pleased to assist you. We officially inform you that you are now our captive. Please cooperate," they stated. Wang Xian, initially grim-faced and intent on confronting their leader, found himself torn between anger and resignation upon hearing their words. "I am somewhat fatigued. Procure a vehicle to transport me. As a captive, you are entitled to make certain requests, which we can accommodate." The 5 robots whirred and transformed, forming a metal-bodied off-road vehicle. Wang Xian silently entered the vehicle, gazing out at the Zhou River, momentarily lost in thought. The off-road vehicle sped along the riverbank, heading swiftly towards the misty highlands west of Yuan City, an area untouched by civilization. As the sun set, they had yet to reach their destination. The season of the starry fish migration was nearing its end. Amidst the night, scattered fish leapt into the air, resembling lanterns set free, emitting a gentle glow. Wang Xian observed in silence, recognizing that while he could harden his heart like iron in battle, thoughts of the weak and vulnerable would tenderize it once more. Ultimately, he was too late to save the child. The starry fish emitted a hazy glow, seemingly illuminating the fragile yet pure face of the child, who, in tears, endeavored to smile. "How long until dinner?" Wang Xian inquired impatiently. "We have arrived," replied the mechanical all-terrain vehicle as they plunged into the dense forest, becoming increasingly jostled until the metal wheels beneath transformed into claw-like appendages, racing across the mountainous terrain. The Cloud and Mist Plateau, the largest uninhabited region of Central Continent, spans over 9 million square kilometers. When Wang Xian initially sought hidden grounds, he inadvertently wandered into this place, living as a savage for over 10 days. In this primeval forest, numerous secret bases are scattered about, affiliated with conglomerates and related organizations, featuring various brutal and cold-blooded training camps. After a brief interval, they reached their destination. A seemingly ordinary mountain wall split open to reveal a pitch-black portal, into which the mechanical vehicle swiftly entered. As they crossed the threshold, the wall sealed shut behind them, plunging them into darkness, but soon lights flickered to life within the passage ahead. Wang Xian immediately realized that this was not a benevolent place. Along the way, he glimpsed several corpses casually discarded, a grim array of bones, some hung upon the walls, others submerged in experimental vessels. Was this a human experimentation base? A cold glint flickered in Wang Xian's eyes, murderous intent surfacing. The underground facility was expansive, with numerous failed experimental subjects lining the path. Were they intended to intimidate newcomers or simply neglected? Honorable Master Wang, Welcome to training camp number 11, intoned a mechanical voice. During the journey, Wang Xian observed armed individuals engaged in deadly combat with cold weapons. There was also a shooting range underground, where nimble figures clad in black were firing and engaging in confrontations, some even executing live shots against competitors. Wang Xian's heart stirred. This place conducted cruel live experiments and housed a merciless training camp. He had indeed stumbled upon a perilous stronghold. In an open area, he spotted several small spacecraft, poised to launch into battle at any moment. What organization are you? Wang Xian queried. We apologize, but we lack the authority to disclose that information, came the cold, mechanical response. After traveling a considerable distance underground, the vehicle came to a halt, undergoing multiple scans, scrutinized again and again, nearing a critical zone. They passed through 10 heavy metal doors, constructed of a special alloy that even firearms would struggle to breach. Wang Xian's gaze was frigid. It seemed that to eliminate a significant figure tonight, he would need to obliterate this vast base. Regardless of the organization, the destruction of a well-equipped facility built at great expense would surely be a devastating blow. After navigating through layers of metal doors, they entered an area brimming with technological sophistication, having arrived at the most vital core zone. Wishing you a pleasant evening, the mechanical all-terrain vehicle transformed into a robot, leaving metallic shackles on Wang Xian's arms and legs, restraining him. A friendly reminder, please do not struggle. These alloy shackles cannot be broken, even by 10 grandmasters working in unison. Soon, 4 silver-white automatons emerged ahead, embodying a pinnacle of advanced intelligence, towering over 6 meters in height and capable of downing small spacecraft. As elite entities among intelligent machines, their construction costs were exorbitantly high, utilizing cutting-edge materials and energy systems. The mere presence of a single unit of this model on the battlefield would be overwhelmingly dominant, serving as the archetype for future deep space warriors. How fortuitous that our encounter has proceeded so smoothly. Master Wang has demonstrated commendable prudence by refraining from futile resistance, thereby sparing us both unnecessary trouble. A robust man in his 30s smiled, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he sat calmly behind a metallic table, observing Wang Xian with measured composure. Who are you? Wang Xian inquired. Oh, we might as well be considered old acquaintances, the middle-aged man replied with a grin. We are from the Grey Blood Organization. Previously, we dispatched some individuals from our branch on Old Earth to seek an audience with Mr. Wang, only to be met with rejection and the unfortunate demise of several of our members, an encounter that proved rather unpleasant. Rising to his full height of nearly 2 meters, the man exuded an aura of strength. Though he smiled, a chill lingered in his gaze. Wang Xian's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent rising within him as he recognized these individuals as true adversaries. His sentiments towards this organization were far from favorable. He harbored a desire to eradicate them entirely. During his time on Old Earth, he had faced numerous dangers, all orchestrated by this very organization, which had made repeated assassination attempts against him. Now, they dared to come for him again, resorting to abduction, an escalation that was intolerable. Who funded your actions this time? Was it Xiaosong? Wang Xian asked coldly. The middle-aged man chuckled, opting not to answer the question. Leaning over the metallic surface, he looked down at Wang Xian. Though you hold the title of master, what significance does that hold? If our advanced automatons were permitted to operate on New Star, your existence would have long been extinguished. Your head would have been claimed by now. Wang Xian regarded him with indifference. Was this mere bravado? They had come to abduct him, yet he was being reminded of past grievances, as if he were a captive being toyed with. Your unwillingness to accept this fate is understandable. After all, you are a master, an extraordinary figure who has honed ancient techniques to reach such heights at a young age. Truly a dazzling presence straddling both New Star and Old Earth. Alas, times have changed. Deploying advanced automatons on New Star, should a direct confrontation arise, even a master could face brutal slaughter. Zheng Hui, the middle-aged man, spoke with a cruel smile gracing his lips, delivering a merciless blow and derision that fully encapsulated the arrogance of a victor. Wang Xian remained unperturbed, ignoring his taunts, devoid of any fury. Instead, his thoughts were consumed with devising a plan to strike a decisive blow against the Grey Blood Organization to eliminate several key figures. The Grey Blood Organization wielded immense power on New Star, functioning as a formidable giant within the underworld, far surpassing their influence on Old Earth. They possessed their own mercenary corps and training camps for assassins, with whispers suggesting that a major financial conglomerate might be lurking in the shadows, their strength unfathomable. You discreetly messaged old Chun while in the vehicle, did you not? Ah, as anticipated, we were merely awaiting your contact with him, he said, casting a condescending gaze upon Wang Xian as a smile began to spread across his face. In truth, Master Wang, do not overestimate yourself. You truly amount to very little. In this instance, we find little concern for you. Our true quarry is Chun Yongjia. As he spoke these words, a genuine and unrestrained laughter escaped him for the first time. Wang Xian's countenance remained impassive. The other party was fully aware that old Chun was an extraordinary individual. Yet they still sought to hunt him down. It seemed that the net they had cast was vast and formidable, with a lethal potency that would inevitably stir a significant commotion. Wang Xian chose not to engage with him, for his mental domain had already discerned that this was not the true essence of his opponent. It bore no flesh, merely a mechanical construct, a shadowy entity. This underground base may appear extensive, but it has been meticulously prepared as a battleground for Chun Yongjia's arrival, since its existence has already been compromised, and other rival organizations are aware of it. We have resolved to abandon it, leaving it to serve as a grave for Chun Yongjia. Huh? The middle-aged man bellowed with laughter. Wang Xian allocated a portion of his mental energy to explore the surroundings. It was imperative to set an example through decisive action. He intended not only to eliminate the middle-aged man, but also to target the higher echelons of the Grey Blood organization. Should this formidable force, comparable to a financial conglomerate, be shaken, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval, instilling fear in the related factions of the new star. I know you are quite confident in Chun Yongjia. However, you may be unaware of the profound depths of New Star. Even in singular confrontations, extraordinary beings are not beyond the reach of death. For instance, what is our ultimate goal concerning the Grey Blood organization's apex? Ascendance to divinity, the Grey Blood deity. Today, old Chun shall become the material upon which we experiment. Eagerly awaiting his arrival to willingly step into our laboratory. Time is of the essence. He is unlikely to keep us waiting for long. The curtain is about to rise. Very well, let me witness how the Grey Blood organization intends to eliminate old Chun. I eagerly anticipate the commencement of this grand spectacle. Wang Xian retracted his outwardly projected mental energy, his gaze sparkling with anticipation. He was indeed curious to discover what methods they possessed beyond the exceedingly formidable weaponry of science, and whether the new star harbored any so-called deities. Chapter 213. The first extraordinary battle of New Star concludes in a hasty manner. We shall soon see. There is no need for haste. I am truly looking forward to it. Many have privately contacted us, eager to procure Chun Yongjia's extraordinary flesh for research purposes. We stand to gain a handsome profit this time. The middle-aged man, Zheng Hui, smiled with remarkable composure, seemingly awaiting old Chun's arrival for a grand feast to commence. Although merely a mechanical replica, it bore a striking resemblance to a human being, serving as Zheng Hui's duplicate while his true self monitored and controlled everything through surveillance screens. Wang Xian inquired, "You kidnapped me solely to lure old Chun here? Do you perceive me, a master, as so inconsequential? Regrettably, a master holds little significance here. It is not difficult to eliminate you on New Star's soil. Today, you are merely a sideshow. The main course is Chun Yongjia," Zheng Hui replied with an open gesture. Wang Xian assessed the situation, contemplating the potential costs of deploying technological weaponry as dense as a forest of steel to encircle the extraordinary being. "Let us depart. We shall proceed to welcome him upon his arrival." Zheng Hui instructed the few remaining personnel at the underground base to evacuate immediately. Subsequently, he commanded 4 advanced mechanical beings to transform and assemble into an aircraft, securing Wang Xian within, while he himself took the main control position. We shall remain outside to witness a magnificent display, reveling in the extraordinary being's desperate struggle. Our anticipation knows no bounds. He left Wang Xian's mobile phone at the base. Subsequently, they emerged from the underground into the open air, where an aircraft composed of advanced robots descended upon a mountain peak, casting its gaze over the base. An hour later, a silver spaceship arrived, bearing the presence of old Chun, hovering above the forest. Old Chun had formidable connections, managing to summon a spaceship. Accompanying him was an elderly man, primarily because Chun Yongjia was fearful of death. Without the presence of significant members from any wealthy conglomerate, he dared not traverse the skies alone. From a considerable height, Old Shun leaped directly downwards. This base is deserted. They will likely await your entrance to unleash a scientific and military onslaught. Wang Xian projected his thoughts towards Old Shun, his mind resonating with intense energy amidst the forest. Why must you summon me? Can't you handle this yourself? Old Shun replied with discontent. I am a master. It is not fitting for me to engage directly. You are an extraordinary being, yet still enjoy fishing. Everything is progressing in the direction you anticipate. I sense today will yield a substantial catch, with great rewards to follow. Wang Xian informed him that he was capturing the mental signals of those present, uncovering another significant base of the Grey Blood organization hundreds of miles away, with plans to eradicate them entirely. Old Shun contacted the distant silver spaceship, requesting assistance to mask the forest and disrupt any connections with the outside world, as he wished to keep the extraordinary battle concealed. In an instant, he darted into the underground base, only to vanish silently moments later, enveloped in a mysterious substance, isolating himself with extraordinary energy as he melded into the depths of the forest. A strong pulse interference? They want to let us observe it. What a pity. Zheng Hui lamented as everything on the screen faded away. After a brief pause, he softly commanded, It's time, detonate. Boom. In the distance, an immense beam of energy struck the forest, obliterating the underground base in a cataclysmic explosion. It was no longer merely a large explosion. It resembled a volcanic eruption, with various energy bombs detonating simultaneously. Experts had analyzed that extraordinary beings were terrifying, likely leaving behind some remnants of flesh. Unfortunately, it was a waste that they could not place his entire body on the experimental table. Zheng Hui sighed in regret. He gazed intently at the billowing smoke and the shattered peak of the base, instructing, Clear the battlefield, collect the extraordinary flesh, if he is not dead. Deliver the final blow. Beside him, 3 silver mechanical beings left behind afterimages, producing sonic booms as they dove down from the mountaintop. Wang Xian was moved. The power source of these advanced robots was indeed formidable, capable of dispatching grand masters with ease, soaring elegantly through the air. Old Shun, disheveled, his clothes tattered and drenched in blood, his own doing, smeared with beast's blood, emerged hastily. He caught sight of the 3 advanced robots diving from the mountain, swiftly evading their fire. Should those energy beams strike him, he would surely not withstand it. The beams could bring down a small spaceship. However, with the formation of his mental domain, he sensed the impending danger, continuously dodging with preternatural agility, evading all attacks. The extraordinary being moved through the forest like a specter, seemingly defying the physical laws that humanity is bound to, his strength and speed transcending all reason. A towering robot, standing 6 meters tall and wielding a 5-meter-long alloy blade, descended from the air, aiming a devastating strike at Old Shun. The force of that blow could cleave through a small hill. It was far beyond what a mere human could withstand. However, Old Shun managed to evade it. With a swift hiss, 2 more gleaming arcs of the blade emerged, each sweeping towards him to sever any potential escape routes, intent on extinguishing his life. Zheng Hui spoke up, Do you see? This is the realm of technological civilization. The superior reaction speed of advanced robots far surpasses that of humans, and the disparity in strength is unimaginable. Even an extraordinary being struck by such a blow would be obliterated. Yet, Wang Xian paid him no heed, for he understood that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Old Shun was not merely a novice in the extraordinary realm. He was a monster capable of slaying formidable herbalists. At his level, he could manipulate objects with unparalleled mental strength and wield swordsmanship with finesse. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from within the 3 advanced robots, with energy sparks flying as Old Shun exerted his mental control, shredding their intricate internal components. How is this possible? Zheng Hui exclaimed in shock. Wang Xian, uninterested in his incessant chatter, expanded his mental force, severing the internal components of the silver-white advanced robot beside him. Thus, the costly advanced robots, each valued in the hundreds of millions, were rendered incapacitated. Strictly speaking, while these robots possessed the capacity to destroy the corporeal form of an extraordinary being, their delicate internal mechanisms were also vulnerable. A mere sweep of mental control could dismantle them effortlessly. The extraordinary beings at the fog and lantern level were unlikely to effectively contend with such machines. Old Xian, Are you certain no one will deploy warships from afar to eliminate me? Old Chun inquired, reaching out to the old man aboard the distant silver spaceship. The elder chuckled. Rest assured, the new star has its own regulations. Warships cannot be recklessly employed on home soil unless faced with a dire threat to our territory. Otherwise, using such devastating weapons in a conflict would lay waste to the mountains and rivers. Despite this reassurance, Old Chun remained vigilant, amplifying his mental domain to its utmost, wary of any potential assault from the distant warships. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Old Chun, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin. He fled at once, only to realize he was not being targeted by warships. The true menace lurked within the forest, surrounding him with a multitude of minuscule particles, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. His mental domain discerned their nature, microrobots. Individually, they posed little threat, but if inhaled in large numbers, they could annihilate his internal organs and reduce his brain to a pulpy mass. For a master, this was a lethal weapon. A moment's negligence could lead to his demise. Old Chin's expression turned grim as he concealed himself within the dense foliage, activating his mental domain to sweep the area. He sensed that if these micro-robots congregated, they would nearly form a dense fog. They were scattered and sparse, silently advancing towards him, intent on infiltrating his body, a perilous threat to anyone without a mental domain. With a rustling sound, it was as if a rain of dust had begun to fall around him, as numerous micro-robots descended to the ground. Old Chin spent a considerable amount of time meticulously eliminating those imperceptible threats, his countenance grim, for the new star's scientific prowess warranted vigilance. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as three advanced robots, their intricate internal mechanisms torn asunder, detonated, engulfing the entire woodland in chaos. Old Chun screamed in agony, his garments singed to a charred black, as he fled from the inferno that had transformed the forest into a molten wasteland. Wang Xian, convinced that Old Chun was merely feigning, believed he could have evaded such a cataclysmic blast. If there were genuine peril, as his protector, Wang Xian would have rushed to his aid. Yet now he too sprang into action, calling out, "Old Chun, are you all right?" "I am gravely injured," Old Chun responded, employing secret techniques to expel blood from his pores, his body drenched in crimson. He truly appreciated the advantage of concealing his strength, as he bore the brunt of all the arduous tasks, while Wang Xian remained atop the mountain, observing his struggle. He wished to retain his power, allowing the conglomerates and various organizations to underestimate him. "Old Chun, what has transpired?" In the distant sky, a silver spacecraft communicated with him. "I am wounded, but I shall survive. There is no need for concern," Old Chun replied. He was indeed bloodied and staggering, clearly grievously hurt. "It is time for us to deal with him," someone declared from a distant hill. Then, this individual vanished silently into the forest, followed by a woman draped in a black cloak, who seemed to fade away like a specter. Wang Xian had sensed the brewing hostility lurking in the distant woods. He was genuinely astonished. Were there truly other extraordinary beings on the new star? It was highly likely that individuals from the new techniques domain had arrived to eliminate Old Chun and sever the roots of the old arts. Though he and Old Chun had long speculated that Olsha might not be the only extraordinary entity from the new techniques realm, the confirmation weighed heavily on his heart. What formidable beings might emerge from the source of the new techniques? Had the most powerful figures finally made their appearance? Upon discovering the presence of these extraordinary individuals, Wang Xian advanced. "Chen Yongjia, it was you who killed Olsha in the old world, was it not? You even insulted him, causing his demise in the air. Today, you shall not survive," a chilling voice declared. The speaker, with short brown hair and a robust physique, appeared to be in his 50s, though his true age remained a mystery. Accompanying him was a woman with long black hair and pale blue eyes, exuding potent, extraordinary power. They viewed Chen Yongjia as someone who, merely a month prior, had been a dying grandmaster, who later feigned death to step into the extraordinary realm, merely brushing the edges of the misty tier. Thus, they had come, intending to invite the Grey Blood organization to act first, while they lay in wait, poised to strike at the opportune moment. One was at the lamp-lighting tier, while the other dwelled in the misty tier, their gazes cold as they approached Old Chun. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Chen Yongjia radiated golden light, akin to a Buddha approaching, illuminating with divine brilliance, channeling a force as vast as the ocean. Locking onto them, the two were stunned. How could such a being exist? In merely a month, he had surpassed the lamplighting tier? Initially, this man and woman had been brimming with confidence, thinking themselves invincible, but now they resembled two startled rabbits, leaping in separate directions to escape. Boom! Old Chin struck with a mighty slap, instantly blocking one individual, his golden form radiating brilliance that enveloped the man, culminating in a thunderous explosion that reduced him to ashes. Meanwhile, another woman was swiftly dispatched by a flying sword, cleaved down by Wang Xian. Although the extraordinary blood was invaluable, Wang Xian had no desire to collect it. Wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, he unleashed a wave of flames from his palm, incinerating the corpse entirely. Let us proceed, starting with the Grey Blood Organization, Wang Xian declared. Since the adversaries sought to hunt the extraordinary and create a commotion, he was willing to oblige them. A true base of that organization lay hundreds of miles away, housing key members and equipment. Old Qian, you may go ahead. I shall take Xiao Wang for some training and will not return by spaceship. Old Qian communicated with the elder aboard the silver vessel. Subsequently, he and Wang Xian vanished into the depths of the dense forest. On that day, they arrived at the true core base of the Grey Blood Organization located in the Misty Highlands, where not only Zheng Hui was present, but also other significant figures. Here stood their divine-level laboratory. Old Qian, this is the footage, but it only scanned part of it. Chun Yongjia must be surrounded by an incredibly dense concentration of extraordinary matter, overwhelming our insect detectors. 90% of the instruments have been destroyed. An individual aboard the silver spaceship reported, followed by a three-dimensional projection that displayed snippets of Old Qian's battle scenes. How terrifying! The cost of advanced mechanized units amounts to billions, regarded as unparalleled in individual combat, heralding the future of deep space super soldiers. Yet they were utterly insufficient against the extraordinary and were brutally slaughtered. Qianen, in his 70s, held a prominent position within the Qian consortium and shared a good rapport with Old Qian. It was he who had recently facilitated Old Qian's arrival. We are not the only ones scanning. There are also other unidentified miniature detectors lurking about, someone remarked. Old Qian nodded in understanding. The emergence of extraordinary beings was bound to draw attention from various factions eager to obtain first-hand information. Someone has released a video, The Battle of the Extraordinary. Another exclaimed. In this age, online information thrives, with virtually no paper media remaining. Everything has transitioned to digital platforms, leading to fierce competition among various outlets. Any sensational news capable of creating a stir becomes the target of every platform. The transformation of Chun Yongjia and Old Zhong into extraordinary beings naturally attracted widespread interest, with all parties striving to capture their news. Old Zhong had lost hope, unable to approach them at all. As for Chun Yongjia, he had undoubtedly attracted attention. However, it seemed that the platforms might not react as swiftly this time. Old Chun had promptly taken the spaceship, and only a few tycoons and organizations had managed to keep pace. Their insect detectors had captured blurry footage. Who was leaking this information? It was highly probable that someone, driven by greed, had taken the risk to sell the video at an exorbitant price to the platforms. The tycoons and major organizations sought first-hand data for research and analysis of the extraordinary beings. They would never sell such information for petty profits. A segment of fuzzy video surged to the trending list within a mere half hour. Although still trailing behind, it was poised to breach the top 10 following this momentum. Is this for real? Who is this young man? Engaging in combat with advanced automatons barehanded. Are you perhaps tired of life itself? Many who have viewed the footage are engrossed in discussions, expressing disbelief. It's utterly absurd. As a professional from the Deep Space Propulsion Research Institute, I can assure you that these are superior automatons, invincible in singular combat. Even the most adept human practitioners stand no chance against them, as they can even bring down small spacecraft. 3 elite automatons, soaring through the air, wielding alloy blades capable of cleaving mountains. How could they possibly be defeated by a young man sporting a buzz cut? The majority disbelieve, dismissing Old Chun as just a buzz-cut youth. Soon, another grainy video emerged, offering a different perspective on the battle. With the assistance of a professional commentator, it was revealed that Chun Yongjia is an extraordinary being capable of contending with superior automatons, a myth realized in reality. The average person knows little of extraordinary beings, igniting fervent discussions. Although the footage has been enhanced, Old Chun's image remains indistinct. Everyone still perceives him as a youth. In that day, the buzz-cut youth became a sensation. While the public revels in the spectacle, genuine practitioners, along with major financial conglomerates and organizations, bear heavy hearts as they diligently research and analyze the phenomenon. Is this what is meant by extraordinary means? He utilized X substances to disrupt and annihilate the superior automatons. Several prominent organizations are conducting internal analyses, studying these extraordinary beings. Our insect detectors have suffered considerable losses, being costly precision instruments used to capture the essence of the extraordinary, resulting in elevated expenses. They compare various timeframes and locations, plotting a curve based on the number of insect detectors destroyed by the extraordinary material emanating from Chun. Subsequently, they constructed models. The extraordinary material surrounding Chun is imbued with enigmatic elements, rendering analysis impossible and introducing numerous variables. The data we possess remains insufficient. At times, when their insect detectors are most severely damaged, Old Chin's displayed combat prowess is average, while at other times, the opposite is true. Among those variables, it is highly probable that mental prowess plays a terrifyingly significant role. Within certain organizations, a few advisors solemnly note that they have extensively researched ancient myths and extraordinary beings, deciphering much through ancient texts and legends. On various online platforms, the extraordinary battle has sparked a sensation, becoming a focal point. Despite skepticism from many, the level of discourse is remarkably high. Even self-destructive explosions from superior automatons fail to vanquish the buzzcut youth. If this is indeed true, I too would be inclined to pursue cultivation. Some remain in doubt. Yet the emergence of new techniques on the new star suggests the possibility of even more powerful extraordinary beings. Yet another young man appears. Seemingly unperturbed in such a tumultuous situation, he is likely another extraordinary being. Could he possibly be a brother of the buzzcut youth? Observers catch a glimpse of Wang Xian, yet fail to capture his actions, for the interference at that moment was too intense, causing nearby detectors to be destroyed. Major organizations are placing great emphasis on meticulously studying those blurred images. Following Wang Xian's emergence, the extraordinary material emitted by Chun Yongjia surged dramatically, obliterating the nearby detectors in its wake. It appears that he holds a significant regard for Wang Xian, likely considering him as a disciple or successor, fearing for his safety and thus providing stringent protection. Following a comparative analysis, they discovered that at that particular juncture, the extraordinary matter erupted like a volcanic explosion, annihilating all the exorbitantly priced detectors throughout the forest. Conversely, many ordinary individuals, after viewing the indistinct video, began to speculate whether the young man who subsequently appeared could be a brother of the crew-cut youth. Is it conceivable that Wang Xian is, in fact, an exceptionally formidable extraordinary being? Upon his emergence, did he unleash extraordinary matter akin to a catastrophic flood, more terrifying than Qin Yongjia? Surely not. He is merely a master, quite youthful. If he were an extraordinary being, it would be beyond imagination, surpassing even the legendary disciples of ancient lore. In that fleeting moment, if the terrifying energy of extraordinary matter, akin to a volcanic eruption, originated solely from him, he would undoubtedly be more powerful than Qin Yongjia. This seems implausible. Someone has taken notice of Wang Xian, focusing their research on him. In this age of technological brilliance, no secret can remain entirely concealed. Traces will inevitably be left behind. Upon entering the primal forest, Wang Xian and Old Qin advanced with remarkable speed toward the true stronghold of the Grey Blood organization situated on the Misty Plateau. Indeed, there are extraordinary beings within the realm of new techniques, and they are likely to have entered the extraordinary domain even before Old Qin, remaining deeply concealed. On the new star, the source of these new techniques, could there be true giants lurking? Old Qin mused that he had previously underestimated these new techniques. Those individuals exhibit remarkable patience, lying in wait until they amass sufficient strength to strike against the conglomerates. Will the conglomerates eventually face upheaval? Wang Xian remarked, not necessarily. The realm of new techniques has deep collaborations with several conglomerates. I suspect that some conglomerates are aware of their existence and exert control over them. Old Qin immediately adopted a serious demeanor. If this were the case, then certain conglomerates would pose a significant danger. Possessing surface-level battleships capable of slaying celestial beings while having made preliminary contact with extraordinary powers. The dynamics of the major forces on the new star are undergoing intense transformation. Ultimately, Some organizations may become increasingly terrifying, while others could decline and be divided among others. Currently, some conglomerates are still contemplating the acquisition of extraordinary flesh for analysis, while others seemingly have already gained control over a small number of extraordinary beings, harboring ambitious designs and continuously accumulating unconventional power. The two appeared 300 miles away, arriving at a significant location of the Grey Blood organization. There were some complications. Numerous micro-robots and various scanning devices were present, alongside a plethora of surveillance equipment. If we get too close, we will be discovered. They extended their mental domains and discerned that this forest was densely populated with various miniature instruments. Protect my physical body while I venture out to investigate, Wang Xian declared. Upon hearing this, Old Chen fell into silence. He too could project his spirit out of his body, but he had no desire to traverse several miles in such a manner, as it would be exhausting. After all, they had yet to step into the true realm of carefree wandering. It was impossible for them to traverse from the North Sea to Kangwu at this stage. It was more suitable for them to linger nearby. Are you certain you can run several miles? Wang Xian had not tested his limits either and replied, I shall give it a try. He then settled into a meditative posture, projecting his spirit outward, and fortunately, he encountered neither bizarre nor terrifying sights within this concealed domain. With a swift motion, Wang Xian departed, his spirit soaring like lightning, disregarding the surveillance instruments until he finally vanished underground. The expanse of this base was vast. After traversing 3 miles, he had merely explored a fraction of the area, yet fatigue began to set in. As he delved deeper, reaching 4 miles, exhaustion overwhelmed him. Upon reaching 5 miles, he hesitated to proceed further, feeling drowsy, a troubling sign indeed. The Grand Subterranean Project housed numerous biological laboratories teeming with grotesque creatures, some of which were native species, while others remained unrecognizable. Certain laboratories bore witness to gruesome activities, utilizing living humans as subjects, with a particular region littered with countless human bones. If such information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite a media frenzy. The organization known as the Grey Blood showed utter disregard for human life, recklessly conducting various human experiments. Moreover, various training camps were indoctrinating assassins. A specialized robotic battalion, boasting formidable firepower, awaited activation. Once unleashed, they could obliterate an entire area with ease. Within the depths lay a section for spacecraft, where several small vessels were docked. As Wang Xian's spirit returned to his corporeal form, he gasped for breath, hastily consuming the divine spring water, then channeling the most potent scriptures. It proved to be more exhausting than engaging in a fierce battle. To prevent a catastrophic fate, they needed to swiftly obliterate several crucial zones upon entry, capturing key control points in rapid succession. Shall we charge in? Let us see if pure extraordinary power can lay waste to this place, he declared. Very well then, let us proceed to annihilation. Ultimately, the two unleashed their mental energies, releasing extraordinary force to obliterate all nearby detectors, leaving no trace. With a thunderous crash, they stormed into the underground base, showing no mercy. In an instant, a tempest of chaos ensued, scattering the so-called assassins like mere straw men. With a crack, a cadre of robots was reduced to scrap metal. The underground soon reverberated with the sounds of explosions, as several control rooms were decimated. Over a dozen advanced robots, leading a swarm of ordinary mechanized troops resembling a steel jungle, surged forth, armed with high-energy weapons. Unfortunately, the labyrinthine nature of the underground bunkers hindered their immediate firepower from reaching the two intruders. Fully committed, the duo unleashed terror, as waves of robots flickered with energy sparks, their intricate circuits torn asunder. From a distance, the once vibrant steel jungle froze in place, rendered motionless. A resounding boom echoed as energy cannons fired within the underground base, carelessly targeting the myriad facilities, relentlessly assaulting the area where the two stood. Amidst the expansive underground, with numerous pathways, the two transformed into harbingers of death, slaying any member of the Grey Blood organization they encountered, advancing with unparalleled speed. On this day, the 10th district of the Grey Blood was stained with blood, with countless assassins from training camps falling to their demise. Some attempted to flee in small spacecraft, utterly incredulous that they found themselves in such a desperate flight within their own territory. With a deafening explosion, Old Chen hurled the incapacitated advanced robots, triggering their energy cores. engulfing the spacecraft section in a horrific blaze. Here, there were no so-called deities, no extraordinary beings. The two individuals swept through the underground with remarkable speed. Intent on minimizing delays, their destructive force astonishingly overwhelming. When Wang Xian located his target, Zheng Hui could hardly believe his eyes. Wang Xian propelled a flying sword that, like a silken ribbon, shredded nearby mechanized beings into fragments. The cold gleam of the sword resembled the sun descending into the earth, radiating an incomparably resplendent brilliance. And wherever it passed, even the formidable alloy doors could not withstand its might, being cleaved and obliterated. After Wang Xian and Old Chen seized him along with two higher-ranking members of the Grey Blood Organization, they ascended to the surface with urgency, triggering a timed explosion of the underground armory. "I'm utterly exhausted," Old Chen gasped, his body ablaze with heat as supermaterial energy diffused. He felt utterly drained. This thunderous assault had unleashed both his spiritual realm and physical form simultaneously, exerting all his strength to obliterate everything in sight. Not only to vanquish foes, but also to dismantle those detectors. Zheng Hui and the two high-ranking members, upon hearing the news, were both shocked and cursing. They had annihilated a base, and he was merely fatigued. Wang Xian too felt the weight of exhaustion. This full-force display of power was akin to a genuine, extraordinary battle. Boom. The Grey Blood Organization's District 10, a critically significant base, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, leading to its complete annihilation. On this day, when the various financial conglomerates and organizations of the new star initially received the news, they were all left utterly astounded. Chapter 215. The Contempt of the King. The Grey Blood Organization, notorious for its blood-soaked terror in New Star, had a formidable reputation, with many tales of bloodshed and chaos attributed to them. Today, someone had taught the Grey Blood Organization a lesson. This news spread like wildfire in select circles, swiftly reaching the major financial powers and elite organizations, eliciting widespread shock. Could extraordinary beings achieve such feats? Some were moved. Chen Yongjia had just returned from a secretive location and was immediately implicated in this grand maneuver. The Grey Blood Organization comprised only about 10 branches, and now one had been utterly destroyed, resulting in catastrophic losses, which seemed unfathomable to outsiders. After all, only 2 individuals had executed this operation, efficiently dismantling a core underground base. A similar surprise attack on the leaders of certain organizations would likely lead to swift decapitation. In an instant, all parties were taken aback, compelled to ponder the motivations behind Chen Yongjia's actions. It was a mix of coercion and intimidation. This was a warning for all to consider. Those who sought to hunt extraordinary beings or target him must be prepared to pay a grievous price. Unveiling the mythic fog. It was advancing from the ancient past, drawing closer to reality. Must we gradually adapt to coexisting with extraordinary beings? Someone spoke solemnly. The individual strength among humans had reached such heights that within a short span, one could eradicate 1/10 of the Grey Blood Organization's resources. Merely contemplating this was enough to induce a shiver. Some core members of major financial powers, upon receiving this news, changed countenance. Extraordinary beings must now be reported, leaving no room for negotiation. In their eyes, these individuals were no longer considered human, but belonged to an exceedingly perilous species. Merely 2 individuals could rival a terrifying assassin organization. To be precise, it was primarily Chen Yongjia, an extraordinary being, while Wang Xian was merely a master. Someone corrected. No. When Wang Xian made his appearance, the extraordinary substances within the forest exhibited an abnormality, reminiscent of a mountain torrent. What if he too were an extraordinary being? The consultants from certain organizations wore grave expressions, refusing to entirely dismiss the possibility of Wang Xian. If those extraordinary substances indeed expanded exponentially due to his presence, it would indicate that he is the foremost peril, his energy level surpassing even that of Chen Yongjia. This perspective was proposed by some. Large organizations are never short of personnel. Therefore, if there are doubts, corresponding contingency plans must be devised. They decided to monitor Wang Xian closely, conducting thorough research. If he were indeed an extraordinary being, it would mean that Chen Yongjia was protecting him, a revelation that is nothing short of thunderous and profoundly terrifying. Despite Wang Xian's cautious demeanor, from that day forth, he found himself under scrutiny and suspicion. The top financial magnates and large organizations possess highly efficient systems. And once they take matters seriously, the consequences can be daunting, potentially exposing him. An image emerged depicting old Qin tearing apart a high-level mechanical being with his bare hands. Once shared online, it went viral, requiring no textual description, as it naturally attracted discussion and traffic. The buzz-cut brother lived up to expectations, soaring into the top 10 trending topics. Shortly thereafter, an image surfaced comparing old Zhou carrying a warship with a photo of the buzz-cut youth dismantling a 6-meter-tall mechanical titan. Indeed, the times have changed. Both new stars and old grounds have individuals who have become extraordinary beings, and myths manifest before our very eyes. Major platforms invited experts to interpret these phenomena, informing the public that extraordinary beings truly exist in the real world, affirming that some ancient legends hold a kernel of truth. Such statements naturally sparked fervent discussions, as the common populace experienced a jolt of the extraordinary. Before long, an image circulated featuring 3 figures: a silhouette of old Zhou carrying the warship, a frontal view of Zhou Yun dismantling the mechanical being, and a profile of a young man, standing aloft, gazing down at the two with a smile. This imagery was laden with significance, clearly crafted with intent. Although old Qin's image appeared hazy, and Wang Xian's silhouette was exceedingly indistinct, the underlying essence was unmistakable. It suggested the existence of a third extraordinary being, even younger. Those in the relevant circles quickly discerned that this was a deliberate trial, released to test the waters, amplifying the consultants' suspicions within certain organizations. Old Zhou's act of carrying the warship, old Qin's defeat of the strongest mechanical being, and the mysterious youth's enigmatic smile reverberated through discussions, igniting a fervor. A phrase surfaced, inciting a sensation and intense debate. Someone was orchestrating events, propelling the buzz-cut youth to 7th place on the trending list, with the cover topic being that trio image. Could it be? To me, this image resembles old Wang. Someone is stirring the pot, pushing Wang Xian into the limelight. Zhong Cheng quickly recognized the situation and called for his sister to check the trending news. On a luxurious yacht, Zhou Yun summoned friends for a day at sea, hosting a maritime party and rekindling a vibrant old life. He too noticed the trending topics and immediately boasted to his companions, exclaiming, "Did you see? Chen Yongjia, a true extraordinary being. I have fought alongside him in the depths of hidden realms. Look, even Xiao Wang has made it," casting a kingly disdain as he gazes down upon the two extraordinary beings. Though his features were somewhat obscured, he immediately recognized the enigmatic young man in the trio's photograph. "Zhou Yun, you wouldn't be exaggerating, would you? We are aware you ventured into the secret realm, but are those monsters and the city of Earth immortals truly that outrageous?" "Indeed, Qin Xiaofan, we are already familiar with this. Who is the one known as the King of Contempt?" On the yacht, a group of young men and women, some hailing from affluent families and significant organizations, possessed complex identities. "My brother, Wang Xian, is a formidable figure in the secret realm, capable of slaying grandmasters from other territories. And the creatures that have perished at his hands are numerous. In the city of Earth immortals, he even instilled fear in many powerful beings from different domains." Upon reflection, could he truly be an extraordinary individual? Zhou Yun startled himself with this thought. He recalled his experiences in the city of Earth immortals, where Wang Xian and old Chun had audaciously demanded protection fees from a group of foreign experts. Such assertiveness was indeed striking. Ultimately, he shook his head and remarked, "He likely is not yet an extraordinary being. He is still too young. If he were to achieve such heights at this stage, what might he attain in the future? In just a few years, he could very well become an Earth immortal." Someone immediately perked up, suggesting, "Zhou Yun, why not invite him out? He seems intriguing. Let us gather. After all, we are all young and surely can enjoy ourselves together." A beautiful young woman with sparkling eyes echoed, "Yes, let us invite this king of contempt to join us. We wish to see the future extraordinary being, perhaps even an Earth immortal." Ling Qiming gazed at the images on the online platform, furrowing his brow in contemplation. While others doubted Wang Xian's extraordinary status, he felt an unsettling agitation within. He recalled the words of Chen Yongjia, and for a moment, he appeared lost in thought. In the westernmost region of Zhongzhou, amidst the fog-laden highlands and dense forests, chilling screams echoed. Zheng Hui was drenched in blood, his right arm shattered by a mere flick of Wang Xian's fingers, resulting in a comminuted fracture, with flesh nearly torn away. Earlier, He had manipulated a robotic proxy to declare that Wang Xian was merely a pawn, used to bait Qin Yongjia, and astonishingly, it had come to fruition. However, this outcome was far from delightful. What had he done? He had attempted to fish with a prehistoric crocodile, only to provoke a larger predator, which swiftly obliterated one of their gray blood organization's branches in record time. He was courting disaster, leading himself to ruin. You could kill me, but it would be futile. I have nothing to divulge. In truth, I do not even know the headquarters location. We operate on a single-line communication, following orders from the headquarters. I have never been there. Speak properly. Wang Xian flicked his fingers again, resulting in Zheng Hui's leg exploding, exposing the bone beneath. As one of the cold-blooded leaders of a killer organization, he showed no mercy. Having witnessed the inhumane experiments conducted there, he had no intention of sparing this organization. Old Chun subjected the other two individuals to torture. A single slap left half of their bodies mangled, nearly resulting in complete dismemberment. The three members of the Gray Blood organization remained tight-lipped, true to their nature as assassins. Even when bones were shattered and sinews torn, they refused to divulge any information. However, Wang Xian and Lao Chun had no intention of compelling them to confess. They merely sought to guide them subtly, capturing their thoughts through the realm of the mind to glean secrets. Alas, these three individuals were utterly oblivious to the location of the headquarters of the Gray Blood organization. This terrifying and bloodthirsty organization had implemented stringent measures of secrecy, with subordinates merely passively obeying orders, lacking any knowledge of the inner workings of the core layer. There was no communication whatsoever among the various branches. What use are you if you know nothing? Lao Chun delivered a resounding slap, sending one individual flying over 20 meters, only to disintegrate into a mist of blood upon impact with the dense forest. Zheng Hui and the remaining individual turned pale with fear, acutely aware that their own demise was imminent. In that final moment, a sense of dread enveloped them, realizing the organization had attracted monumental trouble. I did not anticipate that you two are an extraordinary being. It is quite astonishing, especially at such a young age. If this were to reach the outside world, it would surely send tremors through all organizations. As soon as Zheng Hui finished speaking, a flying sword cleaved through him, shredding his body into fragments. His piercing scream echoed, akin to a torturous execution. He too dissolved into a cloud of blood, leaving no bones behind. Lao Chun, do you think that the celestial immortals have returned and are now observing everything about the new star, also catching wind of our affairs through the extensive network of information? It is a possibility. The two departed from the cloud and mist plateau, entering the bustling metropolis of Yuan City, where the night had already deepened. A recent kidnapping had left him at a loss. Having lost his phone, he purchased a new one in Yuan City. Lao Chun, you have become an internet sensation. Shortly thereafter, they boarded a suspended train speeding towards Sioux City in central Zhengzhou. On the train, Lao Chen's expression darkened. He wished to maintain a low profile, yet it seemed someone was scrutinizing him with a magnifying glass, propelling him onto the trending list, where he had already soared to the 5th position. If this continued, he would surpass the recently incarcerated male star surnamed Wu and the sweet female star currently holding a personal concert. To add insult to injury, they referred to him as Buzz Cut Brother. Lao Chun resolved that from this day forth, he would grow his hair long to alter his appearance. Don't mention me. You are on the verge of exposure as well. With the advanced technology of the new star, there are countless means of detection. No matter how you conceal yourself, traces will inevitably remain. Now, even Wang's disdain has been disseminated about you, indicating that suspicions have begun to arise. Wang Xian nodded, yet at present, there was little to worry about. Residing in a city with a population exceeding 10 million, adjacent to a financial magnate, who would dare to dispatch a warship to obliterate an entire city? If one refrains from a massacre, other weapons would prove ineffective against him. He now exuded considerable confidence. Wang Xian was prepared for the inevitable revelation. Even though the suspended train traveled swiftly, it could not compare to the speed of a spacecraft, and they would not return to Sioux City until the following morning. Early that day, numerous individuals reached out to Lao Chun, inviting him to various banquets and gatherings. After their nocturnal operation against a branch of the Gray Blood organization, the ramifications had intensified, drawing the interest of many who wished to engage with him closely. Lao Chun conversed politely, graciously declining some invitations while genuinely unable to refuse others. He then inquired whether Wang Xian would attend. I shall not. Wang Xian firmly declined. Oh, This place is a must-visit. Someone has graciously invited us to admire their collection of ancient scriptures. After receiving a phone call, Old Chun displayed a smile. Someone has taken the initiative to invite us to view the scriptures? Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. Old Chun nodded and remarked, "The ancient arts manifest extraordinary power in our hands, illuminating with resplendent brilliance. It is only natural that someone would wish to curry favor and invite us for appraisal." He then added, "While certain wealthy factions remain unaware of the capabilities of the extraordinary, oblivious to our ability to pilfer scriptures, we must seize this opportunity to gather them. I fear they may not reveal their prized possessions." Wang Xian commented, "The affluent and the grand organizations never engage in unprofitable transactions." "Indeed. Let us observe and see what unfolds," Old Chen concurred. The one who extended the invitation was none other than the Qian family. Specifically an elderly gentleman with whom Old Chun had a cordial relationship, who had previously taken him to the misty highlands. As the evening glow painted the sky in brilliant hues, Wang Xian and Old Chun arrived at the Qian family's estate on the outskirts of Sioux City, where they were led to the entrance of a Taoist temple. The Qian family members introduced that every brick and tile here had been transported from ancient soil, constituting a venerable temple steeped in history. Old Qian awaited them at the temple entrance. Upon approach, Wang Xian felt a stirring within. This place harbored an abundance of mysterious elements. In a world where supermaterial resources were depleted, such a locale could facilitate one's cultivation. His heart raced. This sacred space undoubtedly held extraordinary relics, capable of ushering him into a realm of purity, yet it also posed the risk of ancient traps. Gratitude, 15 years. Thank you for the support, Alliance Leader. Chapter 216. The essence of celestial beings. The evening glow was not melancholic, but rather radiantly red, casting warm shades upon the structures and gently illuminating the onlookers with a soft rosy and golden hue. Qianin, at 75 years of age, appeared youthful, exuding vitality. Dressed in practice attire, holding scrolls, embodying an essence of transcendence. Behind him stood a modestly sized temple, every brick and tile echoing antiquity, bathed in a soft golden aura reflecting off the tiles, while the evening glow adorned the courtyard walls, creating an ethereal ambience within the bustling world. Old Qian greeted Chun Yongjie and Wang Xian with a warm smile, welcoming them into the temple. "As one ages, what I seek is merely a sense of inner tranquility," he remarked with a serene expression. Old Qian nodded and replied, "Ultimately, what one pursues is a state of inner peace, though it requires a journey. Some individuals achieve their life goals, eventually retreating to pastoral life, entrusting their spirits to the mountains and waters. Others, however, face relentless setbacks, suffering physically and mentally, struggling to break free, enduring hardships, and ultimately seeking a tranquil heart." At this point, he chuckled and added, "Old Qian, you belong to the former group. Your state of mind is complete. I, on the other hand, am still toiling in the mundane world, unable to escape." Qianin shook his head and said, "Old Chun, if only you knew how I feel, I would gladly trade places with you. I would embrace the life of the extraordinary, wandering freely through the world. What is inner tranquility but self-deception? If I were in my prime, would I desire such a life? Everything is compelled by circumstance. With age, one can no longer engage in turmoil. I find your mindset quite admirable," Old Chen remarked with a smile. Qianin laughed and said, "My mindset, alas. You see, the individuals around me exude such vitality and youthfulness, which evokes a sense of nostalgia for the past. Observing them allows me to savor the beautiful moments of my youth." Wang Xian cast a glance at his assistant, a remarkably young and attractive woman, and it struck him that while the old man may have aged, his spirit remained youthful. Old Chen remarked, "You are indulging in life, while I, on the other hand, am being watched and am still striving for self-preservation. Old Chen, you are truly impressive. You have startled quite a few people this time. And as for young Wang, you are accomplished, and many have begun to take notice of you. For you surpassed Qin Yongji at your age by a considerable margin. A bright future as an otherworldly being awaits." Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Who is flattering me to my detriment? I have stumbled through perilous grounds and consumed some mystical herbs to reach this point. There are those who wish me harm." Qianin smiled and said, "Young Wang, do not be so modest, nor underestimate the advisory teams of various factions. Their interpretations of the myth are quite astute. Some even suspect that you have already become an extraordinary being. That image, the king's contempt, resonates profoundly with many. Upon entering the courtyard, mysterious energies began to ripple gently, rising with the evening glow as individuals approached, which Wang Xian could perceive clearly. What can I say when placed alongside two extraordinary beings? If this continues, I will find myself in trouble. Wang Xian absorbed some particles into his body. He and Old Chun had suffered losses of supermaterials during their battle on the Misty Plateau, which could not be sustained for long. A journey to outer space was necessary for replenishment. The energy materials on the surface of the new star were exceedingly sparse, nearly desiccated. However, if each faction possessed such relics, it would constitute a veritable paradise, eliminating the need to embark on space voyages to gather vital essence. Youthful, possessing formidable strength, seemingly extraordinary, yet so understated. Remarkable indeed, Qian mused. He did not wait for Wang Xian to respond, and continued, Young Wang, do you have any female companions? What do you think of this young lady by my side? She is not only beautiful and capable, but also started her own business as a sophomore, running a highly profitable tech company. Wang Xian was at a loss for words. Was the old man truly attempting to play matchmaker? A vibrant young woman beside Old Qian rolled her eyes and exclaimed, Grandfather, what are you talking about? Wang Xian was taken aback, having assumed that this striking young woman was merely one of Qian's assistants, only to discover she was his granddaughter. Qian, the young man you see here might become an otherworldly being. The myth is truly entering reality, a rare potential indeed, Old Qian chuckled. Wang Xian naturally did not take this seriously. In this day and age, how could a powerful tycoon possibly require such unions? It was merely Old Qian's attempt to foster camaraderie through jest. Wang Gu, Qian called out, her demeanor perfectly poised, with a warm smile and sparkling eyes that easily endeared her to others. Yet, it remained just that. Each party did not take it to heart. Old Qian then summoned a young man named Qian Rui, encouraging him to spend time with Wang Xian and seek guidance on any cultivation issues he might encounter. Within the modest temple, both the elder and younger generations were present, all orchestrated by Qian, ensuring that there were topics of conversation for everyone, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Old Qian exhibited a remarkable courtesy, devoid of the high-handed demeanor often characteristic of core members of the financial elite, and greeted both Old Chun and Wang Xian with genuine warmth. Rest assured, Old Chun, even if there are murmurs of discontent and apprehension, I will steadfastly support you and elucidate to them that the times have changed. Those who refuse to accept the extraordinary standing among the new stars will inevitably face dire consequences, Qian stated with solemnity, making his position abundantly clear. He then inquired of Old Chun, what are your demands? In truth, all I seek is self-preservation. Who relishes the notion of conflict? Old Chun replied gravely. There are those who have commissioned the sinister and bloody organization known as Grey Blood to seek my demise. He then articulated that since becoming an extraordinary being, he harbored no grand ambitions, wishing only for a tranquil existence dedicated to his cultivation. As long as no one intruded upon his serene practice, he aspired to live as an ordinary individual, exploring the art of health preservation and longevity in his leisure time. Clearly, Old Chun was conveying through Qian a signal to all parties involved. Do not overthink matters. He harbored no aspirations for power and sought no enmity with anyone. In this age of dazzling technology, even Earth immortals can be slain. What waves can I possibly stir? I am but a law-abiding citizen, Old Chun emphasized earnestly. Qian nodded with a smile, responding, I understand you. It is merely that some individuals harbor more concerns. For instance, they fear being decapitated by extraordinary beings during their travels. Without a doubt, Old Qian was echoing the sentiments of a faction of individuals. Accustomed to the dominance of the financial elite and major organizations, they now found themselves anxious about the emerging uncertainties. Old Qian shook his head, stating, I was just about to discuss this matter. Recently, I encountered an extraordinary being from the domain of new techniques on the Cloud Mist Plateau. Although I inflicted considerable damage, he ultimately managed to escape. They are deeply concealed, and it is uncertain how many exist. This is merely a new star, on the home ground of that new technique. The superstar, how many formidable entities lie in wait, and what level of power do they possess? The financial elite and various organizations must be vigilant. I sense calamity is approaching. Old Chun was acutely aware that it could not be solely he and Wang Xian who were exposed. It was imperative to unearth those associated with the new techniques and allow the major organizations to monitor and investigate further. Oh, Qianan exclaimed, visibly moved and adopting an unexpectedly grave demeanor. Both Wang Xian and Old Chun sensed the fleeting shift in his emotional state, catching a glimpse of his inner thoughts. Despite his trepidation, the Qian family was not oblivious. They understood well that the emergence of variables in the realm of new techniques was backed by powerful financial conglomerates orchestrating and controlling the situation. Thus, the Qian family had been engaging closely with Old Chun lately, as all parties were preparing for what lay ahead. In that instant, Wang Xian and Old Chun grasped the intricate web of relationships surrounding the new star. Qian's invitation to Old Chun to appreciate his collection of scriptures was merely a pretext, serving more as a test to gauge collaborative potential. The exchanges between the two parties were not overtly direct. Rather, they were subtly navigating through pleasantries, ensuring their interests aligned sufficiently to foster closer ties. Come, Old Chun, young Wang, take a look at my collection. Although I lack innate talent for practicing the old techniques and engage in martial arts solely for the sake of physical fitness, I have managed to acquire some commendable scriptures, Qianan declared as he led them into a grand hall filled with rows of bookshelves, showcasing a variety of sacred texts and scriptures. Upon arriving at this place, the air thickened with an enigmatic essence. Wang Xian felt convinced that this Taoist temple was extraordinary. The remarkable artifact associated with transcendence radiated intense energy fluctuations, suggesting that those who once ascended here possessed formidable strength. This temple had been transported from the ancient grounds of Zhongnan Mountain, as informed by Qian, and Wang Xian was moved. One of the ancestral homes of Taoism lay nestled within Zhongnan Mountain. Who among the illustrious figures had achieved immortality there? There were traces to follow. Wang Xian and Old Chun hastily examined the scriptures, discovering a considerable collection of various martial arts manuals and body cultivation techniques. Though most were outdated methods practiced by mere mortals, they exchanged glances, realizing the truth. The rare texts from affluent families were not easily accessible, as they were not displayed, affirming their unwillingness to engage in unprofitable transactions. Nevertheless, Wang Xian diligently committed the information to memory, employing his formidable mental domain to sweep through the knowledge. Should the extraordinary tide recede in the future, these manuals would prove invaluable. Even in the present, they held significant reference value, enhancing his path of cultivation. Old Chun, little Wang, I possess a bookshelf containing a few unique scriptures, though they are somewhat obscure and shrouded in myth. I wonder if they might be of any use to you. If they hold value, perhaps you could assist this old man in preserving his health. At my age, I still wish to live a few more years, Qianan remarked with a smile, his subsequent words revealing a degree of directness. He had treasures to offer, yet sought to experience the health-preserving secrets the two had previously discussed at their gathering. Wang Xian and Old Chun chuckled. This was part of their plan, as they intended to gain access to the libraries of various families. Old Chun stated, I practice techniques of lethal prowess, while little Wang delves into the arts of health and longevity. Seek him out. In another hall, Wang Xian and Old Chun were deeply stirred. Although there were merely 6 scriptures present, they unveiled a complete system of cultivation. This was the method of cultivating the golden elixir. They had practiced numerous old techniques, yet their understanding of the specific scriptures concerning the path to forming the golden elixir was limited. Regardless of whether they intended to pursue the golden elixir path in the future, such texts were profoundly important, worthy of study and emulation. Immediately, Wang Xian invited Qian to sit, beginning to channel the temple's mysterious essence into his own body. The effects were striking, in a matter of moments. Old Qian's complexion flushed with vitality, and ultimately, he seemed to radiate a delicate, crystalline glow. Nearby, Qian and Qian Rui were astonished. They witnessed a gentle light flowing from their grandfather's form, as he expelled a significant amount of sweat. The old man emitted satisfied sounds, his posture straightening, and his once dull eyes sparkled with brilliance. Was this real or an illusion? The two wished to take his place to experience it themselves. Throughout this process, Wang Xian continually patted various parts of Qian's body to conceal the true nature of his channeling of the mysterious substance. This technique was effective in invigorating circulation, further enhancing the efficacy of the enigmatic essence. How marvelous! I feel light and vigorous, as if I have regained my youth, my spirit is exceptionally vibrant, Qianan exclaimed. Astonished, Wang Xian nodded. By channeling the mysterious essence, he was revitalizing Qian's aging meridians and invigorating his flesh, undoubtedly bestowing immense benefits upon him. The anticipated effect has been achieved. Wang Xian does not mind drawing in more mysterious factors here to continually enhance his constitution. With Qianan as a precedent, the advertising effect is likely to be astonishing, and it is highly probable that he will gradually gain access to the studies of some elderly gentlemen. Xiaowang, if you encounter any matters in the near future, simply disregard them. Some individuals are restless and harbor many thoughts. There is no need for you to engage with them. Qianan, having benefited, thus cautioned Wang Xian. Wang Xian immediately comprehended that certain individuals might be scheming, attempting to breach his defenses. Alternatively, could it be that a financial magnate harbors deep suspicions about him, seeking to unveil his secrets? He furrowed his brow. If it were merely a casual probe, that would suffice. But should someone harbor deeper intentions and force him to grow stronger, those individuals should not regret their choices. He expressed gratitude to his loyal supporters, Sansheng Yuan, Cat's sister, Yukike's Xianling, and thanks to the leader for their unwavering support. Xiaowang, is this method of health preservation effective only this once, or can it be continued in the future? Qian inquired, emphasizing the importance of sustainability. He was quite eager for the answer. Wang Xian informed him that health cultivation is a gradual process, and under normal circumstances, extending life for several years is certainly feasible. Qian's eyes instantly sparkled, revealing a vitality uncharacteristic of his age, his face illuminated with joy, and even the wrinkles smoothed out. Their conversation became increasingly congenial. And before long, Qianan personally retrieved a sacred text, presenting it to Wang Xian and Old Chen for their perusal. To their astonishment, it was the fabled 5-color golden elixir canon. This tome is one of the most extraordinary secret texts within the realm of the golden elixir path. Wang Xian had previously encountered portions of its esoteric teachings related to the spirit, known as the 5-color golden elixir Yuan Shen technique, which Xiao Qinghan had helped him obtain from Zhongqing. Wang Xian and Old Chen exchanged glances, as they had been prepared to project their spirits and explore the Taoist temple for any more astonishing scriptures. Little did they expect Qian to present such a heavyweight text. In the present world, this already belongs to the pinnacle of the golden elixir and Yuaning paths. Old Chen projected his spirit, surveying the surroundings, and confirmed that indeed, no other secret scriptures resided within the temple. It seemed that the Qian family's texts could not all be stored here. Wang Xian then spoke. I shall take a moment to rest, and shortly thereafter, I will assist you in invigorating your blood and stimulating the vitality of your internal organs. The effects will ascend to another level. Having received the supreme scripture, he wished to express his gratitude. Simultaneously, he yearned to project his spirit and observe the wondrous ethereal objects present here. Curious about the differences he might perceive through his spiritual eye, Wang Xian closed his eyes and remained still, while Old Chen kept vigil over his physical form, engaging in conversation with Qianan. In an instant, Wang Xian's spirit departed his body, revealing an entirely different realm. Mysterious particles expanded from the main hall, rippling like waves. He swiftly approached. The ethereal object here was a fragment of a copper wall, indeed cast from brass, having been struck by lightning and previously melted. Only a half-meter segment remained, embedded within the walls of the main hall, exposing just a portion. The ethereal object concealed within was a bone, hidden within the copper wall, which retained remnants of spiritual energy. For the first time, Wang Xian observed in this manner with his spiritual eye, and a sense of enlightenment washed over him. The lingering spirit manifested as an ethereal shadow, lying in a profound slumber, utterly silent. Behind it lay a nebulous fissure, seemingly connecting to an indistinct realm, exuding enigmatic essences. Wang Xian approached with caution, discovering that the shadow appeared lifeless. Without a mental nudge, it seemed it would remain in eternal slumber. A shiver ran through him, prompting him to evade the shadow while drawing upon the mysterious essences within the hazy fissure to peer inside. What lay within was an inner sanctum, a once sacred space of an ascended being. Wang Xian steadied himself, and after a brief moment, approached once more to investigate the conditions inside. Within the inner sanctum also lingered a faint shadow, as if it had succumbed to death, enveloped in silence. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind as he grasped the truth for the first time. The extraordinary essence of ascension was what enabled the unlocking of this inner sanctum. With his spiritual eye now keen, he perceived the truth more profoundly than ever. If he could awaken the outer ethereal shadow and induce a resonance with the one within the sanctum, the inner realm left behind by the immortal beings could be activated. The two shadows would merge, and the fragmented spirit of the former immortal would be revived. Wang Xian attempted to siphon the mysterious essence directly from the nebulous fissure, instantly drawing forth a rich substance that nourished his spirit. Could it truly be so? He gazed at the fissure, sensing his spiritual form could slip through, yet refrained from acting impulsively. Such recklessness could potentially awaken the shadow within. He drew forth a stream of mysterious essence, wrapping it around his spirit, then retreated hastily. Wary of being too impulsive, Old Chun immediately sensed something amiss. The surrounding mysterious substances had evidently surged. Wang Xian's physical form was soon enveloped by this essence, his organs glowing, his entire being radiating a crystalline brilliance. Little Wang was astonished. Qian Rui and Qian Qian stood dumbfounded, witnessing a man aglow with radiance. His presence majestic and divine, as if a deity seated amidst a halo. He was harnessing the most potent scripture to absorb this rich substance until saturation. Hadn't he mentioned that he excelled in the art of wellness? He was in the midst of cultivation, restoring his vitality. Old Chun maintained a composed demeanor. Though his heart raced, was little Wang pilfering the rare substances from the immortal's inner sanctum? Before long, Wang Xian once again transcended his physical form, aiding Old Chun in drawing forth another abundance of mysterious essence, relaying the specifics of the situation. With his spiritual eye, he observed with precision, capable of detecting the shadows of the immortals while skillfully avoiding them. How else could this be utilized? Old Chun was envious beyond measure. Wang Xian, having acted twice, refrained from further attempts for fear of awakening the two shadows. The richness of the substances he had already gathered was ample to replenish both himself and Old Chun, far exceeding their expenditure on the misty plateau. Subsequently, he assisted Qian in recalibrating his body, providing an even greater quantity of mysterious essence, causing Old Qian's brow to radiate light, leaving Qian Qian and Qian Rui speechless in astonishment. With your spiritual eye as a guide, do you think we can stealthily slip into that inner sanctum? Old Chun's heart stirred, inquiring discreetly. Wang Xian shook his head and said, the likelihood is slim. If we were to enter, it would likely awaken him. Unless absolutely necessary, it is better not to take the risk. In the evening, Qianan was vibrant and spirited, exuding boundless energy, joy, and excitement as he hosted a lavish banquet for the two guests, creating an atmosphere of mutual delight. He personally escorted them to the manor's entrance and arranged a luxury vehicle for their departure. Wang Xian decided to settle in Sioux City for the time being, planning to take root in this locale. In the following days, Old Chun frequently attended banquets, engaging with various parties. The incident involving Wang Xian's annihilation of a branch of the Grey Blood organization was still reverberating, garnering immense influence. Wang Xian chose to refrain from further involvement, contemplating his future path, whether to pursue the golden core or nascent soul route, and how he could expedite his personal growth. During this time, Qin Sheng was also busy, applying to be a graduate student under Professor Lin, aiming to enter the Human Potential Research Institute at Kaiyuan University, preparing to engage with disciples educated in the traditional arts. Years ago, Professor Lin had suffered a grievous injury, and Qin Sheng was determined to help him reclaim his honor, buoyed by Wang Xian's support. Having consumed the earth immortal spring and taken spiritual herbs to nourish his flesh and blood, the benefits were beginning to manifest, and he could feel his strength steadily increasing each day. Old Wang, what are your plans? You've been as silent as a stone lately. What occupies your thoughts? Qin Sheng inquired. I am contemplating my future path, considering how to become an earth immortal and how to confront those true immortals from history who remain alive yet severely weakened, Wang Xian replied calmly. Qin Sheng was taken aback, feeling as though they inhabited entirely different realms yet still managed to converse joyfully. After a moment, he said, let us not think so far ahead. What are your immediate plans? For instance, earning a living or finding a girlfriend. If you lack suitable goals, I can take you to Kaiyuan University to admire the beauties there. He paused and asked, by the way, has Goddess Zhao been trapped in the secret realm? I heard from Zhongcheng that place is exceptionally dangerous. Can she return? There should be no issue. We should be able to see her soon, Wang Xian smiled. Old Wang, you're not being honest. You never smiled like that when mentioning Zhao Qinghan before. Surely, something must have transpired between you two? Qin Qing speculated, scrutinizing his expression. Wait, are you telling me you've actually won over Goddess Zhao? Impressive. Watch your words. That's rather ungracious. Wang Xian shot him a glance. Hold on. Let me digest this. This news is quite explosive, Qin Qing said, rubbing his forehead, clearly taken aback by the unexpected revelation. He sighed. Old Wang. You truly are remarkable. I heard from Zhongcheng that Zhao is quite formidable among their circle at New Star, and even holds the title of goddess. You may have inadvertently offended some heirs of powerful families. Wang Xian immediately thought of the deranged Xiao Song, who harbored murderous intent towards him due to Ling Wei. He rubbed his temples and remarked, There's nothing to it yet. Don't spread unfounded rumors. Otherwise, if another overprotective suitor appears, what will I do when old Zhao comes looking for me? I haven't even made any progress. That would be truly unjust. Let us put that aside for the moment. Our university classmates, Zhou Yun, Su Chan, Li Qingzhu, and Kong Yi, recently stumbled upon that image of Wang's disdain and thought it bore a striking resemblance to you. They reached out to me, already aware of your arrival at New Star, expressing a desire to gather. Qin Sheng remarked that there are indeed quite a few classmates in New Star, and with those coming from the old world, the number could easily reach several dozen. Wang Xian nodded and replied, I am already aware. Zhou Yun and Su Chan obtained my contact information from you and called me. Let us wait a while before meeting, as I am preoccupied with some matters at the moment. Lately, he had noticed unusual activity near his rented abode, as if various parties were scrutinizing him through a magnifying glass, observing his every move, which could potentially lead to complications. He mused, rather than remain in the shadows. I might as well grant them the opportunity for direct interaction. Their incessant spying is indeed quite tiresome. At that moment, his phone chimed, revealing a message from Zhou Yun. Hey, Xiao Wang, how have you been lately? Would you like to join us for a gathering? A party at sea, a rendezvous on the moon, or any number of delightful locales. I can introduce you to some new friends. Wang Xian responded, I have some matters to attend to. Let us arrange something later. Where are you? Zhou Yun replied, Oh, I'm out in outer space with friends, racing spaceships. He persistently invited Wang Xian to join him in his celestial escapades. What could Wang Xian say? This fellow indeed led a life brimming with color and excitement, evoking a sense of envy. He truly ought to learn from him the art of relaxation. Yet, at present, he found himself devoid of time. He ended the call, declaring, I have made my decision. I shall first earn a living to support my family, striving to acquire a small spaceship to venture skyward and gather various primordial energies. What do you intend to do? Qin Qing inquired. I plan to establish a wellness sanctuary, Wang Xian responded, not merely out of whimsy, but with genuine intention. With many eyes upon him, he resolved to provide them the opportunity to engage with him. Should any trouble arise, he would rather confront it head-on. Simultaneously, he was indeed preparing to seize this occasion to conduct a few business dealings, aiming to obtain ancient texts. Presently, Qianan exuded vitality and vigor, as if rejuvenated by several years, and had already stirred quite a ripple within his small circle. At this stage, some individuals had approached him through Qianan, seeking a conversation. Wang Xian, being a man of action, promptly accompanied Qin Sheng to scout suitable locations in Sioux City. However, he soon faced a significant setback. The real estate prices in Sioux City were exorbitantly high, with any commercial property easily reaching tens of millions. Is this not an exaggeration? Wang Xian pondered in disbelief. There's no alternative. Sioux City is a first-tier city where every inch of land is precious, thus the inflated prices. Qin Sheng shrugged. Wang Xian glanced around, observing that properties in prime locations with ample space had prices exceeding 100 million. He could only shake his head, finding such prices utterly outrageous. In truth, if he were to liquidate his possessions, the sum would be staggering, allowing him to purchase the desired property without issue. However, whether it be the sun gold spear, the earth immortal spring, or the mountain snail, he was unwilling to part with these treasures, for they would be exceedingly difficult to encounter again. He lamented, I regret not capitalizing on the opportunity during the extermination of the Ashen Blood organization. I felt there were numerous chances back then. At the very least, when vanquishing the two extraordinary beings in the field of new techniques, I could have collected some blood to sell to Qianan, which would have fetched an astronomical price. Recently, I have been immersed in my practice, to the point that I nearly forget my existence in this world, entangled in the mundane. It is time for me to earn some money. He now somewhat longs for the Grey Blood organization to seek vengeance upon him, as he is eager to settle some scores, should the opportunity arise. Wang Xian discreetly rented a venue, the rental fee exorbitantly steep. It must be said that the approval processes at New Star are remarkably swift. He and Qin Cheng completed various formalities in a short span, proudly displaying the sign of the Health Preservation Hall. Is this an old martial arts venue, a place for sparring? We wish to test our skills. As Wang Xian anticipated, there were indeed eager individuals seeking to approach him. This is a sanctuary for life preservation. There are no martial contests or sparring here. You have come to the wrong place. Qin Cheng informed them. No, we have this business. It is stated on the business license. Wang Xian replied, smiling at Qin Cheng. From now on, this shall be your responsibility. Old Wang, do you wish to bring about my demise? Qin Cheng's expression shifted drastically. Wang Xian explained, old techniques necessitate duels and combat. You have established a foundation, yet you are severely lacking in practical experience. The individuals who had approached Wang Xian promptly retreated, refraining from causing any trouble. For Qian and had arrived. Soon after, siblings Zhongqing and Zhongcheng made their appearance to show their support. Subsequently, Zhou Yun arrived, exclaiming, Little Wang, is this for real? Elder Qian mentioned that one can extend their life by 5 years here. My grandfather is intrigued. He has even prepared the scriptures and sent me to take a look. It depends on the individual, assessing their specific situation and foundational knowledge. Elder Qian is no ordinary figure. He seeks tranquility of spirit, having restored an ancient Taoist temple in his home, a setting particularly conducive for meditation, aiding him in his health preservation endeavors with remarkable efficacy. Wang Xian wished to gauge the depth of this, not only scriptures, but whose family possesses a millennium-old Taoist temple or ancient Buddhist shrine. These are also among his aspirations, likely to be of use in the near future. At this moment, a letter was delivered to him. In these times, few still write letters on paper. Upon tearing open the envelope, his gaze sharpened. The letter, stained crimson and reeking of iron, was crafted from bloodied parchment and contained a succinct message. Congratulations on your grand opening. I come to extend my regards. Within 10 days, I shall claim a head. The words were simple, devoid of excessive curses or vitriol, yet they exuded a palpable aura of menace, threatening to sever Wang Xian's head. The footer bore a unique emblem, the insignia of the Grey Blood organization. Upon seeing this, Qian An's expression changed instantly. After a division of this organization was dismantled, they still dared to act against Wang Xian, who shared a profound bond with Chun Yong, an extraordinary individual. Is someone weighing their options? Or are they seeking bloody retribution? Zhongqing furrowed her brow. This organization must be dealt with. Their audacity is intolerable, especially since they have been educated in the past. Zhongcheng interjected. With confidence, Wang Xian speculated that they likely felt untouchable, perhaps bolstered by the support of a powerful financial conglomerate. Is someone attempting to accelerate my growth? He mused. This will undoubtedly serve as greater motivation for me to become stronger. Acknowledgements. Antitoxin Wei, Yifan Hun, my gratitude to the leader for the continuous support. Chapter 218. A watershed moment. Some matters have escalated. It would be prudent to send a message, to issue a warning. Shannon spoke, clearly serious, indicating that he was not jesting. In New Star, financial magnates fear not the Grey Blood organization, possessing ample confidence. In this modern age, why do we still resort to intimidation? Such organizations, if not eradicated, serve no purpose. Zhou Yun expressed his grievances. He suggested leveraging connections to investigate the branches, or even the headquarters, of the Grey Blood organization. Their boundless acts of assassination, if allowed to flourish, would disrupt the fabric of the New Star. Zhongcheng voiced his dissatisfaction, fervently advocating for the exposure and elimination of the Grey Blood organization, deeming them a malignant tumor. Qianan remained reticent, aware of the formidable challenge posed by the complete eradication of the Grey Blood organization, as they were likely deeply entrenched with certain financial magnates. After briefly conferring with Wang Xian, he hastily departed to gather further intelligence, ideally with the leadership of several parties to sternly address this organization. Soon, Qianan received troubling news. His tone somber, he relayed that he had encountered resistance while probing into matters, receiving subtle hints to refrain from involvement. Xiaowang, be vigilant and exercise caution, he solemnly advised over the phone, as the situation exceeded his expectations. Zhongcheng exclaimed, what audacity! What kind of place is New Star? It is devoid of the soil that breeds bloodshed and terror. The Grey Blood organization may barely survive as mercenaries, but to brazenly engage in assassinations within New Star, delivering death notices, is tantamount to courting their own demise. Zhong Qing interjected, they may not openly target the financial magnates or major institutions of New Star, yet their malevolent deeds against others are numerous, giving them ample assurance to persist. Zhong Cheng retorted, why not eliminate them? If all parties truly resolve to confront them, they could be swiftly obliterated. Naive. Zhong Qing shot him a glance. Their growth and strengthening are not without reason. Do you comprehend for whom they toil in the shadows? They undoubtedly receive backing from top-tier institutions or associated financial conglomerates. Xiao Wang, await my news. I will inquire about who seeks to stir the waters. Zhou Yun asserted confidently before departing. He believed that old Chun, as an extraordinary individual, could dismantle a branch of the Grey Blood organization, and if clues were found, they could deliver another heavy blow to them. However, upon returning to his family, he was met with stern warnings from elders, advising him to continue his indulgent lifestyle, as the current affairs were beyond his purview. Xiao Wang, I spoke hastily and was met with a slap in the face. My family implores me to steer clear of this maelstrom, as it seems an elder has sensed something extraordinarily sinister, a serious matter indeed. Wang Xian furrowed his brow at the emergence of such circumstances, which caused trepidation among certain factions within the financial elite, awakening him to the looming crisis. You all should leave promptly. If anything occurs, I may not be able to safeguard you, Wang Xian addressed the Zhong siblings. Regrettably, his great-grandfather remained in a state of stupor, otherwise, he could have intervened. Zhong Cheng remarked. At this juncture, the Zhong family found themselves at a critical juncture. As a super-financial conglomerate, their entire system did not rely on any single individual. With old Zhong now transformed into an extraordinary being, should he awaken, it would create an alternative foundation of support. We will ascertain the situation and inform you when we do. Take care. Under Wang Xian's urging, the Zhong siblings departed as well. Old Wang, quickly call old Chen back. Qin Sheng spoke with a grave expression, sensing that a mighty force intended to eliminate Wang Xian. But in truth, their primary target was likely old Chen. Ultimately, they aimed to target the extraordinary. You should return to Kaiyuan University. I believe this organization hunts us both. There is no need for further discussion. You cannot assist here. I shall await their arrival and observe their tactics. Wang Xian scoffed. Qin Sheng understood the gravity of the situation, and despite his concerns, he heeded Wang Xian's advice and departed, knowing that his presence would only be a burden. He recognized that Wang Xian had ascended to a level of cultivation beyond his comprehension. As a friend, he saw his role as managing the mundane affairs of the world for Wang Xian, while the tribulations of the cultivation path were beyond his capacity to influence. Wang Xian sat in silence. The developments indeed took him by surprise. The adversaries sought his head, and the undercurrents were tumultuous. Even Xian had been advised against involving himself in this matter. The situation was dire. Wang Xian pondered. Either the Grey Blood organization had gone mad, revealing information to the relevant parties, intending to create a bloodbath, or a super consortium, alongside the most prominent institutions, lurked in the shadows, instilling caution among all parties. If top-tier forces were involved, the outlook was indeed grim. Though somewhat unexpected, it was also comprehensible. The elite forces manipulating the Grey Blood organization represented the will of significant institutions and consortiums, targeting the extraordinary. While some embraced the extraordinary, others remained conservative, striving to maintain control and prevent the emergence of exceptional individuals. Overall, this appeared to be a direct assault against him, yet it could hold profound implications, signifying a clash and potential annihilation of the extraordinary by the conservative factions within the consortium. Wang Xian contemplated the implications. If this were indeed the case, it would mark a watershed moment. If he and Old Chun could withstand the onslaught and thwart the conservative forces and major organizations, then extraordinary beings might coexist with those powers in the future. Conversely, should they fail, certain elite organizations and wealthy factions would undoubtedly intensify their efforts, ensuring that extraordinary beings could never escape their iron grip or exceed their control. They were the architects of the rules, having never allowed individuals capable of surpassing them to emerge. Only those relatively progressive factions might observe from the sidelines, neither participating nor obstructing, waiting for this drama to unfold. Wang Xian remained steadfast. Old Chen called, knowing he would say little over the phone, as they both understood the gravity of the situation, if indeed the consortium intervened. With top institutions backing the Grey Blood organization against them, then their communications were likely compromised and under surveillance. Old Chen frowned. This would be a momentous and bloody confrontation. He had been receiving numerous invitations lately and was currently in Yong'an City, slightly eastward, about 1,500 miles from Sioux City. Old Chen, take care. If anyone intends to claim my head, they will likely seek to eliminate you first, Wang Xian warned solemnly. On that fateful night, Wang Xian received a cryptic message from Zhong Cheng, revealing the shadow of a colossal financial consortium behind the recent events. Indeed, a storm was brewing. He pondered that had they not been in a major metropolis, it was likely that someone would have unleashed their battleships upon him and Old Chen. It was evident that certain individuals were determined to prevent the emergence of extraordinary beings. Even if such powers existed, they were to remain firmly in their grasp. Zhong Cheng cautioned him to be vigilant, as a terrifying siege was imminent. Wang Xian was taken aback, recalling the accounts from his elders regarding similar occurrences at the New Arts. Out in the cosmos, there had been 2 severe incidents involving spacecraft malfunctions, likely resulting in catastrophic failures. No matter how formidable the practitioners of New Arts were, they lacked the capacity for deep space navigation and could not traverse the superstar universe and the new star freely. They relied on the interstellar vessels of powerful factions. Presently, those from the New Arts were likely humbled, as a mysterious force was orchestrating various plans behind them. Soon after, Zhou Yun discreetly conveyed to Wang Xian some information regarding the Grey Blood organization, mentioning a potential stronghold. That night, Old Chen, through his connections, gathered a wealth of intelligence. At dawn, he abruptly departed from Yong'an City, making his way to a mountainous region 200 miles away, where he struck decisively. On that day, Old Chen eradicated a stronghold of the Grey Blood organization with his extraordinary prowess. The news sent shockwaves through all parties. The hunt for extraordinary beings had yet to commence. Yet Chen Yongjia had already taken the initiative. His actions were undeniably forceful. This particular stronghold of the Grey Blood organization, its destruction attributed to an unknown informant, had its underground energy systems detonated and leveled to the ground. After his strike, Old Chen vanished without a trace, utilizing the dense forest to conceal his movements, sabotaging surveillance devices, and swiftly returning to the city. If such a decapitation operation were to be executed against a major faction, the chances of success would be exceedingly high. All factions were left unsettled. Chen Yongjia had taken the offensive, exhibiting no inclination to back down. Surprisingly, the Grey Blood organization was the first to leap forward in protest. They declared, "Rumors abound. We have not issued a death warrant against Wang Xian. Someone has impersonated us, deliberately stirring the waters." Their indignation was palpable, condemning Chen Yongjia as a butcher. Many were left astounded. Even Wang Xian, upon receiving the news, was quite astonished. How was this incident unrelated to the Grey Blood organization? Had they been dragged into a quagmire as outsiders? Naturally, Old Chen would not publicly acknowledge that he had once again dismantled a division of the Grey Blood organization. He denied it and expressed profound regret. Shortly thereafter, he instructed Qian and to relay a message to the relevant circles that extraordinary beings would not be limited to just a handful. They would soon emerge in succession. Whether one accepted it or not, myth was intertwining with reality. Even if some were to eliminate him this time, others would arise, unaltered by such tides. What was needed now was not obstruction, but rather a pathway, formulating extraordinary regulations to uphold the necessary tranquility. The first extraordinary beings to appear were not to be disruptors of the law, nor challengers, but rather the stabilizing ballast of the future. After discussions among all parties, the existing extraordinary beings would contribute their efforts to safeguard the stability and peace of the new star. In ancient times, humans and deities coexisted in harmony and tranquility. In this modern age, with the brilliance of technology, it is possible to swiftly eliminate celestial beings, allowing extraordinary individuals and ordinary people to coexist seamlessly. Old Chen spoke fervently, urging Qian and to relay his words to various organizations and influential factions. On that very day, he unexpectedly appeared in Pingyuan City, hundreds of miles away, the stronghold of the powerful Qin family, a move that sent shivers through the relevant parties. Qianan was taken aback and contacted him, advising, "Old Chen, remain calm. It is still uncertain whether the Qin family intends to eliminate you. If you act against any of their members at this juncture, it could lead to disastrous consequences, prompting all factions to react. Targeting the core members of a top financial conglomerate will trigger a seismic upheaval, forcing all major powers to unite against you and hunt down the extraordinary. Old Qin's departure from Qincheng was merely a gesture, devoid of any other audacious actions. Yet, his arrival at Qincheng stirred considerable emotions among many. The following day, Qian'an reminded Old Qin, stating, "Yesterday, a warship appeared above the Qin family." 2 days later, as Old Qin approached Sioux City, he was ambushed on the road. "Little Wang, something has happened to Old Qin. You must remain composed. Do not panic or act recklessly. You can prolong the life of the financial conglomerate. They will not turn against you." Qian'an's urgent voice resonated through the phone. Old Qin encountered an unexpected calamity. Bloodshed ensued. Wang Xian's eyes turned icy and profound. How could he refrain from intervening? Chapter 219. The extraordinary is defeated. You are truly pushing me to grow stronger step by step. Wang Xian stood in Sioux City, gazing at the clouds on the horizon, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. He was oblivious to Old Qin's fate and whether he would survive. Should the grim news arrive, regardless of who was responsible, he would pursue retribution, uprooting them entirely. Qian'an maintained a covert line of communication with Old Qin, sharing a brief yet urgent video in which Old Qin was covered in blood, severely injured, and fleeing. This was unacceptable to Wang Xian. Old Qin was being hunted? "Do not panic. I am gathering more information," Qian'an reassured him, disclosing the newly acquired intelligence. Old Qin was cautious, avoiding airborne transportation. Yet as he approached within 300 miles of Sioux City, a spaceship met with disaster, plummeting towards him like a celestial comet striking the earth. Upon learning of this, Wang Xian's pupils constricted and his fists clenched. The new star had its own regulations. Under normal circumstances, the deployment of super weapons against the homeland was prohibited, as any conflict could lead to catastrophic consequences. Presently, no one had violated these rules or employed warships to eliminate Old Qin. The spaceship must have encountered an accident. Wang Xian's expression turned cold, intensifying his murderous intent. To eliminate Old Qin, they would resort to any means necessary, surpassing even the devastation wrought by superweapons. Wang Xian prepared to leave the city to assist Old Qin. "Little Wang, Old Qin is not dead. I just re-established a brief connection with him. However, his condition is dire, with severe injuries, and a mysterious powerful entity is pursuing him." Qian'an reached out to Wang Xian once more. "Old Qin, please assist me by sending me his precise coordinates," Wang Xian calmly requested. Qian'an spoke in a deep voice. "Xiao Wang, you must not act impulsively. Even Old Qin has encountered trouble. If you rush in, you will only sacrifice yourself in vain." He urged Wang Xian to remain composed, as he had already attempted to leverage connections in hopes of contacting the relevant parties to negotiate and preserve Old Qin's safety. Wang Xian replied, "Send them a message for me. If they wish to extend my life, they may do so. However, the condition is that they must immediately cease the pursuit of Old Qin." Having departed from Sioux City, Wang Xian made his way toward a specific direction based on the fragments of information he had previously gathered. He believed that if Old Qin were alive, he too would be fleeing towards Sioux City. Since there were suspicions regarding his extraordinary abilities, he felt no need to conceal anything further. In his quest to save Old Qin, he would unreservedly demonstrate his might and eliminate those who threatened them. After a while, Qian'an called again, stating, "Xiao Wang, I have sought assistance to protect Old Qin, but it seems the individuals on the other end are indifferent. They merely mentioned that you would not perish." Wang Xian took a deep breath. Were these individuals keeping him alive merely to prolong their own existence? What a preposterous notion. He acknowledged that this group possessed formidable strength and ruthless tactics, yet their arrogance was astounding. After eliminating Old Qin, did they expect him to bow down and assist them in their longevity? Naturally, he did not fully trust them. The situation was intricate, and the true enemy had yet to reveal themselves. He could not place his faith entirely in anyone. Soon after, Qian'an relayed the latest news about Old Qin. "He is nearing Sioux City and is coughing up blood." How could Old Qin, gravely injured, have traveled 200 miles? At that moment, Wang Xian heightened his formidable spiritual domain to its utmost limit, his brow glowing and a wondrous spectacle surrounding him as he advanced toward a particular direction. In mere moments, he detected a familiar aura. Qian'an's report was accurate, as a bloodied Old Qin emerged. He fled with incredible speed, as if gliding just above the ground, the earth beneath him crumbling underfoot as he expended every ounce of strength in his desperate flight. Wang Xian felt a pang of despair. Old Chen's shoulder was torn, and one of his arms was nearly severed. His gaze was unfocused, sustained only by sheer willpower. While physical injuries were not insurmountable, as long as he remained whole, the fragments of the blessed land within him contained the earth's immortal spring, which could aid in his gradual recovery. However, why did his spirit appear so depleted, as if ready to dissipate? Wang Xian rushed to Old Chen's side. In that instant, Old Chen seemed to have exhausted his final reserves of strength. His eyes lost all focus as he struggled to utter a few words. "Beware of the embark." Then he collapsed, his eyes closing. Wang Xian administered several sips of earth's immortal spring to him and sprinkled some on his wounds, then hoisted him onto his back, brandishing a short sword towards the horizon. Suddenly, a hovering vehicle plummeted from a height of several meters, hurtling towards Wang Xian with alarming speed. Fury surged within him. Time and again, they resorted to such tactics, and now even a malfunctioning hovering vehicle was descending upon him. Was this an attempt to dominate the skies? Overall, the impact of such a hovering vehicle was far less formidable than that of a spaceship, yet its psychological intimidation was far greater. Was this a display of their control over the new star, or did they genuinely believe he was merely a master? Wang Xian's eyes were cold and piercing. He did not perform any exaggerated leaps through the air. Instead, he skillfully evaded danger, carrying the injured Lao Chen away from the perilous scene. Casting a glance behind him, he found no trace of the mysterious pursuer, as Lao Chen had swiftly navigated the terrain, temporarily eluding their attackers. It was imperative for Wang Xian to tend to Lao Chen's injuries as they entered Sioux City. Many passers-by cast sidelong glances at them, but he paid them no mind, leading Lao Chen into the wellness hall where he meticulously examined his wounds. Even a being as formidable as a transcendent had sustained numerous injuries, the result of the spaceship's dive and the subsequent catastrophic explosion that would have surely claimed the life of an ordinary person. When the spacecraft had crashed, the impact was so severe that even the most agile could hardly escape unscathed, destined to be reduced to ashes. Lao Chen had managed to avoid the epicenter of the disaster, yet still fell victim to an energy blast, leaving him bloodied. Notably, the most grievous of his injuries stemmed from a cold weapon. One of his arms had nearly been severed, indicating that another transcendent had also intervened. Fortunately, these wounds were not life-threatening, and with some time for recovery, Lao Chen would be fine. However, Wang Xian was perplexed by Lao Chen's state of unconsciousness, as his spiritual realm seemed to have been compromised. He recalled Lao Chen warning him of an extraordinary treasure that had inflicted this condition. Wang Xian's expression turned grave. In an instant, he projected his spirit outward. Despite the possibility of pursuers approaching, he felt secure with his physical body nearby and was not overly concerned about unforeseen incidents. In fact, in a sense, once his spirit had detached from his body, his range of perception expanded, allowing him to detect enemies sooner. His primary focus now was to investigate the condition of Lao Chen's spiritual realm. Indeed, under the scrutiny of his spiritual third eye, nothing could hide. 3 dark red arrows were embedded in Lao Chen's spiritual domain. This revelation sent a shock through Wang Xian, as it was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. He was truly dealing with an injury inflicted by a treasure. These were not physical arrows, but rather a peculiar form of energy, penetrating the spiritual realm, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the small arrows were inscribed with unique symbols. "Lao Chen, can you hear my call?" Wang Xian dared not act rashly, attempting to rouse him. There was no ripple in that spiritual realm. Lao Chen was quieter than in a deep slumber, unresponsive to his call. Wang Xian extended his spirit, trying to extract one of the dark red arrows. However, as he drew near, he sensed an imminent threat. He had a foreboding feeling that if he were to touch that arrow and attempt to remove it, it might trigger an explosion. Was it truly this troublesome? Wang Xian's spirit retreated back to his body, his brow furrowed deeply. Had the pursuers of Lao Chen finally arrived? He sensed someone lurking nearby. Although the location of the wellness hall was far from the most bustling area, there were still many pedestrians on the street. The individual did not act immediately. Instead, he smiled and turned away. Without a doubt, he would return, refraining from revealing his extraordinary abilities in broad daylight. Wang Xian could sense that this person was formidable, exuding an aura of danger. It was highly likely that the extraordinary treasure was the source of this foreboding feeling. as it posed a threat to him. Xiao Wang, how is Lao Chen? Did you bring him into the city? Qian En's voice came through the phone, filled with surprise. He is injured, Wang Xian replied tersely. I will send the best doctor to him. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Wang Xian politely declined. Half an hour later, Zhong Qing and her brother made a call, clearly moved by recent events. Had Qin Xiaofan sustained a grievous blow? The Zhong family was indeed exceptional. Even the younger generation had caught wind of the news, indicating that the incident had spread within certain circles. It was true, the extraordinary had been defeated. And this news quickly circulated among their community, sparking discussions among the relevant groups. Xiao Wang, there are rumors suggesting that old Qin may not survive. Even if he miraculously lives, he will not be spared. Do you require our assistance? Should we send someone to escort you? Zhong Cheng, though lacking much authority at home, felt a surge of righteous fervor and wished to aid Wang Xian and Qin Yongjia. Zhong Qing interjected, I will attempt to persuade my family. However, my great-grandfather remains unresponsive, and the family is prioritizing stability. They are unlikely to provoke the relevant parties, especially since my great-grandfather, upon awakening, would also be an extraordinary being. This moment is rather sensitive. Wang Xian had once saved her life in a clandestine place, rescuing her from a mire in the dead of night. She had not forgotten that act of bravery. For now, there is no need. I appreciate your goodwill, Wang Xian replied, ending the call. Soon after, Zhou Yun reached out to him, expressing admiration for old Chun, only to learn of his severe injuries and impending death. My grandfather believes that those individuals will likely not allow old Chun to live and will strike fiercely to demonstrate their might. Yet, they will spare your life and take you away. He discreetly shared some information with Wang Xian. The defeat of the extraordinary was brewing, creating significant ripples within specific circles. As many awaited the final act, after hanging up, Wang Xian sat calmly, adjusting himself to an optimal state while caressing the cold short sword. The sun had set not long ago, and the streets were still populated with pedestrians when the mysterious figure arrived. As long as it was not during the day when there were the most people, all his actions and their consequences could be easily managed. Supported by a formidable force behind him, the extraordinary had been vanquished. Yet, the approaching individual was also an extraordinary being. Wang Xian remained seated in his room, contemplating. However, the ability to command extraordinary beings was a testament to the terrifying strength of those factions. A man clad in black approached from the end of the road, holding a lamp that bore the marks of time, exuding an ancient charm, with a dim crimson flame flickering at its wick. Exquisite treasures. The financial magnates have unearthed far too many. Previously, I focused solely on the scriptures they collected, overlooking a crucial aspect. They have also excavated significant relics. Wang Xian reflected. In the modern society of the New Star, this man was dressed in a retro style, surrounded by darkness as all street lamps were extinguished, with only the ancient lamp illuminating his cold and rigid visage. From a distance of over 100 meters, the ancient lamp emitted a hazy glow, and the feather insignia carved on its body seemed to come alive, shooting forth a beam of light infused with dark crimson fire. A small dark red arrow sped towards the Yangsheng Hall. Everything was about to reach its conclusion. The extraordinary must either submit or perish. No one could rise above the rules we have established. The extraordinary had been defeated. A voice echoed from afar. Simultaneously, countless miniature detectors transformed into insects, flying towards the wellness hall to document everything. Chapter 220. The curtain rises, the street lights extinguished, plunging this area of the city into utter darkness. A beam of dark red light pierced through the oppressive gloom, swiftly entering the wellness hall. Inside the dimly lit room, devoid of illumination, Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with clarity as he brandished his short sword, instantly radiating a blinding brilliance as he struck forward. The dark red arrow pierced through the wall, leaving a minuscule hole behind. It was short, merely the length of a ballpoint pen, yet exquisitely crafted. The arrow's body was engraved with intricate symbols, glowing with a flowing crimson aura, trailed by a luminous tail several meters long, mesmerizing and intimidating. It resembled a red meteor, abruptly crashing into the room, intent on obliterating everything within. The short sword, resplendent and precise, cleaved through the diminutive dark red arrow with unmatched sharpness, severing it silently. Wang Xian felt no delight. Instead, his skin tightened as he evaded like a specter, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the room, his hair standing on end. The severed arrow feathers converged in an instant, reassembling into a complete dark red arrow. The unique symbols on the arrow shaft shimmered with a ghostly glow, saturating the dim room with an eerie crimson hue. With a whoosh, the small arrow, swift as lightning, pursued Wang Xian, locking onto him with the intent to pierce his psyche. Though the short sword was no ordinary weapon, he had never unleashed its extraordinary runes and was currently relying solely on its keen blade. He swiftly sheathed the sword, opting not to use it for defense. The scorching and piercing brilliance approached. Wang Xian tilted his head to evade the red beam aimed at his forehead, his eyes emitting a tangible beam of light. He intervened with his spirit, altering the arrow's trajectory, yet the entire realm of his consciousness throbbed with pain. This arrow was exceedingly unusual, posing a grave threat to him. In the fleeting moment the arrow passed, it abruptly veered, intertwining dark red beams as dense symbols emerged, racing toward him, intent on embedding themselves within his being. Wang Xian repeatedly waved his hands, unleashing secretive force forward, but to little effect. He felt the helplessness of old Chun. Against such an extraordinary treasure, evasion was futile, and destruction was ineffective. Was he to withstand it with sheer mental fortitude? This was likely no ordinary artifact. It was something unearthed by the elite from ancient mythological times. Now activated, its power unfathomable. Faced with such a treasure for the first time, Wang Xian lacked experience. He activated the scriptures recorded on the stone tablet, harmonizing his physical and mental energies, amplifying his strength. He snapped his fingers in succession, unleashing a cacophony of thunder that reverberated through the night, striking the dark red arrow feathers. Although they had been broken, they ultimately reappeared. Wang Xian discovered that all forms of attack paled in comparison to the direct intervention of his mental realm. Yet, Old Chun was a cautionary tale, currently trapped in a state akin to the living dead. Treasures are not mere words. This night, Wang Xian attained a profound and lucid understanding of the extraordinary relics from the ancient transcendent era. A genuine treasure possesses the power to alter the tides of battle. Unlike the weapons he had previously encountered in his secluded domain, these artifacts are authentic marvels unearthed from the ruins of ancient great sects, imbued with astonishing might. He remained composed, bolstered by his self-assurance, as all wondrous sights resonated and materialized before him. The mist-laden celestial mountains, the fiery lava fields of the setting sun, and the expansive azure lakes fused with his spiritual realm, augmenting his strength manifold. With a swift motion, a dark red arrow launched towards his form. This time, evasion was futile, and Wang Xian chose not to remain passive. His mental energy surged, harmonizing with the extraordinary visions, resonating with the present world. The crimson arrow pierced into his spiritual domain, sinking into the lava fields of the setting sun, ensnared by the marvels, held fast. What are these extraordinary visions? Upon entering the transcendent realm, Wang Xian communicated with the enigmatic spiritual world, capturing a fragment that manifested before him. Typically, even in an era devoid of decay, no one could glimpse the layers of the mysterious spiritual realm at such a level. Indeed, Wang Xian merely brushed the surface of the first tier of the spiritual world, beckoning wisps of strange energy into existence, crafting extraordinary sights. The dark red arrow became ensnared within the marvels and fell silent. The room was engulfed in darkness once more, devoid of light, save for the brilliance of Wang Xian's eyes, which sparkled with newfound clarity. The treasures from the ancient transcendent era were indeed overwhelmingly powerful. However, his ability to reach this stage and manifest extraordinary sights was remarkable in itself. Even in ancient times, to manipulate the first tier of the spiritual world at this level would be considered a feat capable of contending against legendary treasures. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the cloaked figure with the lantern appeared to the present, when the arrow's feathers dimmed. It was but a fleeting moment. Wang Xian sensed a multitude of miniature detectors converging from the streets and the air, intent on approaching this location and entering the room. A terrifying arc of electricity burst forth, tearing through the darkness, illuminating the street where the lamplights had extinguished, as those costly detectors plummeted en masse, obliterated. In an instant, the entire street was plunged back into obscurity. The man in black did not pause, lantern in hand, maintaining a steady rhythm as he advanced towards the hall of nurturing life. His face was cold and rigid, as if masked by an expressionless visage, casting an eerie and unsettling aura in the dim crimson flame. At this moment, the street was deserted, save for the sound of his purposeful footsteps. To his surprise, a transcendent-level thunder erupted. Was it Zhou Yun awakening, or was Wang Xian truly an extraordinary being as well? In the distance, two individuals observed intently. Utilizing high-tech means to scrutinize the activities along the street. Regardless of their identities, they had likely been struck by an arrow and could not endure for long. Simultaneously, they raised their heads to behold a warship silently approaching like a dark cloud, looming over Sioux City. On this moonless night, it appeared monstrous, instilling a sense of oppression and terror. Undoubtedly, this represents a formidable deterrent. In this era, the hull, reminiscent of a steel jungle, is capable of crushing all once it opens fire. As night falls, all parties await news, patiently anticipating the conclusion of this battle. What? A warship hovers above Sioux City. What do they intend to do? That is a metropolis with a population in the tens of millions. Their actions are excessive. With a thunderous strike, they assert their might. Yet, one must adhere to the rules. Even a mere passage overhead is impermissible. What if an accident were to occur? Immediately, pressure was exerted. No one is allowed to cross the red line. The warship silently recedes, vanishing into the horizon. At this moment, discussions swirl within relevant circles, restless. As a resolution is imminent, the formidable powers that took action have long since signaled their intent to bring everything to a close. The prevailing view holds that the extraordinary beings have faltered, and altering this outcome seems implausible. On the shadowy streets, a man has approached the wellness pavilion, releasing a second arrow feather. The ancient lantern casts a hazy glow, its crimson flame intertwining, as the arrow feather, like a radiant rainbow, pierces into the room. This time, Wang Xian does not evade. His spiritual realm melds with the wondrous spectacle, manifesting externally like a vast net unfurling. The dark red arrow feather descends like a meteor, melding into the azure sea of marvels, instantly silencing the surroundings. The man in black, clad in vintage attire, strides expressionlessly through the interstices of the building, exuding extraordinary power, his strength indeed formidable. In an instant, he enters the room. Wang Xian unleashes a punch, dazzling with lightning, directed at the man. The figure in black remains remarkably composed. The ancient lantern in his hand flickers, casting a luminous aura that envelopes him, forming a protective barrier, even as another arrow feather is launched. Upon Wang Xian retrieving the third dark red arrow feather with the wondrous spectacle, his gaze still radiant. The man's expression finally shifts. His attack has not yielded the anticipated effect. The lantern is a genuine treasure, possessing extraordinary qualities that have endured since the decay of myth, attesting to its unparalleled value. In the darkness, bolts of thunder strike down upon him, all striking his form. The flame-imbued barrier successfully withstands the onslaught, yet it groans and dims under the strain. The man in black realizes the predicament. The extraordinary energy of the lantern is continuously depleting, and a significant issue looms ahead. It requires a replenishment of supermaterial. He too launches an assault, raising his hand as a torrent of flames surges forth, intent on incinerating everything. Yet, Wang Xian's punch descends, extinguishing all flames. The heart of the man in black sinks. His opponent possesses superior strength, and the supermaterial within the ancient lantern has thinned, rendering it ineffective. He is undeniably outmatched. Such youth, yet such power. He is astounded. This Wang Xian is indeed an extraordinary being. His pupils constrict, his spirit trembles. This is the first truly perilous individual he has encountered, more terrifying than Zhou Yun. He is the genuine behemoth lurking beneath the surface. Although some have speculated that this young man is somewhat peculiar, the reality of the experience has left him astonished. He turns to flee, but a resplendent sword light intercepts his escape route. A flying sword cleaves toward him. The protective barrier shakes violently before beginning to collapse. The young man approached, delivering a powerful punch that caused the already dim light screen to cave in further, diminishing its luster. It resembled porcelain shattering. The light screen was torn apart as Wang Xian's fist struck, while the sword light ignited sparks from the man's dark attire. This was not merely a vintage garment. It was an ancient protective treasure. Yet, even under the razor-sharp short sword, it was effortlessly severed. At this juncture, his fate was irrevocably sealed. His greatest reliance was that ancient lamp, yet now its extraordinary essence had been depleted. Wang Xian pressed one hand against the man's skull, inducing an immediate collapse, obliterating the internal cerebral matter. Simultaneously, The swordlight swept across, shredding the black-clad figure into multiple segments, blood splattering everywhere. The vitality of the extraordinary was resilient. Wang Xian could not grant him a complete corpse. Only then did the ancient lamp extinguish completely, plummeting to the ground, caught deftly by Wang Xian. This treasure had changed hands. With profound eyes, he gazed into the distance. Was this the end? No, it was merely the beginning. He believed that the formidable powers seeking to eliminate him and Old Chun would not allow such a conclusion. One side would have to pay a greater price in blood and lives. Concern for young Wang lingered. Those individuals had proclaimed they would spare him, taking only Old Chen's life, a situation both regrettable and powerless. Zhou Yun felt the hedonistic lifestyle had lost its flavor. At the critical moment, all he could do was wait passively for grim news. Wang Xian and Old Chun, along with Zhong Cheng, shared a sigh. In their particular circle, everyone awaited news and deliberated. Despite the knowledge of the extraordinary's defeat, they still wished to witness the final act. Wang Xian looked down, discovering that within the shattered form of the extraordinary, a chip had been implanted. He sensed the presence of two individuals lurking in the distance. The blood had only just begun to flow. The curtain had merely risen. Calmly, he spoke. Gratitude. Mingwei Yoxia. Please call me Uncle, Sanxing Yuan Quanong. Thank you for the support, Alliance Leader. Chapter 221. Counterattack against the super tycoon. Wang Xian observed the corpse on the ground, revealing that a chip had indeed been implanted within the extraordinary's body. I looked down, witnessing your dire state, a tragic denouement. You looked down, perceiving the countenance of the tycoon, from henceforth devoid of freedom. In addition to the chip, other foreign entities clung to his flesh, even embedded within his cerebral matter. No wonder he appeared numb and indifferent. A once extraordinary being had tragically devolved into a mere tool for others. In the distance, two individuals concealed atop a tall building sensed something amiss, their super brains emitting a sharp sound. What? Our man is dead, devoid of vital signs. To hunt with an ancient, formidable treasure, only to falter and cost one's own life? Their expressions shifted dramatically, utterly unprepared for such a conclusion, a wave of terror washing over them. Suddenly, Wang Xian sensed a warning, his mental energy surging like a tidal wave, lifting the dismembered body parts into the night sky. Then, his spiritual essence returned to his corporeal form. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the high streets, flames leaping upwards as an umbrella of energy churned, illuminating the pitch-black sky. The flesh of the extraordinary is remarkably resilient, resistant to ordinary forces that seek to tear it apart. Yet now, those segments of flesh have not only burst forth, but have turned to ashes. One can only imagine the catastrophic consequences had this occurred amidst buildings and crowds. All would have perished, reduced to mere tools. With an immense mental domain, Wang Xian sensed everything around him, convinced that hostility lurked atop a high-rise building a mere mile away. In an instant, he transcended his physical form, darting through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, arriving directly at the rooftop of the towering structure. There, two individuals believed themselves to be safely hidden a mile away, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. They bore metallic wings upon their backs, a propulsion device enabling them to ascend rapidly into the night sky and flee at breakneck speed, and indeed, they were in the process of doing so. Behind them, a soft whirring sound arose as a pair of jet-black metal wings unfurled, ready for a swift escape. Had they encountered other extraordinary beings, their plan may have succeeded, yet they could not fathom that at this level, Wang Xian could project his spirit several miles away. Other extraordinary beings were confined to their physical proximity, struggling to traverse such distances. Now, Wang Xian imparted a lesson upon them. Bang! Bang! The two felt as though they had been forcefully shoved together, colliding and damaging their wings, crashing back onto the rooftop. Sparks of energy erupted as their metallic wings began to deform and ultimately shattered, an inexplicable force obliterating their propulsion devices. Wang Xian's spirit could traverse 5 to 6 miles. Now, at merely 1 mile away, he felt no strain. Name, age, origin, a mysterious voice resonated within their hearts, akin to an interrogation of criminals. Yet no figure was visible, sending chills down their spines and cold sweat trickling down. The pair remained silent, offering no response. In truth, Wang Xian did not require an answer. Through mental waves, he questioned and guided them, directly capturing the intense fluctuations of thought that arose in their panic, extracting valuable information. Indeed, in an instant, Wang Xian discerned their identities, linked to a formidable power, members of a certain family, though far from the core echelon. The Sun family, a true superconglomerate. Among the 5 families in the new star deemed superconglomerates, the Zhou and Qin families were included. Previously, Wang Xian had speculated whether the Qin family was the orchestrator of this affair. While he could not entirely dismiss them, another family had now been confirmed. As a superconglomerate, the Sun family wielded extraordinary power. Rumors suggested their involvement in the excavation of the supernova, the origin of new techniques, granting them substantial influence. The 2 individuals before him possessed a degree of authority, long engaged in dirty and laborious tasks, responsible for coordinating certain forces, which elucidated their presence here. You too lack the requisite rank. It is improbable that you can fully command that extraordinary being. Your primary role is likely to coordinate various relationships, is it not? Wang Xian spoke again, influencing them with his mental domain, instilling fear and inevitably provoking thoughts of those questions. Even without their verbal acknowledgement, Wang Xian could glean the answers. Unexpectedly, a significant player lurked within Sioux City. Wang Xian initially felt a profound sense of disappointment. Although these 2 individuals were indeed members of the Sun family, they were not of the direct lineage and were distanced from the core. However, having discerned their intentions, he now found himself with significant insights. Sun Chenquan, a direct heir within the super-rich elite, was nearing 40, an age ripe with vigor and strength. He ranked relatively high among the younger generation of the Sun family, likely around 5th or 6th. Despite the family's numerous concealed secrets and their discreet involvement in the development of the Superstars project, the extraordinary individuals remained of paramount importance to them. Thus, Sun Chenquan took it upon himself to engage directly, as he typically handled the liaison with this extraordinary being, even selecting the immensely valuable ancient lamp from the family's secret vault alongside the superhuman. I have yet to eliminate a direct member of the super-rich elite, Wang Xian stated with calmness. The 2 individuals atop the building felt a chill run down their spines, although they could not see him. They suspected that the young Wang Xian was preparing to take action against the higher echelons of the Sun family. Chen Yongjia, severely battered, now realized that the unreliable speculation had become a reality. The young Wang Xian was not only an extraordinary individual, but also far more terrifying than they had anticipated. In a moment, both were seized by horror. For many years, no one had dared to lay a hand on the direct heirs of the super-rich elite. With a sudden strike, Wang Xian, using his mental prowess to manipulate objects, turned one of them upside down, smashing his head against the rooftop with a resounding crash, leaving a gruesome mess. Today, you have caused quite a stir, with your spaceship meeting disaster and your hovering vehicle plummeting. Now, it is your turn to experience the sensation of self-destruction. Wang Xian's cold words sent the surviving individual into a state of utter terror, ultimately breaking his composure as he trembled and pleaded, "Do not kill me." In response, he was met with an unstoppable force, propelling him off the high building and hurtling toward the barren ground below. Soon after, the lifeless body of the other individual followed suit. Although both had seemingly taken their own lives, ample evidence remained to indicate that their deaths were anything but normal. This was precisely Wang Xian's retaliation against the Sun family, employing methods akin to theirs for revenge, regardless of their status as mid-tier members. Their simultaneous fall from the building, resulting in their demise beneath the sprawling metropolis, would undoubtedly make headlines. For many years, no one had dared to confront the Sun family. Wang Xian's consciousness swiftly returned to the health preservation hall, his physical form opening its eyes, akin to 2 bolts of lightning slicing through the darkness. He consulted his phone for the location of the hotel where Sun Chenquan was staying. It was not far, merely 2 miles away. Was he intent on witnessing the tragic downfall of the extraordinary individual at such close quarters? Wang Xian took a sip of celestial spring water to maintain his peak vitality, knowing full well that the task at hand would create quite a commotion. After a brief respite of mere seconds, he surveyed the surrounding area, detecting no hostility or abnormalities. Once satisfied, he once again projected his consciousness outward, racing toward the Fuyou Grand Hotel. He pondered the fate of old Wang. Given his disposition, would he be able to bow in submission? If he were to witness Chen Chao's gruesome death unfold before his very eyes, would old Wang erupt in fury? Zhong Cheng paced restlessly under the night sky, his brow furrowed as he awaited the latest news from Sioux City. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing remained silent. her attention also drawn to the happenings within the financial elite. However, she harbored a different suspicion. Could he be an extraordinary being, poised for a counterattack? Her keen mind had meticulously observed that Wang Xian, in the face of outsiders in the immortal city, exhibited an overconfidence that could not solely be attributed to old Qin's influence. In another city, the Zhou family was entangled in their own deliberations. Zhou Yun sighed, contemplating. If Qin Xiaofan were to perish, would young Wang, in a fit of impulsiveness, also jeopardize himself? Those individuals are far from benevolent. That night, unrest permeated all factions. Old son, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Zhou Ziyuan said as he contacted the upper echelons of the powerful Sun family, adopting a tone of respectful deference. Ah, young Zhao, I understand your intent. You wish to safeguard that young man, Wang Xian, do you not? It seems he once rescued your daughter in the hidden realm. Speaking of which, Qinghan is a fine child, intelligent and perceptive. It would be splendid if she could marry into our Sun family, replied Sun Rongting, an elder of the Sun family, with a gentle smile as he conversed with Zhao Ziyuan. If that Wang Xian is obedient and well-behaved, there should be no danger. However, should he prove immature or irrational, exhibiting extreme words or actions, he is likely to encounter significant hardship, perhaps even grievous injury, Sun Rongting stated calmly, his confidence unmistakable. The Sun family, a mighty financial conglomerate, stood at the zenith of power, particularly bolstered by an impressive accumulation of strength over the past 2 years. Today, Ling Qiming also approached me, seeking to preserve Chun Yongjia's life. I am aware of their past camaraderie, yet I firmly declined, clearly informing him that this matter has escalated into a struggle within the realm of consciousness. The extraordinary has already faced defeat. Refusal to yield equates to death. Sun Rongting concluded the conversation without further elaboration, maintaining an air of composure as he toyed with a small, golden gourd in his hand. During that night, many awaited the outcome from Sioux City. Various factions engaged in discussion, and regardless of their individual stances or mindsets, a consensus emerged. There appeared to be no suspense in the unfolding events. Behind this operation lay the support of a super financial conglomerate, promising a truly terrifying outcome. In Sioux City, Wang Xian, with his spirit detached from his body, arrived almost instantaneously at the Fuyao Grand Hotel, situated 2 miles away. Sun Qingquan, a direct descendant of the Sun family and a figure of considerable stature among his peers, ensured that security measures were impeccable. They had reserved an entire floor, surrounded not only by skilled protectors, but also by top-tier robots. The earlier display of fire from the extraordinary beings in midair had heightened Sun Qingquan's vigilance. He understood that trouble was afoot and promptly commanded their departure. They swiftly ascended to the expansive rooftop, which, as a premier hotel, offered ample space for small flying vessels. Their desire to escape was urgent, and their reaction was swift. However, Wang Xian, with his spirit detached, defied the 2-mile distance, hovering coldly in midair as he observed them. In no time, he began to discern the thoughts and feelings of certain individuals. In truth, through their actions and demeanor, he could ascertain who the principal players were. Sun Qingquan, a high-ranking member of the super financial conglomerate, had indeed become a target. As Wang Xian dove towards the spacecraft, Sun Qingquan stumbled, a hazy aura enveloping him, emanating from an ancient jade amulet carved into the form of a protective talisman. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, surprised that his initial strike had been thwarted. The Sun family indeed possessed profound heritage, boasting extraordinary artifacts. Nevertheless, he paid it little heed, for the jade was far inferior to the ancient lamp. Quickly, we must leave this place. At the moment the talisman illuminated, Sun Qingquan's face turned ashen, and a group rushed towards the small spacecraft. Crack! A fissure appeared in the jade talisman on Sun Qingquan's chest. There are extraordinary beings nearby. We must flee. Leave Sioux City at once. He shouted anxiously. The spacecraft ignited and ascended into the sky. Wang Xian frowned. He had hoped to extract valuable information from the Sun family's direct lineage, but time was of the essence. The instant the spacecraft took off, the jade talisman exploded, and with a crack, his neck was twisted, his head turning grotesquely behind him. The others were horrified, their expressions shifting dramatically, with someone shouting, "Accelerate! Distance yourselves from Sioux City." Once the spacecraft launched, it would soon surpass the limits of Wang Xian's physical form. And in that critical moment, he made his move within the vessel. Crack! A terrifying sound reverberated through the small spacecraft as energy sparks erupted. Leaving the occupants pale with fear, dreadful fissures appeared in the control room. Subsequently, other areas, particularly the energy transmission system, began to malfunction. Panic ensued within the small craft. High in the sky, flames flickered as the spacecraft hurtled towards the city outskirts. Even with internal complications, its trajectory could not be altered. You are fond of orchestrating catastrophic accidents, are you not? Here is your satisfaction. Within the city, amidst the air, Wang Xian's spiritual form gazed beyond the city. Today, Old Chun had been grievously injured by the prior explosion of the ill-fated spacecraft. Boom. Dozens of miles outside Sioux City, in a mountainous forest, a blinding explosion of energy erupted as the small spacecraft collided with the mountain, utterly disintegrating and melting the terrain. Wang Xian's spirit returned to his corporeal form, his eyes opening with profound tranquility. Merely eliminating one of your elite members was insufficient. The blood you shed was far too little, and you were likely still unsatisfied. He understood that this matter was far from over. That night, all parties awaited the final outcome. Once news from Sioux City emerged, it would undoubtedly stir significant ripples, marking an insomniac night. Gratitude to the misty rain and the support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 222. Midnight thunder. The entire street lay in utter silence. The streetlights extinguished and remaining dark. Wang Xian sat quietly, meticulously sensing his surroundings for quite some time, finding no issues within a several-mile radius. His gaze then fell upon the ancient lamp on the table, before shifting to the still, motionless old Chun on the sickbed. As night deepened, many had waited long, having already anticipated that no extraordinary changes would occur and everything would soon conclude. Yet a portion remained watchful, eager to hear the outcome from Sioux City. How intriguing! On this night, many acquaintances were indeed keeping vigil, all awaiting news from Sioux City. In the city of Pingyuan, Qin Hong smiled as he spoke, gently swirling the wine in his glass. The liquid shimmered with a pale golden hue beneath the lights, and a trace of indifference curled at the corners of his lips. Ultimately, they were merely a couple of fortunate martial artists, not worthy of my special attention. Inform me when there are new developments. Ascending to the rooftop, Qin Hong gazed at the stars and moon, savoring the ethereal nightscape. His disdain for practitioners had always been profound, particularly since the death of his child on the moon, which intensified his animosity. Within an ancient subterranean palace, the headquarters of the Grey Blood Organization, a hoarse voice inquired, "Shall we issue another blood-red execution order? Last time, someone impersonated us, deliberately muddying the waters. Old Chun, may your journey be smooth. I did my utmost, yet I could not protect you." Ling Qiming stood in an ancestral temple he was reconstructing at home, reminiscing about the past with Chun Yongjia on the old grounds, shaking his head in sorrow. He had personally reached out to the Sun family, but to no avail. Sun Rongting made it clear that he intended to eradicate all. At the Zhong family residence, the second son, Zhong Changming, cautioned his descendants to avoid causing trouble, asserting that the Zhong family should maintain tranquility and stability, refraining from involvement in external affairs. Within the super-rich Sun family, discussions ensued. Tonight, waves of individuals have sought our contact, especially those from the Life Research Institute, who are particularly interested in Chun Yongjia's flesh. For practitioners of ancient arts, such experimental material is indeed rare. The heart shall remain, while the remaining flesh can be sold. Preserve the head, maintaining its vitality with a nurturing solution, and diligently research the secrets of the spiritual energy of extraordinary beings from ancient arts. Members of the Sun family remained remarkably composed, preparing to manage the forthcoming series of events, dispatching professionals to dissect Chun Yongjia's body. In the realm of new stars and financial magnates, this particular circle not only attracted the attention of those wielding real power, but also engaged the younger generation in conversation. "Brother Sun, I hear you've put down the newly emerged extraordinary being?" Zhou Yun had been boasting recently about his adventures with extraordinary beings in hidden realms, recounting the mysteries and dangers of the immortal city. Now, with his idol Chun Fan slain, it would be interesting to see how he would continue to boast. I felt embarrassed for him. He might not venture out for quite some time. By the way, Brother Sun, my uncle insists that I procure some extraordinary flesh from you. The laboratory he oversees is in dire need of such materials. Holding the phone, Sunny Chin chuckled, having already received several similar calls that evening. "Song Kuan, are you still playing these games with me? You merely desire Chun Yongjia's flesh, and I shall reserve some for you. What era is this? With star destroyers soon to emerge, even more formidable mythical creatures will be slain without hesitation. That night, Zhou Yun and Zhong Cheng transitioned from initial concern to simmering frustration, discovering that acquaintances were covertly mocking them. Previously, some had accompanied Zhou Yun to sea, yearning for the hidden realms and expressing keen interest in extraordinary beings, hoping to meet the likes of Old Chun and Wang Xian. Now, upon learning of the extraordinary being's defeat, they were secretly ridiculing Zhou Yun and Zhong Cheng, deriding their associations with so-called future mythic figures, now swiftly dispatched. Certainly, many merely observe with a sense of detachment, believing there is no necessity to engage in disparagement, abstaining from participation and quietly awaiting the outcome. This truly infuriates me. Zhong Cheng paces restlessly, overwhelmed by frustration, to the extent that even a girl he admires has remarked that his judgment is flawed. As for Zhou Yun, in a fit of rage, he immediately embarked on a journey, taking a spacecraft to New Moon. He felt powerless to salvage the situation between Wang Xian and Qin Chaofan, and was further ridiculed, leaving him with a sense of suffocation, burdened by unexpressed grievances he wished to avoid carrying to the new star. Zhong Qing remained composed, casting a glance at her brother, and remarked, "What is there to be upset about? Look at those who dare to speak out. There are hardly a handful. They are either excessively young and naive, or harbor ulterior motives. Simply disregard them. Once you step out of the Zhong family, there will still be those who gravitate towards you. I yearn to prove myself. One day, I shall become a sword immortal, not relying on my family." He sighed. "Old Wang, Old Shun, I truly hope you both endure long enough to preserve your lives, as I depend on you to pave the way." Zhong Cheng felt disheartened. Suddenly, in the deep of night, thunder erupted, reverberating through the circles of tycoons and major institutions. Instantly, those who were still engaged in discussions, waiting, or trading in extraordinary flesh fell silent, momentarily engulfed in stillness. This peculiar circle seemed to have been pressed on pause, the entire world rendered mute. Then, with a resounding boom, a tremendous upheaval ensued, akin to a small asteroid crashing into a vast ocean, creating towering waves that swept in all directions. Changes were afoot in Sioux City. Had something happened to those who sought to eliminate Qin Yongjie and Wang Xian? The forces of the Sun family had faced defeat, with suspicions of a significant figure perishing there. Was the news credible? Hadn't the extraordinary already faced downfall? Everything seemed to be concluding. How could such news emerge? Many were probing for information to report to higher-ups, utilizing every channel available, and soon concrete details surfaced, even accompanied by photographic evidence. When the Sun family received the news, they were astounded. Sun Chengquan had actually died. The spacecraft had met with disaster, crashing in the mountainous region dozens of miles from Sioux City, with no survivors. The wreckage had been melted by the energy systems. Their specialized team was already prepared to dissect Qin Yongjie, to study the spiritual energy of the ancient extraordinary practitioners, and had negotiated terms with various parties for the trade of extraordinary flesh. Yet now they were met with such grim tidings. The Sun family was shocked, then enraged. A direct descendant of the super tycoon had perished, likely under abnormal circumstances. How long had it been since such an event occurred? Sun Rongting sat there, expressionless, realizing that this incident had deviated from its intended course and required rectification. In Pingyuan City, Qin Hong set down his wine glass, initially mistaking the news for a falsehood, but after a moment regained his senses, saying, "Sun Chengquan has actually died there. Who could have killed him? This is bound to lead to significant repercussions." Naturally, the first to receive the news was the Qian family, whose stronghold was in Sioux City, and Qian himself resided in a manor just outside the city. He immediately attempted to call Wang Xian's phone, but there was no answer. Ling Qiming was momentarily stunned upon hearing the rumors. He had just bid farewell to Old Chun, even burning a bundle of paper money in his honor, only for the events to take an unexpected turn. Old Chun had fallen into a coma. Who could be behind this? Could it be that young man? Zhao Zijuan, upon learning of the news, was equally bewildered by the sudden reversal of events. How could the Sun family have perished? This was indeed far beyond his expectations. However, he soon furrowed his brow, realizing that this incident was far from over. A new storm was bound to arise, and the Sun family would undoubtedly be enraged, unwilling to let this go. Yet, he marveled at the prowess of Sioux City, which remained undefeated and displayed such formidable strength. Within the enigmatic underground palace of the Ashen Blood Organization, someone inquired, "Has the blood execution order been issued? If not, retract it immediately and assess the situation. My uncle, Sun Chengquan, has died, and the extraordinary has turned the tables? Who could have done this? Wasn't Qin Yongjie in a stupor?" Sunny Qin was taken aback. Many contemporaries reached out to confirm the news. The rapid changes in the situation leaving him somewhat incredulous. When Zhong Cheng heard the news, he was first struck dumb, then leapt up, exclaiming, "I, Wang Xian. Old Chun has defied the heavens." "Calm down." Zhong Qin glared at him, though she too was unsettled, her beautiful eyes sparkling as her suspicions began to be validated. "Brother Zhou, where are you? Did you see the news?" Zhong Cheng contacted Zhou Yun. "On the moon? What happened? Did Xiao Wang and Old Qin go there? Alas, I feel distressed and can hardly bear it. Please burn some more paper for me. I need to take a moment before heading back," Zhou Yun replied, disheartened and lacking in spirit. "What nonsense are you spouting? It was the Sun family that was eliminated." Zhou Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. They all tried to reach Wang Xian immediately, yet no one answered. Wang Xian, aside from initially answering calls from Qin Cheng and Professor Lin, reassured them not to worry and that everything was fine for the night. He did not respond to any other calls. With too many calls flooding in, some familiar, some unknown, each undoubtedly seeking information, he ultimately sent out a group message. "All is well, nothing to worry about." Once this message spread, it triggered a new wave of speculation. The fact that he himself had spoken up, declaring that all was well, though brief, conveyed a wealth of information. Some interpreted that aside from assuring safety, he was also showcasing his confidence, exuding a remarkable sense of assurance. Wang Xian silenced his phone and set it aside, turning his attention to studying the ancient lamp. He needed to awaken Old Chun, for the battle had only just begun. It was not in his nature to passively await others to strike again. Wang Xian was convinced that if Old Chun had not been abruptly incapacitated by a foreign treasure and was instead placed within the city of the Sun family, the destructive potential would be immense. In the cosmos, there were many with ulterior motives, and powerful factions were not easily trifled with. If Old Chun were to revive, and they advanced from different routes towards the Sun family's stronghold, the resulting deterrent would be magnified to an extraordinary degree. Of course, merely releasing Old Chun while he continued to maintain his enigmatic presence in the health sanctuary would also serve as a formidable intimidation, leaving others in perplexity. On this tranquil night, Sioux City lay in serene stillness, untouched by any disturbances, with no one daring to approach the wellness hall. To all observers, this place exuded an aura of dread, especially after the formidable Sun family had met with failure. How could speculation not abound? Was it the awakening of the venerable Old Chun, or was that young man indeed the first true threat, launching a formidable offensive? Chapter 223. Investment in Wang Xian. The lamp, modest in size, stood about 12 to 13 centimeters tall, resembling a small lantern with a robust form. Crafted from an unknown black metal, it was affixed at the top by a chain, the end of which bore a sizable ring for easy handling. How to utilize it? Wang Xian weighed it in his hands. It was surprisingly heavy, capable of delivering a lethal blow if struck upon an adversary's head. The lamp's surface was adorned with intricate engravings of various patterns, birds, and beasts, exuding an ancient charm. Most striking was the engraved image of a small arrow at its center. Wang Xian attempted to infuse it with some extraordinary substance, causing the lamp to emit a faint glow, indicating some response. Through repeated experimentation, he gradually discerned the lamp's functionality. It required the infusion of extraordinary material to accumulate within its body. In an age where myth had decayed, such an artifact would revert to mere mundanity. It was highly probable that the Sun family had procured X material from secretive realms or extraordinary planets, thereby activating this object. Now, however, the extraordinary substance within had been exhausted, rendering it dim and inoperative. He surmised that infusing it with mysterious elements could also suffice. Wang Xian experimented further, and as energy began to accumulate and sink within the lamp, it became primed for activation. With a gentle mental nudge, he activated the small arrow insignia atop, causing runes to flow, and a dark red arrow was poised to be unleashed. The mysterious runes were crucial, targeting the realm of the mind. He quickly withdrew his hand and extinguished the wick, having consumed a considerable amount of energy in the process. It was no wonder that the extraordinary individual controlled by the Sun family had extinguished the lamp after several attempts. in an age where myth had decayed. The lack of extraordinary material on the new star rendered it unaffordable for the average person. Wang Xian refrained from further infusing extraordinary material, recognizing the lamp's immense power, akin to a bottomless pit that could never be satiated. He deemed it necessary to visit Qian An's estate, seeking the mysterious elements within the half-constructed copper wall of the temple to nourish this extraordinary treasure. After prolonged study, utilizing his mental eye to probe deeper, he discovered that the runes within the ancient lamp were layered, and he could currently only activate the first layer. This lamp was astonishing. The power it had exhibited thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg, closely tied to the mental prowess of its wielder. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should he manage to activate the deeper layers of runes, it was likely to transform into a formidable weapon. This revelation exceeded his expectations, revealing the lamp's profound mystery. Tomorrow, he would venture to the Qian family to utilize the inner sanctum and adequately nourish this artifact. Yet, a frown crossed his brow. How could he revive old Chun? He pondered for an extended period, realizing that while he could use the lamp to stimulate arrows and light screens, he remained uncertain about how to retract the small arrow from old Chen's body. As for the dark red arrows within his own body, he had long since crushed them with his wondrous vision, extinguishing their presence as faint red light dissipated into the void. However, he dared not use his own extraordinary perception to disturb the three small arrows within old Chen's mental realm, fearing an inadvertent explosion. Eventually, he discovered a certain method. Upon activating the runes on the ancient lamp space, the dark red arrows within old Chen's mental domain trembled, dissolving into a delicate halo of red light that was drawn out. Could it be utilized in such a manner? Whoosh! The three dark red arrows flew forth, being absorbed by the ancient lamp. The effect was palpable. Old Chen immediately opened his eyes, awakening from a state of deathly silence. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. Having been imprisoned in his mental realm for such an extended period, he felt quite uncomfortable. Simultaneously, he sensed a pang in his arm. During the day, he had been in a dazed state, nearly losing an arm. Have I truly endured this? He marveled, recalling the dangers he had faced, gritting his teeth in frustration, eager to seek retribution. The situation was dire. We had crossed paths with a super conglomerate, and now it was either their annihilation or ours, resulting in bloodshed. Wang Xian succinctly outlined the general circumstances. The Sun family, those wretched sons, I shall remember you. Old Chen's gaze sparkled with lightning-like intensity in the dimly lit room. He needed to recuperate. While his mental realm was manageable, his arm had nearly been severed, requiring at least a few days of healing. Suddenly, both men looked upwards towards the night sky outside. Outside Sioux City, it appeared as if dark clouds were drifting in. Colossal warships looming ominously, shrouded in darkness, slowly approaching, hovering above Sioux City. And there was more than one, for were positioned in all directions, indicating the Sun family's wrath. This was the stronghold of the Qian and Li families. Although the Sun family was a super conglomerate, they wouldn't dare to provoke widespread fury by annihilating a city of millions. It was merely posturing. Old Chen spoke in a deep voice, remaining calm. I must grow stronger. They are pushing me forward step by step. Wang Xian gazed at the night sky. Even though he knew the adversary would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter, the looming presence of the massive warships instilled a sense of urgency within him. The four giant ships of the Sun family lingered near Sioux City for an extended period, leaving only in the deep of night, with all parties closely monitoring, feeling the cold intent and determination of the super conglomerate. Many were sleepless, yet Wang Xian slept soundly. He felt no fear. The Sun family's technological weaponry was indeed formidable, but should he gain entry into the city where the Sun family resided, everything would change. That night, Old Chun remained silent, having consumed the earth immortal spring and practiced the secret method of the 6-foot golden body to heal. He aimed to recover to his peak state in the shortest time possible. A flame of anger burned within him, yearning for retribution. He scrolled through the messages on his phone, noting that several old friends had already burned paper offerings for him, causing him a sense of helplessness. In truth, that night, some members of the Sun family harbored even greater fury than he. It had been many years since a core member of the super conglomerate had met their demise. Tonight, they faced humiliation, provoked severely. Among the heirs of the younger generation, Sun Chengquan met a tragic end, leaving no bones behind. As dawn broke, Sioux City remained vibrant, bathed in the glow of morning light. The working populace hurried about, and the bustling traffic of this metropolis teeming with millions resumed its rhythm. Yet, an unusual atmosphere lingered in the city, as various factions dispatched their agents to uncover the truth, awaiting the extraordinary individuals and subsequent events concerning the Sun family. According to reports, 2 men fell from a building on Guanghua Road last night, suspected to be an accident. This news left many speechless. The Sun family, gritting their teeth, acknowledged the incident, though it was evident that 2 of their mid-level members had been murdered, and they could not unveil the details. Soon after, a significant piece of news emerged. A spacecraft designated S-2576 crashed outside Sioux City. Satellite analysis ruled out the possibilities of being shot down or colliding with another vessel, deeming it an unfortunate accident and expressing heartfelt condolences to the victims. Even though the Sun family had braced themselves mentally, they were still on the verge of explosion, as it was unprecedented for one of their core members to suffer such a misfortune. Just yesterday, they had orchestrated a spacecraft accident targeting Yongjia, only to face rapid retaliation. However, could they voice their dissent? Unveiling the truth was impossible. At that moment, some individuals, including members of influential families who had been closely monitoring the situation, could not help but chuckle. Ling Qiming was in high spirits. Last night, he had humbled himself to reach out to the senior member of the Sun family, Sun Rongting, but the conversation had been quite unpleasant. Now, he felt particularly at ease. Gazing into the distance, under the moonlight, Zhou Yun could not resist singing under the crescent moon. He longed to converse with those who had secretly derided him, yet ultimately restrained himself, stating, "I shall remain low-key for now and not hold it against you." The Sun family repeatedly scrutinized the surveillance footage from the Fuyo Grand Hotel and analyzed satellite imagery, feeling an unsettling chill creep down their spines. It was evident that Sun Qingquan and his companions had encountered an accident while fleeing, yet not a single shadow of a specter was visible. What unsettled them the most was the revelation that the 2 who fell from the building had indeed jumped of their own volition, with no one pushing them. One had even fatally crashed onto the rooftop before feigning death and leaping from the building. It was utterly surreal. The individual tasked with investigating the incident for the Sun family turned pale as he reported the findings internally. Nevertheless, the upper echelons of the Sun family were not taken aback. They had already viewed portions of the surveillance footage the previous night and formed their own speculations. A seasoned consultant spoke up, suggesting, "This must involve extraordinary means, akin to the out-of-body experiences documented in ancient texts." Out-of-body experience? Bring in the Ghost Master, Sun Rongting calmly instructed, twirling a small gourd of golden hue in his hands. As the sun rose, Wang Xian and Old Chun emerged from the wellness hall for breakfast, startling all those who were following the developments of this affair. Chun Yongjia had awakened. Was it he who had taken action last night? Just as they had believed Wang Xian, the underwater Leviathan, had surfaced, the situation had once again become enigmatic. The wellness hall truly lived up to its name, transforming a gravely injured individual into one brimming with vitality by the following day. Observers remarked that the perspective of the situation was entirely different. Wang Xian undoubtedly presents a more perilous figure. I still believe he was the one who took action last night. Around 9 o'clock, Wang Xian and Old Chun departed the city, stirring the interest of the Sun family. I truly wished to unleash an energy cannon upon them, yet feared it would not suffice to end their lives. After all, even when Chun Yongjia descended in his spacecraft, he failed to obliterate Wang Xian. Wang Xian and Old Chun visited Qianan, returning once more to the estate, where their current statuses rendered the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable for Qianan. Old Chun appeared to be inquiring about the situation, probing for information, while Wang Xian sat quietly by, maintaining his silence. In truth, he had transcended his physical form, once again reaching out to the copper wall within the temple, seeking to siphon the mysterious substances hidden within. A multitude of enigmatic particles were drawn forth and fully infused into the ancient lamp. Last night, had someone truly prepared to barter for my flesh and blood? Old Chen gleaned some insights from Qianan, nearly exploding with rage. The Sun family was so elevated, so overwhelmingly powerful, treating Chun Yongjia as mere cattle to be sold. His complexion turned ashen, his fingers clenched tightly, drained of color. Furious, Old Chen yearned to charge directly at the Sun family. He communicated with Wang Xian through their mental connection, channeling some mysterious particles to expedite his recovery. hoping to strike back by the morrow. Ultimately, Wang Xian departed with satisfaction, having thoroughly nourished the ancient lamp he had clandestinely brought along. Zhong Cheng enjoyed a rather delightful morning, almost compelled to call the woman who had criticized his judgment. Yet he ultimately refrained. Zhong Qing remarked, Wang Xian and his companions remain in a precarious situation. The Sun family is a colossal entity. Particularly with their various close ties to the superstars, the waters run deep. She had learned the reason behind Chen Chaofan's severe injuries. It was due to the activation of a rare treasure, and undoubtedly, the Sun family's secret vault harbored extraordinary artifacts. Zhong Cheng whispered, do we possess any? Perhaps we could lend old Wang something? There must be treasures in the vault, but we cannot access them, Zhong Qing murmured. Sister, do you really wish to lend something? Oh, how generous of you, not to berate me. Zhong Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Great-grandfather is in slumber, and second-grandfather is overly cautious. The likelihood of complications arising is minimal. I suspect Wang Xian is an extraordinary being, one of significant prowess, if you were to offer assistance now. Last night, was it truly old Wang who intervened? Zhong Cheng was rendered utterly astounded. Although rumors circulated in the financial elite circles regarding the young man's extreme danger, many remained skeptical, believing him merely to have aided old Chun in the rejuvenation of his strength. Then, Zhong Cheng pointed at himself, saying, you want me to deliver treasures to old Wang? Zhong Qing shot him a glance, responding, do you expect me to deliver them? In any case, your rapport with him is commendable. Visiting Sioux City would not be amiss. Upon your return, the most you would face is grandfather's reprimand, and perhaps a few days of confinement. Zhong Qing nodded, growing serious. Indeed, at most I would only endure a severe scolding. However, if old Wang were to triumph, I would effectively secure a formidable ally for our Zhong family. He then furrowed his brow, saying, but we cannot access the vault. Do we have any treasures to offer? Zhong Qing whispered, before my great-grandfather entered the hidden realm to gather cicada shells, he entrusted me with a leather pouch, claiming it to be a treasure, and urged me to keep it safe and bring it back. I recall having seen him handle this very pouch in his study. Upon hearing this, Zhong Cheng exclaimed, old Zhong is so biased. In the afternoon, Zhong Cheng boarded a spaceship bound for Sioux City, making a beeline for the Health Palace. Many were aware of his amicable relationship with Wang Xian, which had led to some young scions of the financial elite mocking him discreetly. Thus, his presence there was not surprising. When old Chun beheld the leather pouch, he initially sensed nothing unusual, but upon handling it, he was taken aback. He activated the pouch, nearly sucking Wang Xian inside. Had it not been for Wang Xian's swift reflexes, moving to a safe distance as astonishing sights unfolded around him, he would likely have been ensnared by that luminous leather pouch. No wonder, during our times of peril in the hidden realm, when old Zhong and I were pursued and forced to flee, he always emerged unscathed while I often bled, old Chen realized. A pang of heartache struck him. Having spent such a long time in the hidden realm, the pouch had accumulated sufficient supermaterial, now ready for immediate use. In the evening, Zhong Cheng departed without lingering. The following 2 days were tranquil, with the Sun family making no advances. Old Chun, nursing his injuries, remained low-key, until the third morning, when Chun Yongjia abruptly set off. Appearing in a city 200 miles away, his trajectory indicated an intent to strike at the Sun family's stronghold. The two had parted ways, and only Chun Yongjia ventured forth alone. Who would dare to confront our Sun family single-handedly? He would perish on the road. Simultaneously, a member of the Sun family arrived at the Health Palace, seeking to ascertain whether Wang Xian was indeed an extraordinary being. However, Wang Xian acted first. Upon old Chen's arrival in another city, he proceeded towards a grand hotel in Sioux City, settling at a nearby beverage shop. Shortly thereafter, the Sun family's local head mysteriously drowned, succumbing in the hotel's swimming pool. The news spread, igniting renewed attention from all quarters, as it became evident that the fierce clash between the extraordinary and the Sun family had officially commenced. Chapter 224. Standing shoulder to shoulder with ancient legends, Wang Xian ordered a drink, gazing out at the bustling pedestrians on the promenade, his thoughts soaring. He sat quietly, reminiscing about the old world, his family, and his cultivation journey. Should he tread the path of golden elixir and nascent soul, or continue to forge his way through self-discovery? Lost in contemplation, he observed the world outside, where spaceships occasionally soared high into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Various factions came and went, scouring for the latest news amidst the clamor. Yet within the confines of his windowed world, he felt a sense of isolation, tranquil and serene, untouched by the surrounding tumult. Occasionally sipping his cool coconut berry juice, he listened to the soothing music playing in the beverage shop, immersing himself in his own realm, letting time slip by. A robust adult, an excellent swimmer, drowned in a mere small pool, and this news spread? How utterly absurd. Beyond several miles, within a concealed edifice, anger simmered as a man's countenance darkened ominously. Now, the news had spread far and wide, leaving all parties in disarray. In a hushed tone, he engaged in a fierce dispute with another individual in the room, demanding the deployment of top-tier energy weapons to execute a direct strike within Sioux City, aiming to eliminate the one known as Wang Xian. You have lost your senses. This is not a desolate wilderness, but a city with millions of inhabitants. How many eyes are upon us? Do you dare unleash weapons of mass destruction upon the populace, transforming this place into ruins? The other vehemently opposed, especially considering the presence of powerful families such as the Li and Qian clans residing in Sioux City. Would they acquiesce to the obliteration of their stronghold? A war would surely ensue. Then let us resort to controllable weaponry for a precise elimination. Erasing one or two structures in Sioux City should pose no dilemma. The cold-hearted speaker retorted, preparing to unleash a massacre, dismissing the destruction of a few buildings as insignificant. It's not true carnage. When the time comes, we shall claim we were merely apprehending terrorists, that an unfortunate misfire from a spacecraft occurred. His gaze was chilling, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips as he declared, "Dare to drown our people, and I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Do you truly believe we hesitate to act within the city?" In an instant, his eyes bulged as if an invisible hand was constricting his throat, lifting him off the ground. He longed to scream, "How can this be? That individual is miles away, ensconced in a beverage shop, utterly detached from this locale." The other occupant of the room was equally horrified. Had they miscalculated? The real threat was neither Chun Yongjie nor the enigmatic Wang Xian, but someone entirely different. A neophyte in the extraordinary realm, even with exceptional talents, could scarcely detach their spirit from their corporeal form at such a distance. Recently, they had been fervently revisiting ancient knowledge, and even during the most illustrious periods of antiquity, such legends were rarely heard. Is it him? Impossible. The man felt as if his neck were about to snap. Soon after, someone entered the chamber, discovering him lifeless, submerged in a bathtub, devoid of any signs of life. The other individual had consumed several bottles of potent liquor, succumbing to alcohol poisoning, seemingly having engaged in a drunken frenzy before his demise. Thus, the leader of the delegation to Sioux City and his two deputies met untimely ends, their deaths occurring in eerie proximity and in remarkably undignified manners. In the beverage shop, an old song played softly, imbued with nostalgia, evoking memories of bygone days. Wang Xian sat quietly, remaining there undisturbed. Outside, however, unrest brewed. Numerous onlookers gathered nearby, peering through the glass windows at him. Those not participating in the fray exhibited no trepidation, entering the beverage shop for a closer observation. While a storm brewed outside, this young man maintained his composure amidst the chaos. In broad daylight, the three leaders of the Sun family in Sioux City lay dead under bizarre circumstances. Who were they trying to impress? This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Outside, a tempest was brewing. Yet within, tranquility reigned as various individuals accompanied the young man, listening to the old song that bore the marks of time. Upon receiving the news, some members of the Sun family turned icy in demeanor. Repeated occurrences of such events render the circumstances ludicrous, as though they are deliberately striking a blow to their dignity. It is now evident that he is an extraordinary individual, issuing a silent challenge through the fallen bodies, thereby revealing his stance. This young man possesses lofty aspirations. One must wonder how he envisages his demise. A middle-aged man spoke with a calm yet potent voice. How could he have committed murder from several miles away, even in a state of spiritual transcendence? It is implausible to distance oneself from the physical body by that much. An inquiry arose. The Sun family possesses an extensive collection of ancient texts, including 2 complete golden bamboo scrolls, one of which resides within their household, a testament to their formidable lineage. Furthermore, this family harbors a secret repository filled with various enigmatic artifacts from antiquity, underscoring their profound heritage. Their understanding of ancient matters is substantial, supported by a cadre of seasoned consultants dedicated to the study of esoteric records. Indeed, During the resplendent epochs of ancient history, such legends were seldom heard. Those newly entering the realm of the extraordinary could not possibly achieve such feats. Several senior consultants nodded in agreement, affirming this notion. Could it be that he has long since entered the extraordinary domain, a seasoned specter of ages past? Someone ventured to ask. No. It is more likely that he recently ingested some potent elixir within a hidden realm, achieving extraordinary status only recently. He was not so before. There exists audiovisual documentation to substantiate this claim. He had previously assumed the alias Wang Xiao, earning the title of Young Master Wang. One cannot help but admire the Sun family's formidable prowess, as they have leveraged their vast connections to unearth this information, recreating the dramatic events of Wang Xian's battle under the night sky. Old recordings vividly capture Wang Xian's life and death struggle, his fingernails shattered, flesh torn, and his gaze unmistakably genuine. At that moment, he was utterly spent, his strength insufficient to vanquish his foes. These evidences undeniably confirm that he indeed only recently achieved a breakthrough after entering the hidden realm. Have we misjudged the situation? Is there, in fact, a more formidable extraordinary being lurking behind him in Qinyongjia? Some members of the Sun family furrowed their brows. If such were the case, the complexity of the situation would escalate, and worse, they remained oblivious to this individual. The notion of a third party appearing out of nowhere is concerning, as it may lead to overthinking. Sun Rongting spoke, remaining calm and aloof. What if he truly rivals the legends of antiquity? Impossible. In this era, such figures cannot emerge. Even in the times before mythos decayed, such tales were rare, let alone in the present age. Someone countered. A suggestion arose. Mr. Gue has emerged from seclusion. Originally intended to eliminate Qinyongjia, but I believe he should first assess the true nature of Wang Xian. When shall we unleash our trump card? Various factions were engrossed in speculation and discussion. Within a mere morning, the three leaders dispatched by the Sun family to Sioux City had been eliminated, astonishing all. Qinyongjia set forth once more, embarking on a journey in a hovering vehicle, seemingly aiming directly for the Sun family stronghold. Unbelievable, someone exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, news arrived that the hovering vehicle had met with disaster, crashing into a mountainside and shattering completely. The rock face had melted, raising suspicions that the energy unleashed during the vehicle's disintegration was excessively potent. Soon, the true circumstances reached the ears of the various powerful factions, prompting the Sun family to deploy their latest model of super robots, which obliterated the hovering vehicle along the way. Had Qinyongjia perished? His aspiration was to reach the distant city of Kongning, situated 1,400 miles away, and draw closer to the Sun family, but the odds were daunting, with a high probability of being annihilated en route. Yet, miraculously, he had not encountered any threat. It seemed he had sensed the impending danger and leapt from the hovering vehicle, seeking refuge in the forest. Not long ago, he had already appeared in a city in that vicinity, boasting a population nearing 1 million. At this pace, should Qinyongjia advance several hundred miles each day, the Sun family would profoundly experience a chilling intent to kill, resulting in immense psychological pressure. The various factions were stirred. In Sioux City, within a beverage shop, Wang Xian had been seated for quite some time, oblivious to the gazes surrounding him as he processed some information. Half an hour later, he departed and returned to his residence. This day was destined to be anything but tranquil. A storm was brewing, one that could not be quelled. Old Shun remained inactive, staying in that city with a population nearing 1 million. Wang Xian spent the day studying maps and contemplating routes, determined to venture out of the city to accomplish something monumental. During the encounter with that responsible party, Wang Xian had captured the individual's thoughts and feelings, uncovering certain secrets. It was likely that the upper echelons of the Sun family were still unaware that this person had inadvertently grasped some of the highly confidential secrets that the Sun family would never allow to be disclosed. Wang Xian was prepared to deliver a bloody lesson to the super conglomerate Sun family that they would never forget. As night fell, the Sun family launched a sudden and ruthless assault, displaying an undeniable fierceness that shocked everyone present. A terrifying beam of light descended from the heavens, penetrating the health palace, obliterating the entire structure, with crumbling concrete and twisted steel melting away, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The health palace was no more. This event sent shockwaves throughout all factions. In Sioux City, the Qian and Li families could no longer remain passive. They hastily contacted the Sun family, voicing their outrage. as this action posed a severe threat to their safety. The Sun family had acted with extreme cruelty, deploying a medium-sized warship to strike directly in Sioux City, showing no regard for Wang Xian's life, erasing the health palace entirely, leaving nothing in its wake. This news spread like wildfire among the conglomerates and major institutions, causing significant ripples within specific circles. Everyone was astounded. It had been many years since any major power had deployed warships to act locally, disrupting a delicate balance. If every faction were to adopt such a confrontational approach, what would become of the new stars once conflicts arose? The Sun family had already prepared to compensate the other families. Failing to pay the price would be unacceptable, as one voice coldly remarked. Rules are rules. Once established by the various factions, even super conglomerates must abide by them, lest they face collective retribution. They had controlled their firepower with precision, annihilating that structure, causing tremors in the vicinity, with some surrounding buildings cracking but not collapsing. The storm had indeed arrived. But what of that young man? Could he possibly survive? People waited in anticipation, while members of the Sun family rushed to the scene, deploying advanced robots to meticulously scan the area, yet they found no trace of Wang Xian, nor any signs of his life. If he had not escaped the building and was struck by the sudden beam of destruction, then he must have perished, leaving no room for doubt. How unfortunate! Why had the Sun family gone mad? Regarding the young man who has summoned a battleship, this seems rather excessive, does it not? Some are perplexed. Even Qin Yongjia was not annihilated by the battleship, merely struck by a wayward spacecraft. The Sun family, many of whom awaited news, gradually revealed smiles upon confirming that Wang Xian had not escaped. To compare him to ancient legends? Such comparisons cannot withstand the blow of a battleship. Chapter 225. The Tempest. There are individuals within the Sun family who possess a keen insight in the realm of ancient arts, and they are likely convinced that this young man, Wang Xian, surpasses Qin Yongjia in strength, marking him as the foremost threat, thus justifying the reckless decision to eliminate him. Some have speculated. Otherwise, it remains inexplicable why they would suddenly deploy a battleship, an action that would surely incur consequences. The Sun family is ruthless and decisive. Once they predict that this young man poses a genuine threat, they strike with thunderous resolve, true to the character of the elder members of the family. In Sioux City, many have mobilized from various organizations, rushing to the scene equipped with robotic scanners, ultimately confirming that Wang Xian did not survive. In truth, numerous detectors in the vicinity have been monitoring the area, and none have captured any sight of him escaping. Old Wang is dead. That evening, Zhong Cheng was in a daze, scarcely able to believe the news. He had seen Wang Xian just yesterday, and now this dreadful tidings reached him. My heart can scarcely bear this. Zhou Yun, who had been feeling quite elated over the past few days, had even taken the opportunity to counter the mockery of Song Kuan and Sunny Chen. Yet now, Wang Xian has been decisively eliminated by the Sun family. Zhou Yun, your seemingly extraordinary friend Wang Xian was inadvertently crushed by us. Life is indeed fragile. We must cherish it. My apologies, I did not foresee the frailty of the extraordinary. That night, Sunny Chen sent Zhou Yun a voice message, blatantly provoking him and adding to his distress. Soon, rumors began to circulate that a master from the Sun family had assessed Wang Xian as exceptionally unique, comparable to the geniuses of ancient splendid eras. Such praise seems excessive and stirred emotions across various factions. Is this the reason the Sun family swiftly decided to deploy a battleship? However, the Sun family quickly refuted this notion, seemingly unwilling to bestow undue accolades upon the deceased Wang Xian, casually informing outsiders that it was merely an accident. The younger members of their family had acted thoughtlessly, leading to this unfortunate situation. Calmly, a member of the Sun family remarked with nonchalance. They appear to care little for Wang Xian, having inadvertently brought about his demise. Some lamented, while others remained silent. It is ultimately not an era of cultivators' brilliance. And regardless of innate talent, it amounts to naught. This bloody outcome speaks volumes. Extraordinary powers colliding with technology? What folly! In Pingyuan City, Qin Hongqian took a sip of wine and remarked, innovations in advanced technology are relentless. Even Earth immortals are not spared at this juncture. The latest generation of super battleships is on the verge of debuting. Everything is already predetermined. This night was anything but tranquil. A beam of light struck the buildings of Sioux City from the heavens, and even the Sun family could not conceal the chaos. The aftermath would be quite troublesome. Various financial magnates and major institutions began to exert pressure on the Sun family, insisting that they offer substantial benefits to ensure the matter is resolved. Above the city of Su, the colossal warship receded into the distance, causing the oppressive and tense atmosphere to momentarily dissipate. A crescent moon hung high in the night sky, devoid of clouds, while a multitude of stars sparkled brilliantly, creating a picturesque nocturnal scene. Wang Xian was leisurely drifting down a great river, using his arms as a pillow. With his hands cradling his head, gazing at the starry sky and listening to the chirping of insects and the calls of night birds along the riverbank. He felt utterly relaxed, relishing the rare tranquility of this serene night, free to drift without restraint, contemplating the brilliance of the cosmos. Before the beam of light from above Su descended, Wang Xian had been besieged by a splitting headache, nearly triggering his extrasensory perception, alerting him to the imminent danger approaching. In a frantic rush, he tore through the floor of his room and entered the underground drainage system, speeding away. Originally, he had intended to strike tonight, but with the sudden onset of peril, he was compelled to act preemptively. Emerging from the subterranean drainage passage, he entered the river that coursed through Su, stealthily traversing its bed, quickly distancing himself from the city. Once he found himself afloat, he relaxed, lying on the river's surface, admiring the mountains and forests on either bank and the resplendent starry river above, his heart serene and tranquil. However, time was of the essence. He needed to hasten his pace. His destination lay 150 miles downstream, and drifting freely would prolong his arrival unpredictably. Wang Xian submerged into the depths, utilizing his formidable psychic domain to capture a massive fish weighing several hundred pounds, its vibrant red form resembling a red carp. Regrettably, the absence of extraordinary materials on this new star prevented the fish from attaining sentience. Seated upon the back of the red carp, Wang Xian exerted his psychic influence, compelling it to propel forward at maximum speed downstream. That night, amidst the shimmering river, a 500 to 600-pound red carp flicked its tail, occasionally leaping from the water and then diving back in, a stunning sight under the stars and moonlight. This method was both time-efficient and labor-saving. Perched atop the red carp, Wang Xian leisurely observed the scenery along the banks, finding the journey to be exceedingly pleasant. Whenever they encountered a river cruise or cargo vessel, the red carp instinctively submerged, evading detection. The banks were alive with the sounds of insects and the continuous calls of night birds. The red carp traversed the rugged terrain, swiftly covering the 150 miles downstream. Just before reaching the shore, Wang Xian infused the red carp with some mysterious essence, patted its head, and let it go. As he stepped ashore, the fish leaped from the water, casting a glance back before disappearing with a flick of its tail. 150 miles from Su, the area was a relatively untouched mountainous region, preserving its natural beauty. Overall, the environment of this new star was commendable. Utilizing his powerful psychic domain, he searched the area, gleaning from the thoughts of the responsible individual that the Sun family had established an underground base here. The formidable strength of the super conglomerates was astonishing. To safeguard themselves and to intimidate others, they had constructed numerous military bases. During the early years of clandestine development, they excavated into the mountainsides towards the riverbank, causing vast amounts of supplies to sink to the riverbed whenever colossal cargo ships passed through. Initially, this location was indeed a hidden base, but the advanced technology of the new star eventually led to its detection over time. Every family operates in a similar fashion, concealing their activities from the general populace while discreetly uncovering each other's secret bases without revealing them. The core leadership of each family is well aware of the precise locations of their counterparts' facilities. This particular base possesses unique characteristics, harboring secrets that have eluded the various factions. The Sun family, in years past, acquired a beast skin map from the indigenous people, leading them to this site. Upon developing the mountainous region, they indeed discovered anomalies. Deep underground, there exists permafrost and blood-red soil. From the frozen earth, they extracted inexplicable components imbued with extraordinary energy. They established various laboratories beneath the surface, intent on harnessing the potential of the extracted crimson crystal particles. This substance is rather ominous. Prolonged exposure has been known to cause genetic mutations, some beneficial, while others have resulted in sudden fatalities. The Sun family takes this matter extremely seriously. disguising their operations as a military base and investing substantial resources into research within the permafrost region. The individual in charge here is a direct descendant of the Sun family, a position of genuine authority, ranking even higher than the deceased Sun Qingquan. Thus, when Wang Xian arrives, his intention is not only to eliminate the Sun family's direct descendant, but also to ascertain the nature of the red crystals and the peculiar energy they contain. Moreover, he harbors a desire to obliterate this base. Reports indicate that there is a medium-sized warship and 8 smaller vessels present, with their combined value exceeding 100 billion new star coins. Should they be destroyed, the Sun family would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. This does not even account for the permafrost laboratories that the family holds in high regard, located deep underground. An hour later, Wang Xian located the underground base within the expansive mountainous terrain. He ascended a towering tree, cautious not to relinquish all of his mental energy from his corporeal form, retaining a small portion as a precaution against any approaching beasts or raptors that could pose a threat. As his consciousness ventured forth, he not only discovered the entrance in the river, but also identified several access points within the mountains. Subsequently, he descended underground and was immediately confronted with the sight of the medium-sized warship, its cold metallic sheen and massive hull exuding an overwhelming presence. He felt a surge of anxiety. This was indeed the vessel that had bombarded him in Sioux City earlier that night, now returned to its origin. Wang Xian gazed coldly at it. Today was fortuitous, and if he did not ignite it, he would be remiss in acknowledging this discovery. He continued deeper into the subterranean realm, where the temperature dropped further, ultimately revealing the permafrost, which indeed appeared blood-red, as if stained by sanguine waters. Numerous laboratories sprawled across the underground expanse, housing a plethora of deranged researchers. Not only had the experimental subjects mutated, but even some of the scientists exhibited bizarre forms, such as a double-headed, four-armed specialist. Some experimental entities were even more extraordinary, humanoid heads atop serpentine bodies, possessing immense strength, capable of warping thick iron doors with their tails during strength tests. The crimson crystals, could they be the fabled death stones? Wang Xian furrowed his brow. The ferryman Su Fu had once mentioned that certain extraordinary civilizations in the cosmos cultivate their powers through these stones. Unlike the death stones found in the Earth, which are known for their intense radiation and terror, these are relatively mild and can be excavated on certain extraordinary planets. Yet, why do I sense a semblance of a bloody aura? Wang Xian speculated whether this permafrost might be stained red by the blood of ancient monsters. The ancestors of the indigenous people were legendary immortals, and this planet undoubtedly held a complex past. As he approached the crimson crystalline particles, he sensed an unpleasant aura. They emitted a faint radiation accompanied by the scent of decaying life. Hesitant, he retreated and exited the frozen region. He sought out Sun Qinghai, the head of the base, a prominent figure within the Sun family. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xian exerted his mental prowess to control him, choosing not to kill him immediately, but rather to interrogate him, hoping to capture his thoughts. An alarm blared, signaling an invasion. The base chief was under control, and the self-destruct system was about to activate. The alarming sound echoed throughout the facility. A chip implanted within Sun Qinghai detected the anomaly, and he, being ruthless, issued a self-destruct command through it. Although Wang Xian managed to seize part of his mental thoughts, it was too late to tear out the chip. The command had already been transmitted. This man was undeniably resolute, showing no hesitation. Wang Xian, without faltering, snapped his neck. This marked the second high-ranking member of the Sun family he had slain. In truth, the defenses here were formidable, had it not been for his mental intrusion. Wang Xian would have found it nearly impossible to infiltrate the base silently. Even so, his efforts were in vain, as he could not properly interrogate Sun Qinghai before he had to depart. If the underground base self-destructed, his physical form outside would also be affected. The alarms continued blaring. The base chief had died an unnatural death, confirming he was ruthlessly eliminated by an external force, and the laboratory and base began their self-destruct countdown. The chaos within the base escalated, with some attempting to activate warships for escape. Wang Xian directly sabotaged the main control systems of the medium-sized warships, ensuring that several smaller vessels met the same fate. In an instant, he returned to his physical form and fled in haste. Behind him, the mountains erupted in a series of explosions. As he distanced himself, he spotted a large carp still swimming in the water, beckoning it over. And then he mounted its back, taking off like an arrow from a bow, swiftly departing from the river. The underground explosions continued, ultimately affecting the warships. With a deafening roar, a terrifying blaze erupted from the ground, obliterating not only the subterranean structures but also the expansive mountains above, illuminating the entire sky. Undoubtedly, this was a tempest poised to escalate rapidly. The commotion was so significant that even Sioux City sensed the abnormality at once. Chapter 226. A night of rapid advance. Over 800 miles the crescent moon hung low, and the stars filled the night sky, casting a soft and serene beauty. Wang Xian sat atop the red carp, gliding eastward along the shimmering river, not returning to Sioux City. Behind him, beams of energy shot into the sky from the distant mountains, their umbrella-like glow illuminating the darkness. The sight of these rending beams against the tranquil beauty nearby formed a striking contrast. Wang Xian did not look back, sitting quietly on the red carp as he vanished into the horizon. In Sioux City, astonishment rippled through the crowd as some looked skyward, noticing an abnormal luminescence radiating from over 100 miles away, illuminating the night sky. Soon, distant detectors captured clear images, and satellites relayed striking visuals that left everyone in awe. It was in the direction of the Sun family's warship. Had they come under attack? Uncertainty hung in the air as voices questioned whether the rules of the new star had been breached. It appeared that formidable warships were engaged in combat, with vast mountain ranges crumbling into a sea of light. The Sun family had a base in that region. Surely something had gone awry. The shock in Sioux City was palpable. It had been years since such an event had transpired. Warships clashed, and a base was reduced to a terrifying inferno of energy. The Qian and Li families, headquartered in the vicinity, were struck with cold sweat as the higher-ups reacted swiftly, dispatching ships to ascertain the details. Just moments before, the Sun family had deployed their warships to eliminate the young Wang Xian, and now calamity had befallen them. Was this mere coincidence? Brilliant fireworks lit up the night sky, the mountains seemingly melting away, a sight almost too incredulous to believe. The powerful Sun family was under siege. Who had struck? How many warships had assaulted that base? As of now, the answers remained elusive, and the populace awaited the results of the investigation. The events of the night were overwhelmingly surreal, casting a shadow over the Sun family, who sat together in a stifling atmosphere, filled with the weight of despair. Such losses were a visceral agony for them, akin to having their flesh brutally carved away. For decades, the Sun family had expanded rapidly, having long been unaccustomed to the bitterness of being thwarted. It had been many years since anyone had dared to attack them, and now, with so many lives lost and a base obliterated, Sun Rongting spoke with a chilling calm, reminiscent of the eerie stillness before a storm. This night bore an unbearable heaviness for them. All speculated on which mysterious force had launched an unexpected assault on the Sun family's base. To this point, no one had connected the dots to Wang Xian, who had single-handedly infiltrated that base and detonated a critical site of the Sun family. In the dead of night, Zhong Cheng stood in stunned silence, murmuring, "Old Wang, who seeks vengeance for you? Just as you were eradicated by a powerful energy beam, the Sun family's base was annihilated that very night." Meanwhile, Sun Yichen was on the verge of fury. He had recently boasted modestly among acquaintances, only to be met with the grim news of a terror attack on the Sun family, resulting in the death of his uncle, Sun Chenghai. In a metropolis with a population of millions, old Chun prepared to set off, intending to navigate east amidst the chaos. Drawing closer to the Sun family's domain in Kongning City, Wang Xian should be fine, he thought. He found it hard to believe that the young man had perished. Just as he left the city, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, compelling him to swiftly return, sensing that even now, the Sun family still had eyes on him. In the distant sky, a small warship streaked across, a shadowy figure beneath the stars and moon, vanishing rapidly from sight. The Sun family harbored sinister intentions, planning to eliminate Wang Xian this very night, and simultaneously wished to dispose of Chen Yongjia. However, they hesitated to act within the city, opting instead to await his departure. 300 miles away from Sioux City, Wang Xian beheld a moderately sized city and resolved to disembark, preferring to forsake the waterways for a swifter route. Having bestowed upon the red carp some enigmatic substance once more, he vanished like a specter at the riverbank. From the heavens came a cacophony of sound. In the stillness of the night, a group of individuals were racing cars, their airborne vehicles darting through the air at remarkable speeds. Though they could not rival small spacecraft, They were undeniably faster than the red carp. Wang Xian contemplated this spectacle but refrained from engaging with the reckless drivers, aware that the surveillance of the new star was omnipresent. To commandeer one of those flying cars would surely expose him in an instant. Moreover, he had always prided himself as a law-abiding citizen, disinclined to partake in such illicit endeavors. Hailing a flying taxi from the roadside, he instructed the driver to take him to Lan City, a destination that would lead him past the Sun family's stronghold. The driver said nothing. Despite the 300-mile distance between the two cities, the speed of the flying car would allow them to arrive promptly. However, as soon as he boarded, Wang Xian sensed something amiss. The pervasive surveillance rendered personal movements virtually traceable, prompting him to discreetly disable several devices within the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, halfway to their destination, the driver frowned and remarked, "For passenger safety, our vehicle is equipped with monitoring devices, which have now malfunctioned. I've been instructed by headquarters to seek immediate repairs." With satellites overhead and various traffic devices constantly monitoring, Wang Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that his presence would soon be compromised. "I have urgent matters to attend to. I can offer you extra payment," he urged. "I'm afraid I cannot. The company will impose severe penalties." The driver shook his head. Importantly, in the new star, no unregistered vehicles existed. Nearly every car was outfitted with monitoring devices to thwart criminal activities. "Perhaps I should kidnap you," Wang Xian suggested calmly, casting a steady gaze at the driver. "What?" The driver gasped in disbelief. Then, the vehicle sped away, bypassing Lan City without a halt, racing eastward into the night. After 500 miles, the flying taxi eventually ran out of energy and had to pull over. At that moment, Wang Xian was 800 miles from Sioux City. With over 1,000 miles remaining to reach Ning City, the Sun family's stronghold, he surmised that his whereabouts might soon be revealed. Given the multitude of detectors and cameras scattered across the new star, rendering further progress perilous. That night, various sensors and satellite eyes restored the true scenes, confirming that no warships were assaulting the Sun family's base. Rather, it was a self-destruction from within. In fact, the Sun family learned of this situation even before outsiders, having compiled the scant footage transmitted from the base at its last moments. Subsequently, news arrived from hundreds of miles away, revealing that roadside detectors had captured a figure resembling Wang Xian at the riverbank. Clearly, some financial mogul had enrolled Wang Xian into a specialized system. Any sightings of him would be promptly relayed to certain organizations' databases. Whether he or Old Chun, both were inscribed on a list, with their movements being closely monitored by various factions, regardless of any perceived hostility. The news swiftly spread among various factions, leaving everyone in disbelief. He did not perish. How could this be? Even the formidable weaponry of the warship failed to claim his life, and he inexplicably appeared hundreds of miles away. Could it be that he has ascended to a celestial being? Upon the revelation of this news, conglomerates and large institutions were left astonished. Many felt a chill run down their spines. How could they not ponder further? Wang Xian not only survived, but journeyed downstream along the Great River. Meanwhile, an explosion occurred at the Sun family's base. Could he be responsible? Some individuals were left speechless, rendered immobile. The energy beam that descended from the heavens spared his life. Yet, a military base belonging to the Sun family was inexplicably obliterated, sending shivers down spines. Regrettably, that stretch of the river was rather remote, and no detectors had been deployed there. The Sun family's base likely captured some footage, which should have been transmitted before its destruction, yet they refrained from disclosing it. This night, with a series of unexpected events, Wang Xian's figure reemerged, leaving all parties in a daze, as though caught in a surreal dream. How could one emerge unscathed from such a situation? Some found it difficult to regain their composure. If it were indeed confirmed that Wang Xian was the destroyer of that base, the Sun family would surely go mad. The occurrences of this night were utterly astounding. In Ning City, the Sun family's inner circle was shrouded in ominous clouds. A group of individuals bore grim expressions, as this night brought them one piece of bad news after another. "We have discovered his whereabouts. He intends to head our way. Do not hesitate, prepare the warships, and annihilate him along the way," someone spoke in a somber tone. "Immediately contact Mr. Gui, cease the ambush on Chunyongjia, and proceed to eliminate Wang Xian." The Sun family was engulfed in murderous intent, eager to eradicate Wang Xian without delay. The losses of this night pierced their hearts deeply. Wang Xian disembarked from the hover car, pausing before entering the city of Jingwe. As expected, It wasn't long before warships silently approached, fleeting just outside the city, with the Sun family's shadows relentlessly pursuing him. An overnight advance of 800 miles, such determination. Did he truly intend to storm into Kongning City and press upon the Sun family's stronghold? When other conglomerates and large institutions received the news, they were equally shaken. This young man seemingly had destroyed the Sun family's base, then sped eastward. Within certain circles, many were closely monitoring this unfolding saga, spending a sleepless night. They deemed this young man utterly reckless. Upon hearing the news, old Chun was left speechless. He had set off ahead of time, having departed Sioux City a mere 500 miles away, and Wang Xian had already surpassed him overnight. Little son, it seems Wang Xian has not perished, Zhou Yun, with a mischievous tone, immediately contacted Sun Chen, saying, I heard there was an incident at the Sun family, a base explosion. My condolences, take care of yourself. Sun Chen abruptly hung up, ignoring him. Jinghua City, located 800 miles from Sioux City, is considered a first-tier city with a population in the millions. The stronghold of the Song family resides here. Thus, Wang Xian felt at ease, seeking accommodation in a hotel very close to the Song family, almost adjacent. In fact, whenever someone visited the Song family, most opted to stay in this 7-star hotel. Although it was late at night, the Song family remained wide awake, utterly astonished to discover that Wang Xian had taken residence in their vicinity, merely a street away at the Zhou Yun Grand Hotel. The peculiar young Song resided here? A strange expression crossed Wang Xian's face. The abnormal young Wang has arrived. Someone from the Song family spoke in a hushed tone. An elder commanded preparations for battle. In fact, a warship had already taken off, stationed just outside the city, ready to fire should any unforeseen events arise. To this day, there remains uncertainty as to whether the Sun family's base was detonated by Wang Xian. Suspicions are rife, yet that is sufficient, for he is an exceedingly dangerous individual. Within his room, Wang Xian was invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue, having restored his consumed mental energy during the journey. In the late hours of the night, a warship appeared above Jinghua City, causing the Song family's hearts to race. They immediately warned those aboard the warship against engaging in combat here. The consequences would be theirs to bear, for the Song family would assuredly shoot them down. We are merely delivering someone, came the response from within the warship. Inside the vessel lay an ornate jade coffin, exuding an ancient aura while emanating wisps of black mist. The warship had come specifically to transport this individual. Wang Xian stood by the window, gazing at the warship in the night sky, his eyes deep and contemplative. Assessing the distance, it was too far for his spiritual projection to reach. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he discerned a figure emerging from the warship, hurtling directly towards him. It was a spiritual entity. How could it approach from such a distance? Wang Xian grasped the ancient lamp, fixating on the figure above, which swiftly lunged towards him. Activating the lamp, the flame flickered, illuminating a dark red arrow interwoven with runes, which shot forth with a whoosh, striking the figure. Instantly, the figure froze, suspended outside the window. Without hesitation, Wang Xian drew upon his mental energy. With a resounding boom, he detonated the dark red arrow, obliterating the figure into nothingness. He furrowed his brow, finding it less formidable than anticipated. At that moment, within the warship above, the black mist coalesced once more within the jade coffin, forming another figure that surged toward the Zhou Yun Hotel. This time, Wang Xian projected his consciousness. Utilizing his celestial eye to glean the truth, the charging spiritual entity bore a peculiar substance, with strange, ethereal runes flowing upon it. He activated the ancient lamp again, ensnaring the spiritual energy body before triggering an explosion. Thus, Wang Xian vanquished 9 spiritual entities in succession, until the 10th shadow appeared in the distance. Speaking, my true form remains concealed. I have no desire to be your enemy. What you have slain are mere fragments of spiritual essence I gathered from the ruins. Then why have you come to Jinghua City? Wang Xian inquired, standing resolute at the window. Though the myth has decayed and is destined to fade, we cannot remain idle. I have come to assess your strength and to propose a collaboration. The shadow spoke these unexpected words. Who are you? Wang Xian queried, sensing that this shadow was far from ordinary. I am but a wandering soul, a mere ghostly servant. We are both extraordinary beings. We could join forces. I can assist you in toppling the Sun family. Gratitude to DK 5808, and thanks to the leader for the support. This late night, there will be no chapter. as I find myself once again trapped in the cycle of darkness. I will make adjustments, and chapters will be supplemented in the coming days. Chapter 227. The Traitor. It is quite sudden. Does he wish to become a traitor? An extraordinary duel has not yet reached a fierce climax, and it concludes in such a manner. Wang Xian stood before the window, silent, gazing at the shadow ahead and the warship hovering in the sky. The situation was somewhat unexpected. Having just engaged in a brief confrontation, the opponent had already betrayed him, which would be difficult for anyone to accept without skepticism. We are both extraordinary. Who would willingly be subjugated? The shadow spoke in a low voice, as if a certain repressed indignation weighed heavily on his words. This held some persuasive power. In this modern age of decaying myths, one who possesses extraordinary abilities is undoubtedly exceptional. Naturally, such individuals maintain a lofty spirit, if given a choice. Who would wish to become a mere pawn, summoned and dismissed at will? Why did you previously ally with the Sun family? Wang Xian inquired. He remained remarkably calm. Devoid of emotional fluctuations, the situation was too complex. Cooperation would certainly be beneficial, yet if the other party were to set a trap, then the next course of action would be to eliminate them. I once shared your fervor, disdaining the tyrannical demeanor of the financial magnates who sought to control everything. However, I was careless and fell into the hands of the Sun family, forced to bow my head, the shadow responded. He existed in a spiritual form, free from concern about outsiders overhearing their conversation. Wang Xian sensed that this individual was formidable, wielding the spiritual fragments he had procured from ancient ruins with extraordinary finesse. Such was not a common skill. You possess considerable strength. How did you fall into their grasp? Are you unable to extricate yourself now? The shadow sighed. Do not underestimate the financial tycoons. In this peculiar era, as the extraordinary gradually fades, the realms of the immortals have plummeted from the void, and they have unearthed countless marvelous artifacts. According to his account, he had once approached the Sun family alone, driven by fervor, only to be ruthlessly suppressed. The depth of the super-rich's resources was formidable indeed. Before the secret treasury of the Sun family, there hung an ancient bell. As I drew near, the bell tolled, and it claimed my soul and spirit, leaving me ensnared in their grasp. This revelation was astonishing and immensely significant for Wang Xian. Did the ancient bell toll with the aid of any extraordinary beings? Wang Xian asked gravely. The depletion of supermaterials was alarming, and the Sun family still possessed such power, which was indeed terrifying. I did not witness it. The shadow shook his head. He added solemnly, I suspect it was an ancient treasure. The immortals departed in haste, leaving behind what they could not carry. Then, with a sense of resignation, he remarked, some financial magnates are unaware of the terrifying artifacts hidden within their own households, capable of effectively slaying extraordinary beings. Over time, they too have begun to realize the extraordinary nature of the treasures within their secret vaults. He earnestly cautioned, recently, they will infuse many ancient relics with X substances harvested from secret locations. Some of these artifacts have begun to awaken, so one must exercise caution when approaching the financial magnates. The shadow's willingness to divulge this information, warning Wang Xian of the various dangers that might lurk within the financial elite, indeed indicated his intent for collaboration. However, Wang Xian could not fully trust him. He could only proceed cautiously, step by step. Earlier, the shadow's attack had been genuine and quite fierce. Those spiritual entities had surged forth one after another. And had it been anyone else, they might have been annihilated. The shadow hails from the Sun family, and is undoubtedly aware that the ancient lamp has fallen into his possession. The activation of those fragments of consciousness is likely an attempt to deplete the lamp's extraordinary substance. Little did he anticipate that Wang Xian could vanquish the 9 formidable fragments he had collected from the ancient ruins, and yet the extraordinary substance within the lamp remains inexhaustible. If he can eliminate me, he will do so. If not, he may consider a partnership, which is both pragmatic and genuine. The underworld pondered deeply, expressing a sentiment. I often find myself questioning whether this vast starry expanse possesses consciousness. There is a fervent admiration for technological civilization, seeking to obliterate all extraordinary beings. This realm favors the affluent too greatly. Myths decay, and the celestial abodes of immortals are being unearthed by them. The power of technology grows ever stronger, while the extraordinary steadily diminishes, as this era bestows upon them far too much. May I behold your true form? Wang Xian inquired, wishing to discern the shadow thoroughly. This individual is acutely aware of the complete decay of myths and the inevitable extinction of the extraordinary, possessing an unsettling wealth of knowledge. The shadow declined, stating, "It is best not to meet, for I lie within a jade coffin, making it inconvenient to emerge from the spacecraft and approach you, as it may arouse the suspicions of the Sun family." He then assured Wang Xian that upon entering the city of Kongning, they could conspire together. He would provide various defense schematics of the Sun family, and he would undoubtedly take action, collaborating from within. "You must delay that ancient bell for 3 minutes, aiding me in my escape from this predicament." A tempest brewed within Wang Xian. The division of 3 souls and 7 spirits belongs to ancient traditions. Whether within the corporeal body or in a state of spiritual detachment, his spiritual energy remains a singular entity. He replied, "That great bell can seize your soul. I cannot guarantee I can withstand it. No, I believe you are exceptionally powerful, capable of single-handedly annihilating a base of the Sun family at such a young age, rivaling ancient legends. I trust that you can already traverse the realms of the spirit ahead of time, achieving feats beyond the capabilities of other extraordinary beings." The shadow spoke, clearly referring to spiritual detachment. Wang Xian shook his head, saying, "That was not my doing. It was my ancestral teacher who, unable to bear witness to the Sun family bombarding me with warships, acted in a fit of rage. What extraordinary abilities do I possess? Once I leave my physical form, I can only linger within 100 meters. Your ancestral teacher, who is he?" The shadow inquired hesitantly. "I do not know. He does not disclose his identity, only appearing occasionally to visit me." The shadow continued, "Could you request your ancestral teacher's assistance to obliterate the Sun family? I would also implore that venerable figure to aid in my escape. He exhibits little interest in the affairs of this world, consumed with worry, oblivious to the matters at hand, and rarely makes an appearance. He permits me to hone my skills on the new star, and unless absolutely necessary, he pays little attention to my plight." Wang Xian spoke gravely, and as he continued, he found himself believing his own words. Depicting an elderly figure who recognizes the impending demise of myths and is now seeking solutions. Wang Xian misled the shadow, sketching an indistinct ancestral teacher, possibly having escaped from the grand stage. Naturally, he would not mention the grand stage. Indeed, the shadow fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "I am aware of certain matters on my end as well. If an opportunity arises, it is imperative to request an audience with that venerable figure, for it is far more than merely rescuing me. My deceased mentor, who once was my master, shared similar concerns." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian maintained an impassive demeanor. He sensed that the shadow posed a significant threat, likely with considerable influence, and he needed to be cautious. The Sun family was indeed formidable, possessing some extraordinarily powerful artifacts mentioned in ancient legends. They had been unaware of this in the past, but they were gradually discovering how to utilize these treasures. "Be careful. It would be wise to summon that esteemed elder. If my soul and 2 spirits can be released, I am willing to obey your commands and be the first to cleanse the Sun family with blood." His emotions surged intensely. Wang Xian nodded and inquired why the ancient remnants of consciousness could traverse such distances, having already exceeded several miles. Because the essence of these spiritual fragments was immensely powerful in life. If you wish to project your spirit over an even greater distance, you can seek a centuries-old peach tree that has survived lightning strikes. By extracting the heart of the peach wood and entrusting your soul to it, you can venture far from your corporeal form. Wang Xian was astonished. Such a method existed, though the material was likely exceedingly rare. He pondered briefly before asking, "What is the strength of the other financial conglomerates?" The new star's financial factions and major organizations are quite formidable, none to be underestimated. "I was too arrogant and careless in the past," the shadow lamented, filled with regret. He informed Wang Xian that various families were gradually recognizing the potency of certain ancient artifacts, especially recently, as they attempted to infuse extraordinary substances into their secret vaults. Some families, although still unaware of how to wield these artifacts, found that certain treasures were so powerful that even a slight infusion of extraordinary material could create terrifying runes for autonomous defense. When he infiltrated the Sun family, it was precisely through this understanding. "I await your summons of that revered ancestor to storm the Sun family. If it's only you who comes, I can only offer my assistance to the best of my ability." In the end, the two engaged in hushed discussions to finalize their plans before the shadow prepared to depart. Suddenly, Wang Xian proposed, What if you feigned capturing me and brought me to the Sun family? What do you think? At this stage, I am under scrutiny, and reaching them poses considerable difficulty, requiring substantial time. That could work. The shadow agreed. Nevertheless, given the Sun family's immense power and profound heritage, I must prepare accordingly. Wang Xian shook his head. The shadow's prompt agreement made him uneasy. What if this individual were duplicitous? After boarding the battleship, he could secretly inform the Sun family via an internal chip, sabotaging their efforts, leading to his inevitable demise. The Sun family appeared resolute in their belief that in 3 years, the mythic flame would be extinguished entirely. They aimed to ensure that no extraordinary beings could arise within that time, preventing any upheaval of the existing order, as they sought to maintain and expand their current advantages. Moreover, they were actively negotiating with various financial conglomerates, persuading them to join forces with greater powers. Before departing, the shadow uttered one final statement. That night, the atmosphere within the Sun family was tense as they awaited the outcome. Mr. Ghost was on his way back, unable to contend with Wang Xian. The superstars must be nearing. Unleash the trump card. Someone declared with palpable bloodlust. Do they truly believe our Sun family lacks means? We have merely utilized the tip of the iceberg. Within the Sun family, a consensus began to form, deciding to deploy a portion of their underground resources to swiftly crush the extraordinary beings and intimidate the outside world. As the night wore on, now deep into the second half, the Song family lay awake. Just a street away, Wang Xian could no longer resist. He projected his spirit out to the Song family to take a look. The deranged Xiao Song, driven mad by Ling Wei, embarked on a killing spree that even ensnared the Wu family. He colluded with the Grey Blood organization, attempting multiple times to eliminate Wang Xian, leaving him with a score to settle. Now, as Wang Xian entered, he harbored no intentions of taking a life. Amid these turbulent times, he wished to avoid conflict with another financial titan and merely sought to glimpse their hidden treasury. Upon approaching the territory of the Song family, he immediately discerned the significance of the area, where ethereal mists swirled and inexplicable runes glimmered. Such phenomena were likely imperceptible to the average person, yet to the extraordinary, it stood out like a beacon in the night. This was a private villa district, not open to the public. Inhabited solely by members of the Song family, this was their stronghold. In the central zone, amidst a cluster of antiquated structures, even the 2 bronze lions at the entrance exuded an air of the extraordinary, steeped in an aura of dread. Furthermore, within the ancient edifice, 5 small flags were interspersed, weaving intricate patterns that were anything but ordinary. What struck Wang Xian with trepidation was a copper basin deep within the ancient building, wherein a golden tree was cultivated. Standing just over a meter tall, even through the wall, it radiated a resplendent golden glow, intoxicatingly rich. Perched upon this tree were several diminutive golden birds, seemingly crafted from gold, their eyes glimmering with runes, as if life within them was on the verge of awakening. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xian turned to leave, a profound sense of foreboding washing over him. The golden birds seemed menacing, as if they were specifically designed to target astral travelers, capable of hunting souls. His brief proximity had ignited a fierce unease within him. Were these entities solely aimed at the extraordinary? They did not harm mere mortals, but instead sought to slay those who ventured into the astral realm, who had imbued them with extraordinary essence. Did the Song family harbor a hidden expert? Wang Xian was convinced that the Song family possessed rare treasures. He had caught but a fleeting glimpse of artifacts of immense power, likely renowned in ancient times. The unsettling thought that the deranged Xiao Wang resided next door filled him with unease. His ability to astral project posed a potential threat, and he fervently hoped he would not bring chaos to their home. Wang Xian overheard whispers, prompting him to consider imparting a lesson. Was it not your home harboring the deranged Xiao Song? He mused that with impending conflict with the Sun family, Xiao Song would likely refrain from making enemies on all fronts. As others continued to speak, Wang Xian cast a lingering glance toward the direction of the Song family's treasury before ultimately departing. Upon returning to his senses, he collapsed into slumber, with only a few hours remaining until dawn. When the sun rose high, Wang Xian retrieved his phone from the fragments of his sanctuary, reaching out to Old Chun with a coded message to exercise caution. Guan Lin had arrived, bringing with her the formidable black sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length. Old Chun was instantly filled with confidence, believing no treasure or weapon could compare to the ease with which he wielded this sword. His beloved confidant bore news as well. The Sun family had dispatched a spacecraft to the old Earth, intending to bring his parents back. Within the Sun family, an individual donned a suit of armor, runes cascading across it, emanating a tremendous supernatural force. He then lifted a bell, and even without activation, ripples spread forth, as if ready to shatter the void. Setting down the divine bell, he grasped a small, golden gourd, weighing it in his hands, unable to part with it. He then picked up a vibrant, multicolored wheel, its shimmering aura seemingly capable of tearing through the heavens. He was in the secret armory, selecting weapons, preparing to venture forth and hunt down the extraordinary. Chapter 228. The final battle is ready. Upon hearing this news, Wang Xian was immediately incensed. The Sun family intended to abduct his parents from the old Earth, a move that was as outrageous as the lowest depths of the underworld. Old Qin remarked, "Do not rush. Guanlin and some old acquaintances in relevant departments are aware of the situation on the new star and have intervened to prevent any chaos, issuing warnings and dispersing them. If the Sun family is so devoid of limits, then I too shall resort to any means necessary. Their family is vast, with numerous enterprises, and many clan members scattered abroad. Each time I enter a city, I will ensure that one of their enterprises is utterly destroyed, resulting in a significant loss of life." In the afternoon, Wang Xian visited the Song family, primarily to request their assistance in relaying a message to the Sun family. When the Song family learned that the perverse young Wang had come calling just a street away, they became exceedingly vigilant, perceiving his arrival as akin to a nocturnal predator entering their abode. Particularly, they were aware that their direct descendant, Song Qian, had previously sought the Grey Blood organization to eliminate Wang Xian on the old Earth, fearing that he had come to settle scores. "Is Xiaosong at home?" Wang Xian inquired as he entered the Song residence, delivering this greeting directly. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, expressions frozen in shock. Had he truly come seeking vengeance? This individual was suspected of having detonated a significant base of the Sun family the previous night. There was nothing he would shy away from, nothing to worry about. Who hasn't he been young and impulsive? I too have had moments of reckless abandon, driven solely by the desire to release pin-up frustrations. He remarked, "Listen, this isn't nothing to worry about. It's as if a knife were poised at our throats." The members of the Song family exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. "I genuinely harbor no ill intentions this time," Wang Xian stated plainly, requesting their assistance in contacting the Sun family's leaders, as he had matters to discuss. The members of the Song family silently exhaled in relief. As long as it did not involve their own family, they were content to let him wreak havoc. "Please." The Song family maintained a veneer of politeness, primarily due to their earlier unease. 2 middle-aged men and 3 young women, all direct descendants of the Song family, personally came to meet Wang Xian. As for the elder members, the core individuals of the Song family, they deemed themselves too important to make an appearance. The villa district of the Song family was expansive and picturesque, resembling an ancient collection of gardens intertwined, with bizarre rock formations, trickling streams, and koi fish gracefully swishing their tails, while small stone arch bridges added an air of elegance. "Mr. Sun, we have a guest here who wishes to speak with the senior members of the Sun family. Please forgive my intrusion upon your tranquility." Song Wentao began to contact the Sun family. He wished to resolve the matter swiftly, not wanting Wang Xian to linger in their midst for fear of trouble arising. Sun Rongting, the true core figure of the Sun family, was taken aback when he learned that Wang Xian sought to communicate with them, his countenance turning icy. "I will state but one thing. Our grievances should not involve my parents. Should you persist in your boundless actions, then for every city I enter, I shall slaughter a Sun family commercial building, obliterating your enterprises. In Jinghua City, there exists your Spaceship Power Research Institute. Furthermore, the World Trade Building belongs to you. Does it not? Shall I cleanse every inch of it with blood?" On the road, before even reaching the vintage-style buildings, Wang Xian unceremoniously finished his words. The members of the Song family were drenched in sweat, confronted for the first time by such a fierce individual who directly threatened a core member of the Sun family. Sun Rongting, placing down the small yellow gourd beside him, wore an exceptionally cold expression. How many years had it been since he had experienced such a rebuke? He had been scolded. "I will say this only once. If you possess strength and foundation, come and kill me. If any news arrives from the old lands, the Sun family should prepare for mourning. Every time I enter a city, blood will flow abundantly. Furthermore, do not assume I cannot enter Kongning City, perhaps tonight, or on a night in the days to come, I shall suddenly arrive for a formal meeting with you." Having uttered these words, Wang Xian abruptly ended the call, unwilling to hear the opponent's harsh words and nonsense. Sun Rongting, holding the phone, looked as if his face could drip water from its darkened hue. He had just received a sharp rebuke, and before he could retaliate, the call was terminated, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. "I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. Please excuse my rudeness," Wang Xian expressed with an air of regret. The members of the Song family were left speechless. What was the use of feigning concern when Wang Xian had just reprimanded Sun Rongting? Everyone has experienced youth, though you, in truth, are still quite young. After a moment of contemplation, Song Wentao remarked, "In fact, I believe that mutual opposition serves no benefit. If we could ease the tensions and avoid conflict, it would be for the best. Shall I step in to mediate?" Wang Xian shook his head, unyieldingly straightforward. "Your goodwill is appreciated, but there is no need for Mr. Song to encounter obstacles. The Sun family has gone mad. Until their core members truly experience the shadow of death looming over Kongning City, they will not relent." The members of the Song family were alarmed by his candor. Just as Wang Xian's phone rang, he received an unfamiliar call. Saying "excuse me," he promptly answered, wary of missing any important calls at such a sensitive moment. "I am Sunny Chen. It was you who destroyed that base, correct? And just now, you threatened my grandfather. Did you not? Be silent. Have Sun Rongting contact me if there is something to discuss. Matters of adults are beyond your trivial comprehension. Go play in the mud." Wang Xian hung up and then blocked the number. Once in contact with Sunny Chen, Song Kuan, who had sought to purchase aged Chen meat through him, was now in attendance, his heart racing at the words spoken. The three young members of the Song family felt their eyelids twitch. Sunny Chen was a notable figure among the elite, and few dared to offend him, yet here he was being treated like a child by the eccentric Wang. Soon, the young woman from the Song family informed her close friend, and gradually, word spread. Under the crescent moon, Zhou Yun felt an immediate surge of joy. Eager to return to Xinxing for drinks with some acquaintances to express her elation, rather than drinking aimlessly with her three girlfriends under the moon. When Zhong Cheng heard the news, he told his sister, "Old Wang is just as mad as the Sun family." He even scolded Sun Rongting. "There will be no peace until blood is shed." Zhong Qing replied, "Do you really think it can be eased?" Wang Xian found himself faced with a singular choice: to instill fear in the Sun family through decisive action, all while maintaining a delicate balance to avoid alarming other financial magnates, who might perceive him as an unpredictable and perilous variable. In Pingyuan City, Qin Hong was lost in thought. Had old Sun received a warning? The martial artist was clearly on the ascent, and he awaited the Sun family's retaliation with a sardonic smile. Ling Qiming, somewhat dazed, reflected on how that young man who once called him Uncle Ling had reached such a pivotal juncture. The last time he conversed with Sun Rongting, he had sought to protect old Chun, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Now, Wang Xian had directly admonished and warned Sun Rongting, leaving him momentarily speechless. In the Song family's residence, the living room walls adorned with the calligraphy and paintings of esteemed figures included a landscape painting concealing enigmatic runes. Wang Xian was at a loss for words. Even a mere landscape painting casually displayed by a financial tycoon was a treasure in itself. He contemplated the idea of discreetly appropriating it. However, he recognized that venturing into the Song household in a state of spiritual disarray was perilous, as it might provoke the lethal golden birds residing in the golden tree. After some consideration, he decided to abide by the law as a conscientious citizen and refrain from such actions for the time being. "Is someone in the Song family gravely ill?" Wang Xian inquired. "Ah, you can sense that?" Song Wentao responded with surprise. Recently, one of the core senior members of the Song family, his grandfather Zhou Yun, had fallen seriously ill. The elderly gentleman, at the venerable age of 97, was considered to be nearing the end of his days. In the past, new techniques had briefly extended his life, but those methods had now lost their efficacy. Wang Xian nodded and remarked, "I am not particularly skilled in the arts of combat or fierce battles. Yet I possess some knowledge in the realm of longevity. I sense a palpable aura of death surrounding him. He is unlikely to survive beyond 2 weeks." A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged Song Wentao. Zhou Yun was his grandfather. If he could live a few more years, it would undoubtedly benefit his ascent to power. "Do you have a solution?" he asked, while he had heard of Wang Xian's ability to extend life for monetary gain. The recent conflict between Wang and the Sun family made it difficult for others to intervene. Moreover, Qianan, at over 70 years old, was still in relatively good health. Who could ascertain the true efficacy of such life-extending methods? One must see to know, Wang Xian replied cryptically. Yet his confident tone immediately conveyed to Song Wentao that there was indeed hope. He promptly invited Wang Xian to a traditional villa to visit the frail figure lying on the sickbed. If I am to pay the price, I could extend his life by 3 to 5 years, Wang Xian affirmed with a nod. Please, I implore you, Brother Wang, extend your hand. Whatever you require, just ask. Song Wentao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. At this juncture, the other members of the Song family could not possibly oppose him. To do so would tarnish their reputation for failing to save an elder of their clan. You are aware that I am on the brink of war with the Sun family, likely leading to a bloody confrontation where battleships, extraordinary beings, and treasures may emerge. If I expend too much energy now, Wang Xian spread his hands, feigning a look of difficulty. We can offer compensation. Our family possesses some collections. At that moment, the elderly man on the sickbed opened his eyes weakly and spoke. Those who might have wished to object found themselves at a loss for words. Zhou Yun was a core figure within the Song family, having cultivated a significant reputation over the years, and most were intimidated by him. Send me some ancient artifacts. I shall see if they can be of use. Wang Xian spoke candidly, asserting that dealing with such individuals required no underhanded tactics, for it was futile. Those who had reached such a level of existence were undoubtedly astute. Very well, but only one item. Despite nearing death, Zhou Yun remained sharp-minded and authoritative, commanding the attention of those around him. All right, carry the old gentleman's sickbed to the temple at the back. In my endeavor to prolong life, I must communicate with the divine. There are certain truths in this world that demand belief, for faith nourishes the spirit. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yun signaled compliance. Wang Xian contemplated that new star likely harbored formidable figures. For instance, over a century ago, someone had relocated the ancestral temples of Buddhism and Taoism to the crescent moon, subduing the moon pit. Furthermore, various financial magnates had transferred ancient temples of great renown, perhaps heeding the counsel of some influential entity. Had celestial beings manifested in dreams, urging the relocation of foundations? Or did some mysterious sage possess ulterior motives? In any case, upon reflection, New Star was undeniably complex. Even the mole within the Sun family raised Wang Xian's suspicions. This individual might possess astonishing knowledge of the hidden machinations behind the scenes, but had inadvertently fallen into the clutches of the financial elite. Confronted with such intricate circumstances, Wang Xian resolved to secretly amass strength, striving to grow at a pace that would surpass all expectations. Accompanied by Song Wentao, he arrived at the ancient temple, having already sensed the presence of mysterious energies. Otherwise, the claim of being able to save old Song would not have been made. The previous night, the ancient lamp had diminished in power, and he sought to replenish it with extraordinary matter while simultaneously aiding Zhou Yun's ailment. Calmly seated, he closed his eyes to rest, allowing his spirit to detach, confident that at such a close proximity, his spiritual energy could obliterate anything. He felt little concern. Unless someone were to unleash a powerful beam upon the Song family's temple at that moment, he was not in danger. Within the temple, the deity's statue concealed a bone pit, marred and pockmarked from past lightning strikes, its exterior charred, yet the bone fragments retained a vibrant vitality. This was an extraordinary phenomenon. Wang Xian approached cautiously, using it to peer into the inner sanctuary, where indistinct figures lay in slumber. Ultimately, the ancient lamp was replenished, its extraordinary matter regaining potency. By activating the lamp the previous night, Wang Xian estimated he could launch over 30 crimson arrows specifically designed to pierce the spirit. Old Song was brought in, accompanied by an array of diverse artifacts placed upon several trays for Wang Xian to select from. He furrowed his brow. The Song family had not been particularly generous, as most items were damaged, such as a silver hammer missing a corner, a copper spear with a shortened end, and a slightly cracked bagua mirror. These items are of no use to me, Wang Xian stated plainly. While some were indeed remarkable and would yield astonishing results when infused with extraordinary matter, their damaged state rendered them undesirable. Select only those that are intact. I have no need for broken relics. Zhou Yun's expression darkened, as he was in dire need of assistance. Shortly thereafter, Song Wentao personally delivered a tray adorned with objects that captivated Wang Xian's gaze. A small boat, glimmering with a dark golden hue and measuring no longer than a palm's length, captivated his attention. Its interior was inscribed with intricate runes, suggesting that once infused with extraordinary substances, it could potentially soar through the skies, cloaked in enigmatic symbols that might allow it to evade the watchful eyes of satellites. This artifact was an ancient flying contraption, a remarkable treasure of immense value. However, he refrained from making an immediate choice, for he felt an unexpected warmth emanating from the ancient lamp he possessed, which began to quiver subtly, guiding him toward another curious object. He decided to bide his time. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xian picked up a jade seal, enamored by its allure, and prepared to stow it away. But an elderly gentleman approached, stating, "This ancient seal is a relic of our Song family's ancestors and cannot be given away when Tao has made a mistake. Look closely. The ancient script on the bottom is linked to my lineage." The 70-something-year-old man took the jade seal from him. Wang Xian's expression darkened instantly, and he turned to leave. "Perhaps I should choose another item," he mused, as Zhou Yun, confined to a sickbed, sighed and echoed that it was a family heirloom. After much hesitation, Wang Xian ultimately selected a piece of crystal bearing a faint mark, reminiscent of some form of pigment. "Young brother Wang, can you enlighten me about this crystal?" inquired Song Wentao. "It appears to be a type of pigment, which may prove useful in crafting runes. I wish to examine it further," Wang Xian replied tersely, his countenance sour. The moment he stored it away, the crystal resonated with the ancient lamp, vibrating in unison. "Please provide me with a quiet chamber. I must concentrate to restore vitality to the old gentleman," Wang Xian requested. He entered a room within the temple, scrutinizing the surroundings before decisively dismantling some surveillance equipment using his mental domain. In an instant, he extracted the crystal and, with an indomitable short sword, cleaved it open. A crimson light surged into the ancient lamp, enveloping its core. In that moment, he discerned its true nature, a terrifying primal fire. The current wick was fueled by extraordinary substances, and with this newfound flame, it would likely behave differently from before. Suddenly, he felt an anomaly. The ancient lamp, previously satiated, was now nearing depletion as the feeble light consumed all of its energy. "How intriguing," Wang Xian remarked as he exited the quiet chamber, intent on rejuvenating the old song. He undertook numerous daring ventures to the rifts within the internal landscape to draw forth mysterious substances. On the fourth attempt, he finally succeeded in replenishing the ancient lamp. Even he was startled, realizing that if he could not nourish it further, he would face dire consequences, fearing the awakening of the enigmatic phantoms within. During this time, he sustained the old gentleman for half a year, advising him to take gradual steps rather than expect immediate results. The Song family remained silent, with the old man opening his mouth, unable to utter any further words, merely praying that the extraordinary Wang would endure a little longer and not fall victim to the Sun family's machinations. That evening, as Wang Xian researched the ancient lamp in his hotel room, he felt a surge in its power, suspecting that its capabilities extended far beyond mere spiritual offense. "Wang Xian, the Sun family has sent someone. Prepare for a decisive battle outside the city." Old Chen's voice rang through the phone, delivering alarming news that the Sun family was finally poised to strike, unleashing their formidable forces. Wang Xian felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that old Chen might not withstand the onslaught. "Be cautious, the situation seems precarious. Make your way to me at once," he cautioned. "What are you saying?" "Chen Jiaozu is about to assert his authority," old Chen replied gravely. As night enveloped the city, a peculiar atmosphere descended upon the surroundings. Wang Xian sensed an impending confrontation. Numerous automatons materialized around the hotel, and a sense of peril gripped him, particularly emanating from the outskirts of the city, triggering his mental vigilance. Ascending to a high-rise, he gazed out over Jinghua City. In the darkness, a figure clad in armor stood at the horizon, adorned with flowing runes that shimmered with a divine radiance, reminiscent of a celestial being. "Wang Xian, someone requests your presence outside the city," an automaton spoke, adding, "He claims that the myths have decayed, and individuals like you must confront reality. Otherwise, you shall face reckoning in 3 years. It is not too late to turn back. He is willing to offer you an opportunity." Chapter 229. The Battle of Mu City. That evening, a few wisps of cloud partially veiled the stars and moonlight, casting a gentle glow upon the city. "The audacity of one who considers himself a deity, looking down upon me from such heights, perplexes me. Is he human or specter? Cat or dog? How dare he command my departure from the city?" Wang Xian felt a surge of disdain, The automaton reiterated the words of that individual, adopting an excessively lofty demeanor. Did they truly believe the Sun family held dominion over the new star, capable of commanding the extraordinary? He had already confronted and vanquished members of the Sun family before. What reckoning? An opportunity? The Sun family, assuming they controlled everything, believed themselves unmatched in New Star? Wang Xian had initially intended to leave the city and confront the Sun family, but their condescension was intolerable. Did they perceive him as a subordinate to heed their admonitions? To be summoned at will? This night, he would undoubtedly confront the Sun family to settle matters, but he would not dance to their tune. Following the automaton would be beneath him. They could wait. He had no time to entertain them. Wang Xian turned and returned to his hotel room. Within Jinhua City, many automatons disguised themselves as ordinary individuals, concealing their metallic frameworks, arrayed around the hotel. He calculated the time. The decisive battle in Mu City should have commenced by now. He wondered how Old Chen fared. Zhongcheng, you must be able to witness the battle live. Stream it to me. I wish to know Old Chen's current situation. He reached out to the Zhong siblings, hoping to gain real-time insights into Chen Yongjia's confrontation outside Mu City. All right, please hold on. It has begun. My palms are sweating with tension, and the atmosphere is oppressive. The Sun family possesses formidable experts, indeed, an integration of science and martial prowess. Zhongcheng promptly replied, sending him a link to a secure network where conglomerates and major organizations were observing the battle. This information was not for public dissemination, as some events held immense significance. Wang Xian immediately activated the streaming, and a three-dimensional audiovisual spectacle materialized in his room. The battle outside Mu City had indeed commenced. Boom! A searing energy beam shot forth, blindingly bright, seemingly striking Wang Xian's face directly. The immersive quality of the visuals was intensely nerve-wracking, a display of terror and oppression. The ground erupted in an explosion. Hundreds, even thousands of pounds of earth and stone were sent flying, dust billowing skyward as swarms of automatons engaged, energy beams intertwining in a dense tapestry. Old Chen moved like a flash of light across the expansive terrain outside Mu City, skillfully anticipating and evading attacks, charging towards a figure clad in silver armor. The figure's shoulders emanated beams of light, equipped with a novel high-energy weapon, unleashing rapid-fire beams towards Old Chen. In his grasp, he wielded a formidable broadsword, nearly the height of a man, as he coldly regarded Chen Yongjia. Old Chen found himself in a dire predicament, bloodied and battered, despite his unparalleled mental prowess. Rivaling that of ancient patriarchs at the same level, the onslaught of energy beams was relentless. Some struck him, tearing through his flesh and splattering blood. The golden aura of his formidable form illuminated the night, rendering him a wrathful Buddha, his short hair standing erect as he let out a low growl, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The scene shifted to Guanlin, who appeared before the lens, standing atop a high-rise on the outskirts of Mu City, engaged in a heated dispute with representatives of various financial magnates. This was unjust. The earlier agreement stipulated a fair duel between Chen Yongjia and the Sun family. Why, after his departure from the city, did so many mechanical foes suddenly emerge to hunt him down? Guanlin seethed with anger, her heart heavy with dread, fearing Old Chen would be obliterated in an instant. A couple of mechanical adversaries might be manageable for someone of Old Chen's extraordinary capabilities, yet now, a multitude had appeared, and at the horizon's edge, an extensive iron jungle was materializing. The mechanical army poised to advance, intent on eradicating Old Chen. Who could withstand such a force? If a legion of machines unleashed their fury, the high-energy beams would sweep across, far beyond the capacity of one merely stepping into the realm of the extraordinary to contend with. It had already been quite equitable, as an extraordinary being, gradually waning. Rendered obsolete by the passage of time, this was the choice of history. We wielded merely a fraction of the powers of this era. If we recklessly deployed ships and battleships for a carpet bombing, would Chen Yongjia survive? He would have long been reduced to mere fragments. A middle-aged man from the Sun family spoke, standing atop the high building, observing the unfolding events, his stance confrontational towards Guanlin. It was you who proclaimed a fair duel. If that were truly the case, Chen Yongjia could have easily concealed himself within the city, picking you off one by one. Instead, you are failing to uphold your agreement, being duplicitous. Guanlin rebuked, appearing to be in her 30s under the moonlight, strikingly beautiful and formidable. Years ago, Old Chun had ventured into peril to procure a miraculous herb for her, preserving her youth. You lack integrity. Should you choose to hunt Old Chun in such a manner, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Sun family shall retain not a shred of interest in the old earth. Those individuals and that disarray will soon be crushed to ashes, and it will not only be you who disregards the rules. Guanlin, radiating a fierce aura, noticed the blood splattering from Old Chun beyond the city walls, her heart aching with concern. Miss Guan, you must take responsibility for your words. Those in the old earth may not heed your counsel, and the repercussions could well fall upon you, warned the middle-aged man, Sun Qingming, his demeanor indifferent, a cold smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. Moreover, the Sun family is hardly intimidated by your resolve. The worst that could happen is severing ties. In truth, the Sun family possessed a considerable fleet, unperturbed by any threats. Continuing, he added, moreover, initially, we spoke of the decisive battle between Chun Yongjia and the Sun family, without mentioning any specific individual from our side engaging in combat. Deploying our mechanized units certainly serves to suppress our own capabilities. If we so desired, we could dispatch our Iron Legion into the city to hunt. Would it not yield the same outcome? Within the depths of his eyes lay an endless coldness. 2 senior members of the Sun family had perished, and one of their bases lay in ruins. The blood debt owed by these warriors remains profoundly insufficient. He spoke with a chilling tone. Regardless of whether Qin Yongjia agrees or is willing to step out of the city, he must confront this inevitable result. Engaging in battle within the city would merely result in civilian casualties and the destruction of some buildings, which could be compensated later. At this juncture, a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "It appears that Chun Yongjia possesses a modicum of understanding. His willingness to emerge for a final confrontation, thereby saving lives, is indeed commendable. He has performed a good deed, huh?" Guanlin retorted coldly, shameless to deny his own words. "Very well, the Sun family is utterly devoid of principles. I shall remember this. If Qin Yongjia is ruthlessly slaughtered by your hands today, I will ensure that the Sun family pays a hefty price in blood." Sun Qingming abruptly turned to her and said, "Is that your declaration? I shall await it." Boom. Outside the city, the battle raged fiercely. Qin Yongjia, bloodied and wielding a 1.5-meter-long black sword, relentlessly shattered powerful mechanized units. His sword radiated with brilliance against the night sky, soaring high as if to tear asunder the heavens, leaving onlookers awestruck. Were extraordinary beings nearing divinity? He deftly evaded numerous beams of energy. However, a single misstep could spell disaster, leaving his body vulnerable to piercing strikes. His formidable golden physique was pushed to its limits, with a torrent of golden light surging around him like a blazing inferno. Energy beams approached, grazing his golden form and detonating, causing his body to sway and his blood to surge. He maneuvered skillfully, closing in on a man clad in silver armor. That individual began to move as well, energy beams erupting from his shoulders and legs, relentlessly bombarding Qin Yongjia, a flesh and blood body capable of such prowess. Standing alone against a multitude of mechanized units, cleaving through armor and withstanding energy beams, this Qin Yongjia was indeed remarkable. The elite circles of tycoons and large institutions were all observing this battle, from the true core leaders to the younger generation who relished a life of indulgence. This night, all eyes were fixated on the extraordinary clash. Victory or defeat would be determined tonight. The Sun family did not choose to remain inconspicuous this time. They had already proclaimed their intentions, vowing to eliminate Qin Yongjia and Wang Xian tonight without delay. Old Chun, hold strong. The Sun family shows no decorum. This is a blatant display of shamelessness, deploying such a multitude of mechanized units, determined to wear down Old Chun. What formidable weapons could withstand such an onslaught? Zhongcheng's palms were slick with sweat, as if he himself were on the battlefield. Watching the three-dimensional footage, he gasped multiple times, fearing he had been struck by an energy beam. Zhongqing softly spoke, "Yet you must acknowledge that this is the power of the Sun family. Regardless, Qin Yongjia must surmount this challenge. Due to the fallout with the Sun family, concerns about the city and wilderness have become trivial, let alone the mechanized beings. If their safety were truly endangered, they would not hesitate to unleash warships within the city, annihilating everything in their path. In fact, many tycoons share this sentiment. For Qin Yongjia to emerge victorious, he must first overcome this hurdle, as he will inevitably confront the formidable army of the Steel Jungle. Die, Qin Yongjia. Why do you persist in living? Your life is remarkably resilient. Hurry up and be eliminated. Those who are invested in this battle are filled with fervor and intense emotions, particularly the Sun family. Sun Yichin is currently growling in frustration, wishing for this battle to conclude swiftly so that the extraordinary beings can be vanquished. Simultaneously, he eagerly anticipates another impending major conflict, hoping to obliterate Wang Xian. In Pingyuan City, the Qin family, particularly Qin Hong, has turned pale, sensing a chilling aura. The clash between extraordinary beings and technological weaponry poses a grave threat, especially if they were to breach the Qin family's defenses. The consequences would be dire. Boom. Outside Mu City, Old Chen cleaves through the mechanized beings as if soaring through the sky, traversing vast distances with each powerful stomp that cracks the ground beneath him. Chen Yongjie perish. At this moment, a man clad in silver armor, wielding a broad sword, forcefully thrusts his weapon into the ground and retrieves a great bow from his back. He remains stationary, awaiting the optimal range. With a pitch-black bow, he notches a silver arrow and draws the string taut, releasing it with a thunderous twang. In that instant, the entire expanse is illuminated. The dark night sky resembling a comet crashing down, radiating unparalleled power. Old Chen glides above the earth, swiftly evading by a considerable distance. The silver arrow, menacingly swift, carves a massive trench in the ground as it passes where Old Chen once stood, even before making contact. What is most terrifying is that this arrow alters its trajectory, hurtling back toward Old Chen. This arrow is a treasure, inscribed with intricate runes, long submerged in a potent X substance by the Sun family. Now activated and locked onto its target, returning only upon claiming blood. The adept from the Sun family possesses 3 such arrows, combined with the black bow, forming a remarkably lethal weapon. Old Chen roars, swinging his black broadsword to intercept the incoming silver arrow, resulting in a blinding explosion of light between the two. With a resounding blast, the earth erupts, leaving a nearly 10-meter-wide pit, dark and gaping, cleaving through the ground. Is he dead? Many from the Sun family watch anxiously. Old Chen must not perish. Zhou Yun on the new moon is also keeping a close eye on this battle, trembling with anxiety. Chen Yongjie, can you withstand this trial? Ling Qiming is watching as well, feeling a level of tension he hasn't experienced in years. Outside Mu City, with a thunderous roar, Chen Yongjie bursts forth, bloodied and battered, having been severely impacted by the catastrophic explosion of extraordinary energy. Yet his spirit remains unyielded. Instead, he is consumed by an insatiable desire for vengeance, unwilling to let such a significant setback go unavenged. My treasured artifact lies shattered in the distance, and the visage of the man has transformed. The silver arrow that he shot forth was cleaved apart by the black longsword wielded by Old Chen, resulting in a violent explosion of the energy orb that had just erupted. He is now drawing his bow, preparing to unleash a second arrow. At this moment, Old Chen radiates a luminous aura, his golden form achieving an almost transcendental elevation, as if a majestic golden Buddha has manifested behind him, exuding an unparalleled authority and gazing fiercely. Upon closer observation, it is evident that this is none other than Chen Yongjie himself. This signifies that although he practices the Buddhist path, he venerates his own being, embodying an indomitable faith. Roar! The great Buddha bellows, golden light surging forth. As a vague yet astonishing spectacle materializes around Chen Yongjie, ethereal yet profoundly striking. Boom! The great Buddha's roar rends the earth asunder. Boulders and dust propelled skyward in a tumultuous upheaval. Chen Yongjie wields the black longsword as if it were a flying sword, a streak of dark light cleaving through the heavens at a breathtaking speed. Gasp! The man clad in silver armor finds it hard to believe, glancing down only to release a piercing scream, for he has been bisected, half of his body plummeting to the ground. Chapter 2 should be completed before 10 o'clock. I humbly seek your support for next month's ticket. Thank you. Chapter 230. A small victory, the latest alloy material from New Star. Even incorporating a touch of solar gold within the silver armor, has nonetheless been cleaved by the black longsword. Darkness envelopes the man's vision as he is gripped by excruciating pain, rolling uncontrollably upon the ground. Everyone is deeply moved, astonished by the sight of a streak of dark light tearing through the night sky, effortlessly bisecting the formidable man dispatched by the Sun family. Truly astonishing. How could he have won against the mechanical army? Attack! Destroy him! Sun Yiqian roars in anger from his courtyard, utterly unable to accept such an outcome. He had prepared a feast under the moonlight for several young friends, ready to celebrate. Yet now, the elite of the Sun family have been harvested, bloodied and defeated. Where are the promised triumphs over the extraordinary? Old Chun, you are magnificent. I can no longer wait. Having witnessed the battle, I will return to New Star overnight. Zhou Yun, exhilarated on the crescent moon, exclaimed, I can hardly wait to see the faces of those scoundrels as if they have lost their very mothers. Once, he had been ridiculed and felt despondent, retreating to the crescent moon, but now he longs to return. Well done, Chen Yongjia, a transcendent being. In New Star, there are many who practice ancient arts. Yet their organization lacks strength, with only a few barely qualified to access the secret network to witness this battle. In Mu City, atop a skyscraper, Guan Lin reveals a radiant smile in the moonlight, her beauty softened by a rare gentleness. She casts a glance at the members of the Sun family, too weary to say much, yet her gaze causes a tightness in Sun Chengming's chest, urging him to roar in frustration. Before all eyes, the Sun family has invested such tremendous resources, yet cannot subdue even a single Chen Yongjia. If this is how the night concludes, it is simply unacceptable. Do not worry. It is not yet over. An aged voice resonates from the miniature holographic device upon his wrist. Although the powerful figure from New Star has been defeated, the Sun family has not been vanquished. We possess ample strength to crush him. There is no need for restraint. While he remains outside the city, even if we must employ battleships, we shall seize the opportunity to annihilate him. The chilling voice echoed, and at such a critical juncture, notions of fair combat were rendered irrelevant. The sole focus was the outcome, eliminating Chen Yongjia. Old Chun, know when to retreat. Come back quickly. Guan Lin remained vigilant. Although she had not overheard the conversation between Sun Qingming and the ancient figure within the quantum brain, she sensed the malice in Sun Qingming's eyes, a madness, a viciousness teetering on the brink of insanity. At that moment, Chen Yongjia radiated a resplendent golden aura. Behind him, the great Buddha grew ever more substantial, vividly resembling his visage, standing tall and imposing. He advanced, his mental domain quaking as he summoned the black longsword, its dark light surging as it descended toward the man on the ground, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Simultaneously, he gazed toward the horizon, where a vast expanse of darkness loomed, the mechanical legion mobilizing into a torrent of steel, seeking to crush him into oblivion. The man, who had been rolling on the ground, unexpectedly unleashed a bolt of thunder at a critical moment, deflecting the black longsword. His face turned ashen. He had never anticipated such a sudden, devastating turn of events. In his hand appeared a fan, which erupted in a dazzling array of colors. With a fierce sweep, a thunderous explosion resonated. The earth seemed to rupture, a foot-wide chasm extending into the distance. This scene was utterly terrifying. Even the black longsword was hurled skyward. The five-colored light flowed like a torrent, resembling 5 celestial blades aimed at Old Chun. The once dark sky was illuminated as brightly as day. Spectators were awestruck. The magnitude of this power was horrifying. With a speed perceptible to the naked eye, the desolate area outside Mu City was engulfed, torn asunder, and shattered by the 5-colored radiance. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. After the fan's sweeping motion, an expanse of over 100 meters ahead disintegrated completely, obliterated with ease. Even transcendent beings would find it arduous to withstand such divine light. Old Chun instinctively evaded, darting hundreds of meters away. Nonetheless, he was grazed by the light, and his body bore further cracks, bloodied and battered. His gaze sharpened as he summoned the black longsword that had been sent flying far away. Such an immensely powerful artifact must have been renowned in ancient times, he mused. It seemed my attempt to counter such a rare treasure with mere physical strength was lacking. However, he bore no semblance of despair. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This night's battle had revealed a glimpse of his extraordinary potential, and he surmised that in the future, he might withstand magical artifacts. Even in ancient times, it was challenging for legendary figures to exhibit such extraordinary phenomena at his current level. With a flick of his wrist, a leather pouch appeared in his hand, which he promptly activated. Eliminate Chen Yongjia. Sun Qingming secretly commanded from within Mu City. At the horizon's edge, the Steel Legion surged forth, dense energy beams firing towards Old Chun, while the mechanical army charged ahead. Simultaneously, the man with only half a body brandished the 5-colored feather fan with great vigor. truly resembling a cataclysmic event. Once more, the five-colored beams materialized, akin to celestial blades and thunder, obliterating all obstructions in their path. Such a formidable artifact, even amidst the resplendent legends of antiquity, was considered a rare treasure, capable of instantaneously altering the tide of battle. Boom! The leather bag in Old Chen's hand emanated a radiant glow, swelling as if it sought to encompass the very heavens and the earth, expanding with an awe-inspiring energy that distorted the night sky. Simultaneously, Old Chen burrowed into the ground, evading the onslaught of intertwined superweapons. As energy beams darted through the air like a swarm, the leather bag, aglow against the earth, collided with the beams emitted from the five-colored feather fan, resulting in a fierce clash that ultimately culminated in an explosive release of energy. The light resembled a grand umbrella, or a mushroom cloud, or an overwhelming ocean, crashing upward towards the sky with a blinding intensity, radiating astonishing supermaterial. The extraordinary energy expanded, illuminating the realms above and below with a brilliance akin to daylight, as though a sun had erupted, dispersing its rays in all directions. Visible ripples of energy surged forth, akin to tumultuous waves battering against the shores, sweeping across the desolate outskirts of the pastoral city. Crack! Zing! On the ground, the mechanical army faltered, sparks of energy flying as internal circuits and chips malfunctioned. Paralyzed by the radiating energy ripples, onlookers stood in stupor, while the Sun family felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies chilled with fear. This was the essence of extraordinary radiation. The leather bag and the five-colored feather fan were formidable relics, hailing from the annals of myth and legend. Their confrontation unleashed a parasol-like energy that surged into the night sky, radiating outward, eroding precise electronic components with a terror far surpassing that of a strong pulse attack. Sun Qingming's scalp tingled. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. They had previously tested the relics, which exhibited a unidirectional attack, aimed at Chen Yongjia. They could have obliterated him with a single strike, shattering even the extraordinary. However, the clash of these two relics had transformed the entire battlefield into a realm engulfed by potent radiation. The mechanical legion of the Sun family, initially poised to annihilate Chen Yongjia, now faced destruction, suffering irreversible malfunctions as they stood frozen in place. The leather bag, previously no larger than a palm, now conjured a spectacle that seemed destined to blanket the night sky. It engaged in a confrontation, gradually suppressing the five-colored feather fan until, with a swift motion, it drew the fan into its depths. Silence enveloped the battlefield. The mysterious ancient relic, the leather bag, had altered the tide of battle. What was this artifact? An all-encompassing bag? A breeding pouch? Or something else entirely? Zhong Cheng swallowed hard, realizing that this was the very item he had entrusted to Wang Xian and Old Chun, a treasure of the Zhong family. Zhong Qing was equally astonished, understanding now why her great-grandfather had kept this artifact close. Its power could alter fate in critical moments. It was indeed a formidable treasure from ancient mythology. The leading financial factions were rendered speechless, as the clash of these two relics had incapacitated the Sun family's mechanized army. In that moment, every faction regarded the situation with utmost seriousness, preparing to reassess their hidden treasures. On the battlefield, the man with only half a body was swiftly captured and drawn into the leather bag, along with the great bow and two silver arrows. Old Chun was elated. The power of the relic was astonishing, filling him with joy and excitement, for he was about to possess his own extraordinary treasure. He grasped the leather bag tightly and sped away, racing towards the pastoral city. Boom! In the distant horizon, the warships of the Sun family emerged, resembling fierce and terrifying beasts suspended in the air, emitting fearsome energy beams. Old Chun, ever vigilant, evaded their approach. Boom! 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 The open ground outside Mu City was pockmarked with deep, bottomless craters, akin to abysses. Sun family, you have gone too far. Do you intend to obliterate Mu City? A voice echoed, questioning the Sun family through secret networks and special channels, incredulous at their audacity. Even in defeat, there should be decorum. If the Sun family truly dared to bury the 100,000 or 200,000 inhabitants of Mu City, the other financial magnates would never acquiesce. Once Pandora's box is opened, the future of the new star will be fraught with turmoil. It was not yet a moment of life and death for the Sun family. Any act of slaughter would incite widespread wrath. Several blinding beams of light descended from the sky, piercing the earth, yet ultimately, none struck Mu City. Old Chun remained composed, his formidable mental domain granting him an almost preternatural foresight. Mu City was safe, and thus, upon entering the city, he did not glance back even once. He upturned the beast skin pouch, spilling its contents onto the ground. The moment the man landed, with a swift motion, Old Chun severed his head with a single stroke of his sword. Regarding the grand bow and the two silver-feathered arrows, although they were treasures, they could not be classified as extraordinary. Old Chun merely cast a cursory glance before slinging them over his shoulder. His heart, however, was captivated by the feather fan, a truly priceless artifact. Though slightly inferior to the beast skin pouch, it was nonetheless a rare divine object. The beast skin pouch ultimately belonged to another, while the five-colored feather fan was his spoils of war, a genuine treasure. He ascended rapidly to the towering skyscraper, holding the severed head aloft, and surveyed the few individuals present. Guan Lin's eyes sparkled with joy, her expression softened, as all tension and worry faded away. "Chen Yongjia, you have won this round," Sun Chengming declared, turning to leave. With a resounding thud, Old Chun hurled the bloodied head directly at him, striking him squarely on the head and causing him to stumble. Sun Chengming spun around, his gaze icy, locking onto the blood-stained man with short hair, radiating an aura of golden light akin to that of a Buddhist deity. Yet, he soon trembled, sensing a bone-chilling murderous intent, his heart plummeting. "Do you truly believe this is the end? Disregarding all rules, deploying your mechanical army to hunt me down, and even unleashing your warships. You failed, and now you wish to walk away unscathed?" Old Chun spoke, as a colossal figure of an enraged Buddha materialized behind him, its brilliance illuminating the high-ranking members of the Sun family. "You have slain our masters and allowed a horde of machines to be destroyed, and you consider yourself the victor. What more do you desire?" Sun Qingming attempted to keep his tone neutral. Chun Yongjia replied solemnly, "If I were to lose, you would kill me. Naturally, if I win, I must eliminate you. Do not presume that by merely standing here, you are above this conflict. The high-ranking members of the Sun family are all participants in this gamble. Do you think yourself detached, sitting in the stands, observing the beasts of the iron cage in combat? You are unqualified to belittle the extraordinary when one errs. Particularly in defeat, one must pay in blood." Sun Chengming retreated, feeling an icy chill envelop him. "It must be said, I have been targeted by you repeatedly, yet I have not slain a single high-ranking member of the Sun family until now. And now, I possess this head." After Lao Chen finished speaking, he swung the black long sword in his hand, and a flash of dark light passed through the air. With a sickening sound, a head fell to the ground. Sun Qingming was beheaded before the eyes of all, blood splattered as his lifeless body crumpled to the floor. "Sun family, do you wish to continue this? I shall accompany you to the end. We shall meet in your Kongning city," Lao Chun declared coldly, as the colossal golden rage Buddha behind him roared, the visage of the Buddha revealing his own face. Lightning intertwined as mental energies resonated, annihilating all nearby detectors, rendering them incapable of observing his presence any longer. A member of the Sun family let out a low growl. The scene of the beheading had been witnessed by all, and this battle constituted a catastrophic defeat for the Sun family. "I shall be magnanimous and refrain from contacting young Sun," Zhou Yun laughed heartily. At this moment, all parties were shaken, and this event sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Wang Xian calmly observed the fierce battle from the hotel, rising to step outside. It was now his turn to take action. Indeed, Jinghua City had captured the attention of many, and people had not forgotten the Sun family's proclamation that they would eradicate Wang Xian this very night. Was it time to commence? Gratitude extended to Yu Qian, and thanks to the support of the Silver Alliance. Thanks to Ili Yanyu, and appreciation for the leader's backing. Chapter 231. A night of restlessness. The battle in Mu City reverberated far and wide, its impact profoundly significant. Chen Yongjia, unmatched in strength, imparted a lesson to the Sun family, demonstrating the fury of a transcendent being who dared to execute a high-ranking member of the Sun family in public. What are we waiting for? We must impose restrictions on transcendent beings. If they are emboldened to act in such a manner now, what will become of the future? Will the tycoons still maintain control over the new stars, or will they be supplanted? The Sun family immediately reached out to powerful factions, engaging in discussions with top-tier organizations, urging all parties to treat the matter with the seriousness it deserved. The extermination of transcendent beings was imperative. They recognized that many would welcome anyone challenging the Sun family, thus depleting the strength of the super tycoons. However, should the dangers posed by transcendent beings be exaggerated, it might incite fear, leading some factions to ultimately align with them. The Sun family was mobilizing their mechanical legions, raising their vigilance, and preparing to eliminate the transcendent beings, while simultaneously exerting their utmost efforts to persuade various factions, aiming to unite several major forces at the very least. The secret web buzzed with excitement as tycoons and influential organizations engaged in fervent discussions. From core executives to the younger generation, all astonished by the evening's extraordinary battle. When myth intersects with reality, the results are astonishing, ultimately culminating in two extraordinary treasures that determined the outcome of the conflict. Opening the secret vault, some ancient artifacts from their lineage had previously shown signs of activity. Even without activation, they had already created such an impact. If properly utilized, what remarkable results could they yield? Could this be the binding, immortal rope? Or perhaps the jade pure bottle of mutton fat? All factions sprang into action, inventorying their secret vaults in search of those extraordinary items, enlisting seasoned consultants specializing in ancient mythology to assist in their research. Undoubtedly, this would significantly affect Wang Xian and Lao Chun, as obtaining those ancient artifacts would become increasingly challenging in the future. The Sun family lobbied various clans, some of whom received them with solemnity, genuinely concerned, much like the Sun family, about the potential upheaval posed by transcendent beings to their existing order. Conversely, some families remained relatively indifferent, merely observing for the time being, unwilling to engage. There exist formidable institutions whose intentions remain inscrutable, and thus they have yet to make their positions known. As evening falls, within the unique realm of conglomerates and large organizations, tumultuous discussions arise, some fervently engaging in debates, others delving into the hidden treasures of their repositories, and still others covertly strategizing alliances. However, they remain acutely aware that another battle awaits them tonight. Their focus shifts to Jinghua City, a sprawling metropolis with a population in the tens of millions, the stronghold of the Song family, poised to witness an extraordinary showdown. Concerns arise among certain members of the Song family, as the formidable opponent, the deranged king, lurks nearby. They implore one another to hastily vacate the city. This impending clash garners heightened attention, particularly due to Chen Xiaofan's prior interventions, which have ignited fervor within the circles of the affluent and influential. Even those who previously overlooked this confrontation have now connected to the secret networks, eagerly awaiting developments. Among the elite, some elders, who had once remained aloof from the tumult of the Mu City battle, are now stirred by the legendary recounting of Chun Yongjia's exploits, compelling them to witness the event firsthand through live broadcasts. Zhong Qing, the illustrious beauty, is rumored to have traversed the enigmatic realms of deep space alongside Wang Xian, who is set to engage in the climactic battle tonight. Her demeanor, though typically refined and graceful, reveals a penchant for gossip when conversing with close friends, rendering her no different from any ordinary girl. Dear Qing, do transcendents possess the ability to soar through the skies, effortlessly cleaving mountain peaks? Is there a risk of being inadvertently harmed in their presence? We must arrange a gathering for tea soon. In truth, Zhongcheng and Zhou Yun are also preoccupied with myriad communications. During the Mu City confrontation, Chun Yongjia faced the mechanical legions single-handedly, triumphantly overcoming the formidable forces of the Sun family, causing ripples of astonishment throughout the community. A burgeoning number of the younger generation have begun to reach out to Zhongcheng and Zhou Yun, individuals who have previously shared close ties with Wang Xian and the elder Chun. At this moment, Zhou Yun finds himself aboard his private spacecraft, en route back to the new star system, feeling invigorated as if he had consumed a divine fruit, every pore of his being alive with energy. Earlier, he had retreated to the crescent moon for solace, but now, having witnessed the prowess of the transcendent beings, many exhibit a markedly different demeanor. Even those who harbor animosity toward the extraordinary are eager to connect, yearning to comprehend such power, thus engaging Zhou Yun with fervent enthusiasm, vying to host him for a meal. Yet, he remains acutely aware that this group is not to be underestimated. Many wear the facade of cordiality while concealing their true intentions. He engages in meaningful discourse only with a select few friends, remaining dismissive toward the others. At the very least, They must be kept in check for 3 years. We cannot allow them to upend our stability. The Zheng family will not intervene. In 3 years, everything shall return to normal. Conversations transpire among the middle-aged elite within their secluded chambers, marked by a cool composure and a sense of assurance. As they express skepticism regarding the myth destined for decay, clearly privy to certain hidden truths. At this juncture, there is no cause for concern. The dreadnought will soon make its appearance, and explorations into the realm of consciousness are already underway. Technology shall ultimately reign supreme. This night, the general populace becomes privy to fragments of information. The secret networks remain inaccessible to the public, yet some residents of Mu City glimpse the flames beyond the city limits. Witness the mechanical armies in battle, and behold the warships unleashing their firepower, leaving them utterly astonished. Such revelations are undeniably explosive news, impossible to conceal. Those residing in the high-rise buildings near the outskirts of the city, emboldened, managed to capture some video footage. However, the images were rather distant and somewhat indistinct. Nonetheless, this sparked a frenzy across various platforms, as the extraordinary battle truly unfolded. Soon after, these blurry recordings surged to the forefront of trending lists. Eventually, some keen observers discerned that one of the extraordinary individuals bore a resemblance to the buzzcut man from a photograph taken days prior, which featured 3 individuals tearing apart an advanced mechanical being. This revelation ignited a wave of excitement, leading to fervent discussions and lively debates among the masses. I have heard whispers that another fierce confrontation is set to transpire tonight, just outside Jingwa City. Friends in the vicinity must remain vigilant and prepare their equipment, as they cannot afford to miss capturing a segment of footage deemed worthy of preservation for 5 centuries. As this information trickled out, it reached not just the circles of affluent magnates, but also the general populace. Zhongqing, shall we attend the event in person? Witnessing such a mythic clash firsthand far surpasses any livestream experience. How about we take a spacecraft to Jingwa City? Some young women from affluent families and prominent institutions eagerly made plans, filled with anticipation. Zhou Yun and Zhongcheng found themselves increasingly occupied, as many sought connections to request access to the secret network, hoping for login privileges. Among their acquaintances were friends and business associates, along with several starlets seeking Zhou Yun's attention. This left him exasperated. He considered acquiescing, but his girlfriends were right beside him. They all recognized the magnitude of the unrest stirred by tonight's events, which had drawn attention from various sectors, including entertainment and finance. The secret network experienced a significant surge in traffic, clearly indicating that some familiar faces had been granted access. One particularly sweet-voiced starlet posted a disdainful image of Wang, instantly igniting discussions everywhere, as the public began to realize who was preparing to enter the fray. It was the same figure from the trio in the photograph, the mysterious young man, cloaked in an aura of enigma, gazing down with a smile while remaining indistinct. Wang Xian stepped out of the hotel, adorned with a metallic mask, which he had hastily crafted from a piece of metal. He wished to avoid attracting attention after tonight's battle, as being scrutinized in public could hinder his future endeavors. Strolling through the softly illuminated streets, he casually snapped the necks of 2 mechanical beings, testing the resilience of their alloy composition. As he continued on his path, he unleashed his powers, extending his mental realm to disrupt the heavy and advanced intelligent machines scattered across the streets and rooftops, causing them to malfunction in a shower of internal energy sparks. Having already initiated his offensive while still within the city, he recalled the earlier clash in Mu City, where he learned that the Sun family had no regard for rules. These machines might yet turn against him. Even within the city, if the Sun family lost their composure, they would likely resort to extreme measures, such as demolishing buildings or shattering hotels, if it meant eliminating him. Thus, he took preemptive action to clear the area, moving through the streets like a harbinger of death. Retreat. Leave Jingwa City. The Sun family wore grim expressions, as numerous mechanical beings inexplicably lost contact with their neural networks. Clearly, something had gone awry. Wang Xian had exited the city, systematically dismantling various imitation machines, which bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary people, leaving them frozen in place throughout the city. Old Wang had left the city, Zhou Cheng murmured. At this moment, the secret network experienced a surge in traffic, drawing the attention of many who were closely monitoring the unfolding battle. Tiny drones, resembling insects, floated through the night sky, cautiously approaching Wang Xian. intent on capturing every visual and auditory detail about him. Suddenly, a crack of electricity surged through the air, causing an array of costly and sophisticated instruments nearby to plummet to the ground. While distant surveillance was one matter, some remote-controlled devices sought to encroach upon his very being, with bolder ones attempting to cling to his hair and garments. The night was deep, with starlight shimmering above and a crescent moon hanging high in the sky. Outside the city, tranquility reigned over the vast expanse of land, as the Sun family had cleared the area, ensuring no interruptions. "You have arrived too late." On the distant horizon stood a solitary figure, clad in ancient armor, adorned with flowing runes, exuding an aura both mysterious and formidable, an extraordinary presence thick with supernatural essence. "It is your arrogance that blinds you, Sun family. When did I ever agree to your terms for leaving the city?" Wang Xian declared. Previously, the Sun family had looked down upon him, offering a chance to avoid reckoning, which he had dismissed outright. "We engage with you from a position of strength and status." The figure retorted coldly from afar. "You lack the qualifications and the power to engage in such discourse," Wang Xian replied calmly. He remained vigilant, knowing that the Sun family would inevitably disregard the rules. This confrontation would not be fair, yet he had come prepared for whatever lay ahead. The ground trembled and fissured as countless shadows emerged from all directions, appearing menacing in the night, akin to a horde of phantoms. From the grass, behind rocks, and beneath the soil, waves of mechanized entities surfaced, encircling him within a mile's radius. The situation was far more dire than what Old Chen had faced. The mechanical army had long been in preparation. With a thunderous roar, without uttering a single word, a multitude of energy beams intertwined and unleashed a barrage of fire. Each beam powerful enough to penetrate buildings, impervious even to extraordinary beings. The Sun family is truly rogue, exceeding their treatment of Old Chen, luring one into a death trap and striking mercilessly. Those observing were left in shock, their hearts racing. For an ordinary person, entering such a scene would mean instant obliteration. Wang Xian briefly vanished, shattering the earth as he evaded the annihilating light. Yet, in an instant, he reappeared, a wondrous spectacle unfolding around him. An ancient lamp floated above his head, suddenly erupting with blinding brilliance. With a resounding boom, the supernatural essence surged forth, the dark red light exploding into a ripple that expanded in all directions, visible to the naked eye, the luminous waves undulating swiftly away. With a crack, all mechanical entities fell silent, their energy sparks extinguished, obliterated. Some heavy machines, overwhelmed by the intense shock and disturbance, had their energy systems ruptured, exploding with a deafening blast. A chain reaction ensued. Many invaluable machines erupted in a dazzling display, disassembling and bursting forth like fireworks. The scene left all spectators in utter astonishment. Wang Xian stood resolute and unmoving, the ancient lamp casting a hazy glow as it hovered beside him. From afar, beneath the moonlit night, a solitary figure stood quietly, harmoniously intertwined with the ancient lamp, exuding an aura of tranquility, as if emerging from a painting. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed Xianling for the support. The chapter for the evening will not be delayed, anticipated to be updated before 10 o'clock. Chapter 232, The Brilliant Confrontation Amidst a Sky Adorned with Twinkling Stars. Wang Xian stood motionless. With a single strike, the mechanical legion was obliterated. The cataclysmic explosion continued to roar as the energy systems of the heavy machinery detonated, triggering a chain reaction among the other robots, culminating in a catastrophic disaster. On the secret network, silence reigned. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, the members of the Sun family felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Realizing the extent of their losses in robots, each one representing a burning star coin, each loss a drop of the Sun family's lifeblood. This outcome was markedly different from the battle against Chen Yongjia, which had merely incapacitated a large number of robots, resulting in only a few precision components being damaged, leaving the main bodies intact and reparable. Now, the iron jungle erupted in a cataclysm, with powerful energy devices boiling over, melting the latest alloy materials. What could possibly remain? Under the moonlit night, the terrifying flames soared into the sky, deafening in their roar, shaking the very earth beneath. In Jinghua City, individuals atop tall buildings captured this magnificent scene on video, knowing that such splendor would be rare to witness again in their lifetimes. while others hurriedly documented the moment. The Sun family was driven to madness, suffering immeasurable losses this night. What are we waiting for? The Zhou family has been toppled. If this continues, the extraordinary will supplant us. We must unite and eradicate them without mercy. Core members of the Sun family engaged directly with various factions, breaking certain barriers of communication. The upheaval within the Zhou family struck terror into the hearts of the Sun family, for they understood the depths of the situation. Now, several elders and influential figures from the new star were connected, exerting every effort to negotiate. Let us join forces. This is a struggle for dominance in the realm of consciousness. We share the same values, and if we allow this to persist, the conglomerates will face upheaval and displacement, and power will shift to the new star. In the midst of clandestine discussions, some advised the Sun family to remain calm, asserting that the extraordinary were not mere puppets behind the scenes, thus rendering such madness unnecessary. Within the highest echelons of power, a select few had uncovered too many secrets, and now they had prematurely discerned what would transpire 3 years hence. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval. At this juncture, a handful of the uppermost elite had begun to tread upon unique paths, complicating the situation further. Even if you wish to remain passive, observing the conflict from the sidelines, please grant us some leeway and do not obstruct the Sun family's deployment of warships. Under the moonlit sky, the vast expanse of land grew eerily silent. The robots shattered, leaving a scene of desolation, strewn with scrap metal and debris. The extraordinary of the Sun family felt a pang of regret, deeply lamenting their earlier decision to bestow that ancient lamp, which, once in the enemy's grasp, wielded such tremendous power. It was almost beyond belief. This artifact seemed to have undergone a rebirth, its potency now surpassing that of its former self. Why? Clad in ancient armor, was he prepared against the dark crimson arrows that the lamp unleashed upon one's psyche? Yet now, it possessed the capability for physical assault as well. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight, Wang Xian advanced, accompanied by an ancient lantern that cast a hazy glow, enveloping him in its ethereal light. At that moment, he grasped the spear he bore. A clash echoed as a distant figure emerged, clad in resplendent armor adorned with flowing runes. From behind, he unsheathed a jade-hued longsword, then suddenly swung it forward. The blinding radiance of the sword erupted, akin to a verdant dragon leaping forth, propelled by the shimmering light of the blade, surging forth with lethal intent. As the atmosphere trembled and the extraordinary essence boiled, this was an ancient sword nurtured by transcendent material for ages, long since activated, a true artifact. Its brilliance was unstoppable, a force of sheer destruction. One could witness colossal machines exploding, remnants of metallic bodies left behind, all silently severed as the sword light swept through. Such a blade's radiance was terrifying. Ordinary transcendent beings could not withstand it, being cleaved into blood and bone. Wang Xian did not evade. Instead, with spear in hand and the ancient lantern suspended beside him, he strode forth, charging at his opponent. His speed was astonishing, shattering the earth beneath him, each stride propelling him as if traversing the vast skies, covering hundreds of meters in a single leap. Around him, wondrous sights manifested, shielding him from the invincible sword light. Old Chun, with profound eyes, keenly observed this battle, and could not help but sigh. He realized he had much to strive for, as Wang Xian's physical form could withstand artifacts, enduring without flinching. Opposite him, the armored man was taken aback. He wielded a treasure passed down from ancient sects. Was there truly someone capable of directly opposing such power in this era of diminishing transcendence? Within the Sun family, there had been disputes over Wang Xian's astonishing potential, but now it was confirmed. This young man could rival the legendary geniuses of antiquity. The armored man was formidable, empowered by various treasures, exuding an aura akin to a celestial being descending to Earth, each movement radiating extraordinary energy. He activated the jade longsword, transforming it into a streak of light that cut through the night sky, aimed at the young man before him. Simultaneously, Wang Xian, employing his mental prowess, sent forth a short sword, its brilliant light illuminating the darkness with dazzling splendor, casting brightness across the entire battlefield. In an instant, the long and short swords collided, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce clash. The onlookers were astounded. In this modern society, such a spectacle was unprecedented. Witnessing a sword duel, flying swords cleaving through the night sky. Was the legend true? Did ancient sword immortals truly exist? Before their eyes, a battle unfolded with flying swords. It was astonishing. The tales of the sword immortals of Mount Shu came to life. Zhongqing, I feel as though I have fallen in love, truly. Do introduce me to that young sword immortal. My goodness, the sword battle. This young man from a wealthy clan, from a grand institution, was utterly astounded, completely dumbfounded. This was far more exhilarating than their experiences racing spacecraft in outer space. The older generation within the wealthy clan had their pupils constrict. They perceived something deeper. Could there come a day when flying swords soared to the heavens, posing a threat to warships? The sound of swords clashing rang through the air, the resonance deafening, and even through detectors and the Skynet system, all could feel that unmatched sharpness and killing intent. All these collisions transpired in an instant, and then, amidst the dissipating azure light, a resplendent short sword soared through the air, akin to a deity's blade, imposing awe in all directions. The long sword of the Sun family shattered into numerous fragments, utterly obliterated, unable to rival the short sword. With each strike, a segment broke off, plummeting from the heights. Whoosh! The gleaming short sword resembled a comet as it hurtled towards the armored man ahead, its brilliance unparalleled and arriving in a heartbeat. Destruction. Suddenly, a luminous halo materialized in the armored man's grasp, vibrant and divine, swirling with a nebulous five-element radiance, as if to shatter the heavens. He thrust it forth, the halo spinning, blurring the night sky, and warping the very fabric of space. Observers of the earlier battle instantly recognized this as a rare treasure, a legendary artifact capable of altering the tide of battle. Clang! When the short sword was struck, the anticipated shattering of its blade did not occur. Indeed, it was sent tumbling far away, yet remained unscathed. The five-element halo was terrifying, its supermaterial essence surging. However, the armored man stood in astonishment, shaken, as a fissure appeared upon the halo. How could this be? He was stunned. This was a rare treasure, immensely powerful, surpassing the ancient lamp that had yet to undergo metamorphosis. The short sword bore no runes, not classified as a rare treasure, yet in terms of hardness and sharpness, it seemed unrivaled, even withstanding the five-element halo. Buzz. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the five-element halo from unleashing its might, its supermaterial essence undulating like an ocean. As it advanced, the space around it appeared to distort. In the sky, nocturnal birds, startled from the distant woods, took flight, and at a considerable distance, they exploded into a mist of blood. The ground fractured, with black fissures several feet wide interweaving across the earth, especially as the five-element halo descended from the heights. Diving towards Wangxian, it struck with terrifying speed, causing the ground to collapse with a shocking sonic boom, followed by an explosion. As if an invisible force had struck the earth, sending boulders weighing hundreds, even thousands of pounds, flying in all directions. Whoosh! A dark red beam shot forth from the ancient lamp, extending for dozens of meters, transforming into a magnificent rainbow, akin to Ho-E shooting the sun, colliding with the five-element halo in the sky. The vibrant colors dimmed momentarily, the halo swayed, nearly plummeting. In the distance, the man clad in ancient armor felt a weight in his heart. The ancient lamp seemed to have gained a peculiar flame, becoming astonishingly powerful. The five-element halo vibrated, erupting anew in brilliance, pressing downwards. Wangxian activated the ancient lamp, fully unveiling its might, and this time, a feathered arrow, dozens of meters long, surged with incredible flames, scorching the night sky, twisting the air, and engulfing the five-element halo. This was a clash between two rare treasures. Eventually, Wangxian straightforwardly hurled the ancient lamp into the air to collide with the five-element halo, and instantly, crimson flames engulfed the night sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. The five-element halo dimmed, unable to withstand the ancient lamp. The members of the Sun family, witnessing this scene, were not only filled with dread but also felt their hearts bleed. This had once been their treasured artifact, and after changing hands, it now possessed such formidable power, even greater than before. Boom! The ancient lamp collided abruptly, birthing a blinding arrow of light that pierced through the five elements wheel. Subsequently, the flames tore apart the five elements wheel, emitting a sound akin to metal shattering in midair. With a sharp crack, the five elements will disintegrated. Alas! Even through the screen, Chun Yongjie felt a pang of sorrow. That was a rare treasure, now utterly destroyed. In truth, many lamented the loss. Such extraordinary artifacts in ancient times were worth their weight in gold, regarded as essential treasures of great significance, exceedingly rare. Perhaps this era is too peculiar, as the celestial abodes have plummeted from the void, resulting in such catastrophic collisions of treasures being obliterated, something ancient people would have gone to great lengths to prevent and preserve. A man clad in silver armor turned to leave, sighing inwardly. He was an unconventional figure, delving into innovative techniques with remarkable strength, yet ultimately relying on the X substance of blessed lands for his vitality, rather than nurturing himself with the Z substance as others in new fields did. Although he was formidable, a weight now burdened his heart. He had launched a powerful attack, believing he could control everything, only to find himself outmatched by that young man. He possessed another precious artifact, yet his mental energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of effectively harnessing it. Desiring escape, he was relentlessly pursued by Wang Xian, accompanied by an ancient lamp. A swift strike from a flying sword accompanied him, while he wielded a spear in hand, advancing rapidly in pursuit of the strong man from the Sun family. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light erupted, tearing through the night sky, descending from the heavens. Such energy was insurmountable, even for the extraordinary. To engage it would result in annihilation. Wang Xian anticipated the danger and evaded just in time, though the residual energy from the terrifying beam still sent him tumbling. Miraculously, the ancient lamp illuminated, casting a gentle glow that shielded his form. Had it not been for this wondrous spectacle absorbing the aftermath and the lamp activating at his behest, he might have been gravely injured by the beam's residual force. A massive crater appeared on the ground, where all matter had melted. Wherever the shockwave passed, rocks and remnants of machinery liquefied and then evaporated. In the distance, warships opened fire, and even Earth immortals would be reduced to mere pulp if struck. Many gasped in astonishment. The Sun family indeed struck with ruthless intent, disregarding all to annihilate Wang Xian, deploying warships in the process. Yet, they were astounded to witness Wang Xian evading such a widespread assault. Even more astonishing was that Wang Xian did not retreat towards Jinghua City, but continued to pursue the armored man. Once again, a fearsome beam of light soared forth, akin to a comet crashing into the earth. The energy and shockwave were terrifying enough to flatten mountains and instantaneously evaporate lakes. Wang Xian dodged with incredible speed, anticipating the danger and taking action in advance. As the final shockwave struck him, it was again mitigated by the light emitted from the ancient lamp. The crowd was left in awe. Could this ancient lamp defy the heavens? As long as he was not struck directly, the residual shockwaves and widespread beams of attack seemed ineffective against him. Wang Xian fervently closed the distance with the armored figure. Suddenly, the man turned, brandishing a small, golden gourd. Wang Xian activated the ancient lamp, unleashing a stunning arrow that soared for 100 meters, more terrifying than before, directly striking the yellow gourd. Subsequently, a flurry of arrows were released, swiftly eliminating their targets. Simultaneously, he advanced at a breakneck speed. Buzz! The warship appeared in the near sky, hesitating rather than attacking. Clearly aware of the esteemed status of the extraordinary individuals traversing the new path of sorcery on the ground, particularly within the Sun family. At that moment, a gleaming short sword tore through the night sky, severing the arm of a man clad in armor with a resounding thud. He let out a painful cry, his spiritual energy in disarray, causing the yellow gourd to plummet towards the ground. The warship hovered in the air, yet refrained from launching an assault. A brilliant light flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he exerted every ounce of his being, daring to make a bold attempt. The warship, previously concealed at the horizon's edge, rapidly descended from the distant sky, its altitude limited to approximately 10 miles above the earth. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian's spiritual energy surged like never before, resonating with the ancient lamp, fully activating it to deliver the mightiest strike. Whoosh! A crimson beam seemed to rend the black firmament, shooting upwards to an altitude of 10 miles. Bang! Fire erupted in the sky, blinding energy detonating, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. In that moment, anyone who had been observing the battle was left speechless, their astonishment palpable, expressed only through a collective sigh of disbelief. Wang Xian abruptly hurled the spear in his grasp, traversing the vast expanse, impaling the Sun family's expert firmly to the ground. In an effort to conclude this battle within a single chapter, I penned an additional 1,000 words, exceeding the time limit by a few minutes, which I hope will be forgiven, seeking encouragement in the form of votes for the upcoming month. Chapter 233. What is there to fear? In the air, the warship, amidst the deafening explosion, threatened to rupture eardrums, a terrifying blaze shooting skyward. This spectacle was heart-stirring. As one warship disintegrated, on the verge of plummeting, the secret network fell into a hushed silence. Many were left in a daze, questioning what they had just witnessed. Had that young man truly brought down a warship? Numerous viewers felt a tingling sensation, as if electric currents coursed through them. After a brief pause, many could not restrain themselves from shouting, their emotions surging wildly. The once pitch-black night sky was illuminated as bright as day, the entire warship collapsing, disintegrating, and exploding repeatedly as it plunged toward the distant mountains. The images captured by the detectors were presented in three-dimensional form. All viewers felt as though they were transported to the scene, vividly experiencing the unfolding chaos in their own rooms. The night sky was filled with continuous flashes of lightning. The scenes of devastation laid bare before everyone. The Sun family was also watching, in their vast media room, the blinding light casting shadows upon each member's face. Their hearts sinking. At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped the Sun family, as if they were trapped in an ice cavern. Some trembled, shivering, while others erupted in anger, roaring in fury. The night sky was illuminated, with warships ablaze, drifting away and plummeting into the mountains and forests. Against this backdrop, a young man strode forward with purpose. Wang Xian did not linger. He traversed the distance of several hundred meters as if in flight, an ancient lantern hanging by his side, casting a gentle, hazy glow. The master of the Sun family was in excruciating agony, desperately trying to break free, yet the spear had pinned him to the ground, creating a massive, gaping wound, threatening to sever his body in two and rendering escape nearly impossible. The silver runes on his armor dimmed, pierced by the spear infused with solar gold, shattering a significant portion, blood gushing forth, while a small yellow gourd fell nearby. The strongest member of the Sun family had met his defeat. His identity was far from ordinary, now drenched in blood, gasping for breath. This truly resembled a reenactment of ancient mythology, single-handedly confronting the mechanical army of the Sun family, ultimately bringing down a warship. At that moment, within the special circles of the financial elite and major institutions, many young individuals were left in awe, subsequently developing a profound yearning for the path of cultivation. Zhou Yun, have you returned to the new star? It's on me, let's have a good chat. Someone reached out to Zhou Yun. As for the higher-ups of the financial magnates, while some were shaken, they remained contemplative, pondering too much in silence. Was this the final brilliance of the extraordinary, a return of the light? Or would it herald a turning point? 3 years hence, would the celestial assembly be reduced to mere mortals? Though whispers of special channels spread rumors, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Regardless, after this battle, even if Wang Xian wished to remain low-key and conceal himself, it was utterly impossible. His figure had officially captured the attention of the financial elite. No faction could overlook such an individual. He was akin to a humanoid battleship, exceedingly perilous. Reactions varied. Some were apprehensive, others smiled in relief, some remained dark and indifferent, while others maintained their composure. Zhongqing, I believe I have transcended mere infatuation and am now in passionate love. I will seek you out. Take me to meet the young sword immortal. Wang Xian beckoned, and a small gourd, no larger than half a palm, flew into his hand, warm and translucent, imbued with an inexplicable charm, far from ordinary, a rare treasure. He focused his senses. It was not forged from metal, nor was it an alloy, but a naturally formed object, with clear wooden grain. How remarkable that a gourd, a product of natural plant growth, could be so powerful, so divine, transformed into an extraordinary artifact. Bang! Wang Xian kicked the helmet off the man on the ground, revealing a face that, though not youthful, appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with a sinister gaze. Even in pain, he did not bow or yield, radiating intense hostility. For this man was acutely aware that the young man before him was remarkably resolute. That gaze, that composure, would not soften due to his status. He was someone unafraid of the Sun family. Many gasped, causing a stir in the secret networks, as numerous individuals recognized his identity. Sun Rongting, a true high-ranking member of the Sun family, already a figure in the core circle, This formidable individual was indeed him, a person of astonishing identity and status. Many understood that the Sun family maintained a close connection with Superstar. Some even claimed they had control over it, and now the rumors appeared to hold a kernel of truth. In the decision-making echelon of the Sun family, the unfolding events are indeed terrifying, explaining their formidable strength. Could it be Old Sun? In Pingyuan City, Qin Hong was astonished. It was shocking to witness someone he had always regarded with reverence, now brought low by a martial artist he had previously scorned, bloodied, and defeated. To think it was Sun Rongting. He had heard rumors of his research into new techniques, yet never anticipated he would reach such a critical juncture. Within the financial conglomerates and large institutions, several elders were taken aback, sighing at the formidable foundation of the Sun family, realizing they possessed an extraordinary individual within their upper ranks. However, upon reflection, they understood. Even if the Sun family ventured closely into the realm of new techniques, leveraging battleships to intimidate and control, nothing could instill greater confidence than having one of their own ascend to the pinnacle of this field. They would spare no resources to elevate their own to the zenith of new techniques. This was the only prudent course. It was unexpected indeed that it was Sun Rongting. Ling Qiming felt a tumult of emotions. He had harbored old sentiments for Old Chun, yet Sun Rongting showed him no mercy. Now, this astonishingly skilled individual from the Sun family lay helpless on the ground, gasping for breath, stripped of his once mighty demeanor. Old Ling was filled with profound reflections. This was an era of dramatic transformation. Zhou Yun was also lost in thought. Just a few days prior, he had been in a subservient position, conversing with Sun Rongting to spare Wang Xian's life. He had never envisioned the situation would escalate to this point. Tensions mounted as all parties grappled with the gravity of the Sun family's prowess. Sun Rongting, an extraordinary asset within their decision-making body, had been grievously wounded by Wang Xian. With a mental command, Wang Xian swiftly disarmed Sun Rongting, rendering his armor useless, a treasure worth preserving. He remained wary of the Sun family, aware that they were prone to self-destruction, often harboring chips or implanted energy cores within. Brandishing his spear, he flicked off the blood, coldly gazing down at Sun Rongting, attempting to delve into the mental realm. Yet, he encountered fierce resistance. After all, his opponent was also an extraordinary being, willing to obliterate his mental essence rather than allow Wang Xian to achieve his goal. Wang Xian, release Old Sun, everything can be discussed. A multitude of detectors, some minuscule and others as large as night birds, hovered in the night sky, broadcasting their messages. A hush fell over the crowd. All ears turned to Wang Xian. What choice would he make? Ignoring the Sun family's pleas, energy sparks erupted in midair, some detectors detonating under his effortless assault. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Sun Rongting hurtling through the air, a clear display of his dominating stance. Sun Rongting let out a muffled groan, nearly splitting in half as blood sprayed through the air, falling far afield. Humiliation washed over him. Who was he? A core member of the Sun family, personally engaged, backed by battleships, yet reduced to a captive, subjected to such treatment. Wang Xian, what are you doing? Do not cross the red line. We are willing to engage in an open and honest dialogue. Do you not wish to cease hostilities with Qin Yongjie? Do not misjudge the situation. In the distance, yet another detector activated, transmitting the urgent and authoritative voice of a middle-aged man from the Sun family. Wang Xuanhua raised his head, his expression concealed behind a silver mask, and stated, a discussion is possible. After this person perishes, you may collect the body and converse with me in Jinghua City. With adversaries at his doorstep, he found it absurd that they would expect him to release anyone merely by uttering the word negotiation. What a delusion! Even a super conglomerate could not sway his resolve. Those who dared to assault him would inevitably pay a bloody price. Otherwise, what would prevent other factions from emulating such audacity? Regardless of status, even if it were the foremost figure of the Sun family, should he choose to engage personally, he would meet the same fate. Sun Rongting's spirit was on the verge of shattering as the opponent forcefully probed, seeking to unearth the secrets he shared with the Sun family. Boom. In the next moment, he felt excruciating pain as a bolt of lightning, unleashed from the adversary's palm, struck him. His body charred, bones fractured in multiple places. The scent of roasting flesh filled the air. He was consumed by rage, humiliation, and sorrow. As one of the few core members of the Sun family, he found his dignity trampled before the eyes of the entire secret network, nearly cooked alive. As he descended, he glimpsed the young man's calm indifference, as if he were of no consequence. In his agony, he sighed, contemplating his imminent demise. Such a figure, during the most resplendent era of antiquity, would likely belong to the realm of legends, capable of transcending the mundane and traversing miles in spirit. In another age, this young man would undoubtedly hold a position of immense power, casting a shadow over him. Such disciples were seldom found, even among the greatest of sections. Times had changed now. The conglomerates dominated the new stars, while ancient arts had withered, and all that once was could not be revived. Wang Xian attempted several times to explore the opponent's mental domain, but met with fierce resistance, as the adversary's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Wang Xian, cease your actions now. There is still time. Do not be self-destructive. An anxious and enraged voice cried out from the detector. Do you not understand me? Or do you wish for his demise to come sooner? Wang Xian retorted. Then, with a powerful kick, he severed half of Sun Rongting's body, rendering him as if bisected. You dare! A middle-aged man from the Sun family shouted in disbelief. What is there to fear? Wang Xian replied, as a dazzling flying sword descended like a silken ribbon, decapitating Sun Rongting. If you do not wish to negotiate and seek revenge instead, then let the battle continue. With his spoils in hand, Wang Xian turned to leave, his silhouette fading into the distance. Immediately, all nearby detectors erupted, leaving Wang Xian in a void, illuminated only by the starlight and moonlight as he strode away. The Sun family found themselves engulfed in an icy stillness. A chilling aura that was both haunting and reminiscent of a tempestuous sea, poised to unleash its fury. On the secret network, all parties were left astounded. It was indeed Sun Rongting, beheaded in a single stroke. In gratitude to Feixianjia Beiji and the true identity of Pig King for the support of the white-haired XH. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Chapter 234, The Wrath of the Diamond. The compassion of the Bodhisattva on the secret network, a fervent discussion erupted. The exclusive circles of conglomerates and major institutions stirred into a frenzy, unable to find tranquility. Old Wang had truly dismantled Sun Rongting. Zhong Cheng exclaimed, utterly astonished. Wang Xian had taken the lives of Sun Chengquan, Sun Chenghai, and Old Chun had slain Sun Chengming. All of them were esteemed members of the Sun family's inner circle. However, none could rival Sun Rongting, a pivotal figure among the decision-makers, and one of the most powerful core members of the Sun clan. In a frenzy of violence, he had even decapitated Sun Rongting with a flying sword. This incident is far from over. One wonders how the Sun family will respond next. Even influential middle-aged individuals from various families were taken aback. The ramifications of this event are profound. It marks the first time in 2 decades that a key figure within a major conglomerate has been assassinated, a rarity in recent times. The elderly magnates within the financial circles wore expressions of uncertainty, relishing the damage inflicted upon the super-rich, yet wary of the implications if someone could so easily eliminate a decision-maker within such a conglomerate. Younger members from various families were filled with fervor, eager to pursue the path of cultivation and yearning for transcendence. The young swordsmen of that night ignited their aspirations. In this dazzling technological age, the thought of soaring through the skies on a flying sword, nonchalantly traversing the realms, and shattering a mothership with a single strike was enough to thrill their spirits. Old Qian, I've heard you are well acquainted with Wang Xian. Please, do introduce me. Some sought-out Qianin, believing in his close ties with Wang Xian. Zhongqing, I wish to take Wang Xian as my master. What? You say there are sisters vying for Wang Xian's attention, hoping to become my master's wife? Absolutely not. You must first pass my test. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall pursue a romantic relationship with my master. Hey, Xiaoqing, don't hang up. Is it that you yourself wish to be my master's wife? As Wang Xian entered the city, he harbored no regrets about slaying Sun Rongting. The impact was indeed significant, sending ripples throughout the relevant circles. He needed to temper his approach, ensuring that not all conglomerates fell into a state of alarm and vigilance against him. Yet, prior to that, without the might of thunder or iron-fisted measures, the forthcoming events remained uncertain. He must embody both the compassion of a bodhisattva and the ferocity of a wrathful deity. Now that he had showcased his formidable side, it would be intriguing to observe the responses and tactics of all parties involved. In the night sky, several warships loomed like phantoms, racing from the horizon. The ships dispatched by the Sun family from their base had finally arrived. The terrifying vessels, shrouded in darkness like ominous clouds, obscured portions of the starlight and moonlight, revealing the mobilization of large warships. The Sun family was genuinely enraged, having suffered consecutive losses of significant figures. How could they endure such humiliation? They sought to eliminate the extraordinary, yet found themselves repeatedly wounded. The clandestine networks trembled, the detection devices remained vigilant, and satellites monitored the situation. Shocked to witness the Sun family dispatching 5 large warships. Further afield, smaller warships were arrayed in a protective formation, all sensing the fury of the Sun family. This was enough to ignite a war. Wang Xian took a cold shower and donned a pristine, soft training outfit, playing with a small, golden gourd. He gazed calmly at the fleet in the sky. There was nothing to fear, nestled within a metropolis of millions, adjacent to the Song family. Did those warships dare to unleash a saturation attack? Did they possess the audacity to spill blood in this vicinity? He believed the Sun family would not dare to descend into such madness. He studied the golden-hued gourd, an object shrouded in mystery, and he had only just begun to grasp its remarkable powers, capable of encompassing beings and objects from the mortal realm. When confronted with the onslaught of a colossal battleship, could he evade certain doom by taking refuge within the gourd? Its strength remained an enigma. This extraordinary treasure indeed held the potential to alter the tide of battle. He reflected with gratitude, fortunate to have acquired 2 exceptionally potent treasures. Soon, an ancient lamp levitated before him, its wick flickering with a soft, ethereal glow that cast a hazy and gentle luminescence, though not bright enough. The substance of the otherworldly had thinned, it required replenishment. Wang Xian turned his gaze toward the Song family's direction. In this confrontation, the ancient lamp had played a pivotal role. Without it, how could they have downed the battleship? He held immense hope for this lamp, which bore intricate layers of runes, having only activated the first layer. It already exhibited such formidable power. In truth, as Wang Xian contemplated the Song family, they too were discussing him. Wang Xian resides next door. This is intentional. We have become his talisman. The Sun family must refrain from unleashing their firepower. Soon, the Song family's battleships ascended, positioned in various directions, coordinating with the Sun family. Determined that the city of Jingwei would not become a battlefield. The atmosphere had once been fraught with tension, yet ultimately the Sun family's vessels retreated. They were not insane enough to massacre a city. The astonishing battle led him to suspect he had stepped into a realm of myth. Witnessing a sword immortal combat, the latest technological weaponry, a single blade slicing through the heavens, decimating battleships. Someone had shared footage on a video platform, stirring a tremendous uproar. This time, not only the wealthy elite, but also individuals from significant institutions within this exclusive circle viewed the conflict through the secret network, while others leveraged their connections to gain access. Presently, someone released indistinct footage, igniting public discourse. Who had forewarned that another battle would unfold that night? Was this a genuine depiction of the skirmish? The appearance of a sword immortal, cleaving a battleship, left me astounded, my scalp tingling with shock. In the outside world, ordinary citizens could not access the secret network, yet the footage circulated, triggering a massive sensation. Subsequently, individuals who had filmed from high-rise buildings in Jingwei began to voice their accounts, uploading recordings from their perspectives, albeit more blurred due to the distance. However, this was sufficient to corroborate the authenticity of the earlier videos. Notably, when a sweet-voiced singer shared an image depicting Wang's disdain, followed by a picture of flying swords soaring into the sky, it sent shockwaves across platforms. Some singers and celebrities utilized their connections to enter the secret network. Witnessing the battle firsthand and being profoundly moved, they had been cautioned against posting overly sensitive images. Yet even seemingly innocuous pictures of flying swords and the ancient lamp illuminating the sky sparked considerable controversy, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals. Regrettably, these audiovisual materials were subjected to blurring, as powerful figures exerted pressure to prevent the release of clear images depicting the downed battleships. I finally comprehended the positioning of the 3 individuals in the photograph. It became clear. Someone sighed, as if experiencing a moment of enlightenment. The old belligerent bore the battleship on his shoulders, while the man with a buzz cut tore apart the highest-grade automaton. Meanwhile, a mysterious young man stood atop the highest point, doing nothing but smiling down at them. Indeed, he surveyed the scene from his lofty perch. A realization dawning upon the onlookers. Wang Xian conversed with old Chun in hushed tones. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Chung expressed astonishment. Ah, old Wang has contacted me. He had attempted to reach Wang Xian several times before, but the line had always been busy. Now, the other party was reaching out to him. Old Wang, you truly are formidable. You even dispatched Sun Rongting. It's simply terrifying. Zhong Chung sighed, secretly feeling anxious for Wang Xian, as the implications of this matter were monumental. Simultaneously, he informed Wang Xian that someone wished to apprentice under him. By the way, my sister's close friend wants to bear you a little sword immortal, haha. Zhong Chung was torn between concern and amusement, for the views of the tycoon's circle regarding Wang Xian varied greatly. Wang Xian approached the Zhong siblings and shared a few words, hoping they would disseminate his message through the secret network. He understood that following the night's grand battle, the tycoons and premier institutions would harbor reservations toward him and Old Chun. Furthermore, with the Sun family persistently lobbying, it was plausible that some significant powers might entertain ulterior motives. I possess no grand ambitions. I merely desire a tranquil existence devoted to cultivation. I wish to peruse ancient texts, study the scriptures of various teachings, and traverse the renowned mountains and rivers of the world, which would occupy a considerable span of my time. I abhor violence. I practice ancient arts solely for the purpose of physical well-being. Zhongqing was speechless. You engage in battles for fitness? Ultimately, I tread the path of ancient arts merely to prolong my existence. My true interest lies in the healing arts. I have no conflicts of interest with any faction, Wang Xian asserted earnestly. In Sioux City, I aided Qian in prolonging his life. Upon arriving in Jinghua City, I rescued the 97-year-old Mr. Zhou Yun from the brink of death. If all goes well, I can enhance their lifespan by at least 5 years. Wang Xian's declarations stirred Zhongqing, who was moved by his capabilities. Who wouldn't be intrigued by a man with such power? Wherever I go, I will offer healing. Saving lives is my true domain. If unforced, I would prefer to focus on my health and be a divine healer. The Zhong siblings disseminated Wang Xian's words on the secret network, informing various families that he was not adept at combat, but rather had been compelled to act. In truth, he possessed far greater insights into the path of health. Families with elderly members seeking assistance could reach out to him. That evening, Qianan received numerous calls. Subsequently, the Song family's phone was nearly overwhelmed, as inquiries regarding Song Yun's condition flooded in. For it was well known that the old man was indeed on his last legs. The Song family had to respond with reluctance. They had not proactively informed the outside world. But such matters could not be concealed when questioned. The following morning, after consultations with esteemed physicians sent by various parties, it was confirmed that Song Yun was quite spirited and could live for at least another 6 months. Indeed, Wang Xian had stated that this was merely a preliminary effect, claiming that with additional treatments, the elderly patriarch could live for over 5 more years. Song Wentao relayed this with a sense of resignation. He could not conceal the truth. Otherwise, Wang Xian himself would speak up. If he were to fabricate lies, he would find himself caught between conflicting factions, alienating all sides. Once such news spread, it would rattle everyone involved, particularly who currently holds power among the various families. It is the elder statesman, some quite advanced in age, who does not desire to extend their years. Although Wang Xian merely released a succinct announcement, it had the power to transform the perceptions of many regarding him, as well as the decisions they were poised to make. Even those filled with animosity would find themselves hesitating. Zhongqing nodded and remarked, Wang Xian was well prepared. He has recognized the myriad crises and consequences and is currently defusing them. Is that feasible? Zhongqing inquired. Zhongqing responded, go see our great uncle. Is he hesitating? Contemplating the selection of scriptures, seeking out ancient artifacts that are unlikely to be of use, which might provide a rough judgment. Moments later, Zhongqing returned, displaying a peculiar expression, and reported, great uncle is pacing back and forth, clearly agitated, unwilling to be outdone by our elder. He is indeed selecting scriptures. He added, however, the scriptures he chooses are not even worthy of my attention, and those ancient artifacts are completely subpar, all lacking edges and corners. The old men are quite stingy, unwilling to present anything of value to prolong Wang Xian's life. Zhongqing shook her head, declaring, despite their caution, their vision cannot compare to that of Wang Xian. Should they collaborate with him, they might inadvertently relinquish a treasure. That day, the financial magnates and major institutions of the new star were in turmoil. The elder leaders of this exclusive circle were all restless. Wang Xian chose to remain inactive, patiently awaiting the developments. He had previously exhibited a fierce demeanor, demonstrating the courage and strength to challenge the tycoons. Now, it was time for a gentler approach, a moment for compassion. However, it would ultimately hinge on the choices of the families involved. Should anyone overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to display his fierce countenance once more. After noon, the Sun family made their move, using secret channels to inform all parties that they were at odds with the extraordinary Wang Xian and Shen Yongjia, declaring them both as malignant tumors that must be eradicated. Their failure to eliminate these threats would inevitably endanger the tycoons and major institutions. Sun Jian declared war, refusing to back down. In the afternoon, just a street away, the Song family courteously approached Wang Xian, hoping he would again extend life to their patriarch, allowing Zhou Yun to recover his vigor. You understand, extending life for others requires a considerable personal sacrifice on my part. Given the current tense situation, it is particularly disadvantageous for me. Are you prepared to compensate me adequately? Wang Xian was remarkably forthright, wishing to establish this precedent for future dealings. The Song family was both tactful and polite, suggesting that their current engagement was tantamount to assisting Wang Xian. By residing with them, the Sun family would be deterred from using their warships against him. The implication was that Wang Xian could not leave without risking bombardment from high-energy weaponry. Thus, the Song family was indirectly shielding him. Wang Xian smiled, rising to his feet, and stated, "Is that so? In that case, I bid you farewell. Generally, I do not linger long in unfamiliar cities. It will not be so easy to summon me back in the future." He did not linger. The Song family had hoped to manipulate him for free life extension. What a pipe dream. The Sun family still desired war? Then let the battle continue until fear grips them. Wang Xian remained undaunted. He did not mind, once more adopting a fierce countenance. As dusk fell, he discreetly boarded the suspended vehicle provided by the relevant authorities, departing from Jinghua City. The previous night, he had engaged in a clandestine conversation with Old Chun, discussing matters that had long been prepared. Behind Guanlin stood powerful connections within the relevant departments, wielding significant influence in the New Star as well. In fact, the crux of the matter lay in Wang Xian's gradual understanding of the peculiar treasure's utility. He was beginning to grasp their potential. Wang Xian had left the city. At this moment, the news swiftly disseminated, traveling far and wide. No matter how discreetly he attempted to act, various detectors and surveillance systems within the city were focused on him, making it impossible for his departure to go unnoticed. Upon exiting the city, he summoned a small, golden gourd, suspended above the vehicle, its runes flickering and otherworldly substances emanating, concealing him from aerial surveillance. As for the surrounding detectors, they were swiftly shattered under the onslaught of his mental domain. The suspended vehicle transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the horizon. Wang Xian, brimming with killing intent, left Jinghua City, sending ripples throughout various factions. Chapter 235. Aiming at the Sun family along the way, the neon-lit city would soon become a mere backdrop, with mountains, lakes, and towering trees rapidly receding until they vanished from sight. Beneath the night sky, the suspended vehicle shot forth like a comet, having traveled over 300 miles in a remarkably short time. The scenery outside the window blurred past, the streamlined vehicle faster than an arrow released from its bow, flying not too high above the ground. Wang Xian sat silently within, tranquil and composed, en route to Kongning City, headed directly for the Sun family's stronghold. Once he arrived, a bloody battle was inevitable. The Sun family would not remain passive, and terrifying treasures would surely awaken, potentially leading to a massacre with warships laying waste to the land. When faced with life and death, the financial elite would hardly adhere to their rules. He contemplated that the second plan would likely be executed. On the journey, the young driver, drenched in sweat, yet making no abrupt movements, was palpably tense. He was acutely aware of the individual seated behind him, preparing to confront the Sun family alone, the super-financial conglomerate. The driver turned his head slightly to glance at Wang Xian, noting his calm demeanor. With clear eyes gazing at the scenery outside, a tremor coursed through him. He could not help but marvel at the audacity of one willing to stand against the Sun family, remaining so composed in the face of the impending bloodshed. He was certain that if this were to be publicized, it would spark considerable discussion. A mere photograph could ignite fervor across major platforms. They were en route to confront the Sun family. His body trembled slightly. He was a participant in this endeavor. Would history remember this night, years hence? He had accompanied a young man named Wang Xian on a swift journey, racing against time to battle the Sun family. In truth, the outside world was already in disarray. All factions astounded. The Sun family declared war, unwilling to cease their hostilities. Consequently, on that very evening, Wang Xian responded with decisive action. If a war was to be waged, it would be fought to the bitter end. He sped through the night, singularly advancing towards the Sun family's stronghold. Amidst the patrols of warships and the scrutiny of various detectors, he boldly exited the city, stirring the emotions of the financial elites and capturing the attention of all. Old Wang is remarkably audacious, venturing beyond the city to confront the Sun family's stronghold single-handedly. Zhong Cheng felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, lost in thought upon hearing the news. When Zhou Yun learned of this, a shiver ran down his spine as he exclaimed, "Brother Wang is incredibly bold, determined to clash with the Sun family to the bitter end. Is he truly prepared for a night drenched in blood? The Sun family's warships are likely preparing for takeoff." In the realm of financial magnates and powerful factions, information circulates with lightning speed. The moment Wang Xian left the city, they were already aware, collectively gasping in astonishment. The Sword Immortal has emerged from the city. The Sun family must be feeling the pressure. If they cannot swiftly trace his whereabouts, the night will be fraught with anxiety. Many young individuals displayed expressions of eager anticipation, lacking the wariness exhibited by higher-ups, for they still harbored dreams of being Sword Immortals. A radiant young girl, her eyes sparkling, remarked, "How magnificent!" The young Sword Immortal stealthily traversing 1,000 miles, with a single sword strike beheading the Sun family's leader. I can almost hear the sound of the sword singing and see the extraordinary light of the blade. Before long, she was reprimanded by her elders, who sternly warned her of the dangers posed by extraordinary beings, especially to financial clans, as they represent an unpredictable variable. What if one day that young man soars through the skies wielding his sword, striking at our family? The vibrant young girl retorted passionately. Then let me cultivate in the ways of immortality. I wish to become his disciple and have him as one of our own. There seemed to be some merit to her words. A middle-aged man pondered deeply. The relationship between financial clans and extraordinary beings need not be adversarial. Bonds of kinship, friendship, and love among people can transcend various relationships, allowing for interaction, closeness, and alignment with one's own chariot of war. The seasoned men within large institutions and elite organizations found themselves in a complex emotional state. Initially, they welcomed the prospect of extraordinary beings clashing with the Sun family, hoping to see the super-rich deplete their resources. Yet, they were equally unwilling to witness the rise of extraordinary beings, fearing their growth. Particularly, Wang Xian's recent battle outside Jinghua City, where he soared with his flying sword to behead Sun Rongting, was a profound shock to them. If he could slay a core member of the Sun family today, then tomorrow or the day after, he could launch a midnight assault to decapitate them as well. However, Wang Xian subsequently expressed his desire to pursue a low-profile path, devoid of ambition, preferring not to antagonize the various families, aspiring instead to be a divine healer who extends lives. This was an offer the group of elders found nearly impossible to refuse. Let us take it step by step, observing the outcome of this night, whether he truly intends to engage in a bloody battle with the Sun family. Such overwhelming strength and perilous ambition could lead to a short-lived existence. Some began to devise plans, intending to contact Wang Xian, believing it essential to engage with him soon, prioritizing the enhancement of their lifespans above all else. At this moment, the top trending topics were all related to the previous night's fierce battle. Whether it was Wang Xian's soaring sword image or Old Chen's battle in Mu City, all dominating the charts. I sense a storm brewing tonight, with thunder shattering the darkness, accompanied by a rain of blood, and my gaze is set eastward towards the Sun family's stronghold in Kongming City. Someone was making proclamations on a major platform, issuing a forewarning. Soon, it was noted that this individual was the same mysterious figure who had predicted a grand battle in Jinghua City the night prior. To make such predictions is no small feat, and most importantly, his words had come to fruition. Thus, upon his post, an immediate uproar ensued, leaving various parties in a state of disarray, with fervent discussions erupting among the populace. "Ah, the Great One has reappeared. Are you insinuating that the Sun family is destined for calamity?" exclaimed one. "How audacious! Is this not subject to censorship? It seems tonight we'll witness a significant event. The young Sword Immortal is poised for a decisive battle against the Sun family. Is this for real?" I am filled with anticipation. The Sun family wields immense power. Previously, they had even bombarded Sioux City with warships, a truly terrifying display. My residence lies in close proximity to the incident, and my family spent a sleepless night trembling in fear. Such a super conglomerate operates with impunity, indulging their whims. Let us see if the sword immortal can pierce through the darkness tonight. Subsequently, even some insiders joined the fray, as whispers within the circles of the financial magnates and large institutions revealed that Wang Xian was indeed en route to Kongning City. Zhou Yun shared an image capturing the silhouette of Wang Xian, standing aloft, gazing towards the eastern city of Kongning. Zhong Cheng promptly retweeted it. Upon seeing this, Sun Yichen's expression turned frigid. For the past 2 days, he had been in a foul mood, having suffered considerable losses. Upon witnessing their posts, he contacted the two directly, his words laced with hostility. "This brat dares to insult me." Zhou Yun seethed. Zhong Cheng also wore a grim countenance, taken aback that Sun Yichen had the audacity to warn and reprimand him. Observing this, Zhong Cheng personally shared an image of Wang Xian's silhouette, with a sword cleaving the sky, heading eastward towards a hazy city. "We are not intimidated by the Sun family. If he speaks ill, will you not rebuke him in turn?" Zhong Cheng chided her brother. "I hadn't even retorted before he hung up," Zhong Cheng replied. After seeing the image, Sun Yichen felt a knot in his chest, but did not wish to confront Zhong Cheng head-on. The opposing side truly appeared unafraid of the Sun family. "Oh, the stunning Miss Zhong has posted on the platform, hinting directly at tonight's impending clash between the Sword Immortal and the Sun family," remarked one. The young lady had not shared updates in quite some time. Rather than showcasing her melodious voice, she had released a significant announcement. Zhong Cheng enjoys considerable popularity on the platform. Her post immediately sparked a flurry of shares, drawing the attention of many. It was rumored that a certain company had sought to sign her, captivated by her pure and sweet image, promising to elevate her in the entertainment industry. But she had gracefully declined. Once her origins became known, however, no one sought her out again. "Zhong Cheng, will you deny it any longer? It seems you indeed wish to become my master's wife, having shared that image personally," chided one of Zhong Cheng's close friends, reaching out to her with a barrage of comments. Beneath the night sky, hovering vehicles streaked like meteors across the land, heading eastward. Ominous signs began to unfold, as traces of various small warships appeared in the night sky, seemingly having detected Wang Xian's presence, patrolling in a heightened state of readiness. Suddenly, a small warship opened fire, targeting the ground. A blinding beam erupted, raising clouds of dust. "Do not fear. Slightly alter your course and proceed along the mountains," Wang Xian reassured the young driver. He understood the underlying issues. Along the way, he frequently encountered detectors, although he had torn through the air in advance. It was precisely these surveillance devices that intermittently malfunctioned, inadvertently revealing his whereabouts. Across the expanse of the new star, from the heavens to the earth, micro-detective devices proliferate, rendering surveillance omnipresent. The notion of privacy has become nearly obsolete. At present, he has cleverly manipulated the timing of his movements while continuously altering his route, thus traversing hundreds of miles without incident. Meanwhile, the Sun family mobilizes an array of monitoring systems, meticulously tracking his precise trajectory based on the incident curves generated by the detectors. Wang Xian sits within his vehicle, gazing up at the night sky through the sunroof, where twinkling stars accompany the crescent moon. Though it ought to be a serene and gentle evening, he finds himself racing across the landscape with the grim intent of taking a life. He reflects silently, acknowledging the formidable challenge of eradicating the Sun family at this juncture. Given their current actions, it is evident they would fight to the bitter end. Without a doubt, the outskirts of Kongning City must now be ensnared in an intricate web of defenses. This night, the Sun family has undoubtedly deployed a formidable fleet, stationed at every critical juncture leading to Kongning City. Should he attempt to breach their stronghold, he would undoubtedly face devastating assaults. If Wang Xian were to penetrate the city, their frantic response would ensue, unleashing their warships upon his base of operations. Such scenarios are clearly within the realm of possibility. Moreover, if he were to annihilate the Sun family tonight, it is highly probable that he would also meet a dire fate. Such an act would alarm the major financial conglomerates, who would perceive him as an overwhelming threat, prompting them to strike him down and deploy their fleets to eliminate him entirely. The Sun family is not beyond reach, yet annihilating them in one fell swoop is impractical. It must be a gradual process, at least not undertaken this very night. Should the Sun family continue their aggression, the two factions could engage in conflict, targeting several key members among them. In such an event, other financial titans would likely revel in the spectacle, observing the Sun family's decline. Throughout this process, Wang Xian must rapidly enhance his own prowess, accumulating sufficient strength until the tides turn in his favor. Time is undoubtedly on his side. Take Route 2, Wang Xian commanded, adhering to the predetermined strategy. This evening, he plans to charge fiercely toward the Sun family's stronghold. If fortune favors him, he would not hesitate to strike directly at the heart of their operations. Yet, it appears the Sun family, in their agitation, has prepared various contingencies, anticipating the worst. At this stage, he is unwilling to take reckless risks, not wishing to pay a grievous price. Should he sustain severe injuries, certain powerful organizations would pounce upon him like sharks scenting blood. The young driver exhaled deeply, his nerves taut throughout this journey. Embarking on this solitary expedition toward the Sun family's base is a psychological burden few can bear, and the young man's strength and bravery command respect. He glanced back, noting the young swordsman's unwavering calm, which inspired his admiration. Now, with less than 400 miles remaining to Kangning City, they are drawing close. After deviating from their initial course, they are now en route to Pingyuan City, a mere several miles away. This is part of the plan. If a direct and devastating strike against the Sun family cannot be achieved, then Wang Xian will proceed here to intimidate them from a closer distance. With Pingyuan City in sight, only about 370 miles separate him from the Sun family's stronghold in Kangning City. If the opportunity arises, he could easily sprint forth from this location. Old Shun received the news and exhaled a sigh of relief. This was for the best. He did not wish for Wang Xian to storm into the Sun family tonight, as the ramifications would be monumental and send shockwaves throughout the community. Subsequently, the mysterious figure made another ominous prediction. This night would be excruciating for the members of the Sun family. The young extraordinary individual had managed to evade surveillance, making his way eastward with the intent to penetrate Kangning City, radiating an aura of menace and bloodlust that kept them in a state of perpetual anxiety. Should he breach the city, would they be left with no recourse but to bombard him with warships? However, such a course of action would only lead to mutual destruction. Even if many could escape by spacecraft, the treasures hidden beneath the Sun family's estate could not be taken away. The Sun family's stronghold was built upon an ancient relic. Moreover, in this peculiar era, they had acquired numerous enigmatic artifacts, some of which had recently awakened and became unpredictable after being infused with X substance. In modern times, with the decline of the extraordinary, the celestial abodes had plummeted from the void, and the Sun family, with their formidable strength, had undoubtedly unearthed numerous divine objects. Presently, some of these artifacts glimmered throughout the night, enveloped in runes, while providing protection to the Qin family, yet they were unable to relocate them. These mysterious treasures posed a grave threat to the safety of both spacecraft and warships, corroding delicate components, and no one within the Sun family could contain them. At this moment, the entire Sun family was in a state of restless unease. Even the elders felt a chill creeping down their spines, stirring feelings of regret. The moderates within the Sun family openly suggested that rather than endure such turmoil, it would be wiser to seek a temporary truce. If matters escalated beyond control, the Sun family would suffer devastating losses, and inevitably, a consortium would rise to seize their territory and interests. While the Sun family might not collapse entirely, it was highly probable that they would fall from the ranks of the super-rich. As night descended, discord erupted within the Sun family. Some felt an unsettling chill, their nerves taut with anxiety. Eventually, a few could no longer withstand the tension and proposed reaching out to the Zhou family to establish contact with Wang Xian and request dialogue. The mysterious figure prophesied once more. This night, the celestial sword would ominously point towards the Sun family, poised to strike. Should the younger generation act recklessly, they would face a devastating blow, the sword light descending from the heavens to pierce the very heart of the Sun family stronghold. At this juncture, Wang Xian entered Pingyuan City, the stronghold of the super-rich Qin family. The Qin family was immediately alerted. Qin Hong, who had been indulging in wine, trembled, spilling some onto his garments, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why has he come here? How dare he approach my Qin family?" Chapter 236, The True Sutra of Shakyamuni. Qin Hong was no longer composed. His disdain for cultivators had always been palpable, but now he was gripped by concern, fearing they might upend the financial empire. Where had he arrived? He set down his wine cup, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Wang Xian's sword light had left a profound impression on him, haunting his dreams with visions of Wang Xian charging into the Qin family. Just nearby, separated by a small garden, a report was made to him. Qin Hong was at a loss for words. How had it come to this, right under his nose? He dared not reprimand them, fearing that if the other party had an out-of-body experience, they might overhear him. Despite his habitual scorn for cultivators both at the Crescent and within the Qin family, when faced with the reality, he remained acutely aware of the need for decorum. Zhong Jia, with a hint of unusual expression, remarked, "The Sun family has secretly contacted my second granduncle." Zhong Qing nodded and replied, "The Sun family is likely under immense pressure. Unless they resolutely decide to exchange their stronghold for Wang Xian's life, their tension will remain taut, causing them great distress." That night, Wang Xian's whereabouts were uncertain as he drew closer to Kongming City, instilling a sense of suffocation in some members of the Sun family. What if he stormed into the city? Soon, news spread that Wang Xian had entered Pingyuan City, a mere 370 miles from the Sun family's location. This stirred various parties. It was indeed a precarious situation, with the distance to the Sun family's base being quite manageable for a transcendent being. The Sun family felt deeply unsettled. Upon receiving the news, their expressions were devoid of joy. The proximity of such a villain was a source of great anxiety. Some elderly members observed with cold indifference, but eventually, one of them exhaled in relief. Wang Xian's actions were not as perilous as they had imagined. If he were to forcefully enter Kongming City, it would be perceived as overly aggressive, an uncontrollable variable. That night, Zhong Changming formally intervened to reassure the Sun family and conversed with the young swordsman to mediate the disputes and conflicts between him and the Sun family. The reassurance offered to the Sun family was, of course, intended to provide them with an avenue for retreat, primarily for the sake of appearances. Wang Xian accepted the mediation, adopting a modest demeanor, asserting that as long as the Sun family did not overreach, he desired a peaceful and tranquil life. Abhorring violence and wishing to practice medicine across the world, Zhong Cheng whispered, "I sense a glow on my second granduncle's face. It seems he is experiencing a renaissance." Zhong Qing smiled and said, "Indeed, with him now in power, even the Sun family is covertly reaching out to him to mediate, and with the prospect of longevity ahead, his mindset has surely rejuvenated considerably." Zhong Changming, the second son of Zhong Yong, now in his 70s, became the spokesperson of the Zhong family following Zhong Yong's coma induced by his transformation. "Xiaoqing, let us invite Wang Xian to our home for a visit soon." That evening, Zhong Changming, with a genial demeanor, sought out Zhong Qing and Zhong Cheng. The siblings instantly understood. The old man sought to extend his life. In the deep of night, various parties learned that the Sun family and Wang Xian unexpectedly ceased hostilities, temporarily halting their conflict, much to the disappointment of many. The elite circles of tycoons and large institutions understood the situation. It was merely a brief period of calm, with the possibility of renewed confrontation lingering, where one side might suffer irreparable losses. The fierce bird strikes, its wings folded. The fierce beast prepares to pounce, bowing its head and flattening its ears. Su Cheng mused. Ordinary people remained oblivious to such nuances, their disappointment palpable as they yearned to witness the swordsman clash with the super tycoon, perhaps even downing a few battleships. In Pingyuan City, Qin Hong contemplated, "I must find an opportunity to lure that Wang Xian into outer space, or far from the city. Perhaps even to a smaller town. A medium-sized warship could easily deal with him." However, he quickly silenced himself, fearing that a transcendent might overhear. What he spoke held a grain of truth. If the tycoons resolved to act in certain places, it posed a significant threat to Wang Xian at this stage. In the short term, Wang Xian needed to exercise utmost caution in his travels and while aboard ships. He found himself contemplating the small dark golden boat owned by the Song family. Possessing such an extraordinary artifact would undoubtedly make his journeys far more convenient and secure. He was not in a hurry. Although Old Song had half a year left to live, he estimated that he would soon lose patience and seek him out. "Qin Hong, go next door and meet Wang Xian. Arrange for him to come over tomorrow morning," spoke an elder from the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Qin Hong was momentarily taken aback. To be summoned to see the once martial artist, now a sword immortal, was a scenario he had never envisioned. "Let us reach out tomorrow," Qin Hong replied, feeling reluctant, utterly disinclined to engage in such matters. "If you don't contact him now, it may be too late by tomorrow." Qin Hong received a reprimand from his grandfather. At 93, the old man felt his health declining. Yearning for youth and hoping for longevity, his fierce gaze was enough to intimidate Qin Hong. Qin Hong Yuan was no ordinary elder. The last time Qin Hong had dared to strike against the celestial beings, it was largely due to this elder's approval. That incident marked the first bold attempt by the financial magnate to gauge the true strength of the celestial beings, with Qin Hong Yuan at the helm. "I am not angry," the elder exclaimed, but Qin Hong, despite his usual assertiveness, was now forced into a submissive demeanor, showing utmost respect and refraining from further comments. Thus, Qin Hong visited Wang Xian, wearing a broad smile that made one feel as if they were enveloped in the gentle embrace of spring. Wang Xian remained composed. He understood Qin Hong well. The young man appeared sincere in front of him while harboring disdain behind his back, a rather shameless and loathsome trait. Yet one could not deny the audacity of this individual, who dared to command the slaughter of celestial beings, and his hand was notably ruthless at critical moments. Wang Xian thought it wise to find an opportunity to suppress him, but for now, it was prudent to avoid conflict with another financial titan. In the dead of night, Wang Xian, in a trance, took a stroll around the Qin residence. Soon, he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. As one of the 5 major financial conglomerates, the Qin family indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities. Deep within their gardens, near the secret vault, runes illuminated the air, and faintly, the sound of Zen chanting could be heard, accompanied by a radiant light, hinting at the presence of something extraordinary. His spirit was drawn in, as if beckoned for guidance. A sense of dread washed over Wang Xian. The financial titan's secret vault posed a significant danger to those who had left their corporeal forms. The golden birds on the Song family's golden tree could annihilate spiritual entities, and the Qin family's domain held similar anomalies. Was most of what the Qin family possessed related to the Buddhist sect? As he retreated, his mind raced with thoughts. The Qin family's research on the Moonlight Bodhisattva and the Fierce Sun Bodhisattva stemmed from their acquisition of the Bodhisattva's blood and bones. Additionally, they had offered a reward for the earth immortal herb, promising the Shakyamuni Sutra in return. The mothership unearthed from the moon had also yielded some data, seemingly containing methods targeting spiritual energy entities. In one of the chambers, discussions were underway. Wang Xian felt a stir of emotions. Pausing to listen for a moment before his spirit withdrew and returned to his physical form. In the morning, accompanied by Qin Hong, Wang Xian formally visited the Qin family. The estate was vast, nestled by a pristine lake and adorned with lush bamboo groves, complete with a tea room where Wang Xian met Qin Hong Yuan. "My young friend, how much longer do you think I can live? What can I do to prolong my life? Feel free to express any requests you may have," Qin Hong Yuan inquired. Wang Xian observed the elder's thinning hair and undeniable frailty. Given his condition, he would likely live to around 100, yet the elder remained unsatisfied. Upon hearing that the Qin family possesses the Shakyamuni Sutra, the prospect of borrowing it for a glimpse stirred a profound inspiration within me. Potentially granting the elder a decade more of life, an enticing proposition indeed. Such words resonated deeply with Qin Hong, who felt a tremor of excitement at the thought of 10 additional years, far exceeding any expectations. The individual most affected, Qin Hong Yuan, maintained a calm demeanor. Yet his fingers were clenched tightly, devoid of color. Wang Xian's genuine interest in one of Buddhism's paramount scriptures, the Shakyamuni Sutra, was evident. Otherwise, he would not have boldly promised such an extension of life. This illustrious text, if not obtained now, would be forever beyond his reach post the return of the celestial beings. In this extraordinary era, while treasures abound, scriptures of such significance are a rarity, cherished across all ages. Moreover, during these exceptional times, disclosing such information could incite a frenzy among the elderly elite, compelling them to make judicious choices and align themselves with reliable allies. In truth, even before departing the Qin residence, word of his promise had spread, leaving the older members of the financial elite astonished. 10 years of life? Unthinkable. They felt compelled to meet him. Qin Hong Yuan, striving to maintain his composure, spoke calmly. "Our family practices Buddhism. We have recently placed the Shakyamuni Sutra alongside ancient Buddhist artifacts for veneration, requiring over 100 days of offerings before it can be retrieved. Wang Xian suppressed a smirk. After all, they were delving into the essence of the Bodhisattva while professing faith in Buddhism. Clearly, the Qin family recognized the immense value of the Shakyamuni Sutra, and their desire to keep it from prying eyes intensified. My young friend, perhaps you would care to examine other scriptures? We house a considerable collection of Buddhist texts, all original manuscripts from revered monks throughout the ages. Wang Xian politely declined, opting to take his leave after a brief conversation, unwilling to waste time. He anticipated such an eventuality, yet the Buddhist scriptures were not his primary objective. His true interest lay in the golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era, which were not available here. As for the rare treasures, the Qin family made no mention, as the recent battles in Mu City and Jingyue City had led all clans to prioritize these artifacts, deeming them invaluable and not to be carelessly relinquished. The scriptures could be replicated, and exchanging portions was acceptable. Noticing Wang Xian's decisive departure, Qin Hongyuan lost his composure and instructed Qin Hong to invite him back. "Can you truly extend my life by a decade in one go?" he inquired. Wang Xian replied, "It is preferable to do so in several increments for optimal results. However, if you are particularly eager, I could accommodate your request at a cost, but I must first examine the Shakyamuni Sutra. I am likely to gain some insights. Let us start with 3 or 4 years, Qin Hongyuan decided resolutely. As Wang Xian's spirit soared momentarily, he followed Qin Hong for a short distance before halting. Realizing they were approaching the secret vault from the previous night, which housed enigmatic artifacts capable of transcending the corporeal realm. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hong returned with 4 sheets of gilded paper, devoid of text but adorned with engravings. Upon mental exploration, an imprint was instantly conveyed, animating all the engravings. In an instant, a towering Buddha, vividly lifelike, unfurled a grand curtain within his mind, revealing the profound mysteries of the Buddhist teachings. Wang Xian closed his eyes, etching it into his memory, yet ultimately he awakened with a start, severing the image of the Buddha, retaining only the essence of the scriptures, forgetting the corporeal form of the Buddha. The Buddhist texts were somewhat daunting, stirring his innermost feelings. Regardless of whether he practiced or not, he decided to keep these scriptures, for they were indeed supreme, esoteric knowledge. "How do you feel, my young friend?" Qin Hongyuan inquired with concern. "It is too profound. I shall study it further later. For now, I must extend your lifespan," he suggested, proposing a visit to the Qin family's Buddhist hall, believing that the ancient temple would enhance the efficacy. "May I ask why the Qin family brought such an ancient temple into their home?" Wang Xian casually queried during their journey, not expecting a serious response. However, to his surprise, Qin Hongyuan revealed, "Over a century ago, my father heeded the advice of a wise man and invited this ancient temple." He said no more. Wang Xian felt a stir within. Indeed, there was something peculiar about it. Years ago, a mysterious sage had intervened in the affairs of the new star, likely aligning with the endeavors on the crescent moon. Utilizing the ancient temple, Wang Xian extracted the enigmatic substance from the inner sanctum, enhancing Qin Hongyuan's physique and invigorating his vitality, allowing him to tangibly experience a surge of life force. This undertaking was not accomplished in a day. Wang Xian dedicated 5 full days to this endeavor, exerting considerable effort. During this process, he rejuvenated the ancient lamp, carrying the activated treasure with him, which brought him great comfort. Meanwhile, word had spread, and several elderly gentlemen could no longer contain their eagerness, seeking to pay Wang Xian a visit. The elder from the Song family, Zhou Yun, was particularly unsettled. The gathering of old men from various families left him wondering when he would be able to meet Wang Xian. He personally reached out to Wang Xian. Wang Xian expressed his apologies, explaining that it would likely not be feasible in the short term, as he had suffered significant exhaustion while extending the lifespan of the elder from the Qin family, and he had prior commitments with others. "Wang Xian, when do you plan to return to Sioux City? There are those who wish to reconstruct the longevity hall for you, and some desire to be your disciples." Awaiting your appearance, Zhong Cheng communicated with Wang Xian, emphasizing that his great-uncle wished to invite Wang Xian to extend his life. "Indeed, my longevity hall was damaged during the last incident with the Sun family. Have they compensated the others?" "I require compensation as well," Wang Xian exclaimed. Zhong Cheng was momentarily stunned, convinced he hadn't misheard, and he wanted to ask, "Are you serious about reporting this? My young friend, why not reside in Kaiyuan City? I shall construct a longevity hall for you," Qin Hongyuan suggested, still savoring the benefits of his revitalized life force. Presently, the effects were undeniably remarkable, as he suddenly noticed that his female assistant was exceptionally youthful and beautiful, and he was once again endowed with the ability to appreciate the beauty around him. Although he could only gaze from afar, he sensed a rejuvenation in his own mindset. He resolved to wait for a while. If he was certain that his physical capabilities had indeed improved, he would entrust the remaining teachings of the Shakyamuni Sutra to Wang Xian, hoping to extend his life by another decade. However, Wang Xian was nearly ready to flee under the cover of night. As he relaxed, his spirit transcended reality, wandering through the city of Pingyuan at night. With his spiritual third eye, he beheld terrifying creatures roaming within the urban expanse, inexplicable monsters that sent shivers down his spine. Although his scalp tingled with fear, he was determined to uncover the truth. From the heights of Sioux City, he had glimpsed the shadowy silhouettes on the distant Frost Mountain, raising questions about the nature of this phenomenon. Chapter 237. A complex situation in the realm of the deceased, he had encountered sinister spirits, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, as large as lanterns. Even more dreadful were those that rivaled mountains, leaving the ferryman Su Fu in a state of profound horror. Why, in this vibrant metropolis, were there also inscrutable monsters? Though they differed from the spirits in form, they shared a common trait, visible only through the spiritual third eye, invisible even to extraordinary beings like Old Chun. Wang Xian traversed the city, observing with keen vigilance while cautiously evading danger. At night, skyscrapers adorned with intricate light displays surrounded him. Hovering vehicles weaved through the city's lower skies, while small spacecraft traversed the night, disappearing into the distance. The neon lights flickered in this bustling metropolis of millions. Yet, Wang Xian repeatedly encountered monstrous figures on the streets, grotesque and fearsome. He witnessed a massive serpent with 9 heads, as thick as a bathtub, its scales a deep shade of green. 8 of its heads were pierced by long, barbed arrows, dripping with blood as it slithered through the congested streets. Upon the serpent's back sat a disheveled figure, shrouded in a black cloak, with decaying hands and feet that oozed pus. As Wang Xian departed, the man atop the serpent seemed to sense his presence and turned abruptly, yet saw nothing. One of his eye sockets dripped blood, dark and empty, while the other was a ghastly white, devoid of pupils, his face marred with countless wounds. Wang Xian roamed the night, skillfully avoiding the monsters, pondering their true origins. The texts left by Chun Tuan contained similar accounts, mentioning prodigious beings surpassing the earthly immortals who, upon returning from spiritual journeys at night, had their spiritual forms devoured, screaming in agony until dawn, ultimately replaced by enigmatic entities that assumed control of their physical bodies, leading to their ascension. He contemplated whether the horrific creatures chronicled in those texts were indeed the very beings he now encountered. Soon, on a broad pedestrian street, he beheld a bird, crimson as blood, each eye socket housing 2 eyeballs, its body stained with blood as if it had just emerged from battle. Striding gracefully along the thoroughfare, Wang Xian felt a chill. Could this be the legendary Zhuoming bird? However, something appeared amiss. There were ropes around its neck. He prudently steered clear of that area. Shortly thereafter, he encountered another aberration. It bore a woman's face, yet possessed only 1 eye, with cow-like ears and a leopard-spotted body, emitting a deafening roar. Strangely, the pedestrians around him were oblivious to the sound. Wang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be a Zhu Jian? A creature from legend? Upon the neck of Zhu Qian rested an iron ring, reminiscent of a collar, suggesting that it had once been domesticated. In the late hours of the night, Wang Xian beheld several figures clad in space suits. Their attire strikingly similar, yet seemingly more archaic than that of the New Star inhabitants, evoking a sense of antiquity. They led Zhu Qian away, while the luminous bird departed, and others rode upon the back of a qiongqi. Among the procession slithered a 9-headed serpent, its form enveloped by a black-cloaked figure, who, astonishingly, wore a tattered space suit. This sight filled Wang Xian with trepidation. What an extraordinary assemblage! Beings of a technological era guiding mythical creatures as they exited the city. The spectacle was profoundly bizarre. Wang Xian gazed out over the city, observing them retreat into the night, their figures vanishing into the mountainous horizon, only to submerge into the depths below. They appeared not as modern humans, but as ancient ones, possessing technology and taming mythical beings. In a moment of introspection, Wang Xian found himself lost in thought. The following day, Qin Hongyuan broached the subject once more, proposing to construct a wellness hall for Wang Xian, who graciously declined. During their subsequent conversation, Wang Xian inquired about the mountainous region beyond the city, inadvertently grasping a fragment of the Qin family's thoughts. That area was, in fact, their most significant base. Deep within this base lay a mothership, unearthed from the moon in bygone days, from which much of the Qin family's advanced technology derived. Wang Xian's heart raced with astonishment. Legends had long circulated that following the tumult of the ancient war, some fled to the moon, excavating various vessels, leading to a technological explosion that resulted in their migration to the new star. It appeared that this narrative bore a semblance of truth. Wang Xian's spirit quivered at the recollection of the ancient astronauts leading mythical creatures, perhaps signaling a return to the mothership. Clearly, they were not living beings. The ancient astronauts had transformed into entities akin to phantoms. This notion was rather unsettling, as the situation on the new star grew increasingly intricate, compelling Wang Xian to resolve to grow stronger. Zhong Cheng and Zhou Yun personally retrieved Wang Xian, marking the conclusion of his journey in Pingyuan City. As he witnessed a small spacecraft departing, Qin Hong's expression turned cold, remarking, "Such an opportunity is rare. A medium-sized warship would suffice to eliminate future threats." It must be said that he possessed a ruthless disposition, contemplating the destruction of the vessel with a super-energy beam. However, he received a sharp rebuke from Qin Hongyuan, who had recently regained considerable vigor, delivering a forceful slap and admonishing, "My life is also aboard that spacecraft." Qin Hong sighed. This warrior could easily extend your life by a decade in one go, yet chooses to do so piece by piece, evidently for self-preservation. He deserves to perish. Qin Hongyuan shot him a glare, retorting, "Put away such thoughts. Descendants of the Zhong and Zhou families are also on that spacecraft. Besides, at this stage, what concerns you?" Qin Hong shook his head. "I assure you, I will not act. I am merely speculating. Does the Sun family possess such resolve? A single energy beam could resolve everything." The Sun family had already received word, with some feeling a sense of relief, for they were under the watchful gaze of a sword immortal. And the proximity was indeed unsettling. Yet, the majority bore cold expressions, understanding that the strife between the Sun family and Wang Xian could not simply conclude here. Both parties were acutely aware that they would eventually seek to annihilate one another. Boom! In the vast expanse above, the sound of an explosion reverberated. Flames piercing through the clouds, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. A small spacecraft had met its demise, destroyed by an unseen force. The Sun family displayed considerable audacity. Whether or not descendants of the Zhong family were aboard, they acted decisively at a crucial moment. Upon receiving the news, Qin Hong nodded in quiet acknowledgement. A significant incident had occurred. Wang Xian's spacecraft had crashed. The news spread rapidly, igniting a storm of controversy, reaching the trending lists across various platforms. How could he perish in such a manner after surviving the fierce battle with the Sun family? No one believed it was mere misfortune. The spacecraft had disintegrated at high altitude, leaving scant remnants. The high-energy weaponry employed by the adversaries was undoubtedly formidable. Aside from Wang Xian, it was rumored that the Zhong family's descendants and Zhou Yun were also aboard, stirring considerable unrest and drawing all eyes toward the Sun family. Deep down, the public acknowledged the Sun family's boldness. They acted when necessary. Yet, public opinion was overwhelmingly critical, with heated debates erupting across major platforms, condemning the Sun family's ruthless actions. Many expressed their outrage, decrying the brutality of striking covertly even after a truce. Is this how a celestial sword meets its end? Many lamented. Having just discovered the existence of extraordinary beings, witnessing Wang Xian combat robots and downing warships, only to fall victim to the machinations of the wealthy elite. "Good riddance," laughed Sunny Chin, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, having felt a weight in his heart for days. "Not us." The Sun family hastily denied involvement, ordering major platforms to retract the trending news or face consequences. Meanwhile, an entity claiming responsibility emerged, signing as the Ash Blood Organization, further igniting public discourse. "Not us." The leaders of the Ash Blood Organization cursed in fury, swiftly denying any connection to the incident. It was not until 2 hours later that Wang Xian made a low-profile appearance in Sioux City, bringing an end to the disputes and debates. He had survived? This is undoubtedly the Sun family's doing, Zhou Yun thought, pale-faced, having narrowly escaped death. This time, they returned in a suspended aerial vehicle. having altered their mode of transport at the last moment. Wang Xian felt that, although Zhong Cheng and Zhou Yun hailed from affluent families, they were not part of the core elite. Should the Sun family go mad, they could very well decide to eliminate them all. It was likely the Sun family would leave no evidence behind. Just wait and see. I, Zhong Cheng, am not easily bullied. They dare to target me. I shall see to it that some of their kin meet their end. Old Chun, Guanlin, and Qin Sheng were the first to arrive to greet Wang Xian upon his arrival in Sioux City. Meanwhile, a group of elders outside breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing for Wang Xian's life, prepared to confront the Sun family should he perish. Did the Sun family wish to sever the lifespans of many? Some within the Sun family sighed quietly, recognizing the failure of their test strike, which had resulted in considerable backlash. A coalition of elders sought to protect Wang Xian. His ability to extend life by a decade had far-reaching implications, surpassing the efficacy of new techniques, devoid of any hidden risks. Moreover, Wang Xian had not indicated that this was a limit, suggesting potential for further enhancement, a hint that stirred restlessness among many. He announced to the public in Sioux City that he would hold consultations once a month, with appointments already scheduled for 2 to 3 years ahead. This left the tycoons and influential figures of major institutions momentarily astounded. The competition among acquaintances was indeed fierce. Some elderly gentlemen could hardly afford to wait. Yet they hesitated to be too aggressive, hoping to establish a rapport with Wang Xian and seeking to jump the queue. Grandfather, it's quite simple. I am about to visit Sioux City to apprentice under Wang Xian. If you provide me with a so-called unparalleled scripture, I can assist you in making contact, remarked a young girl. It was not just the elderly who yearned for extended life, who wouldn't desire an additional decade. Even many in the middle-aged demographic felt restless, prompting a multitude to seek precedence. Zhou Yun, a key figure in the Song family, was indeed anxious and had called Old Chun, urging him to persuade Wang Xian, promising significant reward in return. That evening, Qianan hosted a welcoming banquet for Wang Xian, while Old Chun engaged in a mental exchange with him. They decided to keep their distance for the time being, as remaining in a single city posed considerable danger, potentially leading to a collective downfall. Wang Xian agreed, acknowledging the wisdom in this approach, and suggested that Pingyuan City would be an excellent choice, stating that the Qin family had compiled a collection solely of Buddhist scriptures. He mentioned the matter of the Shakyamuni Sutra, advising Old Chun to showcase his skills appropriately and complete the remaining scripture collection. I have recently been practicing the supreme techniques of the Buddhist ancestral grounds, the 6 feet golden body and the Bodhisattva fist. If I were to further pursue the Shakyamuni Sutra, would I inadvertently embark on the path to Buddhahood? I feel a sense of apprehension, needing to tread carefully. Chen Yongjie glanced at Guanlin, silently assuring her that he would not stray from the worldly realm. Guanlin, typically a strong woman, appeared exceptionally graceful and gentle at that moment, casting a disapproving glance at him for his indiscreet behavior. Within Qian's estate, Wang Xian meticulously tended to Old Qian's health while utilizing the local Taoist temple to imbue Old Qian's 5-colored feather fan with mysterious energies, ensuring Old Qian's combat prowess was at its peak. Now, wherever Chen Yongjie found himself, he could pose a significant threat to the Sun family, effectively deterring adversaries and alleviating considerable pressure from Wang Xian. He returned the animal skin bag to Zhong Cheng, expressing heartfelt gratitude, for without it, Old Qian would likely have perished during the Battle of Mu City. Congratulations to the lovers who have finally united, Wang Xian exclaimed, raising his glass with a smile. Old Qian mentioned that upon the return of his youth, he would marry and start a family. Guanlin, poised and composed, displayed no signs of embarrassment as she smiled and raised her glass alongside Old Qian. Conversely, Chen Yongjie nervously touched his buzz cut, his face unexpectedly flushing. Congratulations to Old Qian and Sister Guan. May you enjoy eternal harmony and early blessings with children. Zhong Cheng, Zhou Yun, and Qin Sheng promptly stood to toast, their smiles bright. Qianan further expressed his sentiments by gifting Old Qian and Guanlin a pair of ancient jade pieces, inscribed with runes, likely treasures from antiquity. That night, Guanlin and Old Qian departed Sioux City decisively. After all, extraordinary beings were still not sufficiently powerful, necessitating cautious actions. In the latter half of the night, amidst thunder and torrential rain, Wang Xian awoke with a start from a dream. It had been a long time since he had experienced nightmares, and he felt a pang of anxiety, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. In his dream, he witnessed a world behind the curtain, were celestial beings engaged in fierce battles, vying for the dwindling resources of the celestial realm, with some preparing to return. Wang Xian felt a heavy weight upon his heart. Is it true that the immortal beings are truly returning? He gazed at the night sky as torrential rain fell, and lightning cleaved through the darkness, as if some creature had fleetingly appeared amidst the thunder. If they were to return, the first to seek me out would likely be the alluring female immortal. I wonder how long it will be until she makes her presence known, or perhaps she has already arrived in this world. How can I rid myself of her? Chapter 238. The tree yearns for calm, yet the wind does not cease in the dead of night. Lightning shattered the curtain of rain, and Wang Xian stood before the window, fixated on the pitch-black firmament, unable to find slumber. The situation in the New Star realm was exceedingly intricate, with ancient humans clad in space suits taming mythical creatures, unseen by ordinary eyes, wandering through the bustling metropolis. Moreover, the immortals were on the verge of returning. It seemed he could already hear their footsteps echoing through the rain, instilling a profound unease within him. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with storm clouds and heavy rains dispersed, yet nothing had transpired. Old Wang, when shall we hold the disciple initiation ceremony? Some individuals have already arrived in Sioux City. Zhongqing reached out to him. Wang Xian was taken aback, replying, when did I ever say I would accept disciples? He truly lacked the time and energy, as he had yet to fully navigate his own path. But think about it, they are all passionate youths from prominent families, and there are quite a few beauties among them. Zhongqing lowered his voice, continuing, if the descendants of those great organizations take you as their mentor, wouldn't that align you with their ranks? I truly have no time, Wang Xian stated, as he had already enlisted a group of elder gentlemen onto his metaphorical chariot. Fundamentally, everything was on the right track. Zhongqing urged him, you need not guide them daily. Simply impart some techniques, and allow them to cultivate on their own. The master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Wang Xian found wisdom in this, recognizing that if he were to cater to both the young and the old, it could lead to a period of tranquility, something he desperately craved. That makes sense. I'll find a time for it, but first, I must resolve my housing issue. The landlord has contacted me, demanding compensation. Wang Xian lamented. He truly lacked the funds. One property had been obliterated by a powerful energy blast from the Sun family, leaving a gaping crater where it once stood, the earth and stone now crystallized. Recently, the site had become a popular social media spot, with visitors proclaiming it the residence of the Sword Immortal. Old Wang, you are too poor. It's just a matter of one house. I'll gift you an entire villa, Zhongqing exclaimed. How can one indulge in such extravagance? Have you been reincarnated as Emperor Hui of Jin? I inquired. I've checked. All the surrounding houses that were damaged have received compensation. Why should my losses go unaddressed? I shall report this to the authorities. Curse the Sun family. Thus, Wang Xian indeed reported the matter to the police, determined to escalate the issue to ensure the Sun family compensated for his losses. Zhongqing put down the phone, stunned for a considerable time, pondering. You've already shot down their battleship. Surely we are even now. However, he was unaware that Wang Xian was genuinely out of money, possessing less than 1,000,000 New Star coins, a sum he had received as dividends while seeking justice for Qinsheng on the new moon. Upon learning of his return, the landlord, despite harboring admiration and yearning for this sword immortal, soon realized that goodwill could not be consumed as sustenance. Tearfully, she inquired whether he could provide compensation, for the Sun family seemed to believe that this property belonged to Wang Xian, and no discussions of reparations had taken place. Consequently, many in Sioux City became aware of the Sword Immortal's financial plight. He had called the authorities, demanding compensation from the Sun family for his losses. Subsequently, Wang Xian threatened on the secret network that if the Sun family did not compensate him, he would seize their assets in Sioux City. Zhongqing, Zhou Yun, and Zhongqing were rendered speechless, aware of his financial plight, yet the Sun family perceived this as a humiliation, akin to demanding reparations for war. They felt the damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. Ultimately, it was Zhongqing who spoke up on the secret network to clarify, stating, Wang Xian is indeed destitute. Even his ticket to New Star was sponsored by others. He is currently being pursued for compensation by a distressed landlord and has no other recourse. Therefore, Sunny Chen, you should fulfill your obligations. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that this sword immortal was truly impoverished, living in rented quarters, reliant on others for even a journey. The Sun family, begrudgingly, compensated the original landlord. This made matters simpler. A group of elderly men, eager to extend their lifespans, found an opportunity to contribute, and many began to open their wallets, hoping to sponsor him. If they could save on some scriptures in the process, it would be nothing short of splendid. Wang Xian declined, recognizing that, while wealth is desirable, it can be earned later. At this stage, the sacred scriptures and extraordinary treasures were far more precious, especially since even the celestial beings would vie for them. How could he forsake such treasures for mere monetary gain? Zhou Yun remarked, "You're so impoverished that you intend to seize the Sun family's assets. It casts a shadow on us as your friends. Allow us to gift you a health hall." Qianan, unable to bear witness any longer, offered a vacant property in the city, placing a sign for the health hall and inviting Wang Xian to relocate there. The health hall reopened with booming business. That day, Zhong Cheng and Zhou Yun brought along a throng of young men and women, eager to become disciples and learn the art of swordsmanship, aspiring to be sword immortals with clear intentions. The youngest among them was merely 12 or 13, while the eldest did not exceed 30. Their eyes were ablaze with fervor, and there were about 20 to 30 individuals. "This is my cousin. You must teach her well," Zhou Yun declared, pulling over a particularly striking young girl. Wang Xian immediately recognized her as the daughter of the old Ling, whom he had met on the new moon and even patted on the head. He shot a glance at Zhou Yun, suspecting that this fellow was deliberately stirring the pot by bringing Ling Wei's sister. "I wish to learn for myself." The clever young girl discerned the situation from his gaze, asserting her intent to become a sword immortal, independent of the others. Soon, Wang Xian spotted a familiar face, Li Qingxian, whom he had encountered in the old land. She possessed naturally curly hair, phoenix-like eyes, and alluring red lips. Back then, she had been with Wu Yin, Zhou Yun, and others, attempting to recruit Wang Xian into her family's expedition team. The Li family's stronghold was in this very city. She gathered her long hair, smiled enchanting, and remarked, "I merely came to see. I never expected you to achieve this level." There was a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "Not seeking to become a disciple. Is it truly you, Wang Invincible?" exclaimed a vibrant young woman beside Li Qingxian, astonished at first but then relieved. Wang Xian remembered her as a student from Kaiyuan University, having encountered her on his first day while searching for Professor Lin. "This is my uncle's daughter. A close blood relative," Li Qingxian introduced. "Zhou Jia has come to seek apprenticeship. I will teach you. We are from the same school, familiar. And I will impart the true teachings of the old Wang," Qin Cheng declared, thumping his chest in an attempt to cultivate camaraderie. Zhou Jia chose to ignore him, gazing at Wang Xian in speechless astonishment. What a small world it is. When she first laid eyes on the blurred photograph of the sword immortal, she felt a sense of familiarity, yet she never anticipated it would truly be him. Should she pay her respects? She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted her teeth and resolved to take the sword immortal as her master. She had come to learn the art of swordsmanship and should not be distracted by trivial thoughts. Then, Zhong Cheng introduced a connection, a stunning beauty with captivating eyes, long lashes, and an enviable figure, exuding a remarkable blend of allure and sensuality, especially with her electrifying gaze. "Master." The enchanting beauty glided forward gracefully, her demeanor compelling. Although she did not walk the catwalk, it was close enough. Wang Xian felt a shiver run down his spine, bewildered by the situation. Zhongqing whispered, "She's one of my sister's close friends." At that moment, Zhongqing arrived at the wellness hall, greeting everyone. "Xiaoqing, I believe I am about to get married. You must help me." The captivating beauty pulled the pure and lovely Zhongqing aside, declaring, and then feigning a fierce demeanor, added, "If you do not assist me, it suggests you are guilty and truly wish to become my master's wife." Zhongqing playfully tapped her smooth forehead, admonishing, "Mind your manners. What nonsense are you speaking?" Wang Xian, with his formidable spiritual awareness, overheard everything clearly and inwardly lamented the peculiar company he found himself amidst. He harbored concerns that accepting such a diverse group of disciples would lead to a myriad of chaotic situations, their backgrounds too complex. Among them was an academic prodigy currently interning at the Battleship Propulsion Research Institute, yet wishing to transition into the realm of swordsmanship. There also seemed to be a pop singer whose latest song had taken the streets by storm. Wang Xian suspected that some individuals were likely seeking to take advantage of him, harboring ulterior motives. He contemplated inviting Professor Lin to take over the teaching duties, believing he would be far more responsible. As a few elderly gentlemen arrived, they finally alleviated his predicament. Qian accompanied him, introducing notable figures such as Old Li from the city, Old Zhou from Yunqi City, and an elderly gentleman named Zhao from Yong'an City. When the introduction reached Elder Zhao, Wang Xian's heart stirred. Could he be a relative of Zhao Qinghan? He noticed the elder smiling gently, scrutinizing him closely, and ultimately nodding in apparent satisfaction. Xiao Wang, you have concealed your identity from me so well. Who would have guessed that the esteemed Wang Xiao I admire is actually you? Another familiar face appeared, Wu Yin's uncle, Wu Qinglin. Wang Xian had a favorable impression of him. Old Wu had a knack for socializing back in the old days and maintained a good rapport with Wang Xiao. Rest assured, Wu Yin is fine. She is temporarily in a secret place, and this is a fortuitous opportunity. Wang Xian assured him, urging him not to worry. Wu Qinglin accompanied Wang Xian's father and Wu Yin's grandfather, and Wang Xian naturally engaged warmly with the group of elderly gentlemen. That day, the wellness hall was abuzz with excitement, hosting 8 elderly patrons from affluent families, drawing the attention of various organizations, who sighed in acknowledgement of Wang Xian's successful medical endeavor. In truth, the 8 elders had successfully bypassed the queue, securing Wang Xian's promise to extend their lifespans in the coming months. This also implied that some scriptures and ancient artifacts would soon regain their luster. As night fell and everyone departed, Wang Xian remained tranquil, basking in the moonlight, feeling a sense of detachment from the mundane world. The so-called financial magnates and the clamor of the bustling world gradually receded from his life. He gazed up at the starry sky, lost in contemplation. In this bustling metropolis, illuminated by neon lights, the path he treads seems distant from the glimmer of wealth and power, which he perceives as mere illusions, ephemeral and devoid of his desires. As he contemplates the road ahead and the choices he must make, he muses softly, is it the golden elixir path? Yet, he is disinclined to pursue it. The path of pure martial artists bears its own drawbacks, and after transcending the realm of herbalism, he must solidify his direction. Will the implications of 3 years hence be significant? The celestial beings fall, reduced to mere mortals. Will my journey encounter obstacles? He prepares himself. As night descends, a flash of crimson streaks across the sky like a bolt of lightning, sending chills down Wang Xian's spine. In an instant, he is fully armed, wielding a short sword, with an ancient lamp and gourd concealed about him, sensing the formidable presence of an extraordinary being. The trees yearn for stillness, yet the winds persist. He sighs softly, yearning only for a tranquil existence devoted to cultivation, reflecting upon his future path, assisting others in prolonging their lives during leisure, and studying ancient texts and treasures. This harmonious and serene life is what he truly desires. However, external disturbances abound. A financial consortium is unsettled, targeting him with intentions to obliterate him using warships, and it appears that the celestial beings have arrived as well. Though I wish not to become your adversary, do not compel me to defend myself, Wang Xian states solemnly. Chapter 239. The celestial beings extend an invitation. Wang Xian feels a weight upon his heart. Recent events unfold one after another, resembling an impending tempest that threatens to suffocate him. He had anticipated a temporary cessation in his confrontation with the financial powers, expecting a period of tranquility, yet reality defies his hopes, as he suspects he can hear the footsteps of celestial beings approaching. Each occurrence, one after another, continuously threatens his existence. A crackle. The pitch-black night sky seems to be sliced by electromagnetic waves, a disquieting tremor signaling the arrival of something ominous. A flash of red light darts through the night sky at an alarming speed. To the ordinary observer, it is invisible. Yet Wang Xian perceives distinctly that it is a figure, a celestial being. For most, encountering such an entity is a delight, a serendipitous surprise filled with anticipation. However, for Wang Xian, it is a harrowing experience, rendering everything unpredictable. He treads lightly, yet resolutely to the rooftop. At this critical juncture, what purpose does retreat and fear serve? It is far better to confront the situation with composure and poise. Even if he cannot prevail, he must engage the celestial beings in battle. He is not devoid of opportunities. The adversaries returning from the shadows of a grander world have likely paid a grievous price, and their cultivation must have suffered significantly. A gentle breeze sweeps across the night sky, the clouds thick and heavy, devoid of moonlight and starlight, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. The vibrant cityscape dims, Fog begins to rise, obscuring the neon lights, towering skyscrapers, and the small spacecraft traversing the heights. The entire world falls silent. A crackle. It resembles the static noise emitted by an old television set losing signal, intermittent and resonating from the mist. Wang Xian stands still beneath the night sky of the city, awaiting the emergence of the beings he suspects to be celestial. This is devoid of sanctity, contrary to the essence of celestial energy. Only crisis and horror loom. He sees it. The flash of red light approaches, not a corporeal entity but a manifestation of spiritual energy. This being is far more powerful than Sun Rongting, surpassing anyone he has encountered in the realm of new techniques, instilling a sense of threat in Wang Xian, who prepares himself for confrontation. Are the celestial beings returning? A woman clad in dark red metallic armor, her helmet obscuring her visage, exuded an aura of formidable power. Her slender form hinted at strength beyond measure. As she scrutinized Wang Xian, her true capabilities elusive and shrouded in an ethereal presence. Wang Xian, in turn, regarded her with calmness, maintaining his composure in the face of this unexpected visitor. Can one transcend into the spiritual realm? The woman inquired, her voice resonating through the mental domain. Wang Xian replied, not quite. It is merely a projection of my spirit, capable of wandering within a limited range. In an instant, a sheet of paper materialized before him, suspended in the air, not a tangible object, but rather a manifestation of spiritual energy and otherworldly essence. It was an invitation, summoning Wang Xian to the Orchid Conference at Source Pond Mountain in 10 days. The missive was simple, devoid of embellishments, easily stored within the mental realm. Why was he invited? Where was Source Pond Mountain? What was the Orchid Conference? Wang Xian found himself engulfed in confusion. Was this gathering reserved for the extraordinary? Who presided over it? The celestial immortals. With a furrowed brow, he posed his queries, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a being. The venue was the Source Pond Mountain, a site of ancient gatherings that had once flourished, only to diminish over time into what was now solely the Orchid Conference. In a flash, the woman vanished, her presence dissipating like a fleeting specter, leaving no excess words behind. As the surrounding fog lifted, the vibrant sounds of the bustling city returned, illuminated by radiant lights and towering edifices that pierced the night sky, along with various aerial modes of transport that reconnected him to the vibrant pulse of the metropolis. Moments ago, he had felt isolated, as if detached from the world, reminiscent of the chilling solitude on the path to transcendence. Wang Xian furrowed his brows, pondering the enigmatic identity of the woman. Was she an extraordinary being, or perhaps a returning celestial? Until now, he had only encountered himself, Old Zhong, and Chun Yongjie as cultivators in the new star. All other exceptional entities had emerged from the rise of the superstars, hailing from the domain of new techniques. The abrupt arrival of a woman in dark red metallic armor, projecting her spirit and bearing an invitation, was indeed peculiar. Could it be that cultivators had existed in this new star since time immemorial, their lineage unbroken? He found this notion hard to accept. If such individuals existed, would the indigenous people remain in their current plight? Given the complexities of the new star, Wang Xian suspected that his recent clash with the Sun family had drawn the attention of certain individuals, leading them to seek him out. According to his earlier assessments, he should remain hidden, practicing in seclusion to foster his growth until his strength was sufficient to face any adversary without fear. However, the super-rich had taken the initiative to eliminate him and Old Chun, thwarting his attempts to bury himself in rigorous training. Over a century ago, a powerful figure had orchestrated a plan in the crescent moon, relocating the ancestral halls of Taoism and Buddhism to suppress those above the moon. More than a century ago, various factions heeded the counsel of a mysterious figure, embarking on a fervent excavation of ancient soil, relocating numerous temples and monasteries to reconstruct them on the new star. Long before, preparations were afoot for something significant. Wang Xian has now come to a resolute conclusion. This was no mere coincidence. It had been meticulously orchestrated. The individual delivering the invitation to him, was he a sage from over 100 years past, or rather, a representative of a clandestine organization? Were these ancient practitioners, or perhaps the legendary immortals, who had returned prematurely? Wang Xian could not help but ponder extensively, for the current situation was precarious, and he found himself not in a position of advantage. An untimely revelation would surely draw the attention of the enigmatic observers, scrutinizing him closely. He comprehended deeply that the new star was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Disturbances had begun over a century ago. The old schemers lurked in the shadows, concealed within the mists, revealing nothing of themselves. He lamented his youth, questioning how he had so suddenly exposed himself. His animosity toward the Sun family intensified, for it was they who had compelled this predicament. In an instant, a thought struck him. Could the Sun family also be misled, manipulated into disturbing the waters with their warships to unearth the newly emerged extraordinary beings? Perhaps they were unwittingly fulfilling the designs of the elusive entities that dwelled in darkness. Regardless of whether they were sages from a century ago or remnants of ancient practitioners, he resolved to remain vigilant, treating them as if they were the legendary immortals. Wang Xian activated the golden-hued gourd, stowing away the invitation constructed from supermaterial and a modicum of spiritual energy. He stood still, lost in contemplation for an extended period. The treasures of the financial magnates remained intact, and the supreme scriptures were still in existence. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, pondering whether the clandestine organization was not as formidable as he had imagined, or perhaps they could activate their treasures at will, rendering urgency unnecessary at this juncture. After a long while, a smile graced his lips. Amid the technologically advanced city, he found himself in meditation, contemplating battles against ancient foes, a rather peculiar notion. Suddenly, his mental domain expanded, detecting a peculiar fluctuation. This night was indeed tumultuous, with wave after wave of anomalies emerging. Several miles away, atop a vintage iron tower, a large, indistinct bird perched, observing him with a sense of hostility. This disquieted him. From whence did this menacing avian originate? Two extraordinary beings had inexplicably manifested in Sioux City, both seemingly drawn to him. Once more, he felt the consequences of premature exposure. All manner of strange entities had arrived, previously unseen, now lurking in the shadows. Simultaneously, he could not help but think of the old clockmaker, who had unexpectedly entered a state of dormancy, encasing himself in a chrysalis before returning. Was it intentional? Zhou Yun was oblivious to his rise, but was undoubtedly aware of Chen Yongjia. At that time, the old man must have devised many plans, positioning Chen to face the challenges while he himself slumbered in obscurity. The hostile bird, its origins unknown, lingered for a moment before flapping its wings and soaring out of Sioux City, disappearing into the dense forests several miles beyond. Wang Xian fixed his gaze on the spot where it had landed, returned to his room, and then activated the secret passage he had unearthed, leading down to the underground. Adjacent to the Sioux River that coursed through the city, he swiftly navigated along the river to exit the city, evading numerous surveillance measures as he made his way toward the hilly terrain several miles away. Wang Xian moved stealthily, his speed remarkable, heading towards the place where the great bird had landed, hoping it had not yet departed, so he could capture a live prisoner. He sought to ascertain the origins of the hostility emanating from this extraordinary avian creature. Was it a member of the demon tribe or affiliated with some clandestine organization? A heavy weight settled in his heart. Beyond the technologically advanced world of the new star, there appeared to be a shadowy realm. Perhaps he was overthinking. The mysterious being and the extraordinary entities might have only recently emerged, inadvertently discovering his prominent presence. With no stars or moon illuminating the night, the dense forest rendered visibility to mere inches. Wang Xian became akin to a hunter in the darkness, swiftly arriving at his destination. He uncovered numerous traces, remains of elk and claw marks left by the great bird after its meal. Then, he beheld a magnificent blue bird, resembling a golden eagle, with tawny wings and a length exceeding 2 meters. In the night, its feathers emitted a faint glow. Given its evident hostility, there was no room for negotiation. Wang Xian prepared to strike first to prevent its escape. The great bird, highly alert, detected him. A flash of brilliance ignited in its keen eyes, and a tempest surged forth, shattering the ground around them, reducing all flora to dust and fracturing rocks as it ascended into the air. A crimson beam of light pursued it, and despite its rapid ascent of hundreds of meters, akin to a bolt of lightning, it was still overtaken. The ancient lantern's beam pierced one of its wings, unleashing a surge of energy that caused the wing to explode. With a shrill cry, the bird plummeted, its body expanding, now a formidable 5 meters in length. Earlier, its flesh had been taut, employing some arcane technique to shrink drastically. This was its true form. If you wish to live, reveal your origins, Wang Xian threatened, wielding a gleaming flying sword that shimmered with a chilling radiance. Extraordinary being, I hail from the illustrious common planet. Following my master's footsteps, listening to the divine voice, and coming to this desolate world with no ill intent. I merely seek to explore the sacred traces and inadvertently stumbled upon you. The great bird articulated. Wang Xian was taken aback. An extraterrestrial bird had arrived? Had the new star been discovered by an outer civilization? Or was there a local faction colluding with these otherworldly entities, bringing them to the new star? Extraordinary being, please allow me to leave. There is no conflict between us. I shall depart with my master and will not disturb you further, the great bird implored. However, Wang Xian distinctly sensed its mental vibrations were tumultuous, concealing animosity. It was lying. Without hesitation, he seized the bird by its neck, menacingly declaring, "Speak to me in human language, and tell me the truth. Damn it, I am a bird." The pale golden great bird glared at him fiercely. Wang Xian acted decisively. With a sharp crack, he broke its other wing, intending to delve into its mental domain, hoping to uncover its origins and secrets. The bird emitted a mournful cry, desperately resisting, as a surge of divine fire erupted from its mental realm, radiating an astonishing pressure, an imprint left by some being, protecting this great bird. Boom! Wang Xian's gaze was piercing as he summoned the ancient lamp, a flame soaring forth like the fiery breath of a southern phoenix, shattering the enigmatic spiritual fire that resided within the great bird's mental realm. The entire world fell into a profound silence as a certain being's mark, embedded in the bird's head, was obliterated, leading to the creature's tragic demise. Wang Xian's spirit ventured forth, scouring the area for further discoveries, but finding none. He swiftly set to work, skinning and deboning the great bird, collecting its flesh and blood into fragments of his blessed land, before igniting the remains with the lamp's flame until nothing was left. In an instant, he vanished into the embrace of the night. The following day, Old Song called, his demeanor notably humble as he communicated with Wang Xian, expressing contrition regarding their previous encounter and reiterating his desire to seek Wang Xian's assistance in extending his life. Wang Xian held little affection for the peculiar Song family's kin. However, recognizing Song Yun's sincere intentions and feeling a pressing urgency to arm himself, he acquiesced. "I have been refining elixirs and researching dietary supplements. You may visit soon," Wang Xian agreed. Simultaneously, he instructed Old Song to refrain from bringing scriptures, apart from the ancient artifacts previously discussed, indicating that he would select only one. In truth, he had set his sights on the dark golden vessel with unwavering determination. Zhou Yun was instantly filled with excitement, plagued by regret over his earlier miscalculations in their dealings. "Could you grant me an extension of 10 years to my lifespan?" he inquired. Having heard that Qin Hongyuan could bestow a decade more, he felt discontent at the prospect of only receiving 5 years from Wang Xian. "That depends on whether the ancient artifacts you carry can compensate for the steep price I paid," Wang Xian replied. He intended to seek assistance from the financial magnates, as the slain bird possessed extraordinary attributes, its flesh serving as a potent restorative, allowing a cadre of elders to partake and prolong their lives. Should trouble arise in the future, they could confront it together. Chapter 240. Bridging the gaps. Wang Xian sent out several invitations, planning to host a longevity banquet for the elders to partake in restorative sustenance, thereby swiftly resolving certain issues, with the critical aim of arming himself post-haste. He felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, sensing that the celestial immortals were drawing ever closer, their vague yet terrifying figures looming before him. The true immortals behind the scenes were not sacred to him, but rather appalling, capable of taking lives at a moment's notice. Furthermore, the possibility of a being from the planet Kumin lurking behind the bird necessitated vigilance. As for the threat posed by the super-wealthy, it was a constant presence, never far from his mind. "When will I become an Earth immortal?" he mused. Should that day arrive, perhaps he would be able to face the world with greater poise and composure. At that juncture, he might even begin to hunt the various true immortals who had recently descended from their former realms. Since he intended to share the burden of harm, he could not overlook the Sun family. It would be prudent to extend them an invitation, thereby offering a gesture of magnanimity and a chance for mutual alleviation. Wang Xian also sent a longevity invitation to the Sun family, without any subtlety, directly informing them that should they wish to attend, they must bring scriptures and extraordinary treasures for an equitable exchange. The preaching golden bamboo slips of the Sun family would likely be unattainable in the near future. He would have to retrieve them himself one day, as they would certainly not offer assistance voluntarily. Before the commencement of the longevity feast, Wang Xian carefully selected exquisite blood essence to present to acquaintances, solemnly advising them to discreetly partake in it without drawing attention, for there were significant karmic implications involved. Naturally, this list included Professor Lin, Qin Cheng, Zhou Yun, Zhong Qing, and Zhong Cheng among others. To his astonishment, the elderly gentlemen who received the invitations displayed a lack of enthusiasm, offering various excuses, with only a handful confirming their attendance. What was the matter? Wang Xian was perplexed. Had they grown indifferent to the prospect of extended life? Zhou Qing informed him that rarity breeds value, and they believed that his widespread application of the essence would likely be rather crude. Who were these individuals? They lived with remarkable finesse, unwilling to accept any flaws or imperfections. She further added that especially upon learning he had also sent invitations to the Sun family, they felt the value of this longevity endeavor was diminished. Wang Xian fell into contemplation, ultimately sighing. The unattainable is forever restless. The abundant rain will not be cherished. One must engage in hunger marketing. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. Ultimately, only 5 confirmed their attendance. Zhou Yun was the most proactive, assuring his presence. Qin Hunyuan, with his physical capabilities continually enhancing, was eager to further his experience. Qianin, a longtime client, felt it inappropriate to let Wang Xian incur further costs, having assisted him with advertising and providing accommodation. Then there was Zhong Qing's great-uncle, who, knowing the circumstances, felt reassured that the younger generation had indulged in the rare delicacies. Finally, the Sun family, with Sun Rongxing promising to come personally. The other elderly gentlemen all concocted excuses to cancel on Wang Xian. Within the wellness hall, a group of men and women arrived once more, insistent on seeking Wang Xian as their master to learn swordsmanship, this time even presenting him with a ceremonial gift. Wang Xian did not refuse, informing them that he would introduce them to a distinguished teacher, from whom he himself had learned the ancient arts that led him to his current stature. Professor Lin was invited, more than capable of imparting his knowledge. Now fully healed from past injuries, his prowess not only restored but rapidly advancing. Wang Xian, having taken a step back, turned to leave. Master, called a striking beauty, Zhou Qing's close friend, as she swiftly obstructed his path, her allure palpable. Wang Xian nearly resorted to summoning his flying sword, secretly measuring the distance between them with a short blade. He had grown wary of anyone daring to approach him unexpectedly, treating them as if possessed by otherworldly beings. Fortunately, Zhou Qing intervened, pulling her away. Wang Xian addressed the group who had performed the ceremonial rites, instructing them to return home, as he and Professor Lin would be teaching online to address all inquiries. The sword master is too aloof. He hardly engages with us, some complained. It was likely he was currently under pressure, contemplating strategies to counter the Sun family. The clash between the extraordinary and the battleships had yet to conclude. This was merely the beginning. Wang Xian did not dismiss them. At Qian An's estate's temple, he had perused a multitude of scriptures, coupled with the ceremonial gifts presented by the attendees, most of which were classical texts. He meticulously selected the finest teachings to arrange their cultivation courses, and whether anyone could rise to prominence would depend on their own efforts. As for the stone tablet scriptures, 5 pages of golden texts, and the Shakyamuni Sutra, he regrettably informed them that these were certainly not prepared for their benefit. 2 days later, Qin Hunyuan, Qianin, Zhong Changming, Sun Rongxing, and Zhou Yun arrived. Qin Hunyuan presented 3 pages of gold leaf. Thus Wang Xian had gathered half a volume of the Sutra of Shakyamuni. Qianin was informed that he need not bring anything. Zhong Changming offered several scriptures, which Wang Xian glanced at and showed no inclination to peruse. Out of respect for Zhong Cheng and Zhong Qing, he presented him with a plate of bird feet, indifferent to whether he could manage to gnaw on them. The scriptures gifted by Zhong Er were of little utility to Wang Xian. They were either unpracticed or held minimal value. Observing the dish before him, Zhong Changming found it truly unappetizing. Despite being cut into small pieces, the texture was exceedingly coarse. Can this extend one's lifespan by several years? He inquired of Wang Xian. A month, Wang Xian replied, also informing him that he could take the scriptures back, as he had no use for them. Zhong Er, being a man of stature, refrained from further comments, aware that the items he had brought were of no interest to Wang Xian. Sun Rongxing brought a book on Taijiquan from a street vendor, specifically the simplified version practiced by elderly gentlemen in the park each morning, which was utterly worthless. Wang Xian promptly served him a fine piece of meat. Sun Rongxing regarded it with distaste, perceiving it as akin to a chicken's rear, and felt repulsed. Not even wanting to touch it with chopsticks, he remained silent throughout, primarily interested in observing Wang Xian closely. Soon, when that group of vanished individuals returns, I shall settle accounts with you. A chilling light glimmered in his eyes. He disciplined his thoughts, wary of being perceived by Wang Xian, who bore a jade pendant that shielded his mind from intrusion. Wang Xian cast a few glances his way, noting the treasures he possessed that could thwart psychic probing, and resolved to seize them upon parting. The Sun family could handle the first day of the month. He could certainly manage the 15th. When departing from Pingyuan City, his adversaries had the audacity to bombard his spacecraft with a warship. The Song family, not being stingy this time, brought along some antiquities, including the previously mentioned dark golden little boat, and even the jade seal was among their offerings, no longer referred to as relics of the Song ancestors. For Old Song, no treasure held greater value than his own life. Furthermore, he had already consulted professionals to filter through his possessions. The golden tree with a small golden bird perched upon a branch was exceptionally unique and could not be transported. Wang Xian, wishing to shield Old Song from the scrutiny of the Sun family, led him to a tea room, inviting him for tea while he delved into his studies. Among a plethora of ancient artifacts, many treasures were present, but only two were extraordinary. The palm-sized little boat was undoubtedly the prime choice, a rare divine artifact. Wang Xian examined it from various angles and ultimately discovered some irregularities. The little boat bore indentations shaped like swords, spears, and shields. A spark ignited within him. This little boat seemed even more astonishing than he had initially imagined, fully equipped for both offense and defense, not merely a means of flight. To be honest, I have my eye on this little boat, but it is incomplete, missing several small components, Wang Xian stated. Zhou Yun, being astute, immediately recognized that Wang Xian had been coveting this ancient artifact all along, and inquired, "Can it extend my life by 10 years? If complete, 10 years would be no issue," Wang Xian affirmed, nodding in agreement. At this stage, the artifact was more important to him than anything else. And even if Old Song requested an extension of life by several decades, he would acquiesce. Zhou Yun immediately contacted his family to investigate the whereabouts of the 3 small objects from the dark golden boat. Soon, the Song family reported that his great-granddaughter had transformed them into pendants and bracelets. Old Song was taken aback and inquired whether they had been drilled or damaged. His family reassured him that they had not, as the 3 objects were particularly hard and impervious to drilling. Send them over at once. Consequently, a complete dark golden boat came into Wang Xian's possession, and he graciously treated Old Song, Qianan, and Qin Hongyuan to a longevity feast. Wang Xian observed closely and discerned that even extraordinary flesh and blood could not prolong their lives by years, at most a few months, rendering the effect rather unsatisfactory. He privately informed them that he would visit soon to fortify and elevate their life limits. Upon parting, Wang Xian, maintaining a composed demeanor, swiftly employed his mental manipulation skills to seize Sun Rongxing's jade pendant. In the following 3 days, Wang Xian traveled with purpose, with the flying boat in hand. He felt a newfound confidence and was unbothered by the prospect of wandering about. His proactive approach was also motivated by the need to nourish the boat. Relying solely on his own infusion of mysterious elements was insufficient, as it resembled a bottomless pit. Over the course of 3 days, the revival of the dark golden boat became increasingly apparent until it was fully nourished. Similarly colored small swords, spears, and shields resonated in harmony, and mysterious patterns emerged across the entire boat body, interweaving until images of divine birds and exotic beasts vibrated into existence. Wang Xian was moved. This small boat was no ordinary treasure, and the more he gazed upon it, the more he desired to wield it and test it against the Sun family. Ultimately, he only attempted its capabilities in the Sioux River, and he was utterly satisfied. Undoubtedly, he had addressed the most critical shortcoming. He reminded himself to remain discreet. Such a trump card should not be exposed, especially in tumultuous times when various malevolent entities were emerging, heralding impending chaos. Zhou Yun and Qin Hongyuan, both in their 90s, appeared to grow younger. After the longevity feast and subsequent fortification, the effects were strikingly evident. leaving other elderly individuals regretful upon discovering the details. Many expressed a desire to visit the longevity hall in the near future. Wang Xian politely declined, citing his lack of time, as he was set to attend the Zhilan Dharma Assembly at Source Pool Mountain in 5 days, necessitating preparations for various contingencies. Zhong Cheng reached out to Wang Xian, hesitantly revealing that his great-uncle was dissatisfied with the previous longevity extension and wished to request Wang Xian's assistance once more. He inquired about any specific requirements, assuring that Zhong Changming would make the necessary preparations. Your great-uncle is far too astute. Without sacrifice, there is little to gain. I operate on the principle of equivalent exchange, Wang Xian replied, informing him that he would soon embark on a journey, uncertain of his return. Old Wang, do not be impulsive. Avoid a self-destructive confrontation with the Sun family. Remain calm. Zhong Cheng was taken aback, clearly having misunderstood the situation. Upon learning of this, Zhong Changming's expression shifted dramatically, urging Zhong Cheng to ensure Wang Xian visited Kuan City before his departure, guaranteeing his satisfaction. A spontaneous trip to Kuan City is possible, but may I first glimpse the Qin golden bamboo slips? Can your great-uncle provide me with a viewing? Wang Xian inquired. Zhong Cheng exclaimed, Ah, old Wang. My sister was indeed correct about you. Are you still harboring designs on our family's supreme scripture? Perhaps you are also coveting our 5-colored jade tome? Wang Xian replied. Such words are rather presumptuous. You are still missing half a scripture and half of your sister's photo collection. Zhong Cheng's face turned a shade of green, for his sister was eavesdropping nearby. Zhong Cheng, came the shrill voice of Zhong Qing from the other end of the phone, clearly incensed, followed by Zhong Cheng's wails. His cries were so piercing that Wang Xian had to hold the phone away until silence returned before speaking. A fair exchange. The golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era could extend your great-grandfather's life by 15 years, enabling you, Zhong Cheng, to reach the extraordinary within 3 years. It could also grant your sister the same, along with beauty enhancements, transforming her into a grand figure. I can become extraordinary and in 3 years transform into the sword immortal Zhong? Is this truly the case? Zhong Cheng was astounded, fire dancing in his eyes. The dream of wielding a sword and soaring through the skies seemed to draw closer. Wang Xian was indeed determined to obtain the golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era. He would eventually retrieve the one from the Sun family himself, but sought to exchange for Zhong's version. Wang Xian, Zhong Qing's voice rose on the other end. You too deliberate. There is no rush to respond to me. Wang Xian hung up. Sister, while our great-grandfather slumbers, you have access to his study. Should we not? Zhong Cheng's eyes sparkled brilliantly as he added, Old Wang is actually quite a decent fellow, with immense potential. As for you, you are not exactly a child anymore. Chapter 241. Amassing resources. Hello, Wang Xian. The golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era cannot be moved. Before my great-grandfather fell into slumber, he sternly warned my sister and second uncle against any reckless actions, as it pertains to the rise and fall of the Zhong family. Zhong Cheng, calling in disappointment, lamented that his path to becoming a sword immortal was thus fraught with obstacles, causing him great anguish, compounded by physical pain from a beating administered by his sister that nearly left him with broken bones. The golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era belonged to the highest scriptures of ancient times, coveted fiercely by those aspiring to transcend. With the emergence of extraordinary beings and the return of myths, such artifacts naturally garnered increasing attention from the affluent. Zhong Cheng added, nonetheless, my second uncle still wishes to meet with you, hoping for an equitable exchange. Very well, Wang Xian considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Regarding the golden bamboo slips, he believed that an exchange with the Zhong family was merely temporarily unfeasible. Thus, he would strategize with another family first, planning to ascend to the Sun family in the near future. After the agreed time, Wang Xian took a hovering vehicle to Kuan City to meet with Zhong Lao. The Sun family learned of his departure from Sioux City, and some individuals wore grim expressions. Did he think that by swiftly traversing between cities, they would be unable to strike him down with their warships? In recent days, he had been constantly on the move, truly believing they would not dare to breach the land and subdue him. Patience. Our next move must be thunderous and decisive. We cannot afford to repeat the mistake of destroying a ship while inadvertently hitting a secondary vehicle. Within the Sun family, there was a consensus that Wang Xian must be eliminated, preferably in the short term, or they would face significant difficulties and extreme danger in the ensuing 3 years. The latest revelations extracted from the mothership have unveiled astonishing discoveries, providing evidence that the vanished technological civilization possessed the capability to hunt divine beings and capture formidable mythological creatures. This implies that their advanced warships and mechs are truly terrifying and beyond comprehension. The Sun family is in turmoil, with even the oldest and most myopic of elders stirred into a state of heightened awareness, taking the matter with utmost seriousness. To elaborate, Sun Rongxing's demeanor is exceedingly grave. The advanced technologies within the mothership confirm that mental energy can be deciphered and that supermaterials can be harnessed, enabling the hunting of even the most tempestuous divine beings. Naturally, the difficulty of capturing different mythological species varies. Targeting top-tier celestial beings will likely demand a significant sacrifice. The Sun family is profoundly shaken. The notion that even divine entities could be considered prey and that all things extraordinary could be decoded speaks volumes of the brilliance of this technological civilization. If such technologies were to be fully revitalized, even the return of celestial beings could be met with the prospect of pursuit and utilization. Even the centenarian members of the Sun family can no longer maintain their previous lethargy. Their eyes flicker with a newfound fire. If the extraordinary can indeed be analyzed and celestial beings hunted, this suggests that ancient humanity likely deciphered the secrets to immortality. Otherwise, how could they have stood against divine entities? Despite their advanced years, core members of the Sun family find themselves breathing more rapidly. Their gazes alight with anticipation for the achievements within the mothership. Some express their concerns. However, the blueprints and data are exceedingly complex, and tangible results are unlikely in the short term. Not to mention, procuring certain materials is a formidable challenge. For instance, solar gold, secret silver, and magical crystals are relatively rare on extraordinary planets, let alone on the new star. We once excavated some rare ores from planets like Fudi and Moody, and by re-establishing contact with Westerners, we might trade for magical crystals unique to the wizarding world, potentially resolving these issues. The Sun family deliberates, recognizing that this is a monumental event pivotal to their transformation. If successful, they could ascend to the pinnacle of this era, even overshadowing divine beings. Simultaneously, they consider other families, such as the Zhong and Qin clans, each possessing their own mothership, pondering the results they might have achieved. Within the mothership lie several mechs and a few robots. I believe that with full analytical efforts, we could set them in motion. However, we must proceed with caution. They serve as references and prototypes, and the loss would be too great should anything go awry. This news has lifted the spirits of the senior members of the Sun family, instilling them with newfound confidence. Once the advanced technologies of the mothership are entirely deciphered, hunting celestial beings will no longer be mere fantasy, even for extraordinary individuals like Wang Xian. Nevertheless, we must not fall into blind optimism. After all, the mothership civilization has perished, suggesting it faced some calamity in its later days, as one lamented. We must adopt a multifaceted approach. Recently, we suffered the loss of another batch of detectors and life pods, yet there have been new developments. Monitoring indicates that the extraordinary materials in that region are gradually dissipating, and it is highly probable that those lost there many years ago can return. After years of cultivation in such a place, some must have become extraordinary beings. The Sun family awaits eagerly, as time seems to favor them. For now, they must focus on accumulating resources. Wang Xian, accompanied by a dark golden small boat, remained on high alert as he arrived in Kuan City, where he met with Zhong Lao Air in a uniquely picturesque garden. The setting, adorned with pavilions and water pavilions, evoked the charm of the Jiangnan region from ancient times. Zhongqing and her brother Zhongcheng were also present. Zhongqing's gaze towards Wang Xian was decidedly peculiar, casting him several pointed looks, which he feigned not to notice. Zhong Changming presented an array of antiquities to Wang Xian, claiming them to be his prized collection. Rare in the world, Wang Xian surveyed the assortment laid out before him, a veritable cornucopia ranging from the 5 emperors' coins to the exquisite chicken cup, along with Yuan blue and white porcelain and Ru kiln ceramics, a plethora of miscellaneous items. The chicken cup had become a singular artifact, following the outbreak of the Old Earth War. It was the last remaining piece of its kind. As Zhong Changming elaborated, Wang Xian felt an urge to express his disbelief, wondering if Zhong truly thought he had come to appraise treasures. Fortunately, Zhong Lao Air had a substantial collection, and after clearing the initial items, he presented another table filled with artifacts from Eastern Han bronze mirrors to Western Zhou bronze tripods, an ancient jade from the Shang dynasty, an impressive display, albeit mostly consisting of common items. Among them were a few treasures, yet none of them were extraordinary. Wang Xian regarded Zhong Changming with surprise. How could the current head of the Zhong family possess such a meager collection? Zhong Changming sighed, explaining that these were merely his private possessions, with only a small portion sourced from the outer vault, while the inner vault remained off-limits as per the old man's warning against unauthorized access. Disenchanted, Wang Xian's interest waned considerably. Fortunately, the outer vault contained numerous items, and Zhong Changming persisted in bringing forth batch after batch, seemingly desperate for his own longevity. Finally, Wang Xian's inattentiveness was piqued by a wooden box adorned with intricate runes. Upon opening it, however, his disappointment was palpable. Inside lay a stack of talisman papers, relics from a bygone era, some of which were already deteriorating. The glyphs inscribed upon the papers appeared somewhat exceptional, yet they crumbled at the slightest touch. When Wang Xian attempted to infuse them with mysterious energy, the topmost sheets ignited spontaneously, prompting him to extinguish the flames, though some had already turned to ash. Clearly, the old man had deemed these items too damaged to merit further attention, abandoning them entirely. Nevertheless, Wang Xian refused to relent. He continued to experiment, utilizing his mental prowess to retrieve the fragmented and damaged papers. Those talisman papers, seemingly on the brink of decay yet still relatively intact, began to exhibit signs of vitality upon receiving the infusion of mysterious energy, the paper thickening and losing its fragility. Wang Xian marveled at his fortune. Having salvaged something worthwhile from the old man's disregard, it was indeed a rare find. He meticulously examined and analyzed the papers, and when he focused on infusing one particular talisman with supermaterial energy, he found it took an extended period to fill. The glyphs upon it flickered, indicating its extraordinary nature. Upon closer inspection, he noted that at least 20 sheets of talisman paper had succumbed to decay, irreparably torn, with their glyphs nearly dissipated. Only a few well-preserved talismans remained in the wooden box, with more than half lost, evoking a sense of regret in Wang Xian. These formidable talismans indirectly revealed the immense wealth of the old Zhong family. Even amidst a heap of refuse, one could uncover treasures of great value. However, Zhong Lao, with his dimming eyesight, failed to perceive the brilliance reflected in Wang Xian's eyes, nor did he notice the subtle glow that had momentarily emanated from the talismans. In contrast, Zhong Qing was remarkably perceptive and immediately sensed the significance of what Wang Xian had laid eyes upon. She understood well that anything chosen by Wang Xian would undoubtedly be a remarkable treasure. Do not attempt to deceive us in our own home. Let there be an equitable exchange. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she cradled the box protectively. Be careful not to crush it. Wang Xian felt a surge of anxiety. This was indeed a treasure. He had just infused a few pieces of talismanic paper with a touch of mysterious essence, while the others remained exceptionally fragile. Old Wang, you must not take advantage of familiarity, Zhong Cheng interjected. Wang Xian nodded and reassured, rest assured, I will not deceive the young or the old. He had spent 2 days in a Zhong family estate, assisting Zhong Lao in extending his lifespan by several years, with an agreement to reconvene in the future. During this time, the Zhong siblings were also nourished by the mysterious essence. Their vitality surged, and their strength increased. Zhongqing, please reconsider the matter of the golden bamboo slips. It could lead to a mutually beneficial outcome. In 3 years, you shall become an extraordinary figure, Wang Xian remarked with a smile before departing. At this stage, Zhongqing was indeed allowed access to the old Zhong study, a rare opportunity. Leave my sight at once. Zhongqing's cheeks flushed as she glared at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhongcheng whispered, Sister, life does not offer second chances. Opportunities like this are rare. It is merely a set of bamboo slips. It is not a gift, just a chance for him to learn. Moreover, this matter pertains not only to your great life decisions, but also to my destiny. We cannot afford to miss this extraordinary opportunity. Besides, the golden bamboo slips are of no use just sitting there. Even old Zhong cannot utilize them. He quickly added, my intention is not merely to sell you off. You too can achieve greatness. Do you not desire that? Without delay, Wang Xian hastened back to Sioux City and sought out Qianan, utilizing his Taoist temple to replenish the talisman papers with otherworldly essence, as the process had not been fully completed at the Zhong estate. Although these talisman papers were consumables, if utilized wisely, they could prove even more effective than rare treasures at this stage. Wang Xian diligently studied them. Some talisman papers bore sword symbols, and once infused with the otherworldly essence, the paper became robust, and a mere flicker could unleash a fierce sword light. Others depicted thunder symbols, and even before he activated them, ominous rumblings of thunder faintly echoed. These talisman papers were predominantly unique, each possessing distinct utilities, leaving him in awe. Who could have left such a magnificent legacy? It was once a box of lethal weapons. Alas, so many had been ruined, over 20 had decayed, causing Wang Xian immense sorrow. Otherwise, they would have served as powerful trump cards. He resolved to seek opportunities to test their efficacy. If they were indeed extraordinary artifacts, he would find ways to compensate Zhongqing and Zhongcheng in the future. The Zhilan Dharma assembly is merely 3 days away, he mused, continuing his preparations. Uncertain of what monstrous entities he might encounter. What if the immortal beings truly returned? Wang Xian contemplated. His own armament had indeed become formidable. Could he vanquish a true immortal whose realm had significantly declined? Chapter 242. Profaning the divine. Wang Xian contemplated the so-called Zhilan Dharma assembly, speculating that it might unveil some enigmatic and formidable figures, the outcomes of which were shrouded in uncertainty. He mused that the opportunities presented therein paled in comparison to those found within the secret vaults of the affluent. The prospect of abstaining from attendance loomed ominously, as it could render him a target. Furrowing his brow, he acknowledged that, deep down, he harbored no desire to attend. Elder Zhong, invigorated and seemingly rejuvenated by several years, swiftly garnered attention, revealing that his clandestine consultations with Wang Xian regarding longevity had borne fruit. Consequently, a flurry of calls ensued, as many sought Wang Xian's assistance. Eager to emulate his newfound vitality, a few more years of life could ignite a fierce competition among a cadre of distinguished elders. Indeed, the quest for longevity was a beguiling and resplendent flower of this world, rooted in the heavens. Though distant, the legends surrounding it inspired generations to yearn for its embrace. Upon answering the calls, Wang Xian informed the callers that he presently had no time to spare, but would graciously send them some longevity ingredients, which would be dispatched shortly. He entrusted the arrangements to Qincheng. That day, a group of elders received their gifts. Wang Xian distributed extraordinary flesh and blood, a substance of little use to him, and thus it was prudent to send it forth expeditiously. He instructed Qincheng to reserve a portion for his university classmates, while ensuring the remainder was swiftly delivered, enlisting the financial magnates to share in the associated risks. In Shizhou, significant financial consortiums had arrived, engaging closely with the Sun family. Whispers circulated that among these visitors were extraordinary beings, prompting caution. Zhou Yun apprised Wang Xian of this development. In the past 2 days, this news had ascended to the financial headlines. The Argonne consortium from Shizhou had made a substantial entrance, forging a series of collaborations with the Sun family. Wang Xian sighed, remarking that being an extraordinary individual was no simple feat. One must possess medical knowledge to aid in health preservation, engage in treasure appraisal, and now also navigate the financial realm. Was there anyone more burdened and busier than he? Shizhou, situated across the vast ocean, was predominantly inhabited by Westerners. While their collective prowess might not rival that of the Easterners from Zhongzhou, they were nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. Argonne was one of the premier Western financial conglomerates, underpinned by the Deegan family, and was no less formidable than the super-rich Sun family. Many were astonished that the two great powers of East and West had suddenly embarked on a strategic collaboration, seemingly forming an alliance. What circumstances had precipitated their close-knit union? Within the secretive online circles, some revealed that the two factions might jointly decipher the mothership and develop a revolutionary new class of warship that would upend the existing paradigms. However, both the Deegan family and the Sun family denied such assertions, claiming their intentions were solely to enhance cooperation in deep space exploration and forge an alliance. The Sun family aspired to join forces with Western financial magnates to venture into the celestial realm inhabited by sorcerers, seeking to unveil the mysteries of that universe. Today, the Sun family's banquet hall was abuzz with luminaries, engaged in lively discourse from various factions. With fruitful collaborations on the horizon, once materials such as solar gold, secret silver, and magical crystals were amassed, they would rewrite the world's landscape and seize control of the future. The true masterminds convened in a concealed chamber, gently toasting one another, having reached a consensus. Both families possessed motherships excavated from the moon, belonging to superpowers, while they publicly denied collaboration in weaponry. The reality was that they secretly aimed to jointly develop new warships. Soon after, Sun Rongxing and several core members of the Sun family accompanied the silver-haired elder, Grant, into the hall, re-emerging into the public eye and capturing attention once more. Grant's granddaughter, Christine, also made her appearance, joining him at his side. Grant introduced his granddaughter, a remarkably gifted practitioner who had frequently traversed the enigmatic realm of sorcery, boasting an impressive record of achievements. I wish to particularly highlight a valiant warrior. Although we reside in an age of dazzling technology, our ships cannot penetrate the sorcerous world. Only extraordinary heroes can forge a path through that terrifying domain, procuring invaluable resources. His name is Han Solo. Despite being 60 years old, Grant, a core executive of the Argon conglomerate, remains remarkably well-preserved. However, in comparison to the two individuals he introduced, he appeared somewhat aged. Christine, standing at a statuesque height of 178 centimeters, captured the gaze of many, her golden hair radiant as the sun, her deep blue eyes captivating, and her fair complexion undeniably enchanting. The extraordinary Han Solo towers at nearly 190 centimeters, possessing striking handsomeness and similarly golden locks, exuding an aura reminiscent of sunlight. Imbued with a divine presence, akin to a son of the sun, Sun Rong exclaimed in admiration. The mysterious, extraordinary being, with a handsome visage, a powerful physique, and vibrant vitality, evokes envy. Observing such a lively young man makes us acutely aware of our own aging. Although aware that such compliments were merely polite expressions in this context, the attendees could not conceal their discomfort, as not long ago, the Sun family had been in conflict with the extraordinary Wang Xian. I have heard that there are quite active extraordinary beings in the East, and a certain Wang Xian has gained considerable fame of late. Is he present here? I wish to engage in dialogue and exchange with him, Han Solo spoke. The Sun family members instantly furrowed their brows, expressing aversion to the name Wang Xian, clearly wishing to avoid hearing it during the banquet. He is in Sioux City. We shall visit him soon, Christine replied, her golden hair flowing, her fair and beautiful face adorned with a smile, her crimson lips alluring. I eagerly anticipated, Han Solo nodded, his brilliance akin to sunlight, yet subtly exuding an air of intimidation. Many guests at the banquet overheard this exchange, stirred by the notion that the Western extraordinary being sought to meet Wang Xian. Was it merely a conversation, or could it lead to an extraordinary confrontation? In an instant, all attention shifted, whispers circulated, and soon, the news spread through secret networks. Zhong Qing, Zhou Yun, and others became aware, promptly informing Wang Xian that he might soon encounter trouble. In the secret networks, many discussed the arrival of Western extraordinary beings. Is it true? Are they sorcerers, werewolves, vampires, or knights, or perhaps beings of divine blood? Such entities appearing? Legends manifesting into reality, seeking to spar with our Eastern sword immortals? In my view, a single sword can shatter myriad laws, surpassing all. Even the resurrection of Western deities cannot obstruct the light of a sword that soars from Mount Shu. The simple dialogue at the banquet, once relayed outside, was interpreted in myriad ways, particularly among the elite and those connected to the secret networks. If reported by major platforms, it could incite considerable upheaval. Where has CIO gone? He has been absent for quite some time, Christine whispered. Han Solo frowned, replying, CIO is a messenger of the divine, not lacking in strength. He should have made his presence known by now. At that moment, Sun Yichen of the younger generation approached, devoid of any coldness or gloom, comporting himself with grace and propriety. At that moment, he exuded an air of elegance, seamlessly integrating into the conversation between the two. After gently clinking glasses, he inquired about Theo, suggesting he might be of assistance. Theo was a messenger of the gods, a descendant of the divine avian in Western mythology. In Eastern lore, he could be considered a progeny of the golden-winged Great Peng. Christine conveyed this earnestly. The messenger of the gods, a descendant of mythical creatures, possessed extraordinary powers, which initially gave them a sense of reassurance. However, his prolonged absence had begun to stir her concerns. The divine held great affection for him, and hoped he would transform into the king of Peng. Han Solo interjected. Sun Yichen silently scoffed, wondering where this wild god had emerged from. All extraordinary beings, including the celestial immortals, ought to be vanquished. He wore a special jade pendant, Thus, he was not overly worried about extraordinary beings capturing his mental essence. By now, the Sun family had gained considerable insight into extraordinary beings and devised some strategies to cope with them. Son, I have heard that you are in quite a predicament due to the Eastern extraordinary beings. Do you require my assistance? Grant, a core member of the Argon Consortium, inquired. Sun Rongxing frowned at the title but chose not to correct him, as explaining would prove too tiresome. He nodded. There are some minor inconveniences, nothing of great concern. If the Sun family were to leverage the power of the Western Consortium to suppress Wang Xian, they would likely be ridiculed. Could a prominent superfinancier not resolve their own issues? Of course, he cast a glance at the extraordinary Han Solo not far away. If he and Christine were indeed headed to Sioux City, he found himself rather intrigued. With a smile, Sun Rongxing said, Grant, I possess an extremely rare ingredient, procured at a high price from an old friend, which can extend one's lifespan. Please indulge. Is that so, son? Your praise has piqued my interest. Grant replied with a smile. Naturally, Christine and Han Solo were also invited to savor the exquisite delicacies. They were astonished, truly experiencing the rich vitality of the substance, which proved beneficial for cultivation and tasted rather delightful, though the portion was too scant, leaving them wanting more. The following day, the Argon Consortium journeyed westward, traveling tirelessly for 2 consecutive days, visiting several financial magnates who offered them splendid hospitality. This delicacy is unforgettable. Although this is not my first experience, it still deserves commendation. Grant expressed his gratitude to the host at the banquet held by the Qin family. Subsequently, he enjoyed the same delicacy at the Song and Zhou families, marveling at the fact that every Eastern financial titan seemed to possess such an ingredient. He was informed that it was dragon meat, which further astonished him. Was that not a creature of extraordinary nature? At first, Christine and Han Solo regarded the ingredient as a remarkable restorative, but as time passed, doubts began to creep in. Was it truly dragon meat? Had someone in the East slain a dragon, and then the major financial families shared in the bounty? They felt uneasy, pondering why the details had not been disclosed when they inquired. Soon, Christine finally uncovered the truth. The dragon meat came from a place called the Health Palace in Sioux City, provided by Wang Xian. Later, during a feast at the Zhao family, after tasting some dragon meat delicacies, Christine broke down in tears. I will kill him. Han Solo silently seethed. He was blaspheming against the divine. How vile! This Eastern extraordinary being showed such irreverence toward the gods. Christine wiped her tears, unwilling to lose her composure at the dining table. The Argon Consortium journeyed westward, arriving in Sioux City. Many witnessed the extraordinary figure of Han Solo, his demeanor cold and his golden hair shimmering with a divine aura, exuding an air of dominance. Christine, once a vivacious beauty from the West, now bore an icy elegance upon her lovely visage. Conversations flourished online, speculating that the drums of war were sounding. Even Zhou Yun and Zhong Cheng hastily reached out to Wang Xian, warning him that the Western extraordinary beings had arrived in Sioux City, likely unwilling to submit to him and eager for confrontation. In an instant, all eyes were once again drawn to Sioux City. The Eastern Sword Immortal was poised to face the challenge of the Western divine extraordinary beings. Are you all prepared with your detectors? Some, reveling in the chaos, fanned the flames. Wang Xian felt helpless. Whom had he offended? Must he now master medicine, appraise treasures, comprehend the consortium, and simultaneously keep abreast of current events? Forever poised to be a sparring partner? Must he be alerted to extraordinary beings he had never even heard of? Upon entering Sioux City, Han Solo and Christine made a beeline for the Health Palace, their intent unwavering, eager to meet that person without delay. From a considerable distance, Wang Xian sensed an intense aura of menace as the pair approached. Illuminated as if bathed in the fire of the sun, the man bore a long spear. Surrounded by divine light, Wang Xian was reluctant to engage in meaningless conflict, burdened by enough worries of his own, and had no desire to complicate matters further. The notion of a sword immortal confronting Western extraordinary beings was not something he wished to entertain at this moment. He had little inclination for violence. It was not his area of expertise. Why have you come? He pondered, feeling the unfortunate timing of their arrival. Regardless of their intentions, he had no time to spare, as he was set to attend an extraordinary gathering the following day and needed to prepare. Wang Xian maintained a courteous demeanor, revealing much information in the process. An extraordinary gathering? Where is it? Can we attend? Christine, suppressing her inner turmoil and murderous intent, inquired rapidly, intrigued by such an assembly. Han Solo, too, gripped her arm, momentarily halting, his golden light radiating silently. Did you not receive an invitation? Wang Xin queried, producing a unique piece of paper constructed from supermaterial infused with a hint of spiritual energy, displaying it before them. He then added, "This is an assembly for Eastern extraordinary beings. Surely, you in the West have your own organizations and gatherings?" Christine's heart raced. She had come with a special mission, seeking the Eastern extraordinary beings and exploring the mysterious organizational structure here, pondering whether it was linked to the immortals. Now, it seemed she had stumbled upon some remarkable secrets. "Could we see the invitation?" Christine asked, her demeanor softening, her icy facade melting into a warm smile. "This item is not to be handled lightly," Wang Xin replied, gesturing toward the invitation without handing it over. "By the way, do you in the West have a similar organization?" Deep down, he secretly hoped they would attempt to seize it from him. He had little desire to attend the Zhou Yun Dharma assembly at Yuanqi Mountain, yet feared being targeted if he chose not to go. "I believe the Eastern immortals and our Western deities may be of the same lineage," Christine mused. "May I examine the invitation and closely sense its power?" Wang Xin screamed inwardly, "Hurry and seize it." The two gentlemen, unexpectedly courteous, examined the situation closely, and their demeanor shifted remarkably. Instead of engaging in conflict, they conversed amiably for an extended period before bidding farewell with utmost politeness. Wang Xin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, letting out a silent sigh. In the depths of night, within the opulent confines of the Yuanshu Hotel in Sioux City, Christine was adjusting a crystal mirror, its surface aglow with various symbols that reflected the peculiar invitation she had encountered earlier that day. "Han Solo, hurry, fetch the invitation," she exclaimed urgently. Han Solo promptly infused the crystal mirror with an ethereal essence and presented a spear, wrapped in divine light, before it, unleashing a mysterious power. Meanwhile, Wang Xin, feigning sleep, sensed an anomaly nearby. The invitation he had retrieved from the gourd lay beside him, now shifting and flickering faintly, as if on the verge of vanishing. He chose not to intervene, remaining in his slumber, until the invitation inexplicably disappeared. Soon after, a replica, almost indistinguishable from the original, materialized, but Wang Xin paid little heed. He mused that someone must be attending the gathering on his behalf, providing him with an excuse. It was not his own reluctance that kept him away. He then contemplated how to inform the Sun family of his journey to Source Pool Mountain. Undoubtedly, his true self would make the trip, but from a distance. He preferred to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 243. The slaying of the dragon begins early in the morning. Wang Xin made calm farewells to Professor Lin, Zhou Yun, Zhong Qing, and others, preparing for his imminent departure without divulging too much detail. "Is the Sun family monitoring me?" he pondered, aware of their unscrupulous nature and their capacity for dishonorable actions. He subsequently spoke with Old Chun, employing coded language to confirm that the Zhou Yun Dharma assembly at Source Pool Mountain was about to commence, yet Qin Yongjia had still not received an invitation. Old Chun was incensed, questioning whether this was a form of discrimination against him. Regardless of his willingness to attend, why was he being overlooked as a fellow extraordinary individual? Wang Xin offered words of comfort, encouraging him to enjoy his honeymoon and to have children soon, before ending the call. He believed that the Sun family had nearly deciphered the cryptic exchanges between himself and Old Chun, rendering them capable of understanding. He refrained from deliberately guiding the Sun family, opting for a natural approach instead, confident that their boundless ambition would allow them to track his movements. The malevolent dragon stirs. At a certain base, a group of individuals experienced a palpable shift in their expressions. They were professionals in related fields who had come to realize that the malevolent dragon was poised to undertake an extraordinary course of action. "Quickly, report this upwards. This is far from ordinary. We implore the higher-ups to make prompt decisions," urged the base's leader, his demeanor exceedingly grave. It appeared that the malevolent dragon intended to convene with several others of its kind, a rare gathering, presenting an exceptional opportunity. The coded language had been decrypted long ago. In reality, it posed no significant challenge. Another group supplemented the information set to be reported. "Excellent. Continue to monitor and precisely track his movements at all times." Subsequently, this collective compiled the latest intelligence and relayed it to the Sun family. Now, a multitude of professionals remained vigilant, eager to grasp every action of Wang Xian and stay apprised of the latest developments. Upon receiving the report, the upper echelons of the Sun family took it with utmost seriousness. After examining the confidential document, their expressions changed drastically. An exceedingly rare opportunity had emerged. Perhaps they could eliminate the malevolent Wang Xian and eradicate the threat once and for all. Not only Wang Xian, but several other dragons were poised to surface. The significant figures of the Sun family gasped in astonishment. The news of this capture was shocking, stirring their emotions. Was there a gathering of extraordinary beings? Wang Xian and Chen Yongjia had already caused them embarrassment once, and now more were surfacing. If they were to hold clandestine meetings, it would be a grave matter. Would they join forces? Keep a close watch on them and dig deeper. If you succeed, you shall be greatly rewarded. The core members of the Sun family were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and took personal interest in it. Those who dare to challenge the rules of the new stars do not last long. Extraordinary beings are a malignant tumor, and every family has the obligation to uphold the existing order, an elder stated calmly. The members of the Sun family wore solemn expressions. The gathering of dragons signified a serious crisis. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. After all, Wang Xian was their adversary, and inciting and persuading others could potentially bind several extraordinary beings to his cause, posing a severe threat to the Sun family. Fortunately, they had discovered this in time, catching wind of it at the very onset. They must seize this opportunity. Is the location indeed at Sourcepool Mountain? Ah, such a rare occasion. Typically, extraordinary beings are elusive, lurking beneath the water, yet they had now chosen to appear, ripe for capture. Sun Rongxing spoke in a chilling tone, shedding any semblance of cordiality. His visage now appeared somewhat ferocious. Since they were to act, let it be on a grand scale. In an instant, several key figures of the Sun family reached a unanimous decision, swiftly issuing a classified order to mobilize their warships, preparing in an orderly fashion. Naturally, this was a top-secret operation. The Sun family did not delegate it to external mercenaries, but rather retained direct control through their highest echelons, a formidable force that must not leak any information. Preparations were paramount. What if the plan failed? Or if a fish slipped through the net? That would be disastrous. Contingency plans were essential to ensure their own safety. Sun Rongxing sternly advised that this was of utmost importance. The various protective measures were even more critical than mobilizing the warships for an assault. No clues must be left behind. At dawn, Wang Xian departed from Sioux City, embarking on a self-driven journey, piloting his hovering vehicle westward, exercising caution along the way. He traversed city after city, never lingering in the wilderness. With ample time to reach Sourcepool Mountain by nightfall, he leisurely absorbed the local culture. He had set out early in the morning, perhaps a touch too early, and thus could only meander to pass the time. Occasionally, during brief rests in the cities along the route, he would delve into the stack of talisman papers, further exploring their mysteries. He had now discerned some of the effects of these talismans, which included sword talismans, fire talismans, thunder talismans, and even the rare spirit travel talismans. Christine and Han Solo had set out even before him, after stealthily stealing the genuine invitation in the dead of night. The two immediately embarked on their journey, boarding a small spacecraft. Their vessel boasted a powerful anti-tracking system capable of evading celestial surveillance, belonging to Argon Corporation's latest model. In an instant, no one knew their whereabouts. Yuanxi Mountain, situated in the western central region, boasts a breathtaking natural landscape characterized by dense primeval forests and towering cliffs that ascend dramatically into the sky, enveloped by ethereal clouds, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Some areas feature secluded valleys, concealing hidden realms within, adorned with shimmering lakes, akin to a utopian sanctuary. This place is undeniably exquisite, evoking the legendary abodes of immortals. Christine marveled at their timely arrival, having commenced their ascent to the summit before the sun dipped below the horizon. Bathed in the hues of twilight, the majestic mountain radiated a luminous glow. Ancient pines extended beyond the precipices, unique rock formations stood resolutely, and tendrils of vines climbed, all shrouded in a delicate mist. Occasionally, white herons soared past, and birds of vibrant plumage sang melodiously, creating an enchanting atmosphere akin to an otherworldly realm. As the two approached the peak, they acutely sensed the presence of the extraordinary, instantly recognizing they had arrived at the correct location. Christine, with her resplendent golden hair and porcelain complexion, stood at an elegant height of around 178 meters, captivating in the mountain's twilight embrace. Han Solo, tall and robust, resembled a golden lion, concealing within him an explosive, extraordinary power. Would the Eastern Transcendents harbor animosity towards them? It mattered not. What was the worst that could happen? After all, they were under the protection of near-artifact treasures. And should an unforeseen event arise, they could easily escape. The thought of matters pertaining to the divine stirred a tumult of emotions. Zhou had perished, devoured by a cadre of Easterners, becoming a feast for the wealthy elite, an outrage. He was a messenger of the gods, reduced to mere sustenance. Most grievously, they too had partaken in that exquisite delicacy, and their shame was compounded by the fact that they had once praised it as the most remarkable and unforgettable delicacy of the East. They resolved to eliminate that Eastern transcendent at the earliest opportunity, a demon indeed. Had they not been in haste to attend this gathering, they would not have allowed him to live. They envisioned him upon the altar, sacrificed to the divine, enduring torment and wailing in fear as his life ebbed away. Fueled by resentment, both bore specialized devices, the latest innovation from the Argon Consortium, capable of shielding them from the omnipresent detectors of new stars. Cloaked in black capes, their heads obscured, they exuded an aura of mystery, the garments imbued with the essence of time, classified as extraordinary artifacts. Upon reaching the summit, they found the original Chi Lake veiled in mist, permeated by an exceptionally dense atmosphere of the extraordinary. Undoubtedly, this was the meeting place. The invitation in Christine's possession glimmered, guiding them towards the lakeshore shrouded in white fog, where a sacred and serene power enveloped the air, instilling tranquility within their hearts. Was it a force associated with the immortals, or an organization formed by the Eastern Transcendent themselves? The anticipation was palpable. Fearless, they approached the Eastern Transcendent organization. Emboldened by the divine presence at their backs, they felt no trepidation. Wang Xian proceeded with caution, having discarded his mobile phone and other technological devices of the new star, embodying a demeanor of utmost vigilance as he navigated the forest. He lamented the toll each operation took on his devices, having recently purchased several replacements. The Sun family has been meticulously tracking his movements, observing his navigation through various cities, and noting his occasional disappearances, especially into dense forests where he vanished without a trace. They are unconcerned, having anticipated his potential paths in advance, and have strategically placed detectors at various nodes leading to Source Pool Mountain. At this juncture, they are no longer merely pursuing his whereabouts. They are verifying that he is indeed heading towards that destination. The members of the Sun family regard the situation with cold indifference. No matter how cautious or meticulous the dragon may be, it is of little consequence. Disappearing along the way is inconsequential. The endpoint remains unchanged, and everything is under their control. Your fate is already sealed, and destiny will not waver. Await your demise and surrender. A member of the Sun family spoke chillingly. Recently, the dragon has caused them considerable distress, tarnishing both their interests and their reputation. The dragon-slaying plan is set in motion, with all preparations complete. When the moment arrives, the super-energy cannons will fire, and not only a few extraordinary beings, but the very region surrounding Source Pool Mountain will crumble into oblivion. It will be executed by that team from beyond the realm, launching from space. Sun Rongxing declared. This time, regardless of whether all extraordinary beings can be extinguished, it is imperative to ensure the Sun family remains outside the fray. Safeguarding against exposure, Wang Xian moved through the forest, pausing intermittently. In truth, had it not been for the Sun family confirming his presence at Source Pool Mountain, he would not have ventured far. He preferred the tranquility and comfort of the city, awaiting the final resolution. He was also curious to see which formidable figures might emerge this time, and whether other financial magnates would involve themselves. As for the immortals, he would leave everything to fate. Wang Xian glanced at the imitation invitation by his side. After a night had passed, it had grown increasingly dim, nearly dissipating entirely, and he tucked it away in his gourd for safekeeping. He had arrived at Source Pool Mountain, swiftly ascending, then utilizing the gourd to officially conceal his tracks, vanishing in an instant, while employing his formidable mental domain to evade some micro-detectors without destroying them. He had made his escape by drawing the Sun family's attention here and allowing them to confirm and validate his presence. He deemed it unnecessary to linger, disappearing amidst the primordial mountains. In truth, Wang Xian felt an unsettling premonition upon arriving at Source Pool Mountain, sensing that this place harbored ill intentions towards him. As he departed, that disquieting feeling gradually ebbed. A mysterious organization, or perhaps forces connected to the immortals, seeks to conspire against me? He scoffed, eager to witness how this would all ultimately unfold. The upper echelons of the Sun family were personally monitoring the situation, confirming Wang Xian's ascent, and at once, cold smiles spread across their faces, revealing a cruel intent in some. They were positively eager, anticipating divine retribution, the light of annihilation gracing the world, to slay all beings associated with the extraordinary. Someone spoke with a smile. Chapter 244. A joyous occasion. The Sun family members brimmed with anticipation, witnessing the imminent downfall of extraordinary beings. As the hour was still early, they believed that the extraordinary beings had yet to gather, for through Wang Xian's clandestine discussions with Chen Yongjia, they learned that the orchid and lily ceremony would take place in the evening. The adept hunter must cultivate patience, calmness, and restraint. They have all the time in the world, an entire night to afford them, as the extraordinary beings are about to hear the call from the depths of hell. They possessed ample patience, waiting silently, savoring a sense of impending fulfillment. Before long, they made a remarkable discovery. An elderly man appeared. Appearing quite aged yet exhibiting a surprising agility akin to that of a monkey while scaling the peaks, eschewing the mountain paths. Sun Rongxing was astonished, indeed. There were extraordinary beings yet to surface. He had never encountered this individual before, and the depths of the waters of the divine continent stirred something within him. Though his hair had turned gray, hints of light purple remained visible. Was he a native? The Sun family felt a sudden jolt. There had long been legends that the ancestors of the natives were true immortals, and they bore a dreadful hereditary affliction known as the 5 declines of heaven and man. It now seemed that such tales were likely true. Among them, there were indeed experts, possessing extraordinary powers in this era. Fortunately, they had managed to uncover them, unwittingly gathering together in a path to self-destruction. At that moment, the Sun family was satisfied, as were Christine and Han Solo, and Wang Xian was equally content. Beneath the same crescent moon, in different locations, all three parties revealed smiles, a shared joy enveloping them. The old man reached the mountain summit, his gaze fierce and tinged with a faint purple hue, emanating a scent of decay. There was something amiss about him. He strode into the white mist enveloping the peak, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. Christine and Han Solo arrived at the lakeside, where the atmosphere was thick with extraordinary essence. Amidst the white mist lay remnants of broken walls and dilapidated structures by the Source Pool Lake. A soft light rippled, a thin veil of luminosity covering the ruins. They attempted to approach and touch it, only to be met with resistance. However, when they used an invitation to make contact, the veil parted, allowing them entry. Here, towering trees took root, their lush branches obscuring the relics, and with the mist swirling. Even the satellite eyes in the sky could not capture the true state of the mountain peak. Treading upon the rubble, they navigated through crumbling walls to a collapsed temple housing a headless statue. Over time, its head and arms had shattered. Who was being venerated here? Immortals, bodhisattvas, mountain deities, or land gods? Christine murmured, having some understanding of the Eastern belief system. Several mats lay scattered on the ground, each at a distance from one another. Aware of Eastern customs, they pondered whether one was meant to sit and wait here. They ascertained that there were no traps present, and thus quietly settled down, awaiting the arrival of others. They recognized they had arrived too early. The sun had only just begun its descent. Nevertheless, they felt their journey was worthwhile. The extraordinary veil of light alone was shrouded in mystery, and without the divine treasures bestowed by the gods, they might not have been able to enter. Suddenly, they turned to see the old man silently materialize, almost as if he had emerged from thin air. He cast a glance at them before sitting upon a mat. The two exchanged glances, noting the old man's sparse hair, some strands purple and others completely white at the tips. What proved particularly unbearable for Christine and Han Solo was the odor emanating from him, reminiscent of decay, a particularly foul stench. Notably, it was evident that pus was seeping from the old man's head, and moisture stained his armpits, dampening his clothing, exuding an unbearable foulness. This was a typical manifestation of the 5 declines of heaven and man, reflecting a late-stage affliction. His internal organs should have decayed, rendering him incapable of survival. Yet this old man still managed to endure. "Greetings," Christine attempted to initiate a simple conversation, only to be met with the cold, piercing gaze of the elder, who regarded her briefly before dismissing her entirely. The atmosphere grew awkward and oppressive, prompting her to remain silent, discreetly clutching a crystal mirror for protection. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, stars twinkled above, and the crescent moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow over the verdant pines and cypresses on the mountainside, while clear springs bubbled and mist rose from the lake, creating a mystical ambience under the moonlight. At that moment, another figure approached, clad in rusted armor reminiscent of an ancient general, as if he had just emerged from the depths of the earth. His pallid complexion bore no trace of color, his body slightly stiff, and he entered the ruins while holding an invitation. Christine was taken aback. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the vampires of Western lore, possessing similar qualities in demeanor and aura. Could this be an Eastern zombie? She pondered inwardly. Simultaneously, she noticed a shared characteristic between the armored figure and the foul-smelling elder, a flame-like pattern etched upon their foreheads, identical in appearance. Han Solo gripped his spear tightly, exuding an air of stern vigilance, surrounded by a golden radiance, with an explosive force coursing within him. Legends speak of immortal beings and various deities, either ethereal and transcendent or sacred and serene. Yet, the two figures that had appeared were decidedly peculiar. This prompted both Christine and Han Solo to sense that something was amiss. Could these be minions of some sinister Eastern deity? As the moon reached its zenith, two more individuals emerged, indistinguishable from ordinary people, yet upon entering the ruins, they each removed their outer garments. The first was a Taoist priestess, and the second, an elderly monk, both advanced in years yet appearing quite normal, nodding kindly at the group. They too bore the flame-like markings upon their foreheads, suggesting a unique insignia. Christine and Han Solo realized they were part of an organization that transcended the typical notion of an extraordinary gathering. It seemed the assembly was nearly complete, as no new arrivals had materialized for quite some time. The members of the Sun family furrowed their brows, astonished that several extraordinary beings had ascended the mountain. Perhaps there were scenes they had yet to capture. In truth, Christine and Han Solo had gone unnoticed during their ascent, shielded by a special device that obscured them from detection. Perhaps we should move soon. If they disperse after their meeting, it will be challenging to eliminate them all, a member of the Sun family suggested. Let us wait a little longer. I believe it is not too late before midnight, Sun Rongxing interjected. The air within the dilapidated ruins grew heavy with silence. No one dared to speak, and Christine and Han Solo felt their patience waning. Were they to remain in this stifling stillness until midnight, or even until dawn? Suddenly, a woman clad in red metallic armor appeared, soaring into the space, startling both of them. A phantom, they disowned, recognizing that she was a spectral entity, her spiritual form adorned in armor. The woman bowed before the headless statue and lit a stick of incense, which emitted a soft glow, with runes dancing and flickering in the air. The elder with the foul odor, the zombie general, the priestess, and the monk all rose to their feet in reverence, as if to honor the arrival of someone significant. Soon, a hazy vista emerged behind the headless statue, resembling a sunken space or an indistinct realm, from which a figure gradually materialized, blending seamlessly with the statue. Within the headless idol, the silhouette of a man appeared, though not distinctly, as if a deity had been resurrected, gazing down upon all present. He turned his attention to Christine and Han Solo, remarking, "New blood has joined us, alas. The numbers remain insufficient, the extraordinary has waned, and the grandeur of yesteryears is unlikely to return." Originally, it was another individual, not the two of them. A woman clad in crimson armor spoke, her face obscured by a dark red helmet. "Might you be a great being among the Eastern immortals?" Christine sensed the formidable presence of her interlocutor, her breath becoming somewhat labored. With reverence, she stated, "We hail from the Western realm, and the deity we worship desires to communicate with the esteemed Eastern sage." The man's eyes within the headless statue wove together runes as he regarded Christine and Han Solo, seemingly piercing through all facades and discerning their true essence. The Western deity, preoccupied with its own affairs, was on the verge of extinguishing its divine flame. What right did it have to collaborate with the immortals? The man within the statue spoke coldly, exhibiting no concern. Han Solo, filled with indignation, held a fervent belief, harboring a deep-seated wrath against such blasphemers. Even if the opposing figure was formidable, He was prepared to stand forth to uphold the dignity of the divine. I am merely a follower of an unparalleled true immortal, yet vanquishing the deity behind you should pose no difficulty, the man within the statue declared. At that moment, the Taoist priestess and the zombies lowered their heads in utmost reverence, as if listening to celestial sounds, wary of displaying any disrespect. To insult a deity in such a manner may provoke their attention. The gaze of the divine will turn towards this place, Han Solo warned, gripping his spear, his body trembling with rage. The man within the statue dismissed such threats with disdain, too apathetic to respond. He addressed the woman in crimson armor, stating, "Since these two have arrived, mark them as my followers, making an exception for these barbarians. Indeed, we are in dire need of numbers." The woman in red prepared to act, intending to inscribe a fiery mark upon the foreheads of Christine and Han Solo. "Great Eastern Sage, you must not proceed in this manner. The deity I serve seeks collaboration, not the onset of divine warfare," Christine interjected, her tone gentle, hoping to sway the other's intentions. "You have misidentified your partner for collaboration. The unparalleled true immortal behind me has slain several deities akin to the one you serve. They are rather weak," the man within the statue retorted, shaking his head dismissively, looking down upon the deity that stood behind the two. He then addressed the woman in dark red metallic armor, saying, in due time, "Bring the previously selected extraordinary individual here as well, and mark him." "Yes." The woman nodded, already approaching Christine and Han Solo. In the distance, Wang Xian had long departed from the region of the Source Pool Mountain, yet he did not return to the city. He awaited the conclusion of events here, planning to reveal himself only once everything was settled. At that moment, he sensed a malevolent presence emanating from the direction of Source Pool Mountain, causing him to furrow his brow. Even in his mortal days, he had opened the inner landscape, granting him qualities that far surpassed those of other extraordinary beings, such as an unimaginable acute intuition. "Not a benevolent soul, indeed," he murmured. "He is also preparing, contemplating whether to go to Source Pool Mountain to strike when the time is right, or to wait for an unexpected turn from the Sun family before launching an assault on their stronghold. Everything shall be addressed once the dust settles. There is no rush. He must remain steady." Boom. The spear in Han Solo's grasp gleamed brilliantly, emanating a blinding radiance. As the ancient spear was activated, its dazzling runes flickering, as if a deity awakened behind him. He and Christine wielded the divine artifacts bestowed upon them, seeking to channel the power of the gods to confront the blasphemers. This place must not be destroyed. In the future, the unparalleled true immortal I follow shall traverse this path into the mortal realm. How dare a mere wild god's weapon act so arrogantly here? The figure within the headless statue issued a commanding voice, reaching forth with a nebulous hand to press down upon the ephemeral veil. "Almost ready. Let the spacecraft from outer space open fire," Sun Rongxing said coldly, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, a cruel smile forming on his lips. He believed this would be a marvelous night, the beginning of a nightmare for the extraordinary beings, as those who sought to disrupt the order would be eradicated, fading into history. Thud! Blinding beams descended from the heavens, striking Source Pool Mountain, the beams immense and imbued with an aura of annihilation, extinguishing all vitality. Not just one, but super-energy beams cascaded like heavenly light, one after another, enveloping the area around Source Pool Mountain, akin to divine punishment. The ancient humans could hunt gods and demons using mechs and motherships. In this new era, the new humans would also step into this domain. The latest generation of warships would surely emerge. Someone from the Sun family spoke. "Who dares to shatter this nexus and destroy this passageway?" The beings within the ruins of Source Pool Mountain sensed the impending doom, erupting in furious roars, as the entire headless statue began to crack, on the verge of exploding. "Mortals of the present world, how dare you? The unparalleled true immortal shall take vengeance." His indistinct figure radiated light, the runes intertwining, filled with wrath. Far from Source Pool Mountain, Wang Xian sat upon a piece of jingsha, holding a cup of wine, observing the terrifying beams that connected the heavens and the earth in the distance. He heard the roar of Source Pool Mountain and calmly raised his cup, to the Sun family, to the celestial beings. Chapter 245. Breaking the myth. What a gentle night. What a resplendent shower of light. What enchanting human fireworks. Everything is so beautiful. It is intoxicating. Sun Chengxian spoke, raising his cup alongside the Sun family members, watching the magnificent beams on the large screen with smiles on their faces. This was a visual feast, the splendor of humanity, the brilliance of the world. Nothing could compare to this, as the restless, extraordinary beings foolishly dreamed of overturning the new stellar order. They were overreaching. Another middle-aged man spoke, filled with a sense of fruitful delight. Tonight, the Sun family shall resolve all issues with one battle. A group of individuals clinked their glasses together, joyfully sharing a bottle of wine aged for over a century, their smiles tinged with a hint of coldness as they watched the extraordinary beings meet their demise. Those in the realm of new techniques had already bowed their heads, implanting chips. The so-called extraordinary Wang Xian, overestimating his own capabilities, had refrained from using warships to kill him earlier, not wishing to spill too much blood from the new stellar flow. Now, it has come to an end. If he does not lower his so-called proud head, then he shall be discarded like refuse. It has been said, and this sentiment resonates with the majority of the Sun family, that those extraordinary beings who reject control will ultimately become the most restless and perilous variable destined for demise. Recently, they have been rather agitated. Despite possessing the power to obliterate the extraordinary, they find themselves constrained by the edicts of the new star, unable to unleash their warships in a cleansing fury. Now, tranquility has returned. The cataclysmic explosion at Source Pool Mountain reverberated across all realms, illuminating the night sky with beams that connected heaven and earth, immediately captured by various celestial eyes and detectors. Major organizations were taken aback and promptly fortified their defenses, fearing an unpredictable conflict might erupt. In the realm of the living, your audacity knows no bounds. Daring to destroy a passage painstakingly constructed over many years by the celestial beings. This is a matter of life and death. Atop Source Pool Mountain, amidst the ruins of a headless statue, a figure, shrouded in obscurity, has succumbed to madness, exerting every ounce of strength to safeguard this place. Amidst the crumbling walls, a copper-plaque sword and a shattered bell resounded, while the foundational stones glowed. Intertwining runes cast beams of light that enveloped the area. Yet, the supercharged energy beams from beyond the realm were overwhelmingly terrifying. Even the extraordinary materials boiled in their presence, unable to withstand such annihilating brilliance. The runic light screen dimmed as the mountain began to melt, and the surrounding lands fractured and crumbled into destruction, with only the summit receiving the protective embrace of extraordinary power, remaining intact for the time being. In the void, several flying swords emerged, though all were fractured, buried within the peaks of Source Pool Mountain, propelled skyward. Alas, these were damaged artifacts, shattered in an instant. The battered bell ascended, colliding with a beam of light, and in that moment, its toll echoed, causing the distant, red-hot mountains to erupt, unleashing torrents of lava. However, the bell was not a divine instrument, but a flawed relic, which disintegrated amidst the light, its fragments melting away. The man within the headless statue forcibly intervened in the realm of the living, the radiant runes flickering. But the area he could protect continued to dwindle. The few humans present, living in the current world, turned pale, without the protection of the headless statue. They would have perished long ago, as even extraordinary beings could not withstand such energy beams. Who is this godslayer, willing to commit such acts? Christine's face turned ashen, her crystal mirror radiating a halo that enveloped her, as she was seized by overwhelming fear. How could a mere gathering of extraordinary beings devolve into such chaos? She regretted ever stealing that invitation. Han Solo gripped his spear tightly, golden divine flames erupting behind him, as a shadowy figure materialized, channeling a portion of the power of the deity he revered. Great Eastern Immortal, please wield your might to cleanse the darkness. Christine cried out, hoping for a miracle. In her state of panic, she was equally astounded by the audacity of the Eastern tycoons. Were they truly prepared to slay even the divine? The man within the headless statue transmitted terrifying power through the thin veil, as celestial light radiated forth, rising above Source Pool Mountain. Clearly, the warships in outer space had accurately scanned the situation here. Other regions lay in ruin, mountains exploded, and the earth melted. Only the Source Pool Mountain was set ablaze. Yet the summit remained shrouded in radiant hues, reluctant to erupt. In an instant, a multitude of beams descended, marking a genuine clash of technological marvels, intertwining the celestial and terrestrial realms once more, cascading forth. The celestial light was pierced, the sacred power obliterated, behind the veil. The enigmatic figure found himself unable to withstand the terrifying onslaught from beyond the heavens. He sighed wistfully, exhaling a profound lament, despite the boundless resentment brewing within him. The tide of fate had turned. His encroaching power in this realm was insufficient. Destruction loomed imminent. Remember, you have thwarted the noble endeavors of an unparalleled immortal. This is not the end, but merely the onset of calamity, roared the headless statue. Even if the curtain fell and the extraordinary receded. Even the revered immortals risked becoming mere mortals, yet we have not yet succumbed. You cannot quell the wrath of an unparalleled true immortal. He growled, though reluctant. He found himself powerless to alter the course as he witnessed the statue crumble, revealing a faint ethereal world. Fragments of bones emerged from the statue, connecting to an inner realm that intertwined with the celestial world beyond the veil. It resembled the craters on a crescent moon, where, in ancient times, a powerful patriarch sacrificed himself, using his being and inner realm as a conduit to facilitate the return of the immortals. This place was even more peculiar, now refined into a distinctive nexus, gradually transforming into a tangible passageway, rendering any escape impossible. It remained uncertain whether this patriarch had willingly ventured forth or had been imprisoned here. The skeletal remains began to fracture, the assaults from the current world affecting the bony structure. If you can flee, then do so. The headless statue erupted. The indistinct figure spoke, unleashing celestial radiance to envelop the few present, attempting to send them away. He was a being from behind the curtain, ultimately unable to directly manifest in the realm of reality. The purple-haired elder was the first to act, but he was swiftly obliterated. His corporeal form was already decayed and exhausted, leaving only his spiritual essence behind. "Follow me," cried the woman clad in crimson armor. She was herself a spiritual entity, calling out to the elder's essence. However, upon departing the protection of the mysterious figure, even her spiritual state was besieged by terrifying influences. For within the spiritual essence, aside from the soul's energy, there existed material with extraordinary attributes. How could one exist in the tangible world without relying on it? She suffered grievous wounds. At the very least, her special armor was corporeal, and it was obliterated, disintegrating, while her spiritual form was torn apart, the extraordinary aspects dissipating into oblivion. After the headless statue was destroyed, remnants of bones lingered. The mysterious figure cast a final gaze upon the present world, infusing some of his power into the remains, safeguarding the few amidst the ruins, sending them forth. "No," Christine cried out, as the silhouette of the Eastern immortal flickered and vanished, signifying their impending doom without protection. The remnants left by the former patriarch ignited, surging forth, yet tragically, they exploded completely along the way. Blood splattered in midair, only to evaporate thereafter. Following a brief flicker of weak luminescence, no extraordinary power remained here. The towering beams annihilated Source Pool Mountain, the majestic peak vanished, and the subterranean magma surged violently. All of this transpired in an instant. The warships in outer space unleashed a barrage of fire before swiftly retreating, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wang Xian, seated atop the mountain, drank from his cup, observing the beams of light gradually fade at the horizon. As the topography of the region surrounding Source Pool Mountain underwent a profound transformation, the intervention of the celestial immortals proved less potent than anticipated. After all, they remained too distant from the realm of mortals. He poured himself another cup of wine, aware that this event was not an ending, but rather a beginning. How could the celestial beings simply relent? Especially with only 3 glorious years remaining, the entities behind the curtain would undoubtedly seek frenzied vengeance before succumbing to mortality. Yet, all of this was of no concern to him. He merely watched in silence. Wang Xian did not rise to rush to the scene of the incident, for it was clear that it had been utterly devastated, and he had no desire to inadvertently bear the blame. He understood that the Sun family would inevitably attract the attention of the celestial beings, and issues would likely arise soon. He remained ever prepared to seize the opportunity to capitalize on their misfortunes. Members of the Sun family, stationed before a large screen, witnessed the unfolding chaos and subsequently replayed the event. The explosion at Source Pool Mountain was truly resplendent. They increased the volume of the broadcast to listen to the elegy of the extraordinary beings. Yes, such penetrating sounds constituted the most exquisite of notes. Laughter erupted among the Sun family as they raised their glasses to the moon, bidding farewell to the extraordinary beings. Numerous detectors appeared near Source Pool Mountain, accompanied by small, unmanned aerial vehicles and warships soaring through the sky, as various factions sought to unravel the mysteries of what had transpired. Soon, some of the robotic entities discovered freshly cooled alloy fragments, shimmering brilliantly. In the world behind the curtain, a man, previously seen in the headless statue, knelt on one knee beneath a towering peak, gazing at the palace above the clouds, his heart trembling. He realized that the operation had gone awry. The vital passage he was entrusted to guard had been entirely obliterated by mortals, severing their critical retreat. Indeed, thunder erupted, piercing the heavens, sword light flashing across the sky. As the earth sank, within the grand palace shrouded in mist, a being opened its eyes, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. A ruthless gaze pierced through the haze, making the kneeling man quiver, his body on the verge of disintegration, trembling uncontrollably. His soul felt as though it were fracturing, and with great difficulty, he spoke. I am willing to risk my life to descend into the mortal realm. Should I miraculously survive, I shall ensure that those responsible pay a bloody price, annihilation of their lineage, to descend into the mortal realm, only to be slain by them. From the peak, amidst the clouds, the formidable being spoke coldly. I will find a way to eradicate those mortals and reconstruct the passage. The man on his knees trembled. Powerful though he was, he quaked before this unparalleled being behind the curtain. In 3 days, I expect to see preliminary results. Our time is running short. The terrifying entity declared, a hint of fatigue evident in its voice. That night, a new star illuminated Source Pool Mountain. As thunder roared and torrential rains poured down, blood-red lightning cleaved through the darkness, creating an extraordinarily eerie ambience, imbued with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 246. The Dragon's Lair. Wang Xian gazed from the distant mountains towards the blood-red lightning and torrential rain over Source Pool Mountain, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Could this be related to transcendent powers? Do the immortal beings take their vengeance without delay? That night, the major organizations exhibited a hint of tension. Yet no remarkable discoveries were made at the devastated Source Pool Mountain. The Sun family feigned concern by joining the exploratory team, but hastily withdrew. The following day, although reports circulated and discussions ensued, the true nature of the events remained elusive, with the Sun family managing to distance themselves from any implications. They maintained a low profile, quietly observing, curious to see if any anomalies would arise in the aftermath. Wang Xian did not return to the city. Instead, he traversed the mountains, moving eastward through the forests, skillfully evading surveillance. He retrieved a light brain from the fragments of the blessed land, a secure device gifted by Zhong Cheng, and began perusing the news. There were no extraordinary events reported. The destruction of Source Pool Mountain had not stirred significant waves. However, in the afternoon, Grant from the Argonne Consortium grew anxious as his granddaughter, Christine, along with the extraordinary warrior Han Solo, had vanished without a trace for over a day. Christine had left him a secret message, indicating her intention to attend a gathering of extraordinary beings, but she had been gone for a full day and night. Had an accident befallen her? Grant dispatched a message seeking assistance from the Eastern tycoons. Upon learning this, the Sun family found themselves momentarily bewildered. Could it be that the granddaughter of their strategic partner had fallen victim to them? They secretly rejoiced that no rumors had leaked. Otherwise, Grant would undoubtedly turn against them. Were they truly in peril? Grant, waiting for his granddaughter's return, naturally connected her disappearance to Source Pool Mountain, questioning why it had been struck. God, what transpired there? Grant was astounded, pondering whether an Eastern tycoon had attacked the gathering of extraordinary beings. Son, are you aware of the Source Pool Mountain incident? He immediately contacted Sun Rongxing. Sun Rongxing felt a heavy sinking in his heart, silently lamenting the old man's excessive sensitivity. How coincidental that Grant's granddaughter would be present at such a tumultuous event. He had heard of the attack and the destruction, but knew not the specifics. Calmly, he responded, I am unaware of the details. Grant hung up, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He instructed his subordinates to summon his personnel to investigate the Source Pool Mountain incident. The Sun family bore animosity towards the Eastern transcendent beings. Could it be they had learned of the gathering and, in error, harmed Christine? Grant's thoughts spiraled, his heart heavy with the weight of this unsettling possibility. He ordered a search for a man named Wang Xian to ascertain his whereabouts. Soon, he He received reports that Wang Xian had also vanished. God! Grant felt on the brink of madness. Fearing that his suspicions might indeed be true, the Sun family had eliminated Wang Xian, inadvertently resolving the fate of his granddaughter as well. Subsequently, Grant personally contacted high-ranking officials from several eastern tycoons. Before long, both the Qin and Song families provided him with leads. Their detectors had discovered a few peculiar alloy fragments at the scene, alongside a small piece of strange crystal. Christine, Han Solo. Upon witnessing the shattered fragments, Grant's hands trembled. The alloy was derived from Han Solo's war spear, and the crystal was a remnant of his granddaughter's mirror. Both artifacts were treasures close to being divine, yet they had melted and broken apart, plunging him into darkness. Grandson, I demand an explanation. That evening, engulfed in fury and sorrow, Grant reached out to Sun Rongxing. Despite the absence of evidence, he was convinced that the Sun family had indirectly caused Christine's demise. Old friend, do not be overly agitated, Sun Rongxing replied, furrowing his brow. What a coincidence this is. He experienced a throbbing headache, reluctant to acknowledge the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was preparing dinner in the mountains, grilling meat. Relishing the simplicity of life away from the city's clamor, tranquil and unadorned. Suddenly, he glanced up at the night sky, where a figure descended, a spiritual entity, specifically a woman clad in dark red metallic armor. She appeared somewhat tragic, her form blurred, with her armor shattered and largely missing, indicating her poor condition. Wang Xian became alert. Could a battleship's bombardment inflict such devastation, even on a spiritual entity? Indeed, the spiritual body contained hypermaterial, which was subject to the same influences as tangible matter in reality. Why did you not attend the gathering? The woman questioned with an unfriendly demeanor, her tone severe. Though she grasped the situation at large, her mood was foul, and she vented her frustration towards Wang Xian. The invitation was stolen, he calmly explained, producing the nearly dissipating counterfeit invitation with patience. Who do you believe attacked Sourcepool Mountain? She inquired coldly. Her lofty and imposing stance instilled in Wang Xian a sense of aversion. He thought, I am not your subordinate, nor am I indebted to you. However, he refrained from confrontation, aware that she likely had celestial beings backing her. For now, he chose to observe their tactics. Wang Xian had already prepared a stage for them, allowing the Sun family and celestial beings to perform, enabling them to gauge each other's capabilities before he made his decision. Currently, the Sun family was the most antagonistic towards the extraordinary. He had faced their assaults multiple times, forcing him to retreat into the mountains. Of course, he possessed no evidence and could not ascertain whether they were indeed responsible this time. You must immediately investigate the Sun family, the woman commanded, her voice icy and laced with menace, exuding an air of authority. Wang Xian felt a surge of resentment. Did she truly believe he was at her beck and call? Why should he heed her orders? Had it not been for the celestial beings she was associated with, he would have had no qualms about confronting her. He preferred to remain in the shadows for now, witnessing whether the celestial beings could intervene in the mortal realm. The woman before him was in a dire state, her spiritual essence nearly obliterated, yet she dared to act imperiously towards him. If my true self were to appear in the city, the Sun family would detect me instantly. It is not suitable for me to investigate. If I were to show myself now, I would merely be a target, Wang Xian remarked, shaking his head. He added, even hidden in the mountains, my respite will not last long. Surveillance is rampant across every corner, with detectors even in the most desolate of forests. Utterly useless, the woman retorted coldly, her mood exceedingly sour, leaving her with little patience for pleasantries. Wang Xian maintained his composure, choosing not to engage in disputes with her. He discerned much from the situation. The celestial beings had suffered significant losses at Sourcepool Mountain. I possess a divine seal that can bestow upon you a fraction of my power, the woman proclaimed as she descended gracefully, approaching Wang Xian. Oh, is this a gift for me? Wang Xian inquired, his gaze fixated on the crimson seal she held, a smile gracing his lips. The woman, her expression impassive, responded, this is not an artifact you can wield. I shall imprint it upon you, granting you a portion of my power. Wang Xian recoiled, understanding the implication of being stamped and marked. What audacity! Do you refuse? The woman queried coldly. What is this attitude, this tone? Wang Xian felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had faced formidable beings from the celestial realm and had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Sun family. He was well aware that he had not suffered any losses in his dealings with them. The organization to which this woman belonged had encountered a disastrous clash with the financial conglomerate, and she, a mere failure, sought to vent her frustrations upon him. Wang Xian took several steps back, choosing silence. The woman had yet to recover from the devastating defeat at Sourcepool Mountain, her mindset evidently troubled. Sensing Wang Xian's resistance and reflecting on her diminished strength, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions. You must approach the Sun family swiftly. You must arrive within 2 days and prepare to cooperate with our assault. Her gaze was sharp as it bore into Wang Xian. Certainly, he nodded, not out of obedience to her command, but out of genuine curiosity to witness the unfolding events, ready to seize any opportunity. He resolved that he must eliminate this woman when the chance arose. Despite his aversion and disdain, he could not act against her now, for he must not draw the ire of the celestial beings toward himself instead of the Sun family. In a flash, the woman vanished into the night sky, soaring away. Wang Xian watched her retreating silhouette. She had once been formidable, yet now she appeared considerably weakened. Her ability to traverse vast distances without a physical form must be tied to the red armor she bore, a precious artifact indeed. Regrettably, this corporeal armor was rendered tattered by the bombardment of warships. Crafted for the spirit, was this armor a soul armor, a celestial spirit armor? Wang Xian pondered, feeling a twinge of envy. Then, he smirked, severing a strand of runes from his body, remnants left behind by the invitation he had received. Believing he was oblivious to their presence. At this juncture, he could momentarily astral project, his spiritual perception heightened. He had long since discerned that this was a deliberate trace left for his benefit, anticipating his next move. Now, he had gleaned crucial information from the woman. The celestial beings were poised to strike against the Sun family within 2 days. An ancient lamp appeared, emitting a burst of flame that consumed the runic mark she had left, rendering it faint and ultimately obliterated. Conceited as you are in my eyes, you are merely a pawn, Wang Xian murmured, deciding to relinquish the mark, no longer willing to risk any connection with her. With a swift motion, he vanished from the forest, completely distancing himself from the location. Nonetheless, he was indeed en route to the Sun family's domain in Kongning City. Traversing the dense woods and mountainous terrain ahead. Following the bombardment of Sourcepool Mountain, he had set forth at dawn, and now, in the deep of night, he had traveled a considerable distance, with ample time remaining. Along the way, Wang Xian continued to scrutinize the runic papers, eager to uncover their potential utility. Is this a teleportation rune? He was quite astonished. As he slightly activated a particular talisman, he swiftly disappeared, quickly dimming the talisman again. By dawn, he had deciphered a type of invisibility talisman. These talismans were remarkable treasures, illuminating his gaze with brilliance. Wang Xian moved like a specter, silently traversing the dense forest. At his level, it was merely a journey, devoid of fatigue. Even when he paused to rest, it was solely to study the talismans. During the day, he exercised greater caution, needing to evade not only detectors, but also travelers and adventurers venturing into the mountains. In the evening, he followed the mountain range, walking through the thicket until he reached the wetlands outside of Kongning City, still several miles away from the bustling metropolis. Wang Xian marveled at the splendid environment of the new star, abundant with forests, lakes, and wetlands, which provided him ample opportunity to evade surveillance. However, even in the wetlands, along the riverbanks, there were detectors. He employed the invisibility talisman and sped toward Kongning City. He wasted no time, reluctant to part with the talisman, and swiftly entered a large hotel close to the Sun family, selecting an unoccupied room to check in. Upon removing the invisibility talisman, he noticed it had dimmed slightly, even developing a fine crack. He couldn't help but shake his head. There was still much to learn. When would he be able to craft talismans himself? Mastering such arcane arts without relying on invisibility? He had arrived more than a day early, waiting here to witness the impending battle between the celestial immortals and the Sun family. That night, trouble struck the Sun family. The sound of a bell resonated, capable of intimidating the spirits of the extraordinary. Wang Xian was taken aback, his spirit swiftly leaving his body, yet he refrained from rushing out. Instead, gazing out the window towards the Sun's residence, observing the commotion. He was deeply moved. The Sun family was indeed formidable, their stronghold housing terrifying treasures. Within that complex, sacred runes intertwined, and silver bell waves rippled, illuminating the night sky. These phenomena could only be perceived by the extraordinary, presenting a scene of unparalleled terror. The silver ripples expanded, striking a purple-haired elder, sweeping away his very soul. The elder, being a spiritual entity, had intruded upon the Sun family and had now fallen victim. Wang Xian felt a chill. The lair of this super family was indeed fearsome, possessing treasures that autonomously revived, ensnaring invading spirits. Then, he beheld a woman clad in crimson armor, floating high above the Sun family, her gaze piercingly cold. The elder staggered towards her, only to be ensnared within a red divine seal, momentarily stabilizing his spirit. The contemporary tycoons truly deserved to be eradicated. They had excavated the lair of the celestial immortals and acquired the finest treasures from ancient times. The woman furrowed her brow. This bell had once been relinquished by an unparalleled powerhouse, left in the mortal realm for future generations to guard the lair and protect the entire lineage. Now, however, the great bell had fallen into the hands of modern tycoons, wielded against the followers of the celestial immortals. You should possess the body and try entering the Sun family. The woman spoke, releasing the elder's spiritual essence once more. Moments later, a young man stood before the Sun family, possessed. His consciousness instantly clouded as he walked toward the interior of the Sun family. Clang! As the bell tolled once more, the old man let out a wretched scream, fleeing from the body of the young man, having lost yet another fragment of his soul. Within the opulent confines of the high-rise hotel, Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine, grateful that he had refrained from rash actions. The stronghold of the Sun family was fraught with peril. Had he allowed his spirit to wander carelessly inside, he could have faced dire consequences. He recalled the traitor he encountered in Jinghua City, whose ominous words now seemed alarmingly credible. The Sun family's treasures were astonishing, possessing the power to ensnare souls. The woman retreated, murmuring to herself, to activate autonomously, even without control. Could it be that some powerful being has taken residence within the Sun family? Doubt flickered in her eyes, yet she was not yet ready to withdraw. Summoning the divine seal, she released another spiritual entity, an elderly monk. His physical form had been obliterated at Sourcepool Mountain, leaving only his spiritual essence to dwell within the divine seal. I will attempt to restrain that great bell. You must infiltrate the Sun family from behind, the woman instructed. The old monk nodded and floated away. The woman activated the divine seal, unleashing a crimson light towards the bell, while simultaneously, the old monk drifted into the Sun family's domain. The clang of the bell resonated once again, sending rippling silver waves that struck the divine seal, causing it to dim and fracture with a small crack. The woman gasped, her heart aching. Wang Xian was profoundly stirred. The bell was terrifyingly powerful. What extraordinary fortune had the Sun family stumbled upon to possess such an artifact? The woman, shaken, retreated swiftly, feeling an eerie chill. It was as if someone was manipulating the bell. Then, even more dreadful events unfolded. Though the monk had temporarily evaded the silver bell's waves and entered the Sun family, unforeseen calamity still awaited him. Deep within the Sun family's stronghold, a small golden banner, no larger than a palm, began to sway lightly, sending forth waves of intricate patterns through the darkness. With a sudden pop, the golden tendrils ensnared the monk, shattering him into oblivion, extinguishing his spiritual essence entirely. Wang Xian felt a shiver run through him, momentarily lost in thought. All these phenomena were visible only to the extraordinary. The ordinary populace remained oblivious. How is this possible? The woman murmured in shock. Wasn't this artifact lost to antiquity? How has it resurfaced in this era? She harbored grave suspicions that the Sun family harbored a formidable entity, claiming dominion over this territory. A contemporary financial titan with such a terrifying stronghold was akin to a den of dragons and tigers. The woman clad in dark red armor retreated, suspended in midair, acutely sensing the chill enveloping her. She could not even breach the residence of a mere financial magnate. What manner of being lurked within that grand, garden-like architectural complex? Were there remnants of monstrous life still alive, or was she merely overthinking? She remained silent for a lengthy spell, hesitating to intrude. Her gaze fixated on the depths of the Sun family, filled with covetous desire. Not only she, but even her master had never possessed such treasures. The audacity of a modern financial titan to harness such extraordinary artifacts ignited a fervent urge within her to obliterate the Sun family and seize them for herself. The bell tolled again. Within the confines of the Sun family, tension permeated among the senior members. They were mere mortals. unable to perceive the silver bell radiating its ethereal glow in the night, nor could they witness the splendid scene when silver ripples danced upon the surface. Yet, when the bell tolled, they could hear its resonant chime and understood its significance, as it had once been the means by which they subdued the enigmatic Mr. Gouet. However, the absence of the extraordinary sun Rongting left them frowning and feeling somewhat inconvenienced. They first needed to replenish the extraordinary materials in the two secret vaults. Sun Rongting spoke, referring to the air collected from the depths and subjected to cold compression, which was routinely used to nourish ancient artifacts. At that moment, a report from beyond the heavens arrived. One of their resource planets was under attack. The countenance of the Sun family's upper echelons shifted dramatically. Could there truly be an assault on the Sun family? Which planet was targeted? Yuanxia Star. A grave-faced individual spoke. What? Sun Rongting, Sun Qingquan, and other core figures sprang to their feet, their expressions darkening. Yuanxia Star, situated merely a few light years from the new star, was a resource-rich planet abundant in rare metals essential for warship construction. Although labeled a resource planet, it housed a clandestine military base belonging to the direct lineage of the Sun family, albeit small in scale, yet exceedingly reliable. It was highly probable that Grant was responsible, seeking vengeance for his granddaughter. Sun Rongting sighed, recalling how they had obliterated the Source Pool Mountain using extraterrestrial warships. Grant had firmly believed that the Sun family was to blame and had annihilated those 3 warships. Has he gone too far, destroying our small base? Does he wish for war? One voiced in discontent. For over a century, they had maintained a position of strength, psychologically advantaged in their rivalry with the West. In these extraordinary times, we must refrain from rash actions. We await Grant's explanation. I believe he does not wish to escalate matters. Draped in dark red armor, the woman Yuan Hong attempted another assault, launching a beam of crimson light from the divine seal in her hand before swiftly retreating. She watched from afar, vigilant for any signs of the divine artifact being activated. Deep within the Sun family, the entirely silver bell rippled with energy. A breathtaking piece of art in the eyes of the extraordinary, a true masterpiece. With a resounding crash, the bell's vibrations dispersed the red beam and counterattacked towards Yuan Hong, who hastily fled. I see no one, Yuan Hong murmured to herself, her gaze intensifying upon the grand bell. The soul-locking bell, once owned by an exceptionally powerful master, had been a prominent figure in the celestial realm 2 centuries ago, invincible in its pursuits. However, its former owner had perished long ago. It could be said that the bell now belonged to no one, and even the return of the celestial beings would not invoke significant consequences. Only after the tolling ceased did she dare to return, her brow furrowed as she suddenly recognized the tragic irony of her situation. Such an extraordinary being, unable to contend even with a mortal family? Times had indeed changed. Was she destined to linger outside, eliminating one after another? In her initial strategy, she had envisioned a swift and merciless invasion, compelling this financial conglomerate to understand the gravity of inciting the celestial beings. Yet now, she found herself speechless and powerless, unable to execute her grand designs. The soul-locking bell, a relic of ancient power, was renowned among extraordinary treasures. In her current ethereal state, it was specifically designed to counter her, rendering her utterly incapable of overcoming it. As for the diminutive golden flag, she dared not approach it, feeling an overwhelming trepidation even to test its aura. Its fearsome reputation was legendary, a relic lost since ancient times. Dubbed the God-slaying flag, its name may seem unremarkable, yet its terrifying power was infamous for annihilating primordial spirits, causing even the most extraordinary figures to succumb beneath its shadow. Yuan Hong furrowed her brows. Time was not on her side, as she had but 3 days to achieve results, lest the forces behind the scenes place blame upon her. With nearly 2 days having passed, she contemplated further probing. That evening, a member of the Sun family emerged, and she swiftly abducted him, snapping his neck and discarding his body amidst the dense thicket of a nearby park. She waited in silence, sensing no unusual activity. Did the Sun family lack any formidable guardians? Yuan Hong's heart quickened. The treasures hidden within the Sun family's vault were too astonishing to resist, even for the most powerful of overseers. She vanished, retreating to her secluded haven to retrieve a precious artifact, intent on plundering the Sun family's divine possessions. In the dead of night, she reappeared, transporting a stone basin of a dusky hue, an extraordinary item that, while lacking formidable offensive capabilities, possessed the ability to attract treasures. Yuan Hong activated the basin, causing it to emit a radiant glow as streams of luminous energy surged toward the Sun family, her aim to seize the hidden riches. Suddenly, with a crack, the basin shattered, and the flowing light dissipated in an instant. Her expression darkened, suspicion creeping in. Did the Sun family harbor some monstrous entity? Is there an elder residing here? She inquired, for such spiritual fluctuations could only be perceived by the extraordinary. Meanwhile, Wang Xian observed the events unfold from his hotel, his mind racing with various associations upon hearing her words. Indeed, he had entertained numerous thoughts prior. Yuan Hong suspected that a surviving beast had taken control of the Sun family, not to protect them, but to covet their divine artifacts. A chilling notion crept into her mind. Could the Celestials have returned prematurely? Had someone claimed this territory as their own, destined to transform it into a sanctuary? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. However, she dismissed the possibility, deeming it unlikely that the supreme beings behind the scenes were yet to arrive, biding their time. Even if someone possessed extraordinary power and sent a subordinate forth, their strength would be significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of approaching items like the soul lock bell or the god-slaying flag. After all, upon their initial arrival, they would exist in a spiritual form, with few retaining a corporeal body. To regenerate flesh in this realm, one would need to locate the remnants of their true bones from yesteryears, a daunting endeavor indeed. Silence enveloped the Sun family vault, devoid of any spiritual resonance. Could it be that they were not human, but rather transformed by some extraordinary treasure? She gazed intently at the soul lock bell and then at the god-slaying flag, her heart racing. Was this all she could muster? She ought to take action against the Sun family. It was imperative to summon the Celestials without delay. Wang Xian, having observed for an extended period, felt a profound disappointment in her. In truth, clad in dark red armor, Yuan Hong believed that exacting vengeance upon the Sun family paled in comparison to the importance of seizing legendary artifacts like the soul lock bell and the god-slaying flag. With no significant figures from the Sun family emerging that night, she refrained from further action, quietly observing and meticulously scrutinizing every detail of their domain. She waited until dawn, when a member of the Sun family ventured out, and she swiftly eliminated 2 of them. Following this, she pursued a spaceship, just as a high-ranking individual from the Sun family was departing. What? The Sun family was taken aback, immediately issuing orders that no important members were to leave the premises, their unease palpable. An extraordinary being was targeting the direct descendants of the Sun family, employing methods that were utterly bizarre, far from the ordinary causes of death. What was the situation? Were there still extraordinary beings that had not been entirely eradicated? Or was it possible that Wang Xian had survived and was now striking against us once more? A wave of tension swept through the Sun family. This was a calculated assassination, too distinctly aimed. With both Christine and Han Solo dead, logically, Wang Xian, who was also present, should not have escaped. Who was avenging us? It couldn't be Chen Yongjia, as he was far removed from our location. Was Wang Xian's spirit lingering? Or had a new extraordinary being emerged? Although Wang Xian did not probe into the Sun family's thoughts, he caught a glimpse of their emotional state when a non-essential member left. He was momentarily speechless. Was he inadvertently becoming a scapegoat? The celestial beings were truly inept, so lacking an effective means to intervene in the mortal realm. Wang Xian silently lamented, genuinely concerned for them. After multiple attempts, Yuan Hong further tested the waters, and after a long wait, she found no extraordinary forces encroaching upon her. She was certain that the Sun family lacked a guardian. What secrets did their vault conceal? Turning away, she realized that with her ethereal form, she could not force her way inside. She needed to report. There were treasures here that would make even the most powerful celestials behind the scenes envious. Once again at Source Pool Mountain, the once molten ground had solidified, and where the peak had stood, there was now only a deep ravine. A cavern had been hollowed out beneath, within which a vague figure resided, the same man who had appeared in the headless statue 2 days prior. He had truly arrived in the mortal realm. The man's form became even more indistinct. He did not possess a tangible body. On that tempestuous night, amidst the clash of blood-red lightning, he had been sent here by a peerless powerhouse. Of course, he had paid a heavy price for this. His strength diminished, his soul scarred, yet surviving was already a stroke of remarkable fortune. Normally, Attempting to return from the celestial realm behind the scenes would result in a 90% chance of being reduced to ashes upon entering the mortal world. The woman bowed deeply before him, her expression grave, and said, "The soul-locking bell is in the Sun family." This object had actually resurfaced? The hazy figure of the man revealed a look of astonishment. This bell must be secured at all costs. It could never fall into the hands of mortals. Even the long-lost god-slaying flag from ancient times had appeared in the Sun family's vault. The woman solemnly informed him. What? The man gasped. Such legendary items re-emerging in an era of declining extraordinary powers was indeed peculiar. Initially, he had not intended to activate his true bones, but it now seemed unavoidable. Without doing so, even he, in his current spirit form, could not approach that object. He had originally planned to explore the Sun family that night and annihilate their stronghold. But it appeared that without deploying his true bones, he would suffer significant losses. How intriguing, to witness treasures thought lost to the ages during a time of mythological decay. The man resolved to take immediate action. Chapter 248. The catastrophe of the celestial immortals. As the man rose from the pitch-black gorge, he was met by the blazing sun, causing him to stagger momentarily. He murmured softly, "My soul is gravely injured. I absorbed the Yin energy during the rain-soaked night, and now, under the scorching rays of the sun, I find myself rather unwell." With a swift motion, he soared into the sky, in search of his true essence, with the woman trailing closely behind. Together, they traversed the heavens beneath the relentless sun. Ultimately, they descended in a mountainous region 3,000 miles away, where remnants of the ancient indigenous people lay, now long abandoned. This man was a human of this planet, sheltered under the auspices of a formidable figure. Enduring the baptism of thunder, his body shattered, leaving behind a spirit form to enter the realm beyond the veil. In essence, had he relied solely on his own strength, he would have most likely perished utterly, leaving nothing behind. The saying that one achieves enlightenment and all beings ascend holds some truth. For that extraordinary master possessed sufficient power to allow those around him to transcend as well. Atop a great mountain, amidst ancient woods and feral thickets, the man summoned his spiritual force to clear away the vines and thorns, finally revealing the rubble below. The once hallowed ground of learning had long since fallen to ruin, with only mottled remnants of history remaining, evoking a profound sigh within him. How many years had passed? Over 2 millennia had slipped away, and those who once wandered in the mortal realm were now lost to time. He found himself entranced, recalling the children who had trained alongside him on this mountain. The brothers and sisters in arms, the elderly mentors, all had vanished into the annals of history, even their graves eluding his search. A wave of emotions surged within him. It had been many years since he felt such poignant nostalgia. His beloved senior sister had wept as she bid him farewell, watching him depart from the mountain gate. Upon his last return before attaining immortality, she had already succumbed to age and death. Now, as he returned once more, her vibrant visage appeared before him. A memory preserved over 2 millennia. Without achieving immortality, all would dissolve into smoke and dust. Yet, even in becoming an immortal, the desire to flee remains. As the curtain falls, all things wither. A lamentable, sorrowful fate. Zhou Yun unearthed the rubble, excavating a subterranean chamber, and therein discovered a jade box. Upon opening it, he found a small fragment of a skull, still pulsating with a vestige of vitality, its charred interior emanating a flicker of life. However, Zhou Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Who had dared to disturb his remains? When he returned to face the tribulation, this place had already fallen into desolation. The gentle senior sister, his brothers, and masters had all perished. Now, he was astonished to find that this bone had been gnawed upon by some creature, leaving only half intact. Having lost much of its vital energy, far less potent than he had anticipated, why had the creature not consumed it entirely, leaving him with but a remnant? His countenance darkened with anger, yet he found no target for his wrath, unsure of who was responsible. Observing the chamber, the jade box, and the true bone closely, he deduced that this disturbance occurred within the last 1 or 2 centuries. Someone had ventured here before. Was there a significant event on the new star over a century ago? Had any powerful transcendent beings emerged? Zhou Yun inquired. Yuan Hong, clad in dark crimson armor, shook his head and replied, "I have only recently awakened from the soul-nurturing peachwood. I am unaware of what transpired over a century ago." Zhou Yun pressed the incomplete true bone against his soul body, and in an instant, Blood-red veins spread from within the charred bone. A jade vessel appeared in his hand, from which a continuous flow of extraordinary substance surged forth, absorbed by the blackened bone fragment. Upon his soul body, the blood threads proliferated, intertwining more and more, gradually outlining a faint blood-colored silhouette. The prospect of true flesh and blood rebirth was far from simple. His current forceful activation, upon reflection, bore no long-term advantages, yet he was compelled to proceed. "Let us depart," Zhou Yun commanded, instantly soaring into the sky. The distance to Kanging City, where the Sun family resided, was a staggering 5,000 or 6,000 miles. Yet for beings of their ethereal nature, it was merely a trifle. Yuan Hong cautioned, "You have now received the nourishing essence of true bone blood, significantly enhancing your power. However, you have also revealed part of your blood aura, which can be detected by sensors. In this era, mortals wield formidable power with battleships and the like. Should you be struck, the consequences would be dire." "What a nuisance." Zhou Yun furrowed his brow. This was no longer the era of over 2,000 years ago. Mortals could inflict severe harm upon him, and the brutal lesson from Sourcepool Mountain was still fresh, less than 3 days past. He allowed the true blood to flow back into the bone fragment, intending to reveal his blood form only when he needed to engage with the soul lock bell and the celestial slaying flag. With the blazing sun high above, they entered Kanging City early. The two soul bodies circled the Sun family's residence 4 times, and after careful observation, Zhou Yun was stirred. He confirmed that the palm-sized golden flag was indeed the legendary celestial slaying flag, which had vanished since ancient times. A rare divine artifact. It was known for slaying primordial spirits, and throughout history, the unparalleled powerhouses who had perished at its hands numbered at least a handful. Zhou Yun sighed, never expecting to witness it in this era. Yuan Hong nodded. "When I first laid eyes upon it, I too found it incredible. While the appearance of other treasures is understandable, the emergence of legendary items during this peculiar period is decidedly uncanny." Zhou Yun frowned and remarked, "Even with the true bone, seizing the celestial slaying flag would be exceedingly perilous, as I am not a true flesh and blood being. First, I must subdue the soul lock bell to utilize it in approaching the celestial slaying flag and then swiftly retreat. Once I achieve flesh and blood rebirth, it shall be a different matter. The soul lock bell is formidable as well, capable of whisking away a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits at a moment's notice." Yuan Hong stated, "At the very least, the soul lock bell seems relatively normal. The celestial slaying flag is far more peculiar and terrifying. Its masters throughout history have not held it for long, so one must exercise caution." Suddenly, Wang Xian awoke from his afternoon slumber to the resounding clang of a great bell. He was astonished. How audacious was that woman to initiate an assault in broad daylight? He sensed an extraordinary aura. A more powerful soul body had appeared. Had the immortals come? Wang Xian cleared his mind, suppressing any excessive mental fluctuations, and after calming himself, he turned to observe the situation at the Sun family's residence. Even without projecting his spirit outwards, as an extraordinary being, he could perceive the soul bodies within the real world, and he beheld a mysterious man. Undoubtedly, this individual's spiritual essence was immensely terrifying, far surpassing that of the woman clad in dark red armor. This person was likely on the verge of transcending to the realm of carefree wandering. Even if not fully there, he was already infinitesimally close, with one foot firmly planted within. The man was exceptionally vigorous, directly employing his supernatural abilities to seize the bell, an act that, under the sun, would appear as nothing short of ghostly to the ordinary observer. As the great bell resounded, a fragment of bone emerged, its crimson veins spreading and enveloping him, transforming him into a sanguine shadow, adorned with blood-red symbols, as he attempted to refine the silver bell. When the silver bell violently trembled, the blood shadow unexpectedly exploded, scattering droplets of blood and causing Yuan Hong's complexion to pale in shock, prompting her to exclaim. This man had emerged from the curtain of darkness, and his true blood had been shattered by the soul-locking bell. However, in the next moment, the true bone radiated light, and the scattered blood flew back, recoating his soul body, forming the blood shadow once more. Yet, although his soul body was struck by the bell's resonance, resulting in no loss of soul fragments, a portion of his soul body was nonetheless shattered. You mentioned the Sun family having secrets. Within this soul-locking bell, someone is concealed, attempting to refine it. Zhou Yun spoke to Yuan Hong, his expression exceedingly grim. He had only just entered the mortal realm and was already injured while assaulting the Sun family's soul body. In the hotel, Wang Xian was astonished. The man's spiritual fluctuations were eerily familiar, reminiscent of the furious roar from the celestial beings that night when the source pool mountain was destroyed. The celestial beings had descended into the mortal world. Although Wang Xian sensed the gravity of the situation, he felt that this individual was not as formidable as initially presumed. Spirits of mischief and malevolence, reveal yourselves. Zhou Chang's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent. To attempt to use another's primordial spirit to offer sacrifice to the bell in hopes of refining it is exceedingly sinister. As he spoke, he summoned several powerful treasures, a snow-white ruler, a cerulean shield, and a flying sword. Notably, a talisman appeared to be extraordinarily potent, affixed directly to the silver bell. He then extended a blood-red hand towards the silver bell, fiercely intent on seizing it. Calm thy wrath, fellow practitioner. I do not wish to harm you. I am trapped within the bell, seeking to save myself. Both my souls and 6 spirits have entered here, and I am compelled to attempt refining the bell for self-preservation. From a distance, in the hotel, Wang Xian realized who was concealed within the bell, the traitor, ensconced within the soul-locking bell. However, the reality differed from what Mr. Ghost had conveyed. The traitor's 3 souls and 7 spirits had mostly entered the bell, actively attempting to refine it. Wang Xian had not fully trusted him at the time, and now it seemed this dubious character indeed harbored malicious intent. If he truly sought to rescue him, it would undoubtedly involve sacrificing him to help refine this extraordinary treasure. Damnable traitor. A glint of cold light flashed in the depths of Wang Xian's eyes. Zhou Chong coldly retorted, "What a farce. Do you truly think I am ignorant? You clearly employed sacrificial techniques just now. Had you not been trapped, it is plausible you might have succeeded." Mr. Ghost replied, "Fellow practitioner, I was merely seeking self-preservation earlier, as I did not know whether you were friend or foe. Since we have laid our cards on the table, shall we move past this?" Zhou Chong ignored him. The talisman affixed to the great bell glowed, evidently diminishing the silver ripples emanating from it. He extended his blood-red hand and grasped the bell's body, intent on taking it away. Yuan Hong was astonished. The man from the curtain was surprisingly powerful, nearly sealing the silver bell. Yet she remained deeply concerned, cautioning, "Be careful." Zhou Chong responded, "This bell has only activated the first layer of runes. If the second layer were to awaken, I would not have come at all. Even with true blood enveloping the soul, it would not withstand the resonance of its toll. My friend, how about releasing me? I shall forfeit this bell and bestow it upon you." The ghostly figure within spoke. "Who are you? Are you related to the beings within the Grand Curtain?" Zhou Chong inquired, refusing to release him, extending a crimson hand across the vast expanse to draw the soul-locking bell from the Sun family's secret vault. "If you do not let me leave, I shall resort to desperate measures, sacrificing myself to activate the second layer of runes." The ghostly figure threatened. In the hotel, Wang Xian gasped in astonishment. The current manifestation of the bell was merely the result of the first layer of runes awakening. The Sun family was in an uproar, shocked by the crimson hand intruding into their residence. It was utterly domineering and audacious, broad daylight, and yet they dared to act so brazenly. Naturally, many trembled in fear, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Waves of energy beams shot forth, firing at the blood-red hand. "Silence," Zhou Chong coldly commanded, his wrath ignited by the Sun family's destruction of the passage to Source Pool Mountain. He unleashed another blood-red hand upon some members of the Sun family. With a resounding explosion, 6 direct descendants of the Sun family perished, their souls extinguished. Zhou Chong, however, was exceedingly cautious, deliberately avoiding a certain area, refraining from attacking in the direction of the god-slaying banner. Even though that object had only awakened the first layer of runes, he maintained a safe distance. Supernatural invasion. Damn it! A member of the Sun family seethed. Simultaneously, Zhou Chong ferociously grasped the bell, attempting to withdraw from the scene, while once more swinging another blood-red hand to seize several high-ranking members of the Sun family, crushing them in his grip. With a splattering sound, they were reduced to mere blood and viscera. Boom! An energy cannon struck Zhou Chong's figure, causing him to stagger backward. At this stage, he was wary of the supercharged energy beams, blood splattering from him. Do mere mortals dare to brandish their claws at the celestial immortals? Zhou Chong declared coldly, retreating with the soul-locking bell. He was struck again by an energy cannon, blood spurting forth, yet he reconstituted himself. In the hotel, Wang Xian observed impassively. He bore no sympathy for the Sun family. Nonetheless, such immortals were also irksome. What right did they have to belittle the mortal realm? Regardless, today he aimed to secure powerful trump cards here. The golden bamboo slips of the pre-Qin era and the god-slaying banner were his targets. It would be even better if he could silently eliminate both the celestial immortals and the Sun family. The calamity of the celestial immortals had finally manifested. An elder of the Sun family, over 100 years old, roared, commenced the mothership reboot plan. Was such a plan truly to be executed? However, it was fraught with terrifying uncertainties. Someone trembled, hesitating as they witnessed the crimson figure retreat. Reboot. They've already invaded. What is there to hesitate about? This generation lacks the spirit. The elder fumed. Chapter 249. Mothership reboot at the horizon beyond Kongning City. Within a subterranean base, a massive mothership rested. Its cold metallic sheen instilling awe in all who faced it. Reboot the mothership plan? Voices trembled as the significance of this base, centered around the mothership, weighed heavily on their hearts. Activating it was of utmost importance, a matter of life and death for the Sun family. Core members of the Sun family had been stationed here for years, and upon receiving the news, they wasted no time in executing the restart plan. A terrifying sound erupted, particularly from the mothership's control room, where an array of unknown information flickered chaotically on the large screen. As it began its preliminary revival, it instantly started transmitting signals into the depths of space, instilling a profound sense of dread. An elderly man quaked, his heart racing with uncertainty about the unfolding situation. For over a century, they had not been strangers to restarting the mothership, striving to decipher cutting-edge black technology. There was no entity more formidable than this. Yet, each time, they were filled with trepidation, fearing what might emerge from the unfathomable void of space. This was the most profound fear nestled within their hearts. Therefore, barring matters of life and death for the Sun family, they would not easily initiate the mothership. The mothership's system emitted a cold voice, inquiring what assistance it could provide. One of the key figures, Sun Ronkuen, quickly articulated their plight: an extraordinary invasion, the arrival of the celestial immortals, and the Sun family's imminent peril in Kongning City. Were the celestial immortals beings comparable to innate divine demons? The mothership processed this information and promptly revealed that while conventional energy sources were abundant, the supply of exotic matter was insufficient to sustain a hunt for beings of divine caliber. It explained that exotic matter encompassed all energy and substances associated with the extraordinary and the divine. Sun Ronkuen was taken aback. They had never mentioned the celestial immortals to the mothership before. It possessed a database containing various information regarding the extraordinary and divine, which was indeed unsettling. What kind of adversaries had it faced in the past? Was there no way to contend with them? Sun Ronkuen felt a rising panic, fearing the total annihilation of the Sun family's stronghold. After scanning, the mothership detected two relatively weak divine beings in Kongning City, both of whom had previously been severely injured. In its assessment, Zhou Chong and Mr. Gui barely qualified as weakened divine entities, yet they were currently in an extremely frail state, allowing for the deployment of the fifth robotic guardian to protect the Sun family. The mothership housed instructional mechas and several robotic models, recommending the activation of the fifth robot, which consumed little exotic matter and could barely unlock secondary capabilities, potentially safeguarding the Sun family. Then, the mothership fell silent, merely transmitting frantic signals, sending an array of indecipherable messages into the unknown depths of the universe. The members of the Sun family felt a chill run down their spines. But there was no time for hesitation. They swiftly activated the fifth robot. Time was of the essence. If they delayed any longer, the Sun family's headquarters could be obliterated. As the fifth robot revived, its cold metallic form, with smooth lines, exuded an aesthetic beauty, standing just over 2 meters tall. It quickly grasped Sun Ronkuen's intentions, its eye sockets shimmering with intensity before settling into a calm demeanor, reminiscent of an aloof human, as it stepped out of the mothership. If there are no matters of urgency, do not disturb me. I wish to return to slumber. The mothership stated before sending one final set of information and extinguishing its screen. Everything should be fine, right? A middle-aged man murmured within the mothership. The mothership hailed from the moon beyond the ancient lands. In the past, 5 motherships were unearthed, embarking towards a new star. For over a century, they have transmitted enigmatic messages, yet have never received a response from the cosmos's depths. The motherships exhibited a remarkable degree of humanity. Once uttering a poignant remark, "The chance is slim, perhaps we shall never return." Within the Sun family, Zhou Yun grasped the silver bell, rapidly retreating, seeking to temporarily distance himself from the Sun household. However, during this process, his potential for destruction was profoundly alarming. The light of his sword swept through, causing the structures of the Zhou family to collapse, their surfaces impeccably flat, the devastation truly overwhelming. Aside from the area surrounding the god-slaying flag, which remained relatively tranquil, the rest suffered catastrophic losses. In an instant, over 50 members of the Sun family perished, including security personnel, domestic staff, collateral relatives, and core executives alike. Various energy cannons and advanced technological weaponry were aimed at Zhou Yun, yet their effectiveness proved disappointing. Even when energy beams scattered his crimson silhouette, he ultimately managed to reassemble his sanguine form. This was not due to the inferiority of the technological weapons. Rather, the bone fragment he possessed could be deemed ethereal, perpetually enduring, an anomaly indeed. Furthermore, this was the stronghold of the Sun family, rendering the deployment of excessively destructive weapons unfeasible, lest the high-ranking members face annihilation as well. Should the mothership's reactivation plan fail, or should time run out, then let the warships obliterate this place, allowing the extraordinary beings to accompany us in death. The trembling elder of the Sun family, filled with anguish and despair, commanded the warships that had already manifested in the sky to prepare for assault. Boom! As Zhou Yun's sword light cleared the surrounding edifices, a blinding beam descended upon him, causing a splattering of blood as his form erupted into crimson mist. This time, he lost a portion of his blood mist and could not fully coalesce once more. Moreover, some charred marks from the lightning strikes on his true bone had begun to flake away. Upon reassembling his blood form, he suddenly looked up, as a small warship unleashed a converging beam that inflicted injury upon him. "I will first seek a location to refine the soul-locking bell. Yuan Hong, exercise caution and do not approach the god-slaying flag. Head to another secret vault of the Sun family. I sense there are astonishing treasures there. Retrieve them all," Zhou Yun commanded, casting a cold glance at the warship in the sky. Then, his blood-colored silhouette flickered, darting away from the Sun family, unwilling to refine the ancient artifact too close to the god-slaying flag. As he stepped out from the Sun family, multiple beams of light intertwined in the sky, descending with even greater velocity than before. Zhou Yun narrowly evaded them, his blood shadow sinking into the ground. Before the Sun family, a terrifying chasm materialized, various soils melting away, while nearby structures began to crack and threaten collapse. He is detected underground, to the right. Boom! Another beam pierced the surface, plunging into the depths, erupting with a dreadful radiance that melted the earth and stone. "Have I granted you enough face?" Zhou Yun spoke coldly, feeling his realm severely diminished from the relentless bombardment. He did not retreat deeper underground. Instead, he surged skyward, altering his trajectory multiple times to close in on the small warship. At this moment, he temporarily stowed away his true bone, relinquishing the blood shadow form, discarding the silver bell. Otherwise, appearing in the sky would render him an easy target. Boom! His soul manifested a beam of sword light, piercing through the diminutive battle sword, which sent shockwaves through the entire Sun family, resulting in a violent explosion in the sky. However, the soaring flying sword was locked onto by another small warship, struck by a beam of light, sending it careening away, dimming and damaging the tip of the sword. Zhou Yun's expression shifted. At that moment, the chime of a bell resonated as the Ghost Master activated the Great Bell, racing against time, still attempting to refine it. Zhou Yun turned and dove down once more, merging with the true bone, his blood-red figure reappearing to vie for control over the soul-locking bell. The Sun family, particularly Yuan Hong, let out cries of alarm, scrambling out in distress. She activated the Crimson Treasure Seal, unleashing a multitude of runes to counter the ominous light pursuing her. She quickly conveyed a message, stating that there were precious treasures in the Sun family's secret vault, specifically a golden bamboo tablet. However, there was something peculiar about it. It seemed to have been set up by someone, posing a grave danger, specifically targeting extraordinary individuals and those whose souls had left their bodies. What? The golden bamboo tablet? The supreme scripture of the sorcerers? Zhou Yun was taken aback, then sighed, realizing that this truly was an extraordinary era where such artifacts could surface in mortal families. Having dwelled in the world behind the curtain for many years, how could he be unaware of such a thing? Those who practiced with the golden bamboo tablet were formidable and renowned masters. Moreover, there were rumors that the golden bamboo tablet and stone slab scriptures were untraceable, their existence shrouded in mystery for countless ages. Even those who had ascended to immortality yearned for the golden bamboo tablet, seeking to decipher it in hopes of discovering flaws in the ultimate sorcerers. In fact, even after achieving immortality, the laws inscribed on the golden bamboo tablet remained applicable for cultivation, allowing one to delve even deeper, which was indeed terrifying. Zhou Yun summoned a talisman, a flash of purple light illuminating as it fell into the secret vault, suppressing the ominous light within. He then summoned the damaged flying sword, slicing into the vault. Boom! The outer region of the vault erupted with a terrifying sound, accompanied by blinding runes illuminating the surroundings. Someone had set this up. Once extraordinary power emerged, the ghostly talismans therein would activate. Who had claimed dominion here first? Zhou Yun's expression turned grave as the talisman he had summoned was swiftly destroyed, causing him heartache, for he possessed few valuable items left. Despite being a member of the unparalleled celestial beings, that individual could only transmit mediocre artifacts to him. Is it you? Zhou Yun looked down at the silver bell. The ghost master exclaimed, "Not me, but another person. I have always felt something was amiss with the Sun family. Someone regards this place as their territory, which greatly unsettles me. I suspect a top-tier power among the celestial beings has set their sights here, intervening in the mortal realm. This area may soon become their dojo." Zhou Yun dismissed this, asserting, "Nonsense. Even the unparalleled celestial beings cannot intervene so arbitrarily. Do you have someone else behind you? An accomplice?" Simultaneously, he returned to the Sun family, driven by the desire for the golden bamboo tablet, feeling that failing to seize such a heavenly treasure would be a regret spanning 3 lifetimes. Furthermore, upon entering the Sun family, the warship in the sky dared not unleash devastating attacks. Of course, he remained prudent, refraining from taking action against the members of the Sun family this time. "Mr. Ghost spoke urgently. "I swear by the curse of the practitioner's shared respect, this truly has nothing to do with me. It must be some other unknown and terrifying being orchestrating this." In the distant sky, robot number 5 hovered, scanning Zhou Yun, gathering data, and preparing to hunt divine demons. In the hotel, Wang Xian was moved. Merely a branch of the Sun family harbored such peculiarities, which was indeed alarming and warranted serious attention. It appeared that some creature had its sights set on the secret vault, claiming it as its territory. Yet, why had it not revealed itself? Wang Xian quietly observed. Waiting for the situation to clarify, there were certain things he must seize today, for if he delayed, and the celestial beings took them away, opportunities would likely vanish thereafter. Chapter 250. Strike first. Zhou Yun gritted his teeth and summoned a pristine ruler, which shot forth at incredible speed, releasing a blinding radiance. Akin to a sun descending upon the secret vault, he understood that the area had been activated like a magical array, imbued with spectral symbols and other elements. He had no time to linger, sensing a looming threat approaching from afar. Boom! He shattered the laws with brute force. This was the Thunder Ruler. After the white light fell, lightning intertwined and struck violently. Regrettably, the ruler had sustained damage when it was sent forth, bearing 4 long cracks. And its thunderous eruption was far from expectations, further fracturing. Ultimately, the Thunder Ruler exploded, finally piercing through the nearly array-like activation of the secret vault. Zhou Yun felt a pang of regret. Had he sufficient time, the ruler could have been gradually restored, yet it was now ruined. However, if he could acquire the golden bamboo slip, this loss would be negligible, especially since he had already obtained the soul-locking bell, a priceless treasure. In the distant sky, a robot rushed in and fired with a thud, striking Zhou Yun and dispersing his blood shadow, causing some traces of heavenly tribulation on his true bones to fall away. He gazed into the distance, his heart racing. It had indeed posed a threat to him. Swish! A dazzling sword light descended as the robot wielded a longsword, slashing towards Zhou Yun with brilliant sword energy illuminating the sky. Technology and extraordinary matter converged as Zhou Yun confronted the robot, deflecting its long sword with his flying sword. Sparks flying as he felt the powerful impact. The robot's icy metallic right arm pointed forward, releasing a luminous circle that descended upon Zhou Yun, proclaiming, "Eons have passed." and the hunt for divine demons feels as if it were just yesterday. Boom. Zhou Chang's palm glowed. The runes of thunder blossomed, shattering the luminous circle. He revealed a strange expression, as if he had heard tales of such extraordinary mechanical monstrosities. Robot number 5 did not evade, absorbing the thunderous impact to gather energy for its own needs. Zhou Chong transmitted a mirror to Yuan Hong, saying, "Use this mirror to shield yourself and avoid the divine slaying banner. It can reveal various oddities. Other treasures can be forsaken, but you must retrieve the golden bamboo slip." He himself grasped the silver bell, confronting the robot in fierce combat, swiftly retreating from the area, fearing the mysterious extraordinary robot would target Yuan Hong. This bell had been spoken of long ago. Its third-generation master was incredibly formidable. The robot gazed thoughtfully at the silver clock in Zhou Chong's hand. Zhou Chong summoned his mental energy, attempting to tear apart the intricate components within the robot. In an instant, however, his psychic force was engulfed, proving ineffective. His expression shifted as he sensed that the robot harbored a unique conversion device, capable of decomposing mental energy for its own use. This mechanical monstrosity rivaled a rare treasure. He steeled himself, ready for battle. In a heartbeat, he unleashed his flying sword, infused with potent otherworldly essence, aiming for the robot's head. The robot dimmed, seemingly in a frenzy to absorb the extraordinary material, its internal power system pulsating with vibrant energy symbols. With a clash, the fifth robot raised its sword to block the flying blade, further scanning and collecting various data while simultaneously breaking down the extraordinary essence for its own benefit. Boom. Zhou Chong's blood-red hand struck out, akin to crashing waves against the shore, weaving an intricate tapestry of mysterious patterns that troubled the robot. Its eye sockets flickered with rapid brilliance, swiftly analyzing and disassembling the extraordinary essence to counteract the encroaching supernatural runes. The battle between the two raged fiercely. Boom. The robot opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of light more blinding than lightning, composed of alien matter. Zhou Chong's blood-red hand dimmed under the force, nearly erupting once more. The fifth robot fired a concentrated energy cannon from its eye socket, striking Zhou Chong and causing his blood shadow to shatter. Subsequently, a hand, formed from alien matter, extended from the robot's chest, swiftly reaching for Zhou Chong's true essence. Zhou Chong swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding capture. In this brief skirmish, Zhou Chong found himself struggling to adapt to the creature's tactics, as it adeptly absorbed and decomposed extraordinary materials for its own use, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Boom. Zhou Chong slowly swept his palm, utilizing his celestial bone to invoke a modicum of extraordinary principles. With a sharp sound, sparks of electricity danced across the fifth robot's arm, causing metal fragments to cascade down. This momentarily hindered the robot, nearly crippling its arm. Zhou Chong, too, felt the toll, as his realm had significantly diminished, rendering many of his techniques difficult to execute. The clash of sword light and energy blasts continued to erupt, alien matter boiling around them as they surged into the distance, demolishing structures and shattering the ground, burrowing underground. Wang Xian observed the two departing figures with profound eyes, murmuring to himself, since the celestial beings entered the mortal realm, they had been drastically diminished in power. For him, this was a stroke of fortune, alleviating pressure, as long as his cultivation speed remained swift. Surpassing the returning celestial beings was not beyond possibility. Wang Xian then turned his attention to the Sun family, noting the astonishing array of strange entities emerging today. He remained poised to act, ready to seize his own fortune. Before the Sun family's secret vault, Yuan Hong struck, wielding a precious mirror that drew forth a golden bamboo scroll, which floated slowly from within. She sensed the distinctiveness of this place. The Sun family was established upon ancient ruins, and the vault connected to the underground. She felt something was amiss, but dared not delve deeper. However, with the most perilous of the nether symbols breached by Zhou Chong, the danger had diminished. The golden bamboo scroll floated gracefully towards her. There are a total of 27 pieces, each merely 8 centimeters in length, gleaming like golden jade, all intricately carved from the ethereal divine bamboo. For golden bamboo slips exist, which signifies a total of 108 pieces. Her gaze burned with fervor, having heard whispers of those legendary tales. The unification of the 4 slips was simply unimaginable. Merely cultivating a single scripture could forge unparalleled power, commanding the winds and rains in the celestial realm beyond the veil. As she reached out, one of the bamboo slips fell during her attempt to retrieve them all at once, leaving her both astonished and vigilant. She then noticed that certain treasures within the secret vault emitted a glow, binding the golden bamboo slips. She had to muster her strength to contend for them, yet dared not step inside. Wang Xian observed from a distance. Sensing that the moment to act had arrived, the opportunity was fleeting and could not be squandered any longer. Before making his move, he concentrated his spirit, wishing to discern the essence of the divine slaying flag. Zhou Yun, Mr. Ghost, and the mechanic had all departed, the true experts having left. He no longer feared being detected while lying in wait. Wang Xian employed his spiritual eye, piercing through the extraordinary mist to uncover anomalies, realizing that someone had obscured the truth through special means. Beneath the location of the divine slaying flag, white mist billowed, remnants left by formidable opponents. With a myriad of extraordinary runes that tugged at the small flag, ready to be activated at any moment. Wang Xian had reason to believe that anyone daring enough to seize the divine slaying flag would trigger the runes within the white mist, fully unleashing its terrifying might. Even with a physical body to safeguard his spirit, it would be entirely insufficient. Should the palm-sized golden flag erupt in full force, those in proximity would meet a grim fate. Zhou Yun refrained from acting recklessly, intending to subdue the soul lock bell first before using it to claim the divine slaying flag. Wang Xian acutely realized that obtaining the divine slaying flag would not be an easy task. Nonetheless, he could not afford to delay. Seizing the moment while Zhou Yun and the mechanic were further away, it was now his turn to strike. He affixed an invisibility talisman to himself, exited the hotel swiftly, and entered the Sun residence. He caught a glimpse of the woman clad in red armor, Yuan Hong, yet chose not to disturb her. This time, fully armed to acquire the divine slaying flag, Wang Xian still had some distance to cover. He activated the ancient lamp, enveloping himself in a protective light barrier. Next, he retrieved a small gourd of vibrant yellow hue, directing it not at the divine slaying flag, but rather at the underground area through the red light barrier, quietly siphoning away the earth and stone to reveal the white mist and the densely packed runes. The ancient lamp and the small gourd were powerful treasures. Yet in this quest for the divine slaying flag, they had been reduced to mere excavation tools. With a whoosh, the ancient lamp glimmered, and he unleashed a long, arrow-like beam, piercing into the runes below, wreaking havoc. However, this was perilous. While the rune area dimmed, other regions brightened, forcibly activating the divine slaying flag. Wang Xian's hair stood on end. Even with a physical body to shield his spirit, he felt an immense threat. As the palm-sized golden flag stirred, golden patterns intertwined and spread outward. With a swift motion, he fled, cloaked in the crimson brilliance of the ancient lamp, using the vibrant yellow gourd as a shield behind him, radiating auspicious light. Wang Xian fled from the Sun family, narrowly evading the golden patterns of the slashing god flag that seemed to recognize him, as they pursued him over a considerable distance. On the other side, Yuan Hong was also affected, bewildered by the sudden revival of the golden flag. She had initially managed to draw the golden bamboo slip into the air, almost freeing it from the suppression of the other treasures in the secret vault, but now her efforts were rendered futile as the slip fell once more, prompting her to escape hastily. In her moment of uncertainty, she failed to notice Wang Xian, cloaked in invisibility. Moments later, the two secret vaults of the Sun family fell silent again. Yuan Hong proceeded to the first vault to retrieve the golden bamboo slip. Meanwhile, Wang Xian approached the vault housing the slashing god flag once more, observing that a section of the underground runes had been breached, yielding promising results. This time, he withdrew to a safe distance outside the Sun family estate, employing an ancient lamp to attack that area. Unleashing a flurry of crimson arrows that soared like a rainbow piercing the sky, embedding themselves into the ground, he made a decisive retreat. Yuan Hong roared in frustration. She was on the verge of success when the golden bamboo slip fell once again within the vault, and the slashing god flag unleashed its fury, more ferocious than before, sending her fleeing in terror. However, the interwoven golden patterns were now alarmingly close, forcing her to activate the red divine seal in her possession, releasing a soul entity. The elderly figure with purple hair, stripped of a soul and two spirits, appeared, ready to act, but was struck by the golden patterns, disintegrating into ashes without leaving a trace. Yet, the golden patterns continued to spread, showing no signs of retreat. Enraged and frightened, Yuan Hong activated the red treasure seal once more, summoning two more soul entities, Christine and Han Solo. Their joyous exclamations upon seeing the light quickly froze as they were engulfed by the golden radiance, their spiritual forms turning to dust. Yuan Hong narrowly escaped disaster. Her eyes cold as she utilized the treasure mirror bestowed upon her by Zhou Chong, illuminating her surroundings until she finally spotted Wang Xian, revealing him despite his invisibility. You, who attempted to steal the slashing god flag earlier. Yuan Hong's expression turned icy. She refrained from immediate confrontation. Recognizing the potential threat posed by his physical form suited for theft, as well as his considerable strength and possession of two extraordinary treasures, she was in a weakened state. Having been bombarded at Source Pool Mountain, her vitality far from restored. We are both extraordinary beings. Let us collaborate in our quest for treasures. She suppressed her urge to strike, her heart filled with murderous intent, contemplating using Wang Xian as a tool to prolong the theft until Zhou Chong returned to eliminate him. Very well, I shall further contemplate how to retrieve the slashing god flag. You can proceed to obtain the golden bamboo slip. Wang Xian nodded. He was acutely aware that this woman was not to be underestimated. She had previously sought to mark him with her red treasure seal to bind him to her will. He too regarded her as a mere instrument. If they could both procure treasures simultaneously, it would save considerable time. Naturally, he needed to exercise caution this time, avoiding any interference. Wang Xian assessed the situation. If he struck again, the runes beneath the slashing god flag would likely be almost destroyed, allowing him to retrieve the golden flag without further hindrance. However, this time, Yuan Hong did not attempt to manipulate the golden bamboo scroll. Instead, she fixated her gaze upon Wang Xian, observing him as he retrieved the god-slaying flag, while secretly wielding the precious mirror and the red magical seal in preparation. Was this a form of oversight, urging him to acquire the treasure? Simultaneously, Wang Xian, with heightened perception, suddenly sensed a female Taoist lurking at a considerable distance behind him, as Yuan Hong released the final soul entity contained within the red magical seal. Since the adversary was unwilling to serve as a mere tool and might strike at any moment, why keep her around? To expedite the resolution, Wang Xian summoned the thunderous talisman, believing it to be particularly effective against soul entities. In order to avoid unforeseen complications and swiftly seize the god-slaying flag, he did not hesitate to expend it. Boom! He struck first, unleashing a bolt of lightning that erupted with immense force, directly impacting the woman and eliciting a scream as half of her body was obliterated. In astonishment, Wang Xian realized the talisman's power exceeded expectations. Having annihilated half of his foe's form, he promptly stowed the fire talisman, deeming further usage excessively wasteful. Yuan Hong, in despair, found herself gravely weakened after the injuries sustained in the Source Pool Mountain, and now, with half of her soul entity obliterated, her fate appeared dire. The magical seal in her possession, previously damaged by the soul lock bell, was now fraught with cracks resembling a spider's web, on the brink of disintegration. The precious mirror gifted to her by Zhou Chong had been damaged upon its arrival in the present world, and now further fissures had formed, creating 6 long cracks. Yuan Hong sought to escape, but a terrifying beam of light had already surged forth. Wang Xian would not grant her the opportunity. The moment he retracted the fire talisman, he activated the ancient lamp, violently shredding her defenses. The flames transformed into arrow-like feathers, piercing through the skies like a divine rainbow. Crack! Yuan Hong attempted to block with her crimson magical seal, but her efforts proved futile. Having been on the verge of shattering, it exploded into dozens of red shards. Her complexion paled. Not long ago, she had intended to inscribe a mark upon Wang Xian's brow, claiming him as her servant. Yet now she found herself on the brink of annihilation. Kill! She whispered, commanding the distant female Taoist to assist in fending off the enemy. A figure rushed towards Wang Xian from behind. He did not turn, instead aiming the gleaming yellow gourd in his hand towards the rear. It was a formidable, extraordinary treasure, exuding a dazzling light that scattered the approaching figure. Yuan Hong hastily fled, utilizing her damaged mirror to reflect light towards Wang Xian, hoping to shield herself from his assault and secure a path to survival. This mirror was indeed a rare treasure, casting a blinding beam that pierced through various structures, melting them in its wake. Wang Xian remained calm, as the yellow gourd in his hand devoured the radiant beam, absorbing it entirely. In the next moment, the mouth of the gourd glowed, releasing an even thicker beam that struck the precious mirror, causing the existing cracks to expand instantaneously. The mirror shattered, a precious artifact lost, as shards of glass scattered everywhere. The ancient lantern, suspended from one side of Wang Xian's shoulder, emitted a hazy glow that shot forth a blinding arrow, piercing a woman and causing her to shatter. Wang Xian was certain that had he ventured to Source Pool Mountain that fateful night, Christine and Hanselo's destinies would have mirrored his own, enslaved by this woman. Thus, he showed no mercy. When it came to killing, he struck without hesitation, regardless of any celestial beings that might stand behind her. Since she harbored deep malice toward him, her demise was inevitable. The only regret was the loss of the Thunder Talisman, now squandered. In an instant, Wang Xian acted again with no delay. The flames of the ancient lantern flickered as he conjured 3 crimson arrows that plunged into the rune-laden ground ahead. Simultaneously, he summoned the dark golden vessel, a palm-sized treasure that radiated light and expanded instantaneously. He ascended upon it, transforming into a streak of light that sped away. Indeed, this final assault was particularly resplendent as the runes were obliterated, emanating an almost incendiary brilliance that invigorated the god-slaying flag. The palm-sized golden banner unfurled gently, its golden patterns sprawling outward like waves crashing toward the heavens. Wang Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling the precariousness of his situation. Had he not been thoroughly prepared, employing the flying treasure, this final strike would likely have ensnared him. Who orchestrated this? A sense of unease crept over him. This was no ordinary tactic. It was likely the work of a being at the level of the carefree, a formidable expert in the contemporary world. He retrieved the small flag with the audacity of snatching food from a tiger's mouth, leaving him unsettled. Fortunately, he was cloaked in an invisibility charm, remaining undetected, and the woman who knew too much had already perished. As the golden ripples in the sky faded, he piloted the dark golden vessel back swiftly. The god-slaying flag lay silent. With the destruction of the runes below, it no longer posed such a threat. Wang Xian dared not approach too closely. Even without the array's activation, it remained exceedingly perilous. He summoned a small, golden gourd to collect it. The gourd's mouth glowed, exuding auspicious radiance that coiled around the flag, gradually drawing it from its hidden vault and inching closer. Wang Xian was moved. Though the god-slaying flag was not larger than his palm, it felt extraordinarily heavy upon collection, as if he were hauling a small mountain. Particularly unsettling was the gourd's tremor as the flag drew near, causing him to wonder if it was a bloodline suppression. Along the way, the flag quivered, emitting ripples that sent chills down Wang Xian's spine, nearly prompting him to abandon it and strike the gourd. Fortunately, it was merely a momentary flutter before it fell silent again. With a soft whoosh, the gourd trembled, leaving Wang Xian speechless as he cautiously stowed the god-slaying flag within the fragment of his blessed land. At last, Wang Xian exhaled deeply. Though the ordeal was brief, it was fraught with peril, yet he had finally achieved his desire, acquiring this legendary treasure. Regardless of any karmic ties it might entail, he no longer cared. With the god-slaying flag in his possession, as long as he diligently enhanced his strength, even amidst the impending chaos of demons and various monsters, he would possess a measure of confidence. Especially, the god-slaying flag bore exceptional lethality against the souls that emerged from the Great Veil. He stood before another secret vault, continuing the unfinished task of the woman. He refrained from entering the vault, fearing he might become ensnared. 27 golden bamboo slips lay scattered nearby, perilously close to the exit. With a surge of mental energy, he attempted to lift the shimmering slips. Yet within the vault, some enigmatic artifacts began to glow, ensnaring the slips and preventing their escape. What was the situation? If a skilled individual had set this up, why not simply retrieve them directly? Straining with effort, he felt beads of sweat forming as he drew closer to the vault's exit, the resistance intensifying. He also had to remain vigilant, constantly aware of his surroundings, fearing an ambush from Zhou Yun and the mechanized beings that could prove fatal. He hesitated, contemplating whether to resort to brute force and breach the vault, perhaps uncovering additional treasures in the process. Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light erupted from within the vault, nearly piercing his brow, swift, precise, and lethal. Had someone been lurking inside the vault, striking at the critical moment? Was it the one who orchestrated this setup? Just as he was about to be struck, he summoned a vision from his training, Although it belonged to the realm of the mind, it could influence the physical world, proving more formidable than many artifacts. This mental phenomenon slightly hindered the sword light, allowing him to swiftly evade the terrifying blow, while an ancient lamp rose to envelop him in a crimson glow. Indeed, there were creatures within the vault, yet upon seeing one, he was taken aback. A 3-inch tall copper figure wielding a diminutive sword. A mere puppet? It had nearly dispatched him in an instant, causing a cold sweat to break out. This place had a master. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a sword talisman with a resounding crash. The figure, akin to a miniature sun, erupted in light and was swiftly engulfed by the talisman. Faintly, he heard a low growl. The puppet's eyes glinted with malice as its sword light surged, becoming a formidable threat. However, the talisman he possessed was mysterious, amplifying the sword light. Amidst the terrifying clash, the copper figure was left scarred with sword wounds, ultimately shattering into fragments. King Xian felt overwhelmed. The Sun family was indeed regarded as territory by some creature, fraught with dangers, yet the reason for the strong presence's absence remained a mystery. He swiftly drew the golden bamboo slips, this time with greater ease, successfully retrieving them. The slips, smooth as jade, appeared to be the most exquisite creations of the heavens, glimmering with intricate engravings. Now was not the time for admiration. Despite his overwhelming excitement, he quickly stored them within the fragments of his blessed land. He had obtained a supreme scripture. The mortal realm was a vast domain, further divided into numerous smaller realms, including mist, burning lamp, fate soil, and herb gathering, which were universally applicable across various systems. After gathering herbs, he would need to determine his path, with the golden bamboo slips in hand. Possessing a supreme scripture bore immense significance for him, serving as a crucial reference, an invaluable treasure. He cast a glance back toward the vault, hesitating momentarily, yet he refrained from stepping inside, his spirit still uneasy, convinced that something strange lingered within. In a hidden treasury, a gilded statue of a Buddha seemed poised to open its eyes. Initially dismissing it as a mere illusion, he soon beheld a brilliant coral tree, unexpectedly emanating a flowing crimson aura. As Lao Zong had once remarked, one should not indulge excessively in wealth, nor wield power without restraint. At this moment, Wang Xian felt an inner resolve to leave a thread of hope for future encounters. He turned and departed, having acquired what he most desired. There was no need to court danger. Should he become ensnared in this place, regret would come too late. His invisibility talisman still had some time left, and before departing, he traversed the garden-like architecture of the Sun family, only to discover that the senior members had already fled in their spacecraft. This left him somewhat disheartened, as he had wished to quell their arrogance. Nevertheless, the celestial beings had imparted a lesson to them, and it was likely they would feel trepidation for a while, hoping to behave with decorum. Yet, should they persist in their folly, the account would be settled in due time. As he navigated through the Sun family's complex, he sensed a peculiar anomaly. Within an ancient edifice, the mysterious essence was more potent than in the temples and monasteries of other affluent clans. It was neither a Buddhist temple nor a Taoist shrine, but a shrine dedicated to whom? Was it a mythic entity from folklore, a demon god, or a celestial deity? This place was truly strange. Wang Xian suspected the density of the mysterious essence was excessive. Feeling an unease, he dared not linger. He summoned his dark golden vessel, propelling himself into the sky. Seated within the flying craft, he transcended his physical form, using his spiritual eye to scrutinize the shrine, meticulously searching for clarity and understanding. At last, he made a remarkable discovery. Within a statue, the mysterious essence was surging. It contained not just a bone, but flesh had begun to form, cloaked in a cocoon-like radiance, pulsating with vibrant life. Was it the foundation of true bone intended for the recreation of a corporeal body? A shadowy figure lay dormant within. Had it not been for Wang Xian's spiritual eye, such a secret would have remained undiscovered. He piloted his vessel swiftly away, vanishing into the horizon. The Sun family's treasury, perceived as a personal domain, was indeed claimed. Wang Xian's expression turned grave as various creatures emerged, celestial beings, automatons, and enigmatic deities. It seemed chaos was about to ensue. Chapter 252. The sword immortal has perished as the flying vessel departed. It formed a shimmering barrier. Though the winds howled outside, the interior remained serene. This was Wang Xian's first experience navigating such a treasure across the skies, evoking a sense of novelty. He remained vigilant, assessing the potential for the substance to deplete, which would result in a catastrophic descent, leading to his demise. Presently, he was gauging how far the vessel could travel, accumulating knowledge for future battles and escapes. So far, he felt content. No wonder it had taken multiple infusions of the substance to power the craft before. It resembled an endless abyss. There was no need to squander any more resources. He was certain that a single replenishment would allow the vessel to voyage for an extended duration. At that moment, the invisibility talisman was about to expire. Should someone glimpse the vessel soaring through the heavens, and it were to be struck down by a battleship, the outcome would be disastrous. Having resolved matters, Wang Xian distanced himself from Kongning City, disappearing into the mountains and forests hundreds of miles away, thus vanishing from sight. Amidst the fervent discourse of the outside world, the formidable Sun family, a super conglomerate, has come under siege, resulting in the destruction of numerous edifices and the tragic loss of dozens of lives. Undoubtedly a monumental news event. The audacity of the assault on the Sun family's stronghold raises questions. Who possesses such ferocity, defying the odds? Across various platforms, the public is abuzz with speculation, a palpable sense of disbelief permeating the air. It has been many years since such a calamity befell the headquarters of a super tycoon. Could it be the work of a legendary swordsman? What egregious actions did the Sun family commit to provoke such wrath? In the immediate aftermath, thoughts turned to Wang Xian. As he had been in the most vehement opposition to the Sun family, their last encounter having ignited real animosity, reconciliation seemed impossible. However, preliminary surveillance suggests that Wang Xian may not be involved. Observers noted that the area surrounding the Sun family was saturated with extraordinary energies, causing various detection devices to malfunction and sustain extensive damage. Only from afar could these instruments capture fragments of the unfolding chaos. A crimson figure was seen engaged in a fierce battle with a mechanized entity, descending into the depths below, while a series of catastrophic events erupted at the Sun family's premises. The Sun family has certainly received a harsh lesson. Yet the true nature of that bloodied apparition remains shrouded in mystery. Its capacity for destruction is astonishing. The external environment remains tumultuous, with discussions proliferating among various factions. As the battle rages on, Zhou Chong and the 5th Mechanical Unit engage in a fierce underground struggle, the situation spiraling out of control as they burst forth from the earth, inadvertently demolishing a shopping mall. This chaos has affected innocent bystanders, resulting in numerous injuries and even fatalities, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood, yet the combatants show no inclination to cease their onslaught, retreating once more into the subterranean depths. Such a spectacle is indeed terrifying. War waged within the city, heedless of the common populace's plight, has sent shockwaves through the community. Fortunately, Zhou Chong and the 5th Mechanical Unit have not resurfaced for an extended period, suggesting that their next encounter may determine their fates. That mechanical entity is extraordinary. Did you observe? It can contend with the extraordinary and even employs arcane abilities, transforming in the process. The 5th Mechanical Unit had once erupted from the surface, morphing into a diminutive warship, unleashing a barrage that left Zhou Chong severely wounded. Yet, the 5th Mechanical Unit appears dissatisfied, limited to a secondary operational state. With a deficiency of various energy sources, were it in its prime, it would have been capable of capturing formidable innate deities. Zhou Chong, seething with frustration, believes that, were he at his peak, he could invoke extraordinary laws to obliterate swathes of mechanical monstrosities. Deep underground, the two combatants traverse vast caverns toward a hidden river. You possess sentience, Zhou Chong exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, sensing that this mechanical entity transcends mere technological constructs. All beings harbor spirits, each undergoing their own trials. The celestial beings have fallen behind. The 5th Mechanical Unit, surprisingly, adopts a grave demeanor. After one of its mechanical arms was severed, energy sparks erupted, yet it reconnected. The metallic limb melting and appearing almost alive, writhing and merging back into place, swiftly restoring itself. Zhou Chong felt a weight upon his heart. This metallic monstrosity proves to be a formidable adversary. In the external realm, the conglomerates are increasingly aware, with senior figures from prominent organizations wearing expressions of gravity. Particularly the Zhong and Qin families, as super tycoons themselves with motherships, they surmise the origins of the 5th Mechanical Unit. In the past, 5 motherships were unearthed on the moon, giving rise to the present 5 superpowers. They promptly communicated with the upper echelons of the Sun family. Learning that the Sun family had indeed been compelled to reactivate the mothership, resulting in the emergence of a mysterious automaton. Have you witnessed the calamity that ensues when extraordinary beings turn to chaos? All major organizations must unite. The Sun family spoke with a heavy tone, as their executives continuously engaged in discussions with various conglomerates. Other powerful factions inquired earnestly about the situation, seeking clarity on the identity of the adversary and the reasons behind these events. The Sun family fell into a moment of silence, as they remained unaware of the formidable entity they had offended, one that had disrupted the return of an unparalleled powerhouse. Beneath the city of Conning, the fifth automaton transformed once again, morphing into a frigid metallic cannon. Despite its depleted energy, it unleashed a terrifying energy beam with a resounding blast. After the blood shadow of Zhou Yun detonated, a portion of the blood was obliterated and could not return. His reappearing blood shadow became increasingly indistinct, his expression darkening profoundly. Reluctantly, he was compelled to activate his true bone, depleting his celestial essence to wield extraordinary rules. Crack! Not far away, the fifth automaton was torn into 4 pieces. Yet it did not perish. It melted and reconstituted itself, this time transforming into a mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Boom! It lunged forth with lightning speed, willingly subjecting itself to the extraordinary rules once more, splitting in 2, while at that moment, its energy cannon struck the opponent, dislodging the true bone. The severed head of the Tyrannosaurus clamped down on the only true bone Zhou Yun had left in this realm after undergoing tribulation. Crack! The fifth automaton seemed to engage in a death roll, intent on obliterating the celestial bone. Zhou Yun found himself at a loss for words to describe this mechanical monstrosity. At times it exuded a sense of advanced technology, at other times it embodied the essence of an extraordinary being, and at moments it resembled a primordial, savage behemoth, resorting to every conceivable tactic, even resorting to biting now. A blinding light erupted as energy beams blossomed from the metallic Tyrannosaurus maw, striking the bone and emitting a faint, crisp sound. Zhou Yun's true bone, already marred by cracks from the tribulation he had once faced, now bore an even larger fissure. The fifth automaton had truly inflicted grave damage upon him. All of Zhou Yun's efforts were met with equal force against the foe. Extraordinary rules radiated forth, and with a thunderous crash, the fifth automaton was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Yet, he wore no semblance of joy as he gazed upon the expanding crack in the celestial bone. The entire piece of true bone, which represented his active essence left in this world, was on the verge of shattering. This essence required gradual nurturing and growth to eventually reconstruct his true form. Yet a portion of it was now squandered here. Active essence was his very lifeblood, and losing any of it was more terrifying than a severe depletion of vitality. Just as he prepared to summon his flying sword to completely grind the metallic fragments into dust, they surged together at remarkable speed, melting and then transforming into a metallic leopard that fled. The fifth automaton realized that in its secondary unlocked state, it was no match for this formidable adversary. As the opponent gradually deciphered its various abilities, Zhou Yun's expression shifted. Despite the current state of affairs, the adversary could still reconstitute its form. He invoked the extraordinary rules once more, his voice icy. I have found your similar essence of light. The fifth robot is extraordinary, containing a substance akin to a spiritual entity, divided into multiple parts, discreetly scattered throughout its body. With a swift whoosh, it unleashed an extraordinary rule, piercing through the luminous orbs thrice. However, the metallic leopard did not halt its pace. It surged forth like a bolt of lightning, escaping the surface towards the mothership base outside of Corning City. Zhou Yun pursued relentlessly, but as he exited the city, he abruptly halted, sensing an unsettling presence ahead. Instinctively, he turned back to the Sun family's residence. Then, he was taken aback. Where was the god-slaying banner? Time had not passed long. Who could have taken it? He found it hard to believe. Lowering his gaze to the silver bell, he inquired, "Do you still have a soul and spirit abroad? Was it you?" The spirit vehemently protested its innocence, making it clear that its soul and spirit were hiding far away in a jade coffin, too fearful to approach this place. If I were to fail in refining the divine bell and perish here, that soul and spirit would still hold the hope of resurrection. How could I possibly allow it to contemplate the perilous god-slaying banner? What of Yuan Hong? Zhou Chang's gaze fell upon the shattered fragments of the precious mirror on the ground, and his heart sank. He realized that during his absence, calamity had befallen this place. His blood-colored figure trembled, his eyes icy. That was the god-slaying banner, long thought lost to the ancient era, and he had missed this rare opportunity. Upon entering the Sun residence, he noticed that the golden bamboo slips were also missing. He staggered, overwhelmed by an impulse to vomit blood. A chilling wave coursed through him. He had believed himself to be the first being to return from behind the great curtain, yet it appeared that others had arrived even earlier, perhaps more than one. He discerned the anomalies within the two secret vaults, but dared not venture inside. He sought to calm himself. The soul-locking bell he had acquired was indeed a divine artifact from ancient legends, and while it may not rival the god-slaying banner, it was not much inferior. Contemplating this brought him some solace. Silently, he prowled the Sun family estate, intent on delivering a fatal blow to eradicate this clan. He had sworn to the unparalleled powers behind the curtain that he would eliminate these mortals within 3 days, after which he would devise a way to reconstruct the passage. Upon arriving at the shrine, Zhou Chong felt his heart race. His true bones were with him, rendering him particularly sensitive to mysterious forces and the beings destined for ascension. He sensed the true bones within the statue and then discerned that it had manifested flesh and blood, lying in a deep slumber. In that moment, his hair stood on end. Indeed, there was a master here. Could it be that an unparalleled powerhouse had paid a grievous price to stealthily return? With the soul-locking bell in hand, his expression darkened, uncertain. The celestial realm beyond the great curtain was far from the serene image he had envisaged, after years of warfare. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate the slumbering figure? Ultimately, however, he recoiled, silently retreating from the scene, fearing the wrath of a formidable being. He recognized the intentions of the figure, seizing the Sun family's secret vault, appropriating all treasures, transforming this place into a sanctuary. If, in 3 years, the myth were to decay completely, and the celestial beings fell, unable to rise again, the figure need not worry. They had already laid plans in advance, taking control of a financial conglomerate, ensuring that they would not suffer a dismal existence as mere mortals, still able to summon the winds and rain. Zhou Chong sighed, reflecting on the passage of over 2 millennia, a time during which the world had undergone profound transformations. The realm of mortals had become so formidable that even the celestial beings could be grievously wounded, a notion that both astonished and unsettled him. In his era, the mere descent of an extraordinary being could alter the course of dynasties. Yet in this new age, what had he experienced in just 3 days? First, he had been bombarded by warships on Mount Yuanqi, obliterating the passage, and today he had faced a mechanical adversary that had repeatedly shattered his crimson figure. The world had indeed turned upside down. He sighed gently, realizing he needed to lie low for a time, to heal his wounds and acclimatize himself to the current state of affairs in this new era. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light descended from the heavens, striking him with a surge of anger. Though caught off guard, he was also aware of other forces targeting him. High above, the fifth mechanical being commanded the Sun family's warship, personally directing the assault on Zhou Chong. A sharp crack resounded as his true essence fractured, blood splattering forth as he roared, resonating with the humming of the soul-locking bell before sinking into the earth. He had escaped through earth manipulation. Zhou Chong had never envisioned such a dismal day upon his return to the mortal realm, facing such brutality and humiliation. Was there anyone more wretched than he, who had transcended? While Kongning City remained tranquil, the outside world erupted into chaos, stirring immense waves of inquiry. Even the Sun family's attempts to conceal the truth were futile, as relentless questioning from various factions, alongside revelations from certain individuals, led the populace to uncover many truths. An extraordinary gathering had taken place on Mount Yuanqi, where the Sun family had aimed to eradicate all attendees through bombardment, only to awaken a hornet's nest. Among the revelations, Grant of the Argon Consortium mourned deeply, often lamenting to others that he could still hear Christine's sorrowful cries in his dreams, her demise having been particularly tragic. Some extraordinary beings sought revenge against the Sun family, though not Wang Xian. What of the Sword Immortal? Could it be that he had perished on Mount Yuanqi, struck down by the warships of the Sun family? Days turned into weeks as the events surrounding Mount Yuanqi continued to escalate. Some speculated on the true strength of the Blood Shadow. Others pondered the origins of the mechanical being, while many discussed the fate of Wang Xian. Surely, He had not truly been vanquished by the Sun family. Concern rippled through familiar circles as Wang Xian remained elusive, with no trace of him to be found, leaving even Zhong Cheng and Zhou Yun heavy-hearted. Professor Lin and Qin Sheng incessantly contacted various parties in a desperate bid to locate Wang Xian, their anxiety palpable. Fearing for his safety, had misfortune truly befallen him? Even Guan Lin furrowed her brow in worry. Old Chen shook his head with confidence, firmly believing that Wang Xian would not meet his demise. Yet he remarked, "If this boy were to meet an untimely end, then I shall name my son Qin Xian." As 2 months slipped away, Wang Xian remained absent, leaving many acquaintances unsettled, while others began to conclude that the sword immortal had perished. In the solitude of the mountains, Wang Xian found solace in being undisturbed, free from the scrutiny of the powerful. His cultivation was pure, a rare escape from the gaze of the Sun family and others, allowing him to engage in tranquil practice. During this period, he focused primarily on the golden bamboo slips, delving into this supreme scripture, all in pursuit of a definitive path forward. Moreover, he is gradually refining the god-slaying banner, an object of terrifying potency that can only be approached with the passage of time and utmost caution. During the 2 months of Wang Xian's disappearance, the world outside has undergone significant transformations. Discussions regarding the extraordinary are no longer rare, and even various legends concerning the celestial beings have been mentioned. Certain high-ranking figures within the financial conglomerates have been notably influenced, as unusual occurrences transpire in their households, such as the awakening of ancient artifacts. And some are even experiencing prophetic dreams. The extraordinary is drawing closer to reality, as myths seem poised to return. The family that claims orthodoxy within the realm of ancient arts, which once saw several of its members ascend to immortality in ancient times, has become increasingly active, suggesting that something momentous is unfolding. Furthermore, several old families of ancient arts that had vanished in bygone years are re-emerging, with some individuals stepping forth. These individuals have been isolated on the extraordinary planet for many years, and now, as the supermaterial begins to recede, perhaps they can be brought back. Within the financial circles, discussions of this nature are taking place. Everything unfolds as Wang Xian anticipated. In this extraordinary era, various specters seem to be surfacing, and the new star grows ever more tumultuous. Chapter 253. Another secret path in a serene forest, a humble thatched cottage stands, accompanied by vines and a clear spring, not far from a pristine lake. This area is tranquil and peaceful. Outside the cottage, there is a stone table and stone stools, alongside a tall osmanthus tree with golden leaves, exuding a fragrant aroma that soothes the spirit. This is a rare experience of transcendence. As Wang Xian distances himself from the clamor of the city, free from the intrusion of wild beasts and monsters, temporarily liberated from the mundane world, reading golden bamboo slips and contemplating his future path. Over the past 2 months, even in the dwindling supermaterial of the new star, his strength has grown. The mist, the first minor realm of the extraordinary. Upon first entering, his spirit beheld a dimness within the flesh, shrouded in thick fog. Wang Xian reflects on the path of cultivation. One can only imagine the bewilderment and uncertainty faced by the first individuals to step into this domain. When introspecting within themselves, they must have felt ensnared in the fog of flesh, unable to discern the path ahead. In pursuit of profound understanding and to traverse the road of the future, he immerses himself in the mindset of the early extraordinary beings from long ago, starting anew. With fierce determination, he pierces through the mist, accumulating sufficient spiritual energy, gradually clarifying the path ahead and breaking free from the shackles of his mind. Wang Xian realizes this is not an endeavor to be achieved overnight. Many of the early extraordinary beings may have spent their entire lives ensnared in the fog of flesh, refining the realm of spirit like a lamp suspended, illuminating the night sky of longevity. He believes that those who established such convictions back then, pointing towards the grand direction, were truly remarkable, perhaps not merely the efforts of a single generation. By illuminating the eternal silence of the extraordinary night sky with the light of spirit, they ventured forth on the path of immortality. Wang Xian inscribes this on the stone table. He is deeply moved, pondering how, in that era of primal existence, amidst the harsh conditions of competing with various beasts and monsters, early humans who attained such enlightenment were indeed extraordinary. Should those who established such beliefs still be alive, They would undoubtedly be walking the path of extraordinary exploration, and I believe he or she must be immensely powerful. If such a person were to exist in the present world, there would be no reason for them not to be formidable. After 2 months of cultivation and comprehension of the golden bamboo slips, alongside the comparison with the stone tablet scriptures, Wang Xian's strength has notably advanced, and he has reached the pinnacle of the enlightened lamp realm. The enlightened lamp, a beacon of mental illumination, has allowed him to glimpse the realm of the fate soil. And stepping into that domain is now imminent. The fate soil, the genesis of myriad laws, is an extraordinary foundation, revered by both preaching sorcerers and Taoists alike. It nurtures life and serves as the primordial ground where extraordinary beings cultivate their vitality. The so-called fate soil cannot be physically located within the flesh and organs, yet it undeniably exists. Once the enlightened lamp reaches its zenith, advancing further will enable him to establish himself within the fate soil. If the extraordinary were to fade, would it begin with the decay of the fate soil? The collapse of the genesis of myriad laws, the sanctuary of life, the primordial realm of the extraordinary, is of utmost significance. Wang Xian rose, surrounded by the vibrant greenery and the serene beauty of his environment, akin to a paradise untouched by the mundane, yet devoid of the extraordinary essence. Recently, he had often visited various temples and Taoist shrines to absorb mysterious elements, which had nearly saturated his very being. Additionally, whether through flying vessels or the golden gourd, he had stored a substantial amount of these mysterious elements. However, after 2 months of training and contemplation of the scriptures, the energy sustaining him is nearly depleted. He reads the golden bamboo slips, cross-referencing them with the stone tablet scriptures, in search of a path to continue his journey even when the extraordinary essence runs dry. Yet, he now ponders the daunting challenge that lies ahead. If, 3 years hence, the extraordinary dissipates and the world corrects itself, returning to its original course devoid of the soil that nurtures mythic existence, even mastering the supreme scriptures seems unlikely to alter this fate. Could the inner realm be the final avenue of escape? Wang Xian furrowed his brows. Thus far, every celestial being has established their own inner realm, and some true bones are currently drawing upon the revival of these inner realms to reconstruct their corporeal forms. Nevertheless, he believes that when the time comes, those inner realms will close, and the influx of mysterious elements will cease. Otherwise, the celestial beings would not be filled with such helplessness and despair regarding the future. However, Wang Xian's inner realm is somewhat unique. He can unlock it even during his mortal phase, entering without the aid of extraordinary power. He hopes that 3 years from now, his distinctive inner realm will still be accessible, allowing him to draw mysterious elements from that unknown domain. Wang Xian yearns for this to be the foundation for preserving his extraordinary abilities. Yet, he cannot place all his hopes upon it. What if his inner realm is shut tight by then, or equally barren? He must prepare for various contingencies, striving to uncover 1 or 2 more footholds. In recent days, he has been reciting the supreme scriptures of the sorcerers, and the sentiment can be distilled into one word: arduous. In that era, the most formidable sorcerers effortlessly captured sacred beasts and divine birds, not merely for show, but also for their cultivation. In the present age, even comprehending the intricate golden bamboo slips makes it exceedingly challenging to replicate such a path. How did those top-tier sorcerers cultivate? They harvested celestial medicines, captured sacred beasts to distill their essences, and purified their bodies with sacred blood. Ah, the era of yore, truly a source of envy. A time of opulence and extraordinary wonders, where marvels were omnipresent. Though the competition was fierce, it was undeniably an age of abundant resources and exceptional prosperity. Upon the 27 golden bamboo slips resided the most profound foundational techniques, delving into the exalted realms of spirit alongside intricate diagrams, paired with the most esoteric postures of martial arts. Each of these was accompanied by annotations, indicating that at times, celestial elixirs and the blood of sacred beasts were required to purify both spirit and flesh. In such an epoch, how could one find the time to practice? Yet, perhaps it was not entirely impossible. Some phrases bore profound implications, suggesting that with sufficient confidence, one could indeed harness the essence of the divine. The path of the preaching alchemists, traversing from the corporeal to the ethereal, was rugged, aimed at a holistic elevation. The golden elixir path sought to amalgamate essence, energy, and spirit, consolidating the entirety of one's vitality into a singular point, nurturing a golden elixir, and breaking through from that singularity. From that day forth, he immersed himself in the study of the five-colored golden elixir scriptures, while also reciting the esoteric teachings of the Buddhist lineage, the Shakyamuni Sutra. Wang Xian found himself enveloped in the realm of cultivation, reflecting upon various scriptures, each day gleaning insights that spanned the domains of alchemy, Taoism, and Buddhism. What was this? It seemed he had stumbled upon a hidden path. Half a month later, Wang Xian's spirit shone like a lantern suspended in the night sky. As he turned his gaze inward, exploring the depths of his being, he unexpectedly discerned a veiled corner amidst the fog. Upon reaching the radiant lamp realm, he dispelled the mist of flesh and blood. Yet, relatively speaking, the untraversed land of destiny remained shrouded, enveloped in swirling fog. Wang Xian's spiritual awareness advanced cautiously. Although he had yet to set foot upon this land of fate and had not fully entered that realm, he stood amidst the billowing mists. Following the tendrils of fog, he pressed forward, drawing closer to an indistinct expanse. The mist seemed to weave a path, gracefully rising and advancing ahead of him. With each step, distant landscapes began to materialize. It was a desolate stretch, as if no soul had graced this place for many years. Farther along the way, an inn appeared, dimly lit by lanterns hanging, most of which had flickered out. It bore the style of a bygone era, the inn dilapidated, with portions of its structure collapsed, save for a solitary lantern that still flickered, casting an uncertain glow. Wang Xian's spiritual energy resembled a burning lamp. As he approached the inn, he noted that the hanging lantern grew a bit brighter. This felt like his own sanctuary, his path illuminated by his own light, causing the lantern's glow to soften. Long ago, he had realized the existence of multiple secret paths, such as the inner scenic path, the celestial elixir path, and the departed land path. Moreover, there lay another path, invisible to others yet truly existent, accessible only to those who discovered this domain. He sought the way. Wang Xian gazed ahead, where the horizon melted into darkness. Amidst the indistinctness, it appeared there was a village, each household devoid of light, shrouded in silence, almost oppressive in its stillness. Frowning, he refrained from advancing further, choosing instead to explore the nearby inn, which bore the marks of prior inhabitants. The kitchen, miraculously still standing, exuded a faint fragrance. Remnants of rare herbs lingering in the pot. Were these left behind by a practitioner? Wang Xian was filled with bewilderment, deeply sensing the peculiarity of this road, which evoked a sense of incomprehension, as if he had inadvertently trespassed into an otherworldly realm. This was no ordinary way station. It resembled a sanctuary for the extraordinary, where even the sustenance was of a celestial nature. Soon, he stumbled upon a wine gourd, uncorked it, and to his astonishment, after all these years, it still emanated the rich aroma of wine, with a few crystalline drops of liquid remaining inside. This revelation struck him with wonder. The fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his spirit and sharpening his mental acuity. After a moment's contemplation, he poured it into his mouth, unperturbed by the fact that he was currently in a state of spiritual consciousness. Merely 3 drops of viscous wine cascaded down, glimmering with a faint golden hue. And upon entering his mouth, they swiftly transformed into energy. In an instant, his mental awareness ignited, illuminating with brilliance, causing him to tremble slightly, engulfed by a sensation akin to transcending to a higher realm. Remarkably, his spiritual power surged, increasing by approximately 1/10. This left Wang Xian in a daze, standing still amidst the ruins of this ancient kitchen. In this dilapidated way station, where parts of the structure had collapsed, the residual wine gourd and just 3 drops of wine had such astounding effects. His emotions surged, thoughts racing. Where exactly had he arrived? What manner of path was this? The celestial medicine, the inner landscape, the passage of time, and the quest for the way were the quintessence of ancient arts, belonging to the secret pathways of the great Tao. Had he embarked on a journey of discovery, arriving at an incredible location? And this was merely a way station, yielding such profound benefits. Surely, there lay even more extraordinary territories ahead. As he searched within this space, he found no other valuable discoveries. Gazing ahead with his spiritual eye, aside from the lifeless village, the horizon seemed to shimmer with a hazy light, flickering with lanterns and grand cities. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, and behind him, vitality began to stir in the way station, with the hanging lanterns illuminating one after another. Approaching the dark village, he sought to explore further, yearning to traverse this place towards the luminous expanse at the edge of the horizon. Suddenly, he looked up. The pitch-black night sky was devoid of stars and moonlight. When something began to descend, yellowed papers fluttering down, he instinctively reached out to catch them. To his surprise, he realized the month was nearly over, and he reminded himself not to forget to cast his votes if he had any left. Chapter 254. The Mysterious World in the Silent, Dark Sky, with No Forewarning. The yellowed papers fell, carrying an unsettling sense of danger. As Wang Xian grasped one in his hand, he found it to be Joss paper, offerings for the deceased. Frowning, he examined it closely, flipping it over repeatedly. Some of the papers had been partially burned, while others remained intact, their texture worn, suggesting they had been there for quite some time. Looking up at the starless, moonless sky, and then towards the village ahead, he found the sudden appearance of these papers to be quite strange, causing him to frown once more. The village was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Not a single house glimmered, and the silence was disquieting. After a brief pause, he moved forward again, approaching the village, where the traces of time were evident, revealing an eerie desolation with not a soul in sight. The atmosphere in this place is particularly frigid, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. The buildings are dilapidated, some having collapsed, reflecting a style from an ancient era. The streets are eerily desolate. It seems they once thrived, with cobblestones worn down at intersections, slightly depressed from countless footsteps. Wang Xian traverses the main street, casting his gaze toward the shadowy alleyways. Activating his spiritual vision, he scrutinizes the surroundings, ultimately unable to resist the temptation to enter a decaying courtyard through a large, rotting gate. The door to the house has also collapsed. Upon entering, he quickly retreats, for within lie several corpses, withered but not decomposed, existing for at least several centuries. With a sudden motion, he, being a spiritual entity, releases an ethereal essence that touches the corpses, causing them to disintegrate into wisps of dust, vanishing entirely. What has just transpired? Wang Xian examines the scene again, realizing these corpses are remnants of spiritual energy, not genuine ancient remains. He wanders through the village, entering numerous empty houses, most devoid of any contents, and occasionally witnesses desiccated bodies that disintegrate in an instant. This world, steeped in death, has been devoid of life for millennia. What manner of place have I stumbled upon? Wang Xian yearns to traverse the pitch-black village, seeking the realm of light at the earth's edge to uncover what lies beyond. Suddenly, a sense of horror grips him, prompting him to whirl around, where he spots a monstrous figure with a human face at the street corner, its black fur bristling as it lunges towards him. Its speed is breathtaking. The pallid human visage, the feline body cloaked in darkness, with bloodstains at its mouth, is chillingly close. Wang Xian executes a sweeping kick in midair, his foot crackling with thunder, illuminating the dark night sky, unleashing a piercing scream in the silent village. The monstrous feline recoils in terror, its half-melted human face charred and distorted, an extraordinary being. Yet is it a spiritual entity or a corporeal creature? Even Wang Xian furrows his brow. It seems to exist in a liminal state between the two. In truth, this world raises suspicions within him. Is it a purely spiritual realm or a tangible reality? He soars through the air, forming intricate hand seals, invoking secret techniques from the Shakyamuni Sutra, and in an instant, a radiant light envelopes the area, sweeping the darkness with divine brilliance. The black-furred monstrosity howls in anguish, as if a vengeful spirit lamenting. Upon being struck by the golden light, its black fur expands wildly, enveloped in dark mist, struggling against the divine force, but ultimately, it erupts in a conflagration of blood and shadow, dissipating entirely. The street falls silent. The village is devoid of all sound, and Wang Xian quietly senses the absence of life around him. He proceeds onward, leaving the village behind, soon noticing vast swathes of withered, yellowed paper descending from the pitch-black sky, carrying an air of antiquity. Who is burning this paper money? Is it falling from beyond the heavens? Now in a spiritual state, he ascends, soaring into the depths of the night sky, accelerating with fervor. Yet, aside from the bone-chilling cold of the void, it feels as though he can never reach an end. The paper continues to drift down intermittently. Unsettled, he halts his ascent and resolutely retraces his steps, descending towards the lifeless ground below. On his journey, He gazed towards the horizon, where a hazy glow enveloped the distant realm, suggesting the presence of a grand city. An ancient-style metropolis, perhaps? Such sights would ordinarily elude the comprehension of an ordinary mind. However, endowed with a spiritual eye, he could perceive the indistinct outlines of the landscape. Wang Xian resumed his travels, hastening his pace across the desolate expanse, skimming just above the ground. The earth was barren, devoid of life. Along the way, he encountered some medicinal fields and peculiar grain plots, reminiscent of the extraordinary lands described in ancient texts, yet all lay in ruin. This world was unsettling, vast stretches devoid of light and vitality. Once thriving, but now inexplicably desolate. As Wang Xian quickened his stride, the luminous area drew nearer, and he was approaching it with determination. During his journey, he observed numerous abandoned villages, left to decay, and soon came upon extensive grave mounds. The land was starkly barren, utterly lifeless, yet he was finally nearing the radiant zone, where a grand city loomed in sight, majestic and imposing, with soldiers faintly discernible atop the city walls, clad in ancient armor. Suddenly, a chill ran through Wang Xian as he spotted several dark figures emerging from the graveyard, who paused in surprise upon noticing him. "Who goes there?" barked a middle-aged man, his essence manifesting in a spectral form. Wang Xian comprehended him effortlessly and replied calmly, "One like yourselves." The group exchanged glances, some adorned in heavy armor, while others wore black and gold battle attire, all protective garb for their spiritual forms. In contrast, Wang Xian appeared rather modest, donning only a few pieces of dark red metal armor, sufficient to shield his vital areas, fragments of a shattered soul armor he had salvaged after the confrontation with Yuan Hong at the Sun family estate. "Understand the rules? Regardless of origins, we ask no questions. We trade and part ways," one of them stated. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, maintaining his composure amidst the peculiarities of the night. He approached the desolate graveyard, finding it far from tranquil, with dozens, perhaps hundreds, of individuals setting up stalls, offering a variety of goods. Specialty products from Mount Buzhou, a portion of fire-melting grass, which can enhance one's fire path cultivation. Someone shouted, leaning against a large grave without a hint of disdain. Before him lay a tattered animal hide, upon which rested a luminous, fiery herb, palm-sized, its leaves of vivid crimson, as if ablaze. "Is this true? The paths have been severed, yet recently someone ascended Mount Buzhou." A crowd quickly gathered, astonished. Wang Xian's expression flickered slightly. What manner of world had he entered? The produce of Mount Buzhou was indeed present. He remained composed, moving closer to observe. There lay a 9-leaf tiger mushroom, stained with the blood of a white tiger, and a 7-leaf golden lotus, tainted with the blood of a dragon. Consuming both simultaneously would yield a remarkable fusion, enhancing one's cultivation by 2 or 3 minor realms in an instant. Nearby, another vendor called out, showcasing 2 bloodstained herbs. Wang Xian marveled. This place truly contained everything. Reminiscent of an ancient relic market, a ghostly bazaar that only opened at midnight. At the foot of Ling Mountain, remarkable artifacts were unearthed from the Shakyamuni temple. Though they were remnants, they were likely extraordinary treasures, promising immense power once restored, radiating the light of enlightenment. A voice called out as a figure sat before a grave. A blanket spread beneath him, upon which lay a magical scepter, seemingly cast in bronze, albeit missing a portion. Instantly, a crowd gathered, eagerly examining and weighing the artifact, with most nodding in agreement that it belonged to Ling Mountain. Wang Xian, his expression impassive, wandered through the eerie place, marveling at the abundance of items available for trade. How could such diverse treasures be found in this locale? Among them was a fragment of a treasure map, purportedly revealing the ultimate destination of a life-preserving furnace. Beckoning those interested to come forth swiftly, between 2 grand graves, an old man hawked his wares, displaying a tattered beast hide map, largely incomplete yet steeped in ancient mystique, suggesting it bore centuries of history. Regrettably, no one showed interest. Not a single soul approached him. Some murmured, questioning the value of such a map, considering the fierce battles fought over the furnace by legendary beings, with many top-tier warriors perishing in pursuit. They dismissed the torn treasure map as likely a counterfeit. Passers-by nodded in agreement, and even Wang Xian found their reasoning compelling as he departed without a word. A flash of heavenly thunder ignited, a celestial calamity striking a great demon, leaving behind a patch of fire upon the ground. Were there any interested souls? It could be refined into a treasure of the fire path, a rare and genuine flame. Many expressed curiosity and closed in, yet the exorbitant price deterred them, and they shook their heads in unison. Wang Xian approached, believing that this flame could enhance his ancient lamp's power, but alas, he possessed no means to trade. The seller demanded solar gold or secret silver, and in his ethereal form, Wang Xian had none of these. Exquisite dried peaches from the Yao Pool, a rare divine herb. Don't miss out. The call of the vendor prompted existential doubt. Could it be that even the heavenly herbs from Yao Pool were for sale? In truth, the announcement did attract attention, and a throng, including Wang Xian, gathered around. How could it be dried peach flesh? That was a premier divine remedy, and for countless years, few had approached the lightning-laden peach orchard, let alone harvested herbs. Dear friends, you misunderstand. I never claimed this as dried peach flesh. It is merely a small piece of bark, sun-dried, likely fallen from the peach orchard, the vendor explained. The crowd fell silent. Before the grave, on the ground, lay a piece of bark the size of an infant's fist, dark and decidedly unappealing. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent erupted as a group clad in silver armor appeared abruptly, leaping from a vessel capable of cloaking its extraordinary aura. They descended upon the scene with deadly intent. Crouch down and do not move, or face instant execution, commanded a man in silver armor. The celestial soldiers are here. Who revealed this secret? It has been ages since the graveyard black market has operated, and now it is so brazen. Someone shouted in anger. Yet many remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, as numerous items were confiscated. This is robbery. I want to stand for it. I will slay you. Suddenly, a voice boomed, and with a thunderous crash, a large seal was unleashed, shattering the flying vessel and sending numerous silver-armored individuals sprawling, drenched in blood. A notorious demon from the wanted list has appeared. Capture him, commanded the leader among the silver-armored men, charging forward. Run, someone shouted, causing the gathered crowd in the graveyard to erupt into chaos. A frenzied escape ensued, composed of both humans and demons of varying strengths. Wang Xian decisively fled. Having no knowledge of this place, should he fall into the hands of these individuals, his origins could spell disaster. He melded into the throng, fleeing alongside the majority. And then, upon entering a shadowy area where pursuers were no longer visible, he decisively broke away to escape along the same path he had come. He yearned to leave this place and return to the realm of reality. Why are you pursuing me? Wang Xian soon realized, as the old man who had been selling tree bark as if it were peach would pursued him relentlessly. The elder chuckled awkwardly. There are several individuals behind me intent on hunting me down. Let us collaborate to escape. Wang Xian observed 5 soldiers in silver armor relentlessly pursuing them, seemingly intent on capturing the old man. That tree bark is stolen property. Drop it and surrender, shouted one of the armored soldiers, his gaze fierce. Wang Xian immediately understood that anyone possessing treasures was under close scrutiny. However, he felt a sigh of relief, for although these soldiers were extraordinary, they had not yet reached the level of transcendent freedom. The 5 were swiftly closing in, and the old man's expression turned cold. Suddenly, he struck, enveloping Wang Xian in a sphere of light and propelling him backward. Wang Xian's complexion changed. The wretched old man was using him as a shield. In midair, he leaped, surrounded by a radiant light, breaking free from the binding, yet the soldiers were upon him. One soldier struck with a palm, unleashing a thunderous force. Bang! Wang Xian clashed with him, his body jolted violently, his soul's light wavering precariously. Seizing the momentum, he was propelled backward, escaping once more. He realized that his opponent was several minor realms above him and that he could not allow himself to be encircled. The vast realm of humanity was divided into numerous minor realms: mist, lamplighting, destiny soil, and herb gathering, among others, with smaller realms not directly transitioning to the level of transcendent freedom. The first 4 minor realms were applicable across various systems. Hence Old Chun had singled them out for discussion. Wang Xian understood that these individuals were all above the herb-gathering realm, with the elder ahead being the strongest. He shifted his position, skimming close to the ground as he soared through the air in flight. Frustratingly, the old man followed closely, seeking to use him as a shield once more, to be a scapegoat. Wang Xian's gaze turned cold as he invoked a certain body technique inscribed on his golden bamboo tablet, summoning a rain of golden light that dramatically increased his speed, transforming him into a streak of light racing away. Yet, The elder possessed treasures that allowed him to accelerate as well, trailing closely behind. While the 5 soldiers' armor began to glow, their wings unfurling. Although Wang Xian was faster, he had not completely shaken them off. Don't take advantage of me. Wang Xian turned back, glaring at the old man. Young man, let us share both fortune and adversity. We must escape together. The elder smiled, wearing an unabashed expression. Wang Xian felt a deep disdain, clearly aware that the others sought to use him as a scapegoat. Consequently, he fell silent, choosing instead to return to the realm of reality. Should these individuals follow him out, he would ensure they learned the essence of humanity. Hey, young man, you are heading the wrong way. This is a dead end, leading to an abyss of endless darkness, where you shall surely lose your way, shouted the elder. Wang Xian paid him no heed, gliding close to the ground, retracing his steps. The elder, enraged, pursued him relentlessly. 5 soldiers clad in silver armor followed closely behind, showing no signs of halting. As Wang Xian caught sight of the relay station, the soft glow of a lantern beckoned him homeward, illuminating a path faintly visible through the mist in the distance. Heavens! I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. Someone has forged a path, exclaimed the elder in awe, his excitement palpable. The 5 armored men, upon witnessing the misty road, were equally astonished, hastening their pursuit with fervent zeal. Wang Xian returned, only to find the others in hot pursuit, seemingly on the verge of madness as they burned their spiritual essence to accelerate their speed. Upon entering the realm of reality, Wang Xian felt capable of severing the mist-formed path with decisive force. Yet, the others had indeed followed him. At the very moment the misty road shattered, they plunged into the physical world, now mere spiritual entities. Haha, I knew it would unfold this way. The elder cackled, trembling with elation, resembling one driven to madness. The 5 soldiers were stunned, then unleashed a roar toward the heavens, their emotions fluctuating wildly, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They all turned their gaze toward Wang Xian. His physical form had long since opened its eyes, coldly observing them. With a gentle flick of a small golden flag, intricately patterned, he enveloped the 6 with radiant light in an instant. No! The elder exclaimed in terror, his face ashen, fear gripping his voice. The 5 soldiers, gripped by dread, attempted to struggle, but their efforts were in vain. In an instant, the 6 were obliterated, ensnared by the golden patterns, reduced to ash. How could such spiritual entities possibly survive before the divine slaughter flag? They left behind a few objects, such as dark, charred bark and silver armor. Feeling disoriented, I find myself trapped in this peculiar cycle of late-night writing. At the beginning of the month, I humbly request your support for the guaranteed monthly votes. Thank you, everyone.